Chapter 241, Black Lotus 3. A long silence filled the tense atmosphere. Their current situation was incomprehensible to both Aileen and Kim Hajin. What? Suddenly, Aileen let out a dumbfounded voice. This time her words were not using spirit speech. Kim Hajin only stared at Aileen. Her spirit speech didn't work on him. He wasn't sure why at first, but then he came up with a plausible explanation. The influence of spirit speech was limited only to those who exist in this world. But he did not belong in this world, which the stigma on his arm served as evidence. Therefore, Aileen's spirit speech couldn't affect Kim Hajin, as he didn't exist in this world originally. Damn it! Oblivious to this fact, Aileen suddenly became irritated. Kim Hajin let out a silent sigh. He now had no doubt that she didn't see the scroll. Goo! The currents of magic power that Aileen released rose up in the air. Along with it, Aileen's hair also stood on end. She looked just like a Super Saiyan from a certain manga, ready to fire a blast of spirit speech any moment now. Take your hood off! The huge yell resounded throughout the arena. From Aileen's small mouth came out an unbelievable amount of magic power, which then turned into massive sound waves that engulfed Kim Hajin's body. However, the result was the same. Though the tip of his robe swayed slightly, Black Lotus didn't even flinch. In reality, the spectators watching them, and not Black Lotus, were the ones who fell victim to her spirit speech, as those who were wearing hoods took them off. With that, Aileen's expression became as ferocious as ever. She was always somewhat playful, but this time she was completely serious. Aileen realized that she could never get him to take his hood off with spirit speech. I have no idea what the heck is going on. She concentrated her magic power below to boost herself into the air. But it doesn't matter. Because she used words as her weapon, it was inevitable that she developed a habit of talking to herself. The winds all around will force your hood off. Suddenly, huge wind funnels appeared in the arena, which was completely serene just a moment ago. Whoosh! The whirlwind blew like saw blades towards Black Lotus. But Black Lotus put up a special barrier. The circular barrier enveloped his entire body, sucking the wind in. What the hell is that? Again, an incomprehensible phenomenon. He has way too many strange techniques. Did you not see the bamboo scroll? Suddenly, a clear mental transmission resounded in Aileen's mind, interrupting her train of thought. It was obvious who the voice belonged to. Aileen frowned and asked back, Bamboo scroll, what are you talking about? At the same time, another voice full of noises crept in. It's me, Aileen, YunSeo-jin. A familiar voice and a familiar magic power. Aileen widened her eyes. This message was from YunSeo-jin. What? Are you YunSeo-jin? Yes. Aileen's face lit up with joy. I knew she was alive. The guard told me she was dead, but I didn't believe him. Though she's overrated, she's not a master rank for nothing. Where are you right now? Black Lotus taught me mental transmission. The talent of a master rank hero was indeed spectacular, as it only took YunSeo-jin 2 days to be able to use mental transmission, though imperfectly. Of course, it was only possible with the help from Black Lotus. No, I said, where are you? YunSeo-jin chose to ignore Aileen's question and instead told her what she needed to know. Accept Black Lotus's arrow. What? Aileen looked at Black Lotus in confusion. The moment their eyes met, Black Lotus' voice again flowed into her ears. I saved YunSeo-jin. What the heck are these two saying all of a sudden? Kim Hajin sent yet another message to Aileen, who was tilting her head questioningly. And at YunSeo-jin's request, I hope to save you as well. I repeated the same procedure for the next 3 weeks and successfully rescued every member of Aileen's team from the Colosseum. The saying, the beacon does not shine on its own base, is apparently true. Team Aileen and the kids was gathered in the hideout that I had prepared beneath the morgue. This hideout is very comfy, Yongha said in awe while observing the well-decorated hideout. I sat on a stone chair and looked at Kim Soo-ho, who was my last opponent. When our eyes met, Kim Soo-ho nodded lightly. He had already thanked me a while ago, but I couldn't say anything to him in return. Kyuham, and it wasn't only me. Kim Soo-ho was also scratching his cheek awkwardly, probably because of Kaita. He had killed Kaita, a member of the chameleon troop, 3 times already. Thank you. Suddenly, I heard a voice in my ear. It was, of course, from YunSeo-jin. I glanced at her. I wondered why she was trying so hard to use mental transmission when she could just speak to me in person. We were sitting right next to each other after all. We killed you once before. For the record, I taught her how to use mental transmission. Stigma could really be used in a lot of ways. I infused Jinsei-in with stigma filled with the mental transmission technique, and she naturally learned to master it. However, I have something I want to ask you. Ha ha. Jinsei-in continued even as she was panting. You're a member of the chameleon troupe. This happened long time ago, but about the Kwango incident. Startled, I directed my gaze to Jin Seyin in surprise. Kwango incident. I hadn't expected to hear those words from Jin Seyin. Do you know about? Hey, Lotus. Suddenly, Aileen intervened. She approached me in short and quick steps with her arms crossed. What's she gonna say this time? I thought and looked down at the short figure. Thanks, but what Aileen said was totally unexpected. You guys are on the association's blacklist, but if I happen to run into you on Earth, I'll let you go once. She muttered shyly and quickly turned her head away in embarrassment. I got up from my seat without answering. It's time to escape. Everybody shifted their attention to me. Escape, you say? You don't have to talk through mental transmission. I tried to stop Jin Seyin from using mental transmission at every chance she got. Jin Seyin nodded and sent me another mental transmission. I understand, but you don't have to, right? You'll have 10 victories soon. I shook my head at Aileen's remark. Death awaits me after the 10th victory. Demons are not as generous as you think. Then I dug a hole in the ground. Stigma's magic power easily penetrated the soil, and the four followed me from behind. I continued down the hole until it was 5 meters deep, then made a left turn. 30 km straight from here, and we should be able to escape the Colosseum. Hey, move over. It's my turn now. Because 30 km was a quite long distance, we took turns digging the tunnel. I was first, Aileen second, Yiyongha third, and Jin Seyin and Kim Suho were last. After 30 minutes, we arrived at the right spot. This is enough. I grabbed Kim Suho, who was digging, and pulled him by the shoulder. I took over and began to dig diagonally. I released stigma, and a stiff slope formed in front of us. At its end, we could see a ray of light. Ah, there it is, Aileen shouted. We were out through the tunnel. 28F Demon Metropolis. We arrived at the City of Demons after escaping from the Colosseum. It was kind of strange that the 28th floor was just outside the 27th floor, but that's just how I wrote the setting. There was only one floor left in the tower anyways, so only the pickiest readers pointed it out. Ah, that's... What the heck? The party stared at the view of the city in a daze. The demon city was completely different from that of humans. There were eyes on their buildings, and they were breathing as though they were alive. It's very grotesque. If hell existed, this would be a good representation of it. Everyone froze momentarily in the face of the fiendish scenery. I took advantage of their distraction and whispered quietly, Spartan, take me to Earth. Spartan responded quickly to my request. The demon city before my eyes suddenly disappeared, and I was transferred to the chameleon troop's hideout in Pandemonium. My sudden disappearance would surprise them for sure, but we would meet again soon enough. There would only be one difference. I would be Kim Hajin and not Black Lotus. The Himalayan mountains. The oxygen concentration is low, and the magic power density is high. Therefore, climbers must breathe carefully on the Himalayan mountains, which are full of stronger-than-average monsters. But even under these harsh conditions that make human habitation impossible, a mysterious inn exists somewhere in these mountains. Such was the urban legend circulating on the internet, though Ki Naeun didn't exactly plan to uncover the truth about the legend even as she climbed the Himalayas. By chance, she came across an inn while wandering through a blizzard. Himalayan Daybreak. This was the name of the mysterious inn nestled on the cliff halfway up the mountain. She now confirmed that the legend was, in fact, real. Then, the guests here are all skilled heroes. Ki Naeun chose to enter the inn without a moment of hesitation, and now she was sitting at the counter talking to the inn's owner. I wouldn't know, I never asked. The owner answered briefly. He was an old man with long white hair and a beard. The magic power embedded in his blue eyes clearly indicated what his former occupation was. And then how many people are staying here currently? 7. Ooh. It was surprising that the inn was located in the middle of the rugged mountains, but what was even more surprising was that the inn had 7 guests. Ki Naeun took a sip of beer. Kaya, how much did you say a glass of beer was? 100,000 won. Though the drink was expensive, it was well worth the cost. A Himalayan beer would surely be full of magic power. It tastes fresh. Is it because it's from the Himalayas? No, it's imported. Scar from Korea. You know what they say, anything from Korea is good, though I never would have imagined such a saying when I was in my 20s. Ki Naeun looked inside the glass of beer. It was indeed way too murky to be harboring magic power, but considering where she was, the price wasn't too bad. By the way, why did you build an inn in a place like this? The owner did not answer. Suddenly she noticed the 3 streaks of scars on his cheek. She stared at the scars in silence, and the owner chuckled and said, "If you have something you want to ask, just ask." "Ah, Coom." Ki Naeun let out a dry cough. She asked straightforward, "Have you seen a man? He looks like this." Ki Naeun took out multiple photos of Kim Jung-ho. The first photo showed his usual appearance, and the rest a disheveled hair, beard, and other possible changes photoshopped to his face. The owner carefully studied the photos. "I don't know, I might have seen him somewhere," he answered ambiguously and glanced at the sword on Ki Naeun's back. "Anyway, are you a swordswoman?" "Pardon." "Oh, yes." The owner smiled silently. His smile was powerful and stirring. He held a photo up in his hand. "I think I've seen this man. He introduced himself as a forensic pathologist, I believe." Kim Jung-ho, a forensic pathologist. Ki Naeun's eyes widened at his remark. "Then, where did he go? Did he stay here?" Ki Naeun jumped to her feet and looked at the owner straight in the eyes. However, when she stood up, she realized how big he was. His shoulders were as wide as a mountain, and his height and physique appeared unmatched even by the strongest of men. "Do you want to know?" "Yes, I have to know." Even so, Ki Naeun continued without getting intimidated. "It's good that you're here. I was getting bored." The owner suddenly gave her a benign smile. "I'll tell you if you win against me." "Excuse me. You said you were a swordswoman." His words were all too sudden, but Ki Naeun soon gave a small smile. The smile was actually a sneer, a mixture of ridicule and astonishment. "Well, I'm actually a fairly strong hero. Every guest here is. Don't blame me even if you get hurt." "Of course." Ki Naeun nodded. He did look pretty strong, but he was an old man well over 70. Not to mention, she'd learned a lot while climbing the Himalayas. "Well then, why don't we introduce ourselves first? I'm Ki Naeun. I'm a hero working for Essence of the Strait. That's the current rank 1 guild in the world." "Ki Naeun." A strange glimmer appeared in the owner's eyes. He seemed more interested in her name than anything else. "Yes. Are you Ki Juchel's granddaughter?" "Ha, how did you know? Do you know my grandfather?" Ki Naeun tilted her head sideways. The owner chuckled contently. "I never imagined I would run into Ki Juchel's granddaughter in a place like this," he muttered, reminiscing. "In any case, it's nice to meet you. My name is—" "If he's acquainted with grandfather, he could just say so," Ki Naeun silently grumbled, and the owner continued. "Hanks, pardon." When he revealed his name, Ki Naeun was dazed. Hanks, she had heard of that name. In fact, it was a name any hero would know. The name was even in textbooks. His achievements were recorded in detail in numerous biographies, as Hanks left an everlasting footprint on the history of heroes. "You mean you're Steel Spirit Hanks, the Lord of Steel," cried Hanks, a member of the brilliant and magnificent 9 Stars. "So that name's still around." Hanks chuckled and shook his head. "Don't call me that. Now that I lost my gift, I'm nothing more than an old man." Plucus Temple. The devil Plucus captured the human who had been watching his temple from outside. The devil's sight reached far, and he extended his arm from where he was sitting to drag the human by his hair towards him. The captured human jumped backwards like a frog the moment he laid his eyes on the devil. The devil tore the human's head off, removed his guts, and drew the Star of David with them. From the human blood and the Feast of Torment, Plucus could feel his powers returning to him. "Plucus Nim," I spotted an intruder. A voice resounded in Plucus' ears. It belonged to a djinn whom Plucus had appointed as his butler. He listened to his servant as he sat on his throne. "I'll have to call reinforcements." But the butler's words stopped abruptly. Even then, Plucus was sitting on his throne. He looked afar in his seat. He caught a glimpse of an old man who disappeared shortly after. As time passed, the temple became more and more silent. Soon, a faint sound of footsteps began to approach him from a distance. The footsteps were regular and in order. "Is it another human?" Plucus said to the figure in the distance. Another voice echoed off the walls of the cave, answering him. "Truly a filthy place." The voice was clear on the outside, but dry on the inside. Plucus felt the presence of the human approaching him. "Did you find me?" Plucus muttered. Instead of answering, the human showed himself. His footsteps were relaxed, and his attire was neat. The pure white suit and the fedora suited the human quite well. "I came because you called me," the human said as he looked straight at the devil. His appearance was now reflected in the devil's crimson eyes. The human was an old man whose soul's state of existence was immeasurable. The devil's heart pounded violently for a moment. "Who are you?" the devil asked, and looked at the old man. The old man's eyes gave off an azure glow. He answered dryly, "I am the owner of Dihyun and the head of the Ki family." He tapped the ground with the cane that he'd been holding in his hands all this time. Koong. Waves of magic power stretched in all directions, and also the employer of the humans you murdered. The man called the Immortal was fearless, even in the presence of a true devil. "My family name is Changdo, and my name is Juchel." Chapter 242, Sudden Change. 1. A blade-like killing intent filled the reddish-black temple. It belonged to only one existence, and the existence's killing intent and demonic energy mixed together to form demonic flames. "Foolish human." The devil, Plucus, chided Ki Juchel's foolishness. However, Ki Juchel remained silent. Facing the existence known as a devil, Ki Juchel didn't feel any strong emotion. If anything, Ki Juchel felt disappointment. Disappointment that he was this way. Seeing this, Plucus became angry. "You!" The devil released demonic energy, still sitting on his throne. His demonic energy quickly took the form of a hand and shot forward. Though a terrifying amount of demonic energy was burning in the devil's hand, Ki Juchel only raised his cane to block the blast. The magic power infused in the cane clashed with the devil's demonic energy, sending currents of energy crackling out in all directions. The devil continued to move his hand of demonic energy. It stretched out towards Ki Juchel's arm, but appeared by his head in the next moment. It tried to grab Ki Juchel's neck, but appeared by his leg in the next moment. Pluka's strange hand of demonic energy warped through space as it attacked in all directions. However, Ki Juchel responded calmly and thoroughly. He blocked the devil's attacks and tried to read the pattern in his movements. He didn't need to cast barrier or use Kai reinforcement. With just his cane, he blocked all attacks. Since a single hand from the devil was unable to threaten Ki Juchel, the battle entered a stalemate. Even so, the devil remained sitting. Ki Juchel carefully studied his throne. Did he think he could fight while staying seated, or did he have no other choice? There was a big difference between the two. The devil knew this as well, so he stayed silent. There was no change in his expression. The human, whose body Plucus had taken over, showed neither sorrow nor frustration. Qua. Suddenly, the devil shot out a huge blast of demonic energy. Ki Juchel formed a barrier with magic power and received the attack head-on. At the same time, his magic power surged. There was no need for any preparatory movements. Ki Juchel gathered the magic power he needed in an instant and blasted it forward. However, the wave of magic power didn't reach Plucus. Just like Ki Juchel had done previously with his magic power, the devil formed a spherical dome with his demonic energy to protect his body. TZZZZT. Ki Juchel concentrated magic power into his cane. The Immortal's cane became a catalyst that sucked in magic power, and soon he released the terrifying magic power in an instant. Boom! A beam of magic power shot towards Plucus. However, he scattered it with only a single wave of his hand. Until this point, neither the devil nor the Immortal had let out a single groan or pant. Under the heavy silence, the devil's hand suddenly multiplied. Several hands wiggled out from the back of the throne, making him resemble the Hindu god of destruction, Shiva. Soon, a weapon was placed on the devil's formerly empty hand. It was a scythe, one that a god of death would carry. When Ki Juchel saw this, he immediately knew that he would not survive a single slash from this weapon. As such, Ki Juchel also released his magic power to the fullest. Guo. The Immortal's brilliant magic power rose up in the devil's temple. Some portions glistened like water droplets, some burned like flames, some wavered like the wind, and some were solid like rocks. The devil remained silent, and the Immortal's light brightened up the devil's den. The Immortal's magic power engulfed the surroundings, carrying the properties of the four elements. This was a type of large-scale restricted field that only the Immortal could form. Standing in this domain, possessing the power of nature, Ki Juchul struck his cane down on the ground. Koong. Immediately, Ki Juchul's magic power exploded. A huge torrent of fire, earth, wind, and water swept through the temple and stormed towards Plucus, who reached out with his hand. KWA. Dozens of demonic energy hands shot out, charging towards Ki Juchul while obstructing his path of escape. In a split second, Ki Juchul weighed his options calmly. Left, right, and behind would all lead to death, so there was only one answer. Koong. Ki Juchul kicked off the ground and shot forward towards the direction of the devil. Several hands chased him from behind and from both sides, but only a tiny fraction of them came from the front. However, a black scythe swung down from this direction. His body was already in the air. Ki Juchul had to make a choice. Of course, the outcome was already decided. Ki Juchul no longer possessed any emotion to obstruct him. As such, he showed no hesitation in giving his flesh to cut the bone. As he did not hesitate, he was able to escape from the devil's clutches. Ki Juchul sacrificed his side and arrived in front of Plucus. An enormous amount of magic power condensed on his fist. The magic power of the four elements blazing inside the temple also shot towards the devil. Magic power that fascinated Ki Juchul's blood flow boiled, and his sense of time slowed down significantly. For you, Ki Juchul muttered as he thrust his fist out. The boundless magic power around his hand approached the devil's stomach. Crack! The vigorous magic power shattered the devil's demonic energy, and the magic power forming the immortal's domain captured the devil's body. Pluka's eyes widened, and Ki Juchul stared into his eyes directly. Ki Juchul's eyes were as emotionless as ever. The devil also stared at Ki Juchul with similar eyes. They resembled each other in emotionlessness, but the situation they were in was vastly different. A human with no heart. Eventually, Plukas muttered his judgment of Ki Juchul. Plukas stared deep into Ki Juchul's eyes, which were devoid of emotions and functioned like a machine. Then, Ki Juchul made a small smile. Even he was unable to understand the meaning behind it. But the smile soon disappeared, and Ki Juchul emotionlessly continued the words he began to say before. For you have not stayed on this planet for long. Ki Juchul placed his hand on the devil's head. And for you are too arrogant to heed this one's words. Then he grabbed the horns protruding out from the devil's head. You seem not to know the age-old saying that humans are scarier than ghosts. Crack, crack. With rough, rupturing noises, the horn was broken off. Even so, the devil seemed full of leisure. Ki Juchul infused his magic power into the devil's body. Truly pitiful. Ki Juchul's magic power became fire and ice that clashed inside the devil's body. Arrogant human. The devil could feel the two contradicting elements clashing inside his body. He knew this was the end. Kwang. The immortal's opposing magic power exploded, tearing the devil's limbs apart. The human body that the devil had taken over no longer looked like a body. Just like that, the temple turned silent. The demonic energy entangled with magic power disappeared, and only the smell of splattered blood tickled Ki Juchul's nose. However, Ki Juchul didn't mind. He stared at the devil's horn in his hand. It was emitting large amounts of demonic energy. It was clearly an item with many applications, both politically and technologically. Suddenly, he felt pain in his side. It was the place cut by the devil's scythe. Ki Juchul infused his magic power into it, but as expected, it couldn't be healed. He also had an instinctive feeling that it wouldn't heal naturally for the rest of his life. Ki Juchul looked at the devil once again. His corpse was all over the temple, but each piece was burning up under Ki Juchul's magic power. With its head destroyed, limbs torn apart, and hands and feet scorched, not even a devil should be capable of returning alive. That was enough. Step, step. Ki Juchul walked out of the temple with his hand on his wound. He remained cold, even as he continued to lose blood from the painful injury. To enjoy longevity, he was sponsoring a child with the authority of healing. If he visited her, she should be able to fix even the most fatal wound. The sound of footsteps became distant, and Plukas continued to remain dead. However, when time passed and Ki Juchul's presence completely disappeared, Plukas, hanging onto his consciousness, opened one eye. The devil's eye was stuck to the sole of the foot of his incarnation, who was now mostly a pile of ash. The devil blinked and began to restore his body. A devil couldn't be killed easily. Once descended successfully, a devil couldn't be annihilated. It had eternal life, unlike humans. This was the reason humans from countless planets lost to devils and had their homeland transformed into the demon realm. Plukas revealed the reason he was calm in the face of death. He slowly resurrected himself. It was then. That old man just said that humans are scarier than ghosts. A frivolous voice suddenly rang out. The devil's eyes shot open and turned to the direction of the sound. Its bloodshot eyes captured a dark figure. The man who soon appeared stared down at him. "You are, I think, the same way." Click. An ominous sound flowed into the devil's ear. Although his heart had not regenerated yet, he felt his heart sink clearly. "So just think of me as a ghost, one that devours existences like you." Next, cold steel touched the devil's eye. From the empty muzzle, a fierce current of air flowed. No. It was then that Plukas lost his composure. He had felt the chilling, god-slaying energy undulating inside the muzzle. "YUH-human, listen to me. Annihilation of existence." The devil knew instinctively that this was imminent. "Don't be scared." The man's finger went on the trigger. With a grin, he continued, "It'll be over in the blink of an eye." No. The devil's desperate cry resounded, but the man easily pulled the trigger. Coom, just like that, the bullet was fired. Plukas died silently without a sound. Without leaving behind a trace, he scattered into the air as ash. The metal that annihilated the devil flowed into the man's pocket. Soon, a fierce bird of prey landed on his shoulder. The man, Kim Hajin, thoroughly retrieved even the tiniest crumbs the devil left behind. Then he spoke leisurely. "Let's go straight to the 28th floor." Countless messages were filling his sight. They were new yet familiar messages. "You gain 300 SB for killing a devil. 2 devil annihilation. You made an amazing achievement. By annihilating 2 devils, you obtain an authority. Master Sharpshooter has been promoted to Grade -2. Grade -1 is now within arm's reach by killing Plukas." 28F, Demon Metropolis Aileen and her party were walking on muddy ground. The demon realm scenery wasn't fit for human habitation. Its black soil stuck to their shoes like a sticky gel, and the air carried dense demonic energy that hurt their throat whenever they breathed. Aileen and the others wandered for a long time in this place. As they did not have the system's help, they could not return to Earth, and if they wanted to leave, it would have to be through the Colosseum. So once they left, there would be no way to come back. "So, you think that's the place?" After walking for seemingly an endless period of time, they found something resembling a giant castle. Historically, castles were places where kings or those of similar status stayed. Since the king of the demon realm should be the demon king who wanted a challenge that Black Lotus was talking about should be in that castle. "I believe so," YunSeo-jin answered. "By the way, he said we had to clear it, right? Where did he go?" Aileen grumbled unhappily. She expected Black Lotus to continue being their pathfinder, but he had disappeared while she was distracted. The way he disappeared was even more dumbfounding. No one knew where or how he disappeared. They couldn't even feel a slight flow of magic power. Black Lotus had simply vanished like he never existed in the first place. "We should thank him for helping us escape the Colosseum," YunSeo-jin said as she stared at the faraway castle. As YunSeo-jin had even obtained a new technique thanks to Black Lotus' help, she could easily let him off the hook for the chameleon troop's past deed. After all, he shouldn't have been their member when the Kwango incident happened. Senior YunSeo-jin is right. Asking for more would be like asking your savior to pay for your meals. Kim Suho nodded and agreed with YunSeo-jin. "Yeah, make me the bad guy." "That's not what we meant. For now, let's get moving. We don't have time to rest." Aileen pouted, but still listened to YunSeo-jin anyways. The party quickly re-entered the forest. "Proceed as slowly and as stealthily as possible." Naturally, YunSeo-jin served as their pathfinder. As they were in a city, there were main streets that led to destinations, but they couldn't choose such an open path. YunSeo-jin chose to take a roundabout way through the forest. "Ugh, these things keep touching me." The forest was full of thorny vines that wiggled like they were alive, and the demonic trees with eyes constantly spat out magic power or dropped bugs on top of them. Annoyed by the incessant harassment, Aileen released her magic power to use spirit speech. "Try not to use spirit speech as much as possible. Magic power is too noticeable." "What?" When YunSeo-jin stopped her, Aileen furrowed her brows. "Who do you think I am?" She shot back and cleared her throat. She was preparing to use spirit speech. "My magic power will not leave behind any trace." Her spirit speech activated, and Aileen's magic power became traceless. Oh, amazing, Lady Aileen. Hugham, this is simple. I'm not like you. Oh, right, didn't you get demolished by Black Lotus in an archery battle? This time, not even Jin-seon could ignore Aileen's taunting. Jin-seon frowned. Your spirit speech didn't work on Black Lotus either. What? Who did you hear that from? I saw it myself. Plus, I lost because of attribute disadvantage. Black Lotus said it himself, that we would have been equal if I used null attribute instead of luminous attribute. HMPH. If I fought properly, I would have crushed him too. It's because I tried to make him take his hood off that. While Jin-seon and Aileen were bickering with each other, Kim Soo-ho was having a completely different thought about Black Lotus identity. Strange. No matter how much I think it's strange, Kim Soo-ho thought. When he was with Black Lotus, he felt a sense of incongruity. If he had to describe this feeling, it would be familiarity. He felt Black Lotus was familiar. Although it was faint at first, the feeling became clearer as they spent more time together. If I'm not going crazy, I must have met Black Lotus somewhere. Ah! A cold spark grazed Kim Soo-ho, who was deeply in thought. Could it be? Although the possibility was minuscule, what if Black Lotus was also from the other world? At the same time, Kim Soo-ho remembered the last time he met Jin Sahyuk. Back then, she acted like she knew Black Lotus. If he remembered correctly, she said, "There's someone I want to kill more than you," as she sneered as usual. Right, that was what she said. If my theory is correct, then the pieces of the puzzle fits. It explains why, even with his strength, he revealed his identity only after entering the Tower of Wish, and why he helped me, who killed his comrade, Chameleon Troops Kaita, multiple times. Jin Sahyuk, Kim Soo-ho, and Black Lotus. As this thought stretched out in his mind into countless branches, Kim Soo-ho's face turned more and more serious. Soo-ho! Hey, Kim Soo-ho! Jin-seon held Kim Soo-ho's shoulder. Why, yes, what are you thinking about? And nothing. As it was obvious that he was lying, Jin-seon stared at him fixedly. For some reason, she felt like she knew what he was worried about. Did you remember something about Black Lotus? Jin-seon asked. She was also someone with a grudge against the Chameleon Troop, so Kim Soo-ho couldn't pretend he was oblivious. Kim Soo-ho stared into her eyes. The divine archer's eyes were shining beautifully as always, but he couldn't reveal his secrets so easily, not even to the most trustworthy person. It's nothing, really. Anyways, for now. Kim Soo-ho smiled and shook his head. Then he took out Misteltein. The time for battle had arrived. Let's take care of these guys first. Immediately afterwards, countless monsters popped out of the bushes around them. They were completely different than the monsters they knew. The Demon Realm's monsters all looked extraordinary. Korea, Seoul, Essence of the Straits, Essential Hospital, Essential Hospital. It was the hospital Essence of the Strait acquired 2 years ago. It was originally called Samhain College Hospital, as it was part of Samhain College. Just like the college it took its name after, it wasn't famous. As part of an investment effort, Yu Yonha had acquired Samhain College as well. Her reasoning was that the future of a guild was determined by how many talented people it had, and so she wanted to raise non-hero talents directly. Before acquiring the hospital and the college, Yu Yonha had asked Kim Hajin what he thought. Although she had enough funds with just the guild's money, she wanted to rope Kim Hajin in if possible. She felt his overwhelming academic results and intelligence would come in use at the college. Kim Hajin had accepted her request easily. He invested most of the money he possessed, becoming the #1 individual investor. From this, Yu Yonha could feel how much trust he had in her. In any case, Essence of the Strait acquired Samhain College with Kim Hajin's investment and changed its name to Essential College. As the college only had a short history, no one cared for the change in its name. In fact, it brought them greater fame and recognition. Ha! In the hospital created with Kim Hajin's trust, Yu Yonha sighed as she thought about Kim Hajin. As soon as Yu Jin Woong's master rank promotion ceremony ended, Yu Yonha took a leave from work and became hospitalized. She simply wasn't in a state to do any work. Breaking news, a devil has supposedly descended on Earth. It is being widely reported all over the globe. We know that devils tempt humans from the mental realm, creating jinns, but they have never shown themselves in the physical world, until now. In the empty VIP room, only the sound of a news anchor resounded. Ki Juchul, the immortal, said in a recent press conference that he has killed a devil, presenting the devil's horn as proof. From the enormous amount of demonic energy congealed in the horn and the immortal's reputation, experts do not doubt his words. The world became noisier. Ki Juchul, who murdered a devil, Aileen and Kim Suho, who were near the peak of the Tower of Wish, Chameleon Troop, who had taken over a quarter of Pandemonium, and the humanoid monsters that appeared there. Yu Yonha saw these reports with empty eyes. None of them talked about Kim Hajin. He had left this world quietly. Hick, why do you always do things alone? Yu Yonha wiped off the tears in her eyes and turned on her smartwatch. She checked the hundreds of messages she sent to Kim Hajin. There was no reply, and while scrolling up, she saw the last message Kim Hajin sent her. By the way, you're still investing in weapons and defense research, right? Rather than a message, it was more of a reminder that he often sent. He would always nag at her to invest money and effort into national defense and weaponry, saying, as the majority shareholder Kim Hajin, with the appearance of a devil and humanoid monster, issues about national defense have come to the forefront of public debate. As a result, Essential Armory, Essential Dynamics, and other essence of the straight subsidiaries that focused on weapon development and defense research saw a huge boost in their stock value. Did he expect this to happen as well? He really is incredibly smart. The word exceptional didn't begin to describe him. As far as Yu Yonha was concerned, she was only able to achieve her current success because Kim Hajin was by her side. Tock, tock, two knocks rang out as Yu Yonha's eyes started to water up more. Come in. The door opened. As expected, the person behind the door was Yu Jin-woong. The suit he was wearing for the promotion ceremony was gone, and he now looked like a normal father. Dad. Yonha, are you feeling better? Yu Jin-woong stepped in and sat down next to Yu Yonha's bed. Looking at her father, who looked emaciated from worry and nervousness, Yu Yonha fell in thought. What exactly happened? Did someone do something horrible to you? Yu Yonha didn't answer to her father's trembling voice. Tell me what happened so Daddy can help you. Yu Yonha knew hating her father wouldn't change anything. No one could help resolve this issue. Dad, why, yeah, I'm here. Feel free to talk. Even so, Yu Yonha refused to restrain herself any longer. She mustered up great courage to say the next few words. Do you remember the Kwangho incident? Hearing this, Yu Jin-woong's face stiffened. Yu Yonha felt pain in her heart, feeling like she became her father's enemy. You do, right? She grabbed hold of her weakening heart with unyielding will. She no longer wanted to wait. Yonha, she regretted it after learning about his death. She knew she would continue to regret it for the rest of her life. If only she trusted him a little more, if she told him the truth of the incident, repented and stayed with him. That was your doing, Dad. Then he would still be alive. Yonha, what are you? Do you remember the baby who was born that day inside the Kwangho evacuation shelter? I read your diary. The baby who appeared in the diary. The man her father had left alive because he thought about her. That baby. Although she had already lost him, that didn't mean she could hide the truth forever. Reason had always played a huge role in Yu Yonha's life. However, if only for this moment, Yu Yonha wanted to be true to her feelings. Became someone who was precious to me. As such, she muttered as she sobbed quietly. But he died. Her cries became a cold nail that dug into Yu Jin-woong's heart. As a father, Yu Jin-woong was struck with an overwhelming shock. Chapter 243. Sudden change 28F Atelo's Royal Court, Knight Commander's Mansion. One late night in Crevon, Jin Sahyuk was lying on her bed in her mansion that was awarded to her by the royal family. This grand mansion, which came with 7 attendants, was huge, and its interior was simply luxurious. Furthermore, the mansion was filled with expensive appliances and facilities such as a crystal ball TV, a natural hot spring, a magic engineering room, a training room, and more. In the lavish stable was the renowned horse, artily bestowed on her by the royal family. It was actually a bit of a question how she came to be treated in this manner. She initially became Crevon's knight for the money, and in the process of killing monsters, she gained a number of subordinates. They were appointed by the royal family for her. She vented her pent-up anger on her subordinates, pretending that it was part of a training regime. After a while, Princess Araha visited her personally to praise her for her leadership. Soon, she was offered a high-ranking position among the royal knights. At first, she planned to decline, but accepted when they offered her TP for the position. She continued to do what she did, and in no time was appointed as a knight commander. The reason she stayed in Crevon for so long was because it was comfortable. She found Crevon's monarchy more comfortable than the strange political system called democracy that Korea seemed to applaud. Although she was a member of the lofty royal family in the past, it still felt good to be admired as a capable knight by the aristocracy of a kingdom. I'll grind the others later. Jin Sahyuk muttered to herself, trying to ward off her boredom. Night training was just around the corner, and she planned to offer the knights their best boot camp experience in a long time. But what should she do until then? Huram. She let out a big yawn and pulled up the community. How do you become Crevon's knight? I'm not really interested in climbing the tower. I just want to become a knight of Crevon. An office job at Prestige isn't too bad either. If you aren't a hero, it's best to head to Prestige and acquire a few skill books. Be careful of newbie hunters, though. The chief of Royal Knights in Crevon is this monster called Shin Jahyuk. She's really strict, so she probably won't accept just anyone. The community became increasingly active as the number of players in the Tower of Wish rose to 300,000. The media on Earth began to claim tower addiction as a social issue, but she believed they themselves were to blame for making their society the way it was. Democracy is a naturally defective system of government, she thought. Anyways, to fend off her boredom, Jin Sahyuk accessed her personal homepage, the counterpart of which on Earth was the social media. Is there anything fun to do? Oh, right. She was looking around other players' homepages using the random visit feature when suddenly a thought crossed her mind. She typed a nickname on the search bar. Search term boss. Search result is enhanced as your player rank is grade -1. Accessing the personal homepage of player boss. She was immediately directed to a basic, seemingly neglected homepage. Boss homepage. This woman. Belle had told her about this woman, the boss of the chameleon troupe, whose nickname itself was Boss. Jin Sahyuk decided to use her to spy on Kim Hajin's movements. Though Boss homepage appeared to be unused, Jin Sahyuk looked around carefully. Soon, she discovered a strange article. What the heck is this? Novel reading list. New Martial World, Legend of the Martial God, New Royal Secret Inspector. She either assumed no one would visit her homepage, or she didn't know about the visit feature, as she had shamelessly written a series of book reviews. For some reason, she had started out by reading martial arts and fantasy novels, then modern fantasy and drama novels, then ultimately settled on romance novels. Only for you, the secret of the boss, our vows. Jin Sahyuk turned the system off, unable to look at such shameful titles any longer. This woman is the boss, she was astounded. At the same time, she remembered the overwhelming strength boss had put on display. Her flow of magic power was incredible, and the destructive power of her shadow was unrivaled. To be honest, she made Jin Sahyuk's hair stand on end. Jin Sahyuk wanted to learn from her if she could. So she makes up for her mental deficit with physical strength. No, Bile was always perfect. She was unbelievably strong yet careful, and she compensated her occasional clumsiness with meticulousness. At that moment, a voice suddenly flowed into Jin Sahyuk's ears. Startled, she looked up at the ceiling, but there was nothing. But Kim Hajin broke her. You piece of shit. Do you have your skill on me again? It was, of course, Belle's doing. Belle had recently learned all sorts of strange skills, tracking, forced transmission, summoning, etc. They were all quite bothersome from the perspective of the victim. Yeah, but I didn't have any choice. Bullshit. Take it away. Hey, remember, I'm doing this for you. What are you gonna do if Kim Hajin suddenly barges in? Her shoulders trembled slightly at his question. The name Kim Hajin, which she had been trying to avoid thinking about, filled her head up again. Do you want to go back to your homeland, to Plerian? She remembered what Kim Hajin said that day. He mentioned Plerian and claimed to know something she didn't. Hey, about Kim Hajin. And so, Jin Sahyuk spent a large amount of time thinking about him. She thought about him every day and night, and after much anguish and contemplation, she managed to conceive a theory. But this theory wasn't exactly plausible. It was, in fact, almost impossible. Yeah, what about him? I know this can't be true, but maybe, just maybe. Though she knew it was impossible, Jin Sahyuk recited her theory. The more ridiculous a hypothesis was, the more one wanted to say it out loud. Maybe he was my servant. Servant? Yeah, the fact that he knows about the royal family tells me that he's also from my old world. Yeah, judging by your personality, I assume there must have been a lot of servants who wanted to kill you. Despite Bell's mocking remark, Jin Sahyuk managed to dig out the name of a certain servant that had been buried somewhere deep within her subconsciousness. Kind Spring. The name resembled a warm spring. Ugh! The moment she recalled that name, a sharp pain arose near her temples. It was a side effect of partially sealing the memories of the royal family. A fragment of her memory rebounded from her blurred consciousness. I swear by my name to serve your highness forever. This was a memory from a long time ago. On an unusually cold day, his voice reached her ears. They were at eye level even with him kneeling. It was the very first pledge of loyalty she had received from a servant. Kind Spring, I too receive you as my servant forever. The young princess greeted her first servant with manners that had yet to be refined. I told you it's more likely that Kim Suho told him about it. Don't worry about it too much. But I am curious, what kind of servant was he? Belle's voice interrupted her reminiscence. Why should I tell you? Get rid of this skill now if you want your head on your shoulder. Jin Sahyuk responded sharply. Belle sensed a change in her atmosphere and chose to withdraw his skill without further comment. Okay, I'll leave now. Take care. Belle's presence disappeared. Jin Sahyuk was now completely alone. In heavy silence, she looked outside the window. The name of her old servant, which was engraved not in her brain but in her heart, approached her like blades. But this theory was improbable. For one, Kindspring was already an adult when she was just 5. He assisted her as a swordsman wielding a sword, not a gun nor a bow. Furthermore, if he truly was her old servant, he wouldn't have tried to kill her so viciously. However, Jin Sahyuk soon remembered how the loyal Kindspring met his end. The temperamental and pretentious princess, the living embodiment of ambition and desire, was to blame. In order to recruit a stronger knight, she had chosen to abandon her most loyal servant. If that really is the case, furthermore, age didn't matter much at this point. Him, the lowly varlet of the knights, and her, the noble blood of the royal family. Hadn't they both come back to life through reincarnation? What do you think? Trying to remember the faded face of her old servant, Jin Sahyuk asked the princess on the other side of the window. But before the princess could return an answer, Jin Sahyuk shook her head. She gave a hollow smile. Something must be wrong with my head. Ha! Jin Sahyuk let out a deep sigh and closed her eyes. Under her firmly shut eyelids, she saw the snow-mixed northern winds outside the window of the royal castle. She detected a faint scent from the nostalgic scenery. The warmth of the castle and its gentle scent piled up like snow in her heart. A long time had passed since then, yet the memories were still as fresh as ever. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her eyelids and opened her eyes, only to discover her vision was blurred. The former princess realized that she was crying. 28F, Demon Metropolis I Kim Hajin was back on the 28th floor. That was good and all, but first I would need to organize my rewards. You gain 300 SB by killing a devil. 2 devil annihilation. You made an amazing achievement. By annihilating 2 devils, you obtain an authority. Authority, Devil Hunter. Because you've extinguished the life of 2 devils, you may acquire this authority for 5,000 SB. The effect of the authority is as follows. Abyssal Monster allows you to use partial devilization for a short period of time. Punishment and Discipline allows you to hunt evil existences more easily. Also allows you to instantly dispose of a maximum of 6 evil existences whose states of existence aren't too high every 72 hours. Master Sharpshooter has been promoted to Grade -2. Grade -1 is now within arm's reach. By killing Plucus, SB required for you to acquire the authority, Devil Hunter, has decreased by 50%. In addition, when you acquire the authority, you will receive a special bonus. All of these messages popped up after I killed Plucus. As you can see, there were a quite bit of them. 2 words that stood out the most were undeniably Devil Hunter and Grade -2 Master Sharpshooter. Devil Hunter. I would need to pay 25,000 SB, 5,000 SB originally, but I received a 50% discount in order to acquire this authority. To explain briefly, authorities were like gifts, only higher ranked. Would you like to spend 25,000 SB and acquire the authority, Devil Hunter? This could be a double-edged sword, but I had no reason to decline. I could always delete it if it turned out to be unprofitable. Yes, acquiring the authority, Devil Hunter. Even after acquiring the authority, I didn't feel any different. Not surprising, of course, since it wasn't the type of authority that improved one's physical specs. Partial devilization. There was only one way to find out what it meant. I used devilization on my right arm. Boong. Suddenly, magic power gushed out from the stigma condensed in my right arm. My arm thickened, and my fingernails became sharp. It didn't take long for my magic power, which was originally blue, to turn black. My arm then took on a shape similar to Pluka's hand. So this is how divine power absorption works. I quickly understood the mechanism behind it. It was somewhat similar to how Misteltein, one of my creations, worked. Misteltein absorbed evil existences into its body, while I absorbed them into my own body. Who? In any case, this could come in handy someday. No, I could actually start using it right away. Just because I had an enhanced arm now didn't mean I suddenly had to engage in any hand-to-hand combat. Shooting arrows or bullets with the devilized arm would result in a similar, no, an even more destructive effect. When I felt that I had the basics down, I got up from my seat. Now it was time to put it to the test in an actual battle. I looked out into the distance and discovered Aileen's team. They would soon reach the Demon King's castle, and Kim Suho would challenge the Demon King repeatedly. Challenge, lose, challenge, lose. Despite the numerous defeats, Kim Suho would never give up and eventually crush the king through extraordinary growth and awakening. And the reason that the Demon King would keep engaging with Kim Suho without killing him was KWA. Suddenly, a loud boom came from where Aileen's party was. The servants of the Demon King, in other words, the middle bosses, had assaulted Aileen's party. This lump of light will burn all of you alive. The right time had come for Fenrir to make a cool entrance, though there wouldn't be much left for me to do when I got there. No, maybe there was still a way for me to leave an impression. Punishment and discipline. I could easily defeat 6 demons with it. I ran towards the forest that Kim Suho was in with a gun in my hand. Himalayan daybreak, clang. 2 swords clashed with a heavy resonance. At a glance, the fierce magic powers and the sparks of flames that arose from the collision seemed to claim that the 2 parties involved were equal in strength. But in reality, this marked the end of their duel. Though Ki Naeun managed to return the first 19 attacks, she was violently thrown back on the 20th. Ah! Ki Naeun rolled down the stiff slope covered in snow. Although she got back on her feet right away, she was by no means in the condition to continue. You lost 100 out of 100 times. You won't be able to get what you want at this rate. Hanks smirked at Ki Naeun. Trembling in pain, Ki Naeun still smiled. Can't you see that the gap is decreasing? Really, I don't see it. Hanks shook his head at Ki Naeun's sly remark. You just wait. In 2 weeks, I'll be the winner. The terms for the fight between the 9-star and high intermediate rank were as follows. Ki Naeun will try her best and Hanks will only use one hand against her without even using magic power. It was completely unfair even at a glance, yet the Lord of Steel toyed with Ki Naeun as though she was a child. Though things had gotten a little bit better now. In the beginning, the difference between the two might as well have been the difference between a newborn baby and a grown adult. But that clause about not using magic power is weird. Your body doesn't need magic power in the first place. You should have given yourself a different penalty. Ha ha. If I used magic power, then your head would be split in 2 by now. Be quiet and let's head in. Hank's benign smile showed that he was still treating her like a child, and that bothered Ki Naeun. While it was true that the duel with a member of the 9-stars was a valuable experience, her primary goal was finding Kim Jung-ho, the forensic pathologist. In other words, she didn't have any time to waste. Oh, right. Your grandfather seemed to have caused quite a stir. Hank suddenly looked back at her with the doorknob in his hand. A stir? My grandfather did. Yes. From what I've heard, he killed a devil. Devil. Correct, devil. Kick. Hanks opened the door of the inn, and Ki Naeun hurriedly followed Hanks. What does that mean? Well, it means that he killed the devil, quite literally. Are you dense? It's true that I'm pretty dumb. Anyway, what do you mean by devil? Without answering, Hanks trudged towards the counter. Hello, old man. Literally a devil, like Satan. It seems that a real devil appeared. Pardon, Ki Naeun froze, trying to process the inconceivable idea. Hanks continued. And the man you're looking for, Kim Jung-ho, also said that he possessed a devil. The name Kim Jung-ho popped up unexpectedly. At that moment, Ki Naeun widened her eyes and ran towards the counter that Hanks was standing by. What do you mean? Old man, tell me more. Hanks looked down at the flurried Ki Naeun and continued calmly. I thought that he had gone mad. He looked mad, he sounded mad, but more than anything he kept insisting that he owned the corpse of a devil. He stroked his chin as if reminiscing, then took out a copy of Violet Times. Now that I think about it, maybe he wasn't completely mad. Ki Naeun stretched her arm hurriedly and snatched the newspaper from his hand. Chapter 244. Sudden change. 3. Ki Naeun snatched the newspaper out of Hank's hands. Immortal exterminates devil. The headline story was about her grandfather killing a devil. As Ki Naeun had lived away from the internet for a while, she had only found out now. She widened her eyes and began to stuff the contents of the story into her mind. Jinns have finally summoned the root of evil. Devil Plucus had descended on Earth through the body of a human host. Ki Juchel submitted Plucus' horn as evidence and is currently getting his injuries from the battle treated in the Association's hospital. The Hero Association issued a sanction against Pandemonium and various Jinn groups. It was news that was hard to believe. Ki Naeun looked up at Hanks, holding the newspaper tightly. What does this mean? A devil? You didn't know. Hanks found Ki Naeun's reaction strange. Of course not. How would I? Then what do you think now that you know? That grandfather is amazing. Well, I'm surprised that such a thing as a devil exists. Hanks crossed his arms and rubbed his chin. Then he whispered quietly, is she acting dumb or actually stupid? Old man, I can hear you. Ki Naeun narrowed her eyes and Hanks shrugged in response. Ha ha, at least your ears are sharp. What am I supposed to think? Didn't I tell you before? Ki Naeun had stayed in Hanks' inn for a month. Naturally, she had told him everything about herself. Though Ki Naeun denied the possibly strongly, she didn't forget to mention the theory that Ki Jin-yoon might have been a Jin. It was to locate Kim Jung-ho, but also to receive his advice. What do you mean? You never mentioned anything about a devil, Ki Naeun asked innocently. Her widened eyes were burning with a desire to learn. Ha! Hanks found it hard to believe that Ki Naeun wouldn't even try to remember, but closed his mouth when he realized it was inevitable. The theory that Ki Jin-yoon might have been a Jin didn't exist in her head. It wasn't a matter of intelligence. She was rejecting the idea subconsciously. Kim Jung-ho said he had the corpse of a devil. As such, Hanks explained. Ki Naeun nodded with a serious face. Yes, and my grandfather killed a devil. Ki Naeun was murmuring seriously, as if she knew what was going on, but her thoughts didn't continue beyond Ki Juchel. She was refusing to connect the dots between Kim Jung-ho's devil corpse and Ki Jin-yoon. Hanks couldn't help but feel a little bad. You can think about the rest by yourself. The sun is setting soon, so you'll have a lot of time to think. What's that? Hanks poured beer into a 1000cc cup. Then he gave it to Ki Naeun, hoping it would serve as fuel for thinking. Thank you. I was getting thirsty. Also, we'll be changing rules starting from tomorrow. While Ki Naeun was gulping down the cup of beer, Hanks raised his index finger. One good strike. That'll be enough. The Lord of Steel, Crine Hanks, had walked the path of swordsmanship for 60 years. That was 21,900 days or 525,600 hours. 2 generations had passed by during this time, and a tiny country in East Asia rose to become the superpower of the world. But even while his surroundings changed, Hanks had only suffered one defeat in his entire life. The fact that he made defeating him the condition for Ki Naeun's victory meant that he had no intention of telling her about Kim Jung-ho's whereabouts, never disclosing a client's personal information. That was one of the fundamental aspects of being an innkeeper, and Hanks wasn't someone who would defy the fundamentals. Even you should be capable of doing that much. But the circumstances had changed. Now that the existences known as devils appeared, he couldn't just gloss over Kim Jung-ho's words. Don't regret it. Ki Naeun stared at Hanks strongly and took out a cigarette from her pocket. Smoking was now a habit to Ki Naeun. Hanks, who didn't like smoking, spoke. No smoking inside the inn. Do it outside if you have to. Oh, okay. Just so you know, this is how I refill my magic power. What? Ki Naeun snickered and explained the trait she obtained from the Tower of Wish. Hard to kill. It had the strange ability to convert toxic substances into magic power. The Tower of Wish has something like that. What an interesting place. Why don't you go in? I'm sure you'll become a rising star in no time. No, I'll be 90 if I blink a few times. Why would I go into a tower? Don't be like that. Look, I got this longsword from the tower. Ki Naeun proudly showed Hinks her LV6 Jack Churchill's claymore. Then she remembered another effective good she had. Invitation letter to the love room. To make sure she didn't lose it somewhere, she reached into her pocket and took out the item she had carefully placed. Thankfully, the letter was still there. What's that? Oh, this. Yeah. How do I explain this? She had brought it with her to one day meet the person behind the friendship that started from a game. Although she left the Tower of Wish without ever seeing him, she believed they would meet eventually. It's a talisman. Talisman. Yep. Ki Naeun put the letter away with a big grin on her face. It'll protect me from death at least once. Seoul, Korea, Yu Yonha's mansion. After Yu Yonha's teary confession, Yu Jinwoong told Yu Yonha about the Kwangho incident. The truth Yu Yonha wanted to avoid was revealed in detail by the perpetrator, and Yu Yonha slept for 2 days straight. When she woke up, her body that was exhausted from stress and lack of sleep was back to its peak condition. As such, she came back home with Yu Jinwoong. I'm sorry, Yonha. In the mansion's living room, the father and daughter sat facing each other. Yu Jinwoong first apologized to his daughter. His past deed had come around like a boomerang and struck his daughter's heart. The fact that his daughter was hurt pained him. But what pained him even more was the fact that he couldn't do anything about it as the person who caused it. No matter how powerful Essence of the Straight got, it couldn't resist Ki Juchul yet. Now called the Devil Slayer, Ki Juchul's influence was unrivaled. No one would dare to ask him to atone for his sins, and whoever did so would face grave consequences no matter what background they had. You don't have to apologize to me. You know this too, Dad. Yu Yonha made a small smile. It was already too late to turn back. Still, she had no intention of giving up. She wasn't the type to leave something broken just because it had lost a key component. She planned to make Ki Juchul pay for his sin no matter how long it took. Here. To achieve this goal, Yu Yonha gave a small USB to her father. Yu Jinwoong tilted his head as he received it. It's what Uncle found out about Ki Jinyoon's murder. The USB containing the result of Yu Jinhyuk's investigation. It contained the truth Ki Juchul wanted to hide. Uncle? You mean Uncle Yu Jinhyuk? Yu Jinwoong was shocked to hear his little brother's name. Yeah. Then I know about it too. He said he saw a tattoo, right? No. Yu Yonha shook her head. Yu Jinhyuk had also found out about Kim Hajin's tattoo, but that was only the tip of the iceberg. Uncle found out something much bigger. He didn't say anything because he was afraid Ki Juchul would kill him. The fact that Ki Jinyoon's corpse was mutated, that his body was engulfed by thicker demonic energy than any jinn, that his right arm had entirely devilized, and that Ki Shinhyuk ordered Kim Jungho to conceal the corpse to hide this from Ki Naeun. Yu Jinhyuk knew many secrets. Dad, Ki Juchul revealed that he killed a devil. After seeing that, I became certain once again. Yu Jinwoong plugged the USB into his smartwatch. A holographic window popped up, and Yu Jinwoong quickly began to read it. Soon, his eyes shot open. Ki Jinyoon was an incarnation of a devil. Yu Jinwoong stared at Yu Yonha with a shocked face. Next, Yu Yonha told him exactly what Kim Hajin told her in the past, that a great evil known as a devil's seed had placed itself in Ki Jinyoon's heart, and that there was no way to remove it from his body. Then, Yu Jinwoong muttered in a daze. Right, he knew about all this and killed Ki Jinyoon himself. As Yu Yonha's father and Essence of the Straits leader, Yu Jinwoong believed he was quite old. Having experienced many things in his life, he believed his experience made him intelligent, even if he wasn't a genius. Even so, he didn't dare to accept what his daughter was telling him. But Yonha, Ki Juchul said, even he had a hard time dealing with a devil. How can a man, who was only a cadet at the time? That's because the devil inside Ki Jinyoon wasn't fully awakened. Plus, that person was a lot stronger than you think. Ho! Yu Jinwoong could tell that his daughter's trust in this man wasn't simple. He recalled how she said he was precious to her. He knew Yu Yonha didn't trust people easily. What kind of feelings did they share to come to have such a relationship? For how long? As a father, Yu Jinwoong couldn't help but feel a little jealous. But he quickly chided himself and shook off the thought. Then he voiced a question he had. Then why didn't he reveal the truth to anyone? Ah, it was a stupid question. Realizing this in the middle, Yu Jinwoong closed his mouth. Right. There was no proof that a devil's seed was in Ki Jinyoon's body. No one even knew what a devil's seed was. Even if he had evidence, Ki Juchul wouldn't have accepted that his grandson became a devil. and Ki Juchul had the power to turn truth into falsehood if he so wanted. Still, I find it hard to believe that a single high schooler— I agree. I don't think he did it alone. Geronimo probably helped him. Hearing this, Eugene Woon quickly nodded. He remembered Kim Hajin's nickname, which was spread far across the world. Geronimo's Fenrir. Exactly. The world's strongest mercenary group, having stopped a national catastrophe with only 20 or so members, estimated to reach the same level of influence as the vast expanse. It was entirely possible with Geronimo's help. This is all I know. I see. Yona got up. You can go now, Dad. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Yonha, why don't you stay with me for today? I'll tell Mom. Eugene Woon got up reluctantly. It wasn't because he was afraid of his wife. It was because he knew what position he was in. Although he didn't want to leave his daughter's side. For now, he could only be thankful that he wasn't hated by his daughter. I'm going to leave now. I'll try my best, so don't bear everything alone. Stay put, Dad. Ki Juchul's influence is unrivaled nowadays. I'm worried. I will. Eugene Woon made a warm smile. See you. With a kind smile he left. Yonha stared at her father's back for a long time. Ha! Now alone, she paced around the living room and sighed. Outside the window, darkness had blanketed the world. It was silent, as if even time had stopped. Buried in this frightening silence, Yonha thought about Kim Hajin for a long time. Kim Hajin knew that Ki Jinyun was a devil, but there was still something that didn't make sense. There was no evidence that Ki Jinyun carried a devil's seed, so how did Kim Hajin know? He returned from the future. That's really the only way. She finally arrived at the conclusion she always hesitated to reach. It was the only plausible explanation. Just like Shin Munchul, Kim Hajin had been a returner. Ha! Yonha slowly walked into her bedroom. A large bed sat in the corner of the room. Yonha stared at it blankly. Then she slowly approached it and buried herself in its embrace. The bed he gifted her was still comfortable. Although he was gone, his bed remained. Yonha carefully sniffed the bed. The scent that once filled the bed was now faint. Kim Hajin's scent was being erased by her own. Saddened by this, Yonha covered her face. Thinking about it now, there were all sorts of hints. He knew what food I liked. It was probably because we were close before he went back in time. Since that was the case, it makes sense that he knew my favorite food. What kind of a person was I? What relationship did I have with him? How did I end up telling him the secret I was most embarrassed about? Yonha wanted to cast off her sorrow with such worries, but it wasn't easy. The more she thought about him, the heavier her heart became. Yonha cried on her bed. Once the tears started to flow, they didn't stop. Tears resulting from regret were painful. She cried and cried as if the sky had fallen. Yonha trembled in agonizing pain until she fell asleep from exhaustion. 28F Forest to the Demon King's castle. Aileen's party was attacked by a strange group of demons. Some didn't die unless their core was destroyed. Some made physical attacks while looking like fog or mist, and some moved and attacked even after being killed. Ag, when is this going to end? After an hour-long struggle against a seemingly endless flood of monsters, Aileen shouted angrily while glaring at the demons. Although they managed to kill 46 out of 53 demons, the remaining 7 were the trickiest ones to deal with. Ha! So annoying. Aileen, who went all out on the front lines, seemed a bit exhausted. Are you okay, Suho? Jinseyan asked Kim Suho. Yes, I'm okay. Kim Suho, who busily cut down what couldn't be physically cut, had the right to be tired, but he was completely fine. Jin Seyan felt like she knew why. The holy sword in Kim Suho's hand. Every time Kim Suho cut down a demon, the holy sword absorbed its power, purified it, and redirected it back into Kim Suho. In a way, he was infinitely recycling his power. But those guys will probably be a bit tricky. Kim Suho said as he pointed his sword at the 6 remaining demons. They were all high-class demons blessed with the Demon King's authority. Because authorities existed above the realm of gifts, Kim Suho's sword Saint gift did not work on them. As such, he had to face them with pure swordsmanship. You humans are stronger than we thought, but we're bored now. There will be no more playing around. Of course, that doesn't mean I think I'll lose. Kim Suho smiled and began to gather his magic power to use his ultimate skill. Using Misteltein as a catalyst, a secret technique capable of toppling a mountain was starting. No, it was about to start. Before the golden magic power Kim Suho was emitting took shape, Starlight began to flash in the sky. Chwa. Dozens of streaks of light fell, like shooting stars flying through the sky. What? Wow. Kim Suho cancelled his ultimate skill. Jin Se-in and Aileen looked up at the beautiful scenery in a daze, and Yongha took out a camera and began taking pictures. The demons only stared at it with disdain. Soon, the shooting stars touched the ground. The targets of the starlights were obviously demons. However, the demons stood in place without much thought. They were confident in being able to withstand this attack. Ha! Then, a short death throw escaped one demon's mouth. That was it. Kim Hajin's authority, punish and discipline, turned ordinary magic bullets into light attribute bullets with 4.5 streaks of stigma, piercing the 6 demons' bodies and burning their souls directly. What? The shooting stars appeared to close the curtains to a long play. The forest turned silent in a minute. While everyone else was standing in a daze, Kim Suho shouted, Hajin! Hearing this, Aileen, Jin Se-in, and Yi Yongha turned around. A man in a black robe stood atop a tall demon tree. He jumped down lightly and began to walk over with a bright smile. His steps were full of confidence. Hello, Fenrir Kim Hajin. Other than Kim Suho, everyone was shocked by the strength of his bullets. Why you? How? Kim Hajin smiled at Aileen, who pointed her finger at him in shock. Meanwhile, Kim Suho skipped over and grabbed Kim Hajin's shoulder. I knew you were here. How did you get through the Colosseum? Colosseum? I don't know, I've never been there. I just sneaked my way here. Kim Suho fell for Kim Hajin's innocent lie completely. That makes sense. You're good at hiding. Anyways, it's great seeing you here, Hajin. After sharing a warm hug, Kim Hajin looked at Aileen. I came because it was noisy. You guys are going to the Demon King's castle, right? Oh yeah, Aileen nodded. Kim Hajin spoke. Then let's go together. Who? Aileen sighed, then suddenly plopped down on the ground. I don't know, we're all exhausted. I'm going to go home for a while. I have magic power exhaustion. Don't worry about that. Kim Hajin took out a card with a confident smile. What's that? This time, Jin Se-in showed keen interest. She stealthily walked up to him and stared at the card in his hand. It's an 8-star card I got from the Card Kingdom. What? 8-star. Really? Aileen and Jin Se-in's eyes widened. The best card they had obtained was 5-star, even after spending tons of money. Yep, this will wash away your exhaustion. Kim Hajin shook the card. Miraculous tea house that suddenly appeared one day, space summoning. 8-star effective good, a mysterious tea house that can never be found when looking for it, appearing only when one is not. The tea it sells has miraculous effects. Black Circle summons the mysterious tea house to a place of your choice. Black Circle, the tea sold in this tea house, has special effects. Black Circle can be summoned 3 times equals. Kim Hajin snapped his fingers with the 8-star card in hand. Snap! In an instant, golden light shot out of the card, and a small tea house appeared in the Demon Realm's forest. Chapter 245. The end of the tower won the moment I activated the 8-star card. A tea house appeared on the right side of the bush. The small tea house was made up of tiny, colorful bricks. Everyone stared at it in surprise. Wow, what's that? Aileen's eyes, which were round from the start, became rounder. It's called the Miraculous Tea House. It's the best place to recover from fatigue, I said, and glanced to my side. Kim Suho and Jin Se-in both seemed equally surprised. Yongha kept taking pictures of the tea house as if he'd been diagnosed with photophilia. Jin Se-in, the first to come back to her senses, asked me, Fenrir SSI, is it really okay for you to use an 8-star card? We're thankful, of course, but I presume an 8-star card is very valuable. Her concern wasn't all that surprising considering that the auction house's most popular items were cards from the Card Kingdom. Moreover, players would brag in the community about their 6-star and more rarely 7-star cards, though never an 8-star or above. It's fine, when else would I use it if not now? Of course, the card was not so much a commonplace item to me either, but I could use it up to 3 times, and well, this was the only way we could recover our stamina in the Demon King's territory. Everyone, don't just stand there, let's get moving. Hey, let's go. I tapped Kim Suho on his shoulder. Oh right. Kim Suho nodded, and we approached the tea house together. 8-star, say in SSI, do you remember how much 7-star cards sold for? I don't, but I do know they were very expensive. Kim Suho suddenly interrupted Yi Yongha and Jin Se-in's conversation. I don't mean to brag, but Hajin gave me an 8-star card before as a present. You sure do sound like you're bragging. Just like that, the trio happily chatted with each other as they followed after me. However, Aileen was oddly slow. Something was wrong. I studied Aileen carefully, then I snatched up her wrist. Heek, why, you scared me. What? Aileen seemed very surprised at the sudden physical contact. You wanna die, do you? Aileen tried to shake my hand off violently, but I stubbornly rolled up her sleeve. Aileen's resistance was feeble, and the reason for that lied underneath her sleeve. A black bruise ran across her thin, pale forearm. It was the result of demonic energy poisoning, in which demonic energy in a wound festered over time. What is this bruise, Lady Aileen? When did you get hurt? Aileen SSI. The trio each reacted differently. Jin Se-in shouted and examined the bruise. Yi Yongha worryingly took pictures of the bruise, and Kim Suho took out some medicinal herbs. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. With her bruise uncovered, Aileen shook my hand off. Small drops of tears began to gather in her eyes. It just happened. You know, the one that uses poison. Even spirit speech doesn't work on this. I think it's a curse or something. This curse was probably from a demon blessed by the Demon King's authority. Because authorities were higher ranked than gifts, there wasn't anything she could possibly do. Spirit speech, though powerful, was only a gift after all. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It just shows that you tried your best to protect everyone. Ah, we don't need those herbs. I stopped Kim Suho from mashing the herbs to a paste. We can do the detoxification inside the tea house, I said as I pulled the doorknob of the tea house. Clang, the door opened with the familiar sound of a chime. The first thing I felt was a cool breeze. Everyone this way. Together, we entered the tea house. The inside was bigger than how it appeared on the outside, and the interior decorations were amazing. Grass swayed on the ground beneath, and a huge tree stood in the middle of the shop. I could also hear the sound of a stream running from a distance. I felt as if I stepped right into the heart of nature. Whoa, what is this place? Aileen, the last to enter the tea house, seemed to have forgotten all about her pain and embarrassment, as expected of an 8-star card. Where did you get this card, Hajin? I answered Kim Suho's question with a small smile. I'm pretty lucky. I wrapped up the conversation and approached the counter. The shop owner was dozing off in their chair. Long hair and soft, fair skin, big eyes and long eyelashes, sharp nose and cherry-like lips. The owner appeared to be a woman, but could be a man. No, members of their race could pass as both a woman and a man. Either way, their beauty was perfect, as if they were a collage of everyone's expectations for an ideal beauty. Elf. Hey, isn't this person an elf? Aileen said, surprised. The shop owner was indeed an elf, just as she said. The biggest evidence was the elf's pointed ears. We were all staring at the elf in awe when the elf finally opened their eyes. Our customers have come, the elf smiled. His or her enchanting voice lingered in my ears. For a moment, I had a hallucination that the world suddenly lit up. Everyone here probably did. As a side note, elves were androgynous in my setting. When falling in love, elves placed emphasis on inequalities rather than outward appearance, and they decided their sex based on their partner's preference. Your customers, correct? What? Ah, yes, we're customers. I never imagined the shop owner would be an elf. I managed to stay calm just barely and asked, Here, Cuham, what kind of teas do you have? We have a lot. There's the menu. The elf pointed at the menu hanging on the wall. Turquoise wind, green sweetness, Mother Nature's vitality, sad engagement. How much is the tea for detoxifying demonic energy? I don't accept money. Instead, the elf suddenly stopped and looked down at the tiny Aileen next to me. It seemed the elf detected an aura of demonic energy on Aileen. I see, she's under a curse. Ah, yes. And is she a dwarf? At that moment, Aileen, who was looking around the shop, humming to pretend all was well, put on a menacing expression. Her face turned as red as a tomato. She lowered her head and began to tremble in anger. You! Suddenly, Aileen grew taller. She was tiptoeing. What did you say? Oh, you aren't. I'm sorry. There was just so much magic power in such a small body. That is characteristic of dwarves. Wow, what? Characteristic of dwarves? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Hey, let go. Let me go. Jinseyan intervened before Aileen began to cause a scene. Aileen flailed her short arms and short legs with all her strength, but they weren't very effective against Jinseyan. Seriously, a dwarf. You keep calling me a dwarf. You must be so happy you're tall and pretty. Good for you. Lady Aileen, please calm down. How can I be calm? She just called me a dwarf. A tiny fuss started. Suddenly, the elf's gaze fell on Kim Suho. Kim Suho looked at the elf curiously. The elf spoke. Beautiful. Pardon. The elf was probably talking about Kim Suho's inequalities. Kim Suho thanked the elf in a daze and nodded. Since one of you is in dire need of detoxification, I'll offer you the first tea free of charge. Thank you. The elf began to brew the tea. I watched his slash her hand movements in close proximity to see if I could learn the recipe for the tea using my dwarf's dexterity and thousand-mile eyes. Oh, there were just too many ingredients for one tea. I could count at least 179 ingredients, and that wasn't even counting the elf's magic power. I could perhaps imitate their magic power with stigmas, but it would be near impossible for me to gather all of the ingredients. All done. The elf offered Aileen a cup of tea. Aileen, still sullen, glared at the elf and snatched the cup out of their hand. This better be good. Sniff, sniff, the dwarf smelled the tea, and instantly all her anger and irritation disappeared into thin air. The dwarf sipped the tea as if she had been put under a spell. Wow, here was a dwarf enchanted by an elf's tea. I let out a dry cough and looked at the elf. Thank you. You're welcome. Our meeting here seems to be fated. Will you enlighten me with your name? I said as I struck a pose. I placed my hand on the table and ran my fingers through my hair like a model. The elf did not answer. Because my effort didn't seem very effective, I turned my head to the right. The right side of my face was more handsome than the left side, in my opinion. Yet there was still no response, and I finally decided to show off my specialty, the melancholic gaze. The elf finally showed a reaction. What are you doing? Ah ha ha, ha 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 ha, it's nothing. I scratched the back of my neck with a nervous laugh. I thought maybe I could convince them to give me an extra tea or two, but as I thought, I wasn't good enough. Well, not that it mattered. I gave the elf a solemn look. Do you have any wood? Wood? Yes. I already knew what elves liked. Elves who loved trees and possessed the ability to breathe life into trees loved cute wooden dolls. I'm great at making wooden dolls. After that, we spent 3 whole days at the tea house. Aileen liked that decision more than anyone else. Though she got mad over the word dwarf from time to time, she fell in love with the cakes that the elf made for her. Today is the last day for business. However, it was already time for farewell. The elf looked at us with a sad expression. I was disappointed that more than anything, I never got to utilize my medicinal memory physique to the fullest. Still, I learned to brew almost every kind of elven tea. With the right ingredients, I should be able to recreate them on Earth. Thank you for everything you've done. YunSeo-jin bowed. Yi-Yongha and Aileen pitched in with comments of appreciation, and Kim Suho handed the elf a letter which he worked hard to write. Thanks for everything. Oh, Suho SSI. Touched, the elf received his letter. Watching them, I realized yet again that Kim Suho was certainly the main character. And this is from me. Tears were gathering in the eyes of the elf, who seemed to be on the verge of declaring their sex as female, when I handed over the last wooden doll. It was a cute puppy. The elf happily infused the wooden doll with magic power. The doll gained liveliness and began walking toddlingly with his 4 legs. Thank you. Please take care. I'll take one last picture to commemorate this memory. Bye. Thanks for the cake and the chocolate. I'll enjoy them. YunSeo-jin, Kim Suho, Yi-Yongha, and Aileen each said their goodbyes in order. Yes, goodbye. I had a lot of fun these past 3 days. The warm-hearted elf saw us off with teary eyes. Qua. Soon, the tea house started to shake, and we stepped outside. I took a step into the gloomy scenery of the demon realm, and when I looked back, the tea house was already gone. You all rested well, right? I said to everyone who seemed slightly forlorn. Starting now, there wouldn't be any time left for them to even feel lonely. Let's get started for real. Everyone get ready. Vladivostok, Russia, Evil Society's headquarters. One gloomy day, a strange being visited Evil Society's headquarters. The being introduced himself as a messenger, though he was clearly a monster. The man who rose to the top of Evil Society after the Tower of Wish, Kim Hakpyo, greeted the monster. The monster's appearance was similar to that of a human, except his body was covered in hair, and his head resembled that of a wolf. The label werewolf would fit the monster perfectly. You're the messenger. Yes, from the monster's throat came out a strange sound of scratching metal. Kim Hakpyo wished to never hear it ever again. He asked with a frown. I see. So what's your business here? He was undoubtedly one of those famous humanoid monsters. Frankly, it was quite bothersome to deal with them, but Kim Hakpyo couldn't just brush them aside, considering the situation in pandemonium. I guess I should at least listen to what they have to say, he thought. Our king, Auden, demands your loyalty. But Kim Hakpyo froze instantly at the insolent remark. Hat, did I hear that right? Say it again. Low loyalty. Yes, that is correct. Kim Hakpyo said nothing. The werewolf, too, stared at Kim Hakpyo in stillness. Heavy silence filled the space between the two. Quite a bit of time passed by in complete silence. Suddenly, a loud laughter escaped from Kim Hakpyo's mouth. His laughter shook the earth. You ha 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 ha, the king's env took his laughter as a positive response. The werewolf continued with a faint smile. Our king shall rule the world, but he is benevolent enough to share portions of it with the jinns. You son of a bitch! Kim Hakpyo again let out an explosive yell. The yell, which bore magic power, entered the werewolf's ears and shook his skull from the inside. You mad beasts! You never fully grew you brains, ha! Kim Hakpyo shouted and slammed down his fists. KWANG. A thunderous roar filled the air. At the same time, magic power soared into the air and spread out in a huge shockwave. Bastard! Who do you think you're talking rubbish to? Kim Hakpyo yelled and clutched the shoulder of the werewolf, who seemed clearly confused. Warak. He tore the wolf's arm off before the wolf could say a thing. With his other hand, he grabbed the wolf's head and slammed it to the ground. You little piece of shit. Who do you think I am? What, king? King? Kim Hakpyo stomped on the werewolf's head repeatedly to release his fury. Puck, puck, puck. The appalling tramples continued at a regular interval. Soon, the werewolf collapsed to the floor, barely breathing. Hara! Kim Hakpyo let out a heated sigh and bent down on one of his knees. He then grabbed the werewolf by his head and pulled him up to make eye contact with him. Listen to me well, wolf. Kim Hakpyo's eyes glared at him sharply. His scarlet eyes, which were characteristic of jinns, stared right into the vivid yellow eyes of the werewolf. I do not know, nor am I interested in knowing who your king is, but Kim Hakpyo opened his mouth wide. A thick fog of demonic energy flowed out from his mouth and encompassed his whole body. Soaked in demonic energy, Kim Hakpyo transformed into a non-human being. A being more horrendous than a monster and more destructive than a human. It was a perfect devilization. Tell him I'll bite his head off if I ever catch sight of him. The jinn's voice boiled with blatant rage and demonic energy. 28F, Demon King's Castle Wall. After 3 days of travel, we finally arrived at the Demon King's Castle. The castle, surrounded by huge walls, gave off gloomy vibes as well as the aura characteristic of the strong. First, I think it would be best to travel underground into the castle. We hid behind a nearby bush and began our strategy meeting. The leader of the meeting was, of course, me. I was the only person who knew about the structure and the blind spots of the castle. How are we going to infiltrate the castle from the underground? Nom nom, Aileen asked as she chomped on a chocolate. The eastern wall and the northern wall each has a crack that leads inside. Nyam, and how do you know that? My eyesight is really good. You know about satellite view, right? Aileen nodded. I can see the entire castle that way. My field of vision isn't horizontal but vertical. It's easy to spot a gap if you're looking down from above. Aha, is that part of your gift, or is it a skill? Well, let's say it's part of my gift. I gave a small smile. Jin-seon stepped up next. Well then, there are 5 of us, right? We should first divide ourselves into teams, one team of 2 and another of 3. Yes, good idea, I agreed with her. If the 5 of us moved together, not only was there a greater chance of getting caught, but it would also be more difficult to find an escape route if we were defeated for some reason. Then Hajin SSI and I will. Hajin has to go with me. But there was a conflict of opinions regarding the division of teams. It seemed both Jin Seon and Kim Suho wanted to form a team with me. Suho, what's wrong? Jin Seon tilted her head questioningly, her gaze fixed on Kim Suho. You never opposed me until now. Well, it's just that having 2 sharpshooters in one team doesn't make sense. No, Hajin SSI might as well be considered a close-range fighter. Remember what he said last time, that guns are better for close-quarter combat. That's true, but in terms of teamwork, Hajin and I are better together. After all, you've only met him a few times. More importantly than that, shouldn't we consider the efficiency? What do you think would happen if 2 sharpshooters form a team? They'll never get caught, right? Since we're both sharpshooters who excel in traveling secretly in the dark. A full-scale quarrel broke out. Contrary to my assumption, the quarrel continued for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then 15 minutes. Kim Suho aside, why is Jin Se-in so persistent? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Jin Se-in had asked me about the Kwango incident while I was Black Lotus. In that case, was Jin Se-in also? That's enough. You come with me. Unwilling to listen to Kim Suho and Jin Se-in's quarrel any longer, Aileen pulled me by my sleeve. Hey, why must you step in, Lady Aileen? She's right. You don't suit him. Oh, whatever. Shut up before I use spirit speech. Aileen seized me by force, and finally the teams were decided. Team 1, Aileen and Kim Hajin. Team 2, Kim Suho, Jin Se-in, and Yi Yongha. In a sense, this was the most balanced combination. We finished forming teams, so Kim Hajin, tell us the plan. Of course. The plan goes like this. There are 2 secret cracks in total, one in the east and the other in the north. We'll use these openings too. After the meticulous briefing, Aileen and I entered the castle through the opening in the north. There was absolutely no talking between us, as even the smallest sound of footsteps could prove to be lethal. But the further we advanced into the castle, the thicker the demonic energy became. I suddenly heard a small groan from Aileen. Aileen SSI, is something wrong? It's just that bruise from earlier. Wait a sec. This'll make it better. Aileen made a mask using spirit speech and put it on. I'm all set. Let's go. The solution was only temporary, but we didn't have any other choice. We continued forward. The castle was dark and we couldn't see a thing. But we both knew that the moment we let our guard down, the enemy would show up. TZZZT, and that moment came quickly. We heard the sound of sparks. Startled, we looked up. A big chandelier hung from the ceiling of the castle. Above it, a thin ray of light rose up like fog. It's the enemy, right? Yes, the middle boss, probably. Aileen couldn't see in the blinding darkness, but I could. On top of the chandelier stood the middle boss of the demon castle. Pleasure to meet you all. The boss' slimy voice gave us the sensation of being licked by a snake. The development so far had pretty much been a cliché. The party divides into 2, and while his comrades battle the middle boss, the protagonist confronts the true boss. That's true, but I glanced at Aileen next to me. Aileen seemed strangely distressed. Her expression didn't look too good. My name is Kine, the affectionate puppeteer who has been waiting for you to arrive. The clawing voice introduced himself. Thud, thud. Suddenly, loud footsteps rang in my ear. But this wasn't my own perception. It was a sensation that Spartan shared with me. I gave a small smile. There was nothing to worry about now. Oi, you sure this is the right way? The strongest warrior in all of Goryeo and a soldier of fortune who swept the country with a single sword. Guided by Spartan, the man by the name of Cheok Yungyung, who left an everlasting impression in the history of the Korean peninsula, was approaching our way. Chapter 246. The End of the Tower 2, Kine the Puppeteer. The setting of my novel became more and more vague the farther it went, but Kine was an especially ambiguous character. The keywords I used to describe him were puppeteer, slimy, emotionless, and cruel. Since he wasn't meant to be an important character, I didn't write anything more than what was necessary about him. Although Kim Suho easily cut him down in the original story, we had to be wary of him now, with the co-author having changed many things. Meetings are always beautiful. A meeting like ours is especially so. Kine's soliloquy continued while I was thinking. It felt like I was being licked by his slimy voice. What is that crazy guy saying? Aileen frowned as she activated her skill. Wuong, blue aura rose up from the ground and seeped into her body. She was using a special skill called magic power amplification. UK, but at that moment, Aileen clenched her heart and kneeled on one leg. I'm fine. She got up before anyone could say a thing. Who? Cold sweat formed on her forehead, but she didn't outwardly show any signs of exhaustion and glared at Kine, who was dancing on the chandelier. Dance like a puppet, smile silently. Kine's subdued voice approached me frighteningly. Aileen pointed her finger at him. You, come down. Magic power seeped into those 3 words. Spirit speech dictating actions won't work well. I stopped her, knowing that it would be useless. As I said before, the Demon King's mid-bosses were all protected by his authority. Of course, it could be overpowered with enough magic power, but that would only be a waste of magic power at this point. Fine. More importantly, Aileen's spirit speech was powerful, even if she didn't force someone's action. Aileen released her magic power into the air and formed a spear. This spear is going to pierce your heart. Her words shot the spear forward. It was impossible to dodge the spear, as spirit speech had determined an absolute result. The spirit speech spear pierced Kind's heart, but what should have been an easy attack caused Aileen to agonize in pain. UK, become light, she continued, even while groaning. The spear piercing Kind's heart released light and exploded. Along with a burst of light, the chandelier fell along with Kind. His body scattered into dust without touching the ground. What? He was just a small free. The battle had seemingly ended easily. Dumbfounded, Aileen furrowed her brows, but I shook my head. It wasn't over yet. No, he's probably. As if he was waiting for me to speak, organ music began to flow from the darkness underneath. It was the prelude to the continuation of the battle. Sing with the flowers, a silent song. Kind's voice rang out with a sinister organ sound. There wasn't just one voice. Many voices were singing together as if a choir was present. Humans are dirty, but they possess one beautiful thing. Tick, then suddenly all sound cut off. Aileen flinched inside the sudden silence. Next, a bright spotlight lit up the room. Slaughtering, dismembering, flower birthed from death, hundreds of kine appeared before us. There wasn't a distinction between his real body and clones. As Kine created puppets using his heart as material, each puppet was equivalent to his real self. Let there be blood. The puppets shot out blood-colored magic power. A wave of magic power shot toward us, dancing as though it were on stage. Standing in front of it, Aileen shouted confidently, "You can't pierce my barrier." Aileen created a barrier around both of us, blocking the magic power shot by the puppets. However, the puppets' attacks were endless. There were many that began to charge at us with weapons. Although it seemed impossible for any of them to pierce Aileen's barrier, just staying on the defensive wouldn't allow us to win. I glanced at Aileen. UK. She was having a hard time just keeping up her barrier. Although her curse had been healed, the scar it left behind must be reacting to the Demon King's demonic energy. If I was right, then it was impossible for Aileen to advance any further. Hold on just a bit. I took out the Desert Eagle. Kine was a bad opponent for me. Although it was my specialty to fight against many, I was limited in stigma, which was what I needed to kill Kine. I could easily kill 6 demons with punishment and discipline. But Kine's puppets were all considered individual demons. With hundreds of them being here, this authority had little use. Let's go. I transformed my gun into its assault rifle form. There was no need to worry about anything. I just had to buy time until Cheok Yungyung got here. I had about 1,000 bullets. That was more than enough. I began to fire inside Aileen's barrier. The barrage of bullets all flew toward each puppet's vital points, their joints. I emptied a magazine in less than a second, and puppets without limbs fell to the ground. The puppets tried to avoid my bullets, but it was futile. None of my bullets missed. I was only shooting as my instincts told me to, but as expected of grade-2 master sharpshooter, its accuracy was godly. Thwack. Then suddenly, a puppet jumped on Aileen's barrier. The puppet's body began to bulk up. It was using the best attack to destroy a barrier self-destruction. A storm will push you away, Aileen muttered quickly. The self-detonating puppet was sent flying, where it then exploded with a huge boom. Though most of the damage was mitigated, Aileen's barrier was weakened nonetheless. Do a better job so they can't do that. Okay. I activated bullet time and began focusing on shooting down the closest puppets. I fully utilized reinforced bullet, the new subordinate gift I got when Master Sharpshooter was promoted to grade-2. The power provided to each bullet by this gift was enough to push back the puppets who had powerful resistance. What a beautiful flow. Tragedy strikes heavier the more desperate one struggles. I attacked while Aileen defended. But as time passed, Aileen was getting more and more exhausted. Ha ha! Her breaths were getting rougher while the barrier was getting thinner, but this was enough. I whispered to Aileen, "You can rest now. Don't say strange things. I'm perfectly fine." As soon as she said that, an arm of a puppet flew at her barrier and exploded. Boom! The earth trembled, but Aileen's barrier was fine. Still, Aileen was struck by a huge recoil from the shock, causing her to kneel in pain. "You don't look fine. I can still go on. Run while I can still maintain this barrier. I got your back." Ooh, I was touched, but I had no plans to run away. At that moment, Kine muttered arrogantly, "What I want is a banquet of death. It isn't bad for a dwarf and a human to die together." It seemed Aileen was determined to be a dwarf. That son of a bitch." Aileen reacted sensitively to the word dwarf. I took off my coat silently. Then I put it over Aileen's trembling shoulders. "What's this?" "Just rest." I placed my hand on Aileen's head. "Hey, I'll finish the rest." "Are you crazy? Whose head do you think you'll touch?" "Ha!" I released Stigma's magic power, sending it inside Aileen's body. "Ah, hey, what did you do? I'm getting sleepy." Those were her last words. The barrier protecting us disappeared, but I didn't need one anymore. The reason was simple. It was because the world's most reliable ally had finally arrived. "Oi!" A deep voice rang out behind me. I picked Aileen up and took a step back. Cheok Yungyung frowned. "Why are you with that brat?" "It just turned out this way. The enemy is in front of us. You can see him, right?" "Yeah, there sure are a lot of them, though." His displeasure at seeing Aileen only lasted a moment as a big grin emerged on his face. He was simply happy to be able to fight. His opponent's strength only made him excited. A new actor joins the fray. "But what's up with those guys? They all look the same." Cheok Yungyung asked as he cracked his knuckles. "The guy's a puppeteer. Oh, and a psychopath." "Oh." I didn't need to give Cheok Yungyung a detailed explanation. He nodded his head and began to stretch. "So I just have to slaughter them all?" "Yeah." Crack, crack. As soon as Cheok Yungyung finished stretching, Kine's voice rang out. "I am the art-loving maestro." "Oh yeah." Cheok Yungyung activated Secret March. His steel-like body turned even tougher. "That's great." Cheok Yungyung activated yet another skill. Unique skill, Infinite Magic. A skill that gave its user an infinite supply of magic power. Once this skill was activated, Cheok Yungyung was completely unrestrained. "I'm the same." Guo. Blue aura erupted from Cheok Yungyung's body. I found the actor who can become a part of. Cheok Yungyung shot forward like a beast before Kine could even finish talking. A terrifying ball of energy was concentrated on his huge hand. With the roar of a beast, he jumped into the sea of puppets. Although the puppets immediately began to counterattack, their attacks all scratched the air. "Shoot!" Kine's flustered voice rang out. "Q-ha-ha-ha!" Cheok Yungyung's laughter thundered. He jammed his energy blast into the ground. Boom! The energy blast destroyed the ground with an earth-shaking rumble. "Ha!" Blasts of energy shot up like volcanic eruptions and destroyed the puppets. I stared at the scene of destruction in a daze. A cloud of dust rose up, hindering one's normal field of vision. I chased after Cheok Yungyung with my 1,000-mile eyes. He was smashing one puppet after another with his bare hands. There was no gap in his movements, and once caught, no puppet could survive. Geez, his overwhelming battle prowess took me by surprise. Cheok Yungyung had gotten several times stronger than in the original story. Cheok Yungyung roared once again amidst the rising torrent of magic power. I caught sight of Cheok Yungyung's burning eyes. A chill immediately ran down my back. 8F, Crevon Night Hall. Meanwhile, Jin Sahyuk was in the middle of a boring meeting in Crevon. As its night commander, she had to determine how to lead the night order. Of course, she was only there to appear dignifying. The important talk was done by other staff members. Then, in exchange for increasing the number of knights on night patrol, the royal court can increase welfare for the knights and their families. Jin Sahyuk shot up from her seat as soon as the discussion reached a decision. "Okay, that's the end of the meeting." "Yes, Knight Commander. We still have to talk about the ninth floor." "We can do that later." "No, actually, just record your discussion in a crystal ball. I'll look over it." Jin Sahyuk shooed the staff members away with her hand. Was it because she just finished the seventh floor's unique trait reinforcement surgery? She was especially sleepy today. "Yes, take care, Knight Commander." "Haram." Jin Sahyuk left the meeting room while yawning. After walking down the night hall's stairs, she visited the stable. Her beloved steed, Artily, neighed in happiness. Knight Commander Shin Jahyuk-nim. When she was about to hop on her trusted steed, a silvery voice rang out. Jin Sahyuk turned around. Rachel. Rachel was standing there. She gave Jin Sahyuk a gentle smile. It was the smile of a real noble, tender and not capricious. Looking at her, Jin Sahyuk decided to give her some time. "What's up?" There's something I wanted to give you." "You? To me?" "Yes." Jin Sahyuk tilted her head as Rachel handed her a bracelet and a leather jacket. "What are these?" She didn't care much about the bracelet, but she liked the black leather jacket. Jin Sahyuk glanced at Rachel, then put the jacket on. Thanks, but why? Rachel answered without much thought. It's a memento to celebrate you joining Club Fenrir. Ha! There's a symbol of a wolf on the back. Jin Sahyuk became speechless. Club Fenrir. It was a group formed by fans of Kim Hajin. If you continue to work hard. Rachel glanced around for a moment, then whispered quietly, I can let you meet him. He owes me a small favor. Jin Sahyuk was taken aback, but Rachel only smiled brightly. To explain this situation, a past event had to be explained. Kim Hajin is Kindspring. To resolve her suspicion, Jin Sahyuk had secretly asked Rachel about Kim Hajin. At first, Rachel answered her without much thought. Kim Hajin was famous as Fenrir and Lotus Killer, so it wasn't surprising for someone to want to know about him. But once Jin Sahyuk's questioning increased, Rachel began to grow suspicious. Jin Sahyuk gave her the following excuse. I am also Fenrir's fan. It was the best excuse she could come up with at the time. In fact, she still couldn't think of a better excuse. Returning to the current situation at hand, Jin Sahyuk replied with an awkward smile. Ah, yeah, thanks. Do your best. Rachel smiled back and gave Jin Sahyuk a fighting pose. Jin Sahyuk stared at her dumbfoundedly and then nodded reluctantly. Yeah, I will. Great. I'll keep my promise too. Ah, yeah. For some reason, Rachel had recently started to smile more often. Of course, Jin Sahyuk wasn't bothered by it. She had a good impression of Rachel, who never showed displeasure at her rude behavior and even gave up the Knight Commander seat to her. Okay, then I'll be returning to Earth now. Ah, yeah, take care. Rachel went back to Earth after a short goodbye. Wish the wind blew. Left alone, Jin Sahyuk stared at the bracelet in her hand. It was a simplistic bracelet with the symbol of a black wolf. Fan my ass. She was about to chuck it away, ehew, but put it in her inventory instead. There wasn't much meaning behind it. Jin Sahyuk herself didn't know why. She just did as she felt. 28F Demon King's Castle. Aileen slowly opened her eyes. Was this heaven or hell? That was the first thing she wanted to know. But her body moved well for someone who was dead. The intense pain that bothered her disappeared as well. What's going on? Ah, you woke up. Ha! Aileen widened her eyes at the sudden voice. Kim Hajin was staring at her from the side. Why is he here? Oh right, I was fighting the puppet guy with him. She remembered the memory she had momentarily lost. Where are we? Aileen asked carefully. They seemed to be in an enclosed space, like the inside of a tent. It felt comfortable and safe. Were they back in the Colosseum? It's a level 8 tent. We used it last time, remember? Ah, Kim Hajin had prepared this tent knowing that he would have to sleep outside starting from the 27th floor. As the tent had an air-purifying functionality, Aileen could recover somewhat after resting here for 8 hours. Aileen rubbed her eyes in a daze. She stretched a few times, then raised her upper body. What happened? You fainted, so I... No, not that. I mean the crazy 8th grade syndrome guy. Ah, Kim Hajin grinned. Look outside. Outside. Aileen crawled over and pushed the tent's cloth entrance to the side. Immediately, her mind blanked out. She couldn't understand the sight she was seeing. It seemed as though a natural disaster had swept the land. Or perhaps there was a stampede of a beast horde of thousands of monsters. What the? There were apocalyptic cracks all over the ground, with broken puppets littered everywhere. I told you to rest easy, didn't I? Kim Hajin approached her. He handed her a pot that gave off a tantalizing smell. Eat. What is it? Porridge. Aileen looked at Kim Hajin and thought, I wasn't in my best condition, but that puppet guy wasn't weak. In fact, he was incredibly strong. Kim Hajin really did all this with just a gun. I thought this last time, but this guy, he really is super strong. Seeing Aileen in a daze, Kim Hajin picked up the porridge and fed her. Ah, what are you doing? I don't want it. Aileen's mouth said no, but her body said otherwise. The moment she tasted the porridge, her eyes widened. She immediately began to salivate. It's good, right? Ah, yeah, a bit. Aileen nodded. Kim Hajin gave a bright smile. I'm glad. Aileen's heart skipped a beat when she saw this smile. She looked up at Kim Hajin with a slightly dazed expression. Here. He gave her another spoonful of porridge, and Aileen carefully opened her mouth. A warm, aromatic porridge entered her mouth. Nom, nom. Aileen's face was slightly flushed as she nibbled on the porridge. That was how good Kim Hajin's cooking was. 28F Heart of the Demon King's Castle. Kim Soo-ho's party reached the heart of the castle after working through a maze and killing monsters. To be honest, it wasn't all that difficult. The occasional monsters were all ordinary, so they were able to advance quickly and easily. It was about time for something difficult to happen. Kim Soo-ho's party stepped forward with such a thought. There's someone there, Soo-ho. At that moment, Jin Se-in pointed at a beautiful woman standing in front of a huge door. It's the witch, Kim Soo-ho answered. The woman in front of them was the same woman who had tricked them into entering the Colosseum. You've finally come. The witch's voice rang out. Kim Soo-ho and the others stopped to hear her out. I am here to test whether you have the qualifications to challenge the king. Testing whether they were qualified. Everyone knew what this meant. Now, follow me, everyone. Kiek. The huge door opened, and the witch walked in. Chapter 247. The end of the Tower 3, the witch disappeared through the wide open door. But the team did not mindlessly wander in, and instead exchanged glances with each other. They all knew that the witch should not be easily trusted. What are the chances that this is a trap? Jin Se-in asked, but Kim Soo-ho and Yi Yong-ha did not answer. Despite their urge to disbelieve, they weren't left with any other choice at this point, as they were mere intruders. You don't need to worry. At that moment, the witch spoke again. Our king loves challenges. He wholeheartedly welcomes worthy challengers. Once I confirm that you're qualified, the king will gladly show himself and confront you with the existence of the tower at stake. Though the witch sounded truthful, the team was still somewhat suspicious of her. Jin Se-in stepped forward and asked, how can we trust demons? I shall ask you the same question. How can you trust humans? What? We can be as righteous as humans, as cowardly as humans, as evil as humans, and as honorable as humans. Of course, I understand that you're prejudiced against us. You have experienced the madness of the Colosseum, after all. The witch's words flowed smoothly like a stream from a mountain river. But the Colosseum was only one of the series of ordeals designed to measure your capabilities. We're more impartial than you might think. Objections immediately popped up Jin Se-in's mind. You can't just kill someone and claim it was only a test. Also, it's hard to believe that demons are as diverse as humans. Still, Jin Se-in knew they had little choice but to follow the witch. Otherwise, they would never be able to proceed to the next step. What should we do? Kim Soo-ho asked. The trio exchanged glances and nodded their heads hesitantly. Black Lotus returned without dying. He wouldn't have said what he said if this was a trap, right? Jin Se-in's reasoning was convincing. Then, let's go. The trio increased the magic power around their bodies. They surrounded themselves with all kinds of barriers to prepare for the worst, then slowly approached the gate. Heavy footsteps echoed off the walls. Their steps were filled with tension. They marched forward courageously and entered the room behind the door. At that moment, the witch's voice blew past them like a bleak wind. I welcome you, challengers who have come this far. The other side of the gate was a distinctly different space. What greeted them was a wide, circular lobby and numerous demons standing in a line at its far end. Each demon gave off overwhelming presence as they stared at the trio. Jin Se-in bit her lips. Is this a trap? No, they're here to test you. Originally there were 5, not counting me, but one of them I couldn't control at all, so now there are just 4. It's good that the numbers are identical. There were 4 demons excluding the witch. 10, if you include the monsters led by one of the demons. Unless the witch couldn't count numbers, this was an intentional mocking on her part. Jin Se-in's gaze suddenly sharpened. What are you? Ah, the other one is already here. Suddenly, the witch shifted her gaze past them and put on a small smile. Kim Soo-ho and the others also turned back after her gaze. There, a man whom none of them had expected to see here stood. He had a gigantic physique made up of well-developed muscles that placed him in the same category as monsters, rather than humans. Even his steps were surrounded by an aura of arrogance. Long time no see. The warrior whose every body part could serve as a lethal weapon, Cheok Yungyang, looked down at them and broke into a smile. Why are you here? Jin Se-in asked. However, to answer her question truthfully, Cheok Yungyang would have to reveal that he was following Kim Hajin's orders. Therefore, he chose not to answer. That's none of your business, Archer. He was simply embarrassed. These days, he never challenged Kim Hajin's decisions and always complied with Kim Hajin's requests. Energy blast, secret march, and the equipment that surrounded his body all were the fruits of his obedience. Cue him. Cheok Young let out a dry cough in embarrassment and stepped forward onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, I was looking after Aileen as I watched the whole scene from afar. Aileen SSI, how are you feeling? 12 hours had already passed since Aileen began her recuperation. Patient Aileen seemed to be feeling better as her sassiness had come back. I'm a lot better, but I think I still maybe have some fever. Was that a question or an assertion? She had quite a unique way of talking. I simply stared at Aileen. Aileen, unable to withstand the silence, spoke first. What I'm saying is, I'll be fine if I have something to eat. Ah, something to eat, I nodded. I had plenty of food on me, so much so that I didn't even need to make them. I took out a LV5 luxurious chocolate and handed it to Aileen. It's a first-grade chocolate. Aileen was cautious like a stray cat. She carefully took it. She had to sniff the wrapper first before tearing it open and taking a bite. Nom nom, I waited for her to finish the chocolate and spoke. Go back once you finish eating that. Wah! Aileen, who was enjoying the aftertaste of the chocolate in her mouth, trembled slightly. What? You want me to leave? Yes. Aileen glared at me with a frown. Why should I? Because you won't be able to fight well in a place full of demonic energy. While Aileen slept, I had time to think about why Aileen was the only one to suffer when everyone else was fine. The answer was simple. The problem was Aileen's skill. I'm fine now, can't you see? Aileen suddenly began to stretch her body in an effort to prove she was fine. 1, 2, 1, 2. I stopped her midway. You may be fine now, but once you get surrounded by demonic energy, the situation will change. You shouldn't use magic power amplification so hastily. I kindly explained to the naive player who thought of her skill as being all-powerful and not about its repercussions. Magic power amplification worked by absorbing the air around the user, then purifying and refining it to increase the output of magic power. Naturally, absorbing air filled with demonic energy, when she was already wounded by it, was dangerous. What? Are you saying that I'll never get better? Aileen asked, trying to conceal her fear. No, you'll get better if you rest well, in places like Beekdu Mountain and Kumgang Mountain. Aha! She quickly regained her calm and let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Watching her like that, I began to wonder if she was really in her 30s. Her backstory was that she became a hero at such an early age that she never learned worldly customs and social manners. But still. So you'll go back. Well, I don't have any other choice but ow. Ouch, ow, og. For whatever the reason, she began to feign pain. I'm dizzy. Excuse me. I need sugar. Dumbfounded, I watched Aileen stagger. It's my anemia, so dizzy, need chocolate. Because I was out of high-level desserts, I couldn't give one to her even if I wanted to. I continued to stare at her in silence, and suddenly she recovered from her anemia on her own. She let out a dry cough and spoke with gravity. You'll be like this too when you're my age. PFD. If she's willing to go to such lengths, then I guess I have no choice. I took out a random dice that I'd been saving for a while. I rolled it with desserts in my mind, and luckily received a set of chocolates, which was enough to satisfy Aileen's needs. Whoa! Aileen's eyes quickly widened at the sight of the chocolates. Himalayan mountain range. The gym behind the inn clang, swoosh. Metallic sounds of blades rang sharply in the gym behind the inn. A fierce duel between the teacher and student was currently ongoing. Ki Nayan swung her sword with a spirited shout. The surface of her sword blazed up with azure magic power. The magic power surrounding her body was strong enough to shatter bones to dust. Her skill with the sword was textbook perfect, completely faultless. The magic power around the longsword soared like a waterfall and rushed towards its opponent. And its opponent was an old man soon to be 90 years old. Ordinary people would be astonished at this sight and accuse her of elder abuse. SSSS. But the old man did not yield easily. He twisted his body, evading her blade. The longsword had a long reach, but also a long delay between attacks. Therefore, he planned to evade her sword and counterattack during the gap in time. However, another sword shot up behind Ki Nayan. The sword was made of azure magic power. This was Flying Sword, a skill Ki Nayan invented using her past experience as an archer. Hank's intuition told him that this wasn't the type of attack that he could block. He had made a mistake by assuming Ki Nayan wouldn't have a trick up her sleeve because of her denseness. Things wouldn't have turned out like this only if he paid attention to the flow of magic power in the atmosphere. At any rate, it's impossible to block in this position. Dozens of magic blades rushed to Hank's vital points in accordance with Ki Naeun's will. Yet the Lord of Steel did not give up. Hanks brandished his sword forcefully. His fortitude brought about his gift. The steel of his blade resonated with Hanks and blazed up. KWANG. The nine-star steel spirit stopped Ki Naeun's secret technique. Every single one of Ki Naeun's magic swords bounced off Hank's steel blade, and heavy silence slowly descended in the gym. No human could possibly show off such skill bare-handed. The steel blade moved autonomously to block Ki Naeun's attacks. Therefore, it was Hank's defeat, for he failed to keep his own words. Ki Naeun said in all seriousness, "One telling blow, I won. You're right, and I lost my precious lifespan thanks to you." Although Hank sounded as if he was blaming her, a smile was on his face. Ki Naeun responded with a respectful nod. "Old man, I learned a lot from you in many ways." In many ways, her words were charged with meaning. "I'm glad." Yeah, she had recently come to realize the true meaning behind Hank's words. Kim Jung-ho, who took Ki Jin-yoon's body, insisted that he owned the corpse of a devil. As much as it was easy to piece together those two facts, it was difficult to believe the woven truth. "Follow me." Hanks entered the inn. Ki Naeun followed behind him. "A promise is a promise. I'm an honorable man," Hanks said as he handed Ki Naeun an old compass. Ki Naeun's eyes widened. It's a compass that bears my will." Nine-star Hank's life was filled with items that encompassed his will of steel. Hanks called them his comrades, and they were clever and dependable. Hanks had received countless help from his comrades. The steel blade kept him away from defeat, and the steel shield protected him from the attacks of djinns and monsters. The steel pin embedded in his back, and his waist helped him achieve immunity against all kinds of magic, and his steel heart offered him an indomitable will. It was all thanks to his comrades that Hanks could become an honorable member of the Nine Stars. "He's a friend of mine who helped me trace villains in the olden days. He's seen Kim Jung-ho before, so he'll gladly tell you where to find him." Ki Naeun understood the meaning of the steel magic power embedded in the old compass. It meant Hanks was entrusting her with his friend whom he had spent half of his life with. "He's rather precious to me. Be sure to return him," Hanks said gravely, to which Ki Naeun nodded. "Thank you." She bowed forward with all her feelings of appreciation. Then she turned back on the spot. There was nothing she needed to pack since she came bare-handed. She would leave bare-handed as well. Ki Naeun. However, when Ki Naeun grabbed the inn's doorknob, "Don't turn away even if the truth is not what you think it is." A voice as solemn as steel stopped her. "Accept what you witness with your own eyes and your own heart. Don't give up. That's the only way you'll become stronger." His advice fit his nickname Steel Spirit perfectly well. Ki Naeun nodded, with her back still against him. "Yeah, I'll keep that in mind." Ki Naeun opened the door and took a step into the snowy field outside the inn. But before leaving the inn for good, she decided to leave one last message. The message was directed to her friend, Yu Yonha. "I'm about to find Kim Jung-ho. I'll bring him with me to see you." Because the weather was clear and there was no snowstorm, the message was delivered successfully. Ki Naeun once again thanked Hanks for installing Wi-Fi for her sake. 3 hours. Ki Naeun walked towards the direction shown on the compass. For 3 hours she walked and walked. The road was rugged. She almost fell down a cliff hidden from view by snow. She was ambushed by the notorious Himalayan mountain tyrant, and nearly became a snowman, quite literally, when she got surrounded by a blizzard. Still, Ki Naeun walked tenaciously and arrived at the destination marked on the compass. "Ha! I don't even know what to say." A wave of blank amazement encompassed her. This was definitely a spot no one could find. There was a cave covered in snow, set halfway down a cliff. "Hoop!" Ki Naeun wove a rope out of magic power and jumped down the cliff and entered the cave. Tududu, Ki Naeun advanced through the snow. A faint light emerged from somewhere deep within the cave. With her perfect eyesight, Ki Naeun spotted Kim Jung-ho, something that could be Kim Jung-ho, to be precise, lying on the floor next to the light. At that moment, her heart pounded violently. She couldn't hold back any longer. This story had tormented her for too long, the damned tragedy that had changed her life and her values entirely. She ran frantically towards its end. 28F, Demon King's Castle. Now that the test was over, everyone was busy catching their breath. The format of the qualification test, which began 3 hours prior, was simply a one-on-one fight. The list of matches were pretty interesting. Cheok Young was up against a demonic summoner who controlled mystic monsters. Kim Soo-ho fought against a warrior wielding a double-edged axe, and Jin Se-in and Yi Yong-ha faced twin magicians together. After a 3-hour brawl, the winners were finally decided. The humans were all alive, but the demons were either dead or passed out. Of course, Kim Soo-ho and others weren't unscathed. In fact, they were barely breathing. Piece of cake. Only Cheok Young boasted. However, contrary to his words, Cheok Young appeared completely beat up too. He had just fought against 2 demons in a row, and the side effect of his skill was worse than he expected. Everybody, congratulations. The king has acknowledged you as worthy challengers. The witch spoke a moment later. The team wondered whether they should be happy or sad. Q-ha-ha-ha. Good, except for one, Cheok Young. The witch ignored Cheok Young's loud laughter and continued. But the king does not appreciate a fight in which one is against many. He longs for a just, impartial duel, one against one. Cheok Young gave a smile of approval. The Demon King's tastes suited his own. Therefore, I shall rank you accordingly and determine the order of challenge. Only when the player before you loses, you may challenge the king. I'm definitely the first, thought Cheok Young. He had defeated 2 demons already. Kine, the puppeteer, and Klimo, the summoner. His contribution was definitely unrivaled by others, but the name that came out of the witch's mouth was a completely different one. Player Master Holy Sword. What? Kim Soo-ho, you're first. Kim Soo-ho's name was announced out of the blue. Cheok Young immediately rebelled. No, he tried to rebel, but his senses, including his sight and his hearing, stopped functioning all of a sudden. Cheok Young wriggled, surrounded by dark emptiness. Now the castle gate will close. The witch's voice wobbled in his head, and Hua, Kim Soo-ho, not Cheok Young, opened his eyes with a cry. He was now surrounded by a mysterious scenery. This is where you will stay. The witch reappeared quietly and explained. Ha! Stay, the witch nodded nonchalantly at his remark. Yes, right now the Demon King is away at a banquet, but I cannot allow you, a challenger, to lose your sense of urgency. The witch looked at Kim Soo-ho and continued. So I shall provide you with an opponent for a practice match. Choose any opponent you'd like, but you need to decide right now. The suggestion was all too sudden. Kim Soo-ho frowned slightly. I didn't anticipate this. You need to answer now. The witch pressed him coldly, and Kim Soo-ho began to contemplate. Jin Se-in, Aileen, Shin Jong-hak, Cheok Young, Kim Junwoo. Dozens of names popped up in his mind, but the one he finally chose was Black Lotus. No, wait. But he immediately shook his head. Black Lotus had already withdrawn from his match against the Demon King. More importantly, I don't think I'll be able to even have a conversation with him, thought Kim Soo-ho. His next choice was, in a sense, only natural. Kim Hajin. I choose Hajin. Chapter 248. The end of the Tower 4, the Demon King's castle locked shut after Kim Soo-ho was chosen to be the king's challenger. As a result, all players in the castle were expelled to the 21st floor. This should have been the case for me as well. So you chose me as your practice partner. Instead, I was captured by a mysterious flow of magic power and brought into the castle. Kim Soo-ho stood next to me. He put on a bashful smile and explained the whole situation to the confused me. Yeah, you were the only one I could think of. I was dumbfounded by his blind faith. He could have summoned Shin Jong-hak, Kim Junwoo, or even Cheok Young, whom I had purposefully sent to help his party. I wasn't exactly the best choice for a practice partner in the first place. Kim Chundong might have been a swordsman, but I wasn't. Okay, well. But this wasn't a choice he could take back. Fortunately, I'd been wanting to have a chat with Kim Soo-ho, and it wasn't that I couldn't help him at all. By combining my skill, 4-colored enchant and trait, dwarf's dexterity, with Stigma's magic power, I could enhance Kim Soo-ho's equipment to whole new levels. I understand, but before I got down to that, I decided to take a look around first. The Demon King's residence was similar in appearance to an average medieval castle, except the guest room was filled with a variety of magical equipment. Hey, isn't that a crystal ball? I managed to dig out a rather valuable treasure among them. It was a crystal ball, its size bigger than most desk globes. Crystal ball. Yeah, come here. I pulled Kim Soo-ho towards the crystal ball. At the moment, the crystal ball was reflecting the view of the 21st floor. What did you say, you ogre? Ha ha, wanna try getting beat up by an ogre? Cheok Young and Aileen, who were deported to Card Kingdom, were pointing fingers and yelling at each other. "Ak, I can't take this anymore. You're dead." Aileen's face turned tomato red as she fumed at Cheok Young. "You think I'm gonna end up dead, you little dwarf?" "Shut up, you brainless moron." Cheok Young's mouth shut close. At the same time, a huge current of magic power blazed up around Aileen. Cheok Young, too, concentrated magic power around his body. Cheok Young versus Aileen. The fight of the century was about to unfold, for whatever the reason. "They're suddenly fighting," Kim Soo-ho said, slightly stunned. "Yeah, watching others fight was always fun, but I wanted to offer Kim Soo-ho something better. With a crystal ball this intricate, we should be able to see other floors." I operated the crystal ball with ease. I had experience using it, as there was a similar one in Toma's office. I switched the floor reflected across the crystal ball as though I was switching TV channels. I finally settled on the third floor prestige. "Oh, it's showing up. The third floor." "Third floor." Kim Soo-ho widened his eyes and stared at the crystal ball. "Oi, Railroad, how was work today?" "Same as always. Enough to handle." Prestige had improved drastically now that it had a son. In the past, residents of Prestige needed citizenship to live humanely. Now, every single NPC was a citizen by default. Orphans and famine disappeared as crops and livestock prospered over the purified land. The interactions between players and NPCs had improved as well. "Excuse me, how much is this?" Just then, a player asked the store owner NPC for the price of a potion. "It's 50 TP. Mister, how far have you gone in the tower?" The shop owner's child suddenly clung to the player. Despite the trouble, the player answered the child with a smile. "I'm still new, so I've only been to the 5th floor." "Wow, and how was it? The 5th floor?" "The 5th floor is scary. There are many dungeons there. The reason I wanted Kim Soo-ho to see the 3rd floor was to appeal to his sentiments. Yet, I was the one overcome with feelings. This was the fruit of my labor. I changed prestige with my TP and efforts, with the help of famous NPCs such as Henry and Kiri, of course. Wow, prestige really changed a lot. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho placed one of his hands on my shoulder. "Right, and so?" I twisted my body slightly to shake his hand off, then proceeded to ask Kim Soo-ho the question that I'd been wanting to ask him for a long time. "What do you think?" "About what?" "You know, about this tower in general." Kim Soo-ho smiled at my words. "I don't know. Nothing, really." Kim Soo-ho's voice sounded melancholic. I could feel the longing and regret that was buried in it. Right now, Kim Soo-ho was probably thinking about his homeland. After all, towers must have existed there as well. "But there's only one more floor left. Do you really feeling nothing?" I asked again, and Kim Soo-ho began to ponder. To be honest, I was really angry when I first arrived at Prestige. Sad, too. People were dying on the streets, but just because they weren't citizens, no one seemed to care about them. Kim Soo-ho spoke honestly. Same thing happened on the 8th floor. The royals tried to conceal the existence of calamities from their citizens under the pretext of containing social panic. A lot of people died as a result. I listened to him in silence. Kim Soo-ho continued. He talked about the 16th floor, how it had been completely taken over by the demons, about the people living under the demons' rule, about their deaths, about players who saw NPCs as mere tools. Then, do you think the tower needs to disappear? I finally managed to bring out the touchy subject. Kim Soo-ho stayed silent for a long time. The crystal ball was now showing Henry and Kiri. "Good work, everyone. We're done for the day." In no time, Henry and Kiri had become the most famous NPCs of Prestige, widely loved by both players and residents. Business was especially hard today, so we threw in a little bonus. Kim Soo-ho looked at the two kids. They were still young and small, but in a sense, they were already giants, leading Prestige intelligently and justly. A blooming smile spread across Kim Soo-ho's face. "No," he shook his head. "That's not what I want. Many people are living happily in the tower. The world within the tower should be maintained. These people aren't just NPCs, but humans, just like you and me." I felt relieved. This was enough. Kim Soo-ho was not the type to go back on his word. Things were different from the original story, where he destroyed the tower. Kim Soo-ho would gladly protect the Tower of Wish, where despair and death had been replaced by hope and life. Tap, tap, I tapped Kim Soo-ho on his shoulder twice and turned the crystal ball off. "Enough with the chit-chat. Let's start the training now." "Are we sparring?" No, training, not sparring. There was a distinct difference between the two. During a spar, I would be his opponent, but during a training session, I would become his instructor. Before we start, I examined Kim Suho's gear first. The moment I laid my eyes on the armor he was wearing beneath his white coat, I was stunned. Are you seriously still wearing that? A long time ago, I had made an armor for Kim Suho. I gave it to him as a present to celebrate his entrance into the tower using the black ticket. That old armor was still Kim Suho's main method of protection. Ah, well, this is the best armor I own. Changing it would have been a waste of TP. Kim Suho scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. I felt a slight sting in my heart. Well, considering that Creator's sacred grace went down harder than it did in the original story, he probably didn't have the time or resources to secure new equipment. He probably used every TP he earned to help his guild members. That was just the kind of guy he was. No worries. It didn't matter. I planned to gear him up from head to toe anyway. First of all, your current equipment sucks. What? That came out of the blue. It's true. I had a rough idea of the Demon King's main attributes. I could always find the answers to the questions that I didn't know using the Book of Truth. With this knowledge, I would make him a set of equipment specially designed to be effective against the Demon King. I wouldn't say it was dirty. Surely the Demon King didn't plan on fighting naked either. He would be wearing good armor as well. First, take all your clothes off. Kim Suho flinched. WY, what are you gonna do? Kim Suho threw a strange look at me and stepped back. There just happened to be a bed with red silk spread on top of it behind Kim Suho. I narrowed my eyes like a halibut. Stop with the weird joke. I'm just going to dismantle your equipment and reforge them. My dismantle technique was already LV10. If I add random dice to it, I should be able to secure good materials. Dismantle? Yup. And isn't it better to train without heavy armor? Ah, look, there's a robe. Put that on. I pointed at the robe hanging on the wall in a corner of the room. Kim Suho, though embarrassed, did as I told. He even tried to take his briefs off, and I had to stop him. I really didn't need his underwear. Kim Suho, with only a robe over his briefs, looked as if he was a member of the Greek royal blood. A striking man with an alluring, decadent atmosphere. One robe was all he needed to bring out his charms. Well then, we'll start the training now. But his charms weren't important right now. It's not like he was going to seduce the Demon King. Here, this is your practice partner. As someone serving as Kim Suho's trainer for the next 2 weeks, I took out a card. Equals Bahamut's Red Dragon. Monster 8 star. Summons the Red Dragon of Bahamut to attack your opponents. Black Circle 7 star. Attack Black Circle 7 star. Defense. Black Circle. The Red Dragon can defeat any opponent whose attack and defense are lower than its own. Black Circle can be summoned 3 times. Bahamut's Red Dragon. Like the miraculous tea house, this was one of the 8-star cards I purchased in Card Kingdom on the 21st floor. I never imagined I would end up using it in this way. What's that? Kim Suho asked innocently. My answer was brief. Your practice partner. While I make your equipment, you'll have to fight this guy till death. Today would mark the start of my Kim Suho Attribute Enhancement Project. A cave somewhere in the Himalayas. Ki Naeun quietly stared at Kim Jung-ho lying on his bed. Kim Jung-ho was asleep, and his face was completely covered in hair. Still, she was convinced by her intuition that this was definitely Kim Jung-ho. Ki Naeun wondered as she looked down at him. What should I do? What should I ask here and demand from him? However, before she could make her decision, Kim Jung-ho opened his eyes. Ki Naeun flinched and took a step back. Kim Jung-ho's startled gaze landed on Ki Naeun. He was clearly afraid of the uninvited guest. Suddenly, despair descended on his face that was devoid of any hope. Hello, Ki Naeun said, trying to sound calm. Hearing her flustered voice, Kim Jung-ho's fear receded. He seemed to recognize her. I'm Ki Naeun. We've met before, if I remember correctly. They had brushed past each other in the past, at her mother's funeral and also at her brother's funeral. Kim Jung-ho stared at Ki Naeun in silence. Ki Naeun stared at his eyes devoid of any hope and shook her head vigorously. I am not here to hurt you. It's just there's something strange about your report. Ha! A heavy sigh flowed out of Kim Jung-ho's mouth. He raised his upper body. How did you know that I was here? He spoke in a husky whisper. His voice served as evidence to all the suffering he had to endure. I used this. Ki Naeun carefully took out Hank's compass. Kim Jung-ho looked back and forth at her and the compass. The compass proved that she earned Hank's respect. With yet another sigh, Kim Jung-ho pulled himself out of his bed. At least let me serve you some tea. Please make yourself comfortable. Kim Jung-ho pointed at the table and the chair next to the bed. Ki Naeun sat on the chair obediently. A copy of the Violet Times was on top of the table. The front page headline read, Ki Juchul murders devil. Ki Naeun's heart trembled faintly. Please wait. Kim Jung-ho disappeared to somewhere deep within the cave and returned with a kettle of barley tea and 2 cups. Steam rose from the warm tea. He poured the tea down into the 2 cups. Ki Naeun sat still, staring at the surface of the tea. Warm steam scattered near her nose. At that moment, Kim Jung-ho spoke. Are you here to retrieve Ki Jin-yoon's body? Pardon. Suddenly, old thoughts again arose in Ki Naeun's mind. Kim Jung-ho said he owned the corpse of a devil. Kim Jung-ho switched Ki Jin-yoon's body and vanished. Ki Naeun clenched her teeth and clutched her fists. Kim Jung-ho only stared at Ki Naeun. So you already have an idea as to what happened? Ki Naeun's breath stopped, hearing Kim Jung-ho's sudden remark. Her heart started to beat violently, and her face reddened, but she forced herself to regain her composure. She needed to keep the promise she made to Hanks and to herself. Ki Naeun clenched her teeth and looked straight into Kim Jung-ho's eyes. Have you been keeping my brother's body? She barely managed to form a question. Kim Jung-ho nodded. Yes, that's the reason I ran away and came here. Tears formed in her eyes. Ki Naeun wiped them off as she pretended to run a hand through her hair. There was just one more thing she needed to confirm. She needed physical evidence to be able to accept the unacceptable truth. She needed to see her brother with her own eyes. Can you show me that? It was a sentence she couldn't possibly form. Kim Jung-ho looked at Ki Naeun and replied, I can show you. The fact that you came all the way here tells me how determined you are. But Kim Jung-ho stopped. The sound of Ki Naeun's heavy breathing filled the cave amidst the cold silence. Sympathy arose in Kim Jung-ho's eyes. Right now, she appeared unstable even to him. Can you really bear it? Still, Ki Naeun nodded without a moment of hesitation. Yes, show me. She needed to know. What was the truth? What was the lie? Now, I want to know. 2 weeks later, Demon King's castle. I was examining Kim Soo-ho in his new clothes quite earnestly. The garments I made in 2 short weeks with my utmost effort were now shining in the presence of their perfect owner. The white leather armor shined brightly underneath the beige-colored coat, and the gaiters made to protect his calves were in perfect harmony with his new, comfortable shoes. On top of that, Kim Soo-ho was also equipped with the old gear and artifacts I stole from old man Fianel. The clothes he was wearing right now basically amounted to the worth of a small business. Good, I nodded in satisfaction. Go like this. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? Shut it. I casually dismissed Kim Soo-ho's objection. As a side note, he finally defeated Bahamut's red dragon about 3 days ago. The dragon was quite strong, so he had to use his ultimate skill. I've done so much for you, you have to win, never give up. Of course. Today was the last day I could offer him my help. Kim Soo-ho's challenge would probably last for a long time. In the original story, it took him about a month to win, but things were different now. Of course, Kim Soo-ho was stronger and his equipment was a lot better, but that would be the case for the Demon King as well. Anyway, Hajin, thank you so much. You always help me out. Kim Soo-ho extended his hand with a cheesy expression. You remember what I told you before, right? That you should treat me well if you're grateful. I smiled and grabbed his hand. I had no idea how the future would unfold from this point onward. But there was one thing I knew for sure. Kim Soo-ho was not going to make the same decision he made in the original story. The Tower of Wish would not perish, and instead shine beautifully in harmony with the world. Hey, I think we still have about half a day left. Let's not be obsessed with a fight that hasn't even started yet, I thought and pointed at the crystal ball. Do you just want to look around? Sure. Kim Soo-ho nodded with a big smile. His eyes formed perfect arches, and his mouth opened just the right amount. Those 2 factors combined to form a flawless smile. Let's start on the 2nd floor. I turned the crystal ball on and started browsing through each floor in order. 2F, the floor of beginnings, was filled with newbie hunters and players who entered the tower for the first time with big dreams in their hearts. 3F, the first residential area. In the lively and hopeful prestige, NPCs and players were working together to create a better city. Point 7F. Game Center was home to gamblers and rankers who had come to enjoy their vacation. Kim Suho spotted Jin Sahyuk in front of a slot machine and frowned slightly. 13F. The notorious floor known to punish players who succumb to sleep with nightmares. Even now, a countless number of players were shedding tears. 15F. Jenkalope's vessel, which was now my possession, had become a futuristic metropolis. The vessel served as the most popular strategic point to mid-level players. Using the crystal ball, we saw a lot of things together. Our eyes reflected various people going about their lives in the tower. Hajin. Suddenly, Kim Suho called my name. I turned my head to face Kim Suho. He was staring at the crystal ball with a faint smile across his face. You know, his voice sounded solemn. The smile soon faded from his face, which was now hardening with nervousness. A barren voice came out of his mouth. There's one thing I want to tell you before I leave. Kim Suho turned his head and looked at me. Our eyes met. For a while, we sat still in silence. The silence lasted for some time. It seemed Kim Suho needed time to piece together his words, so I waited for him. Waiting wasn't hard. For the main character to take this long meant whatever he planned to say next was extremely important. The silence extended, barely continuous. When I had forgotten how long I'd waited, Kim Suho finally spoke. Would you believe me if I said I'm from a different world? His confession was an unexpected one. Seoul, South Korea. Currently, it was raining in Seoul. It was as if a hole had been punched through the sky. Yonha stared outside her window and picked up her smartwatch. Nayan, I think you should stop. Nayan, are you busy? Nayan, please reply. Yonha had sent a series of messages to Ki Nayan after she informed her that she was about to find Kim Jung-ho, but there wasn't any reply from Ki Nayan. It meant she was still out there, looking for Kim Jung-ho. Or worse, maybe she already found him. Maybe she already learned the truth from him and was now agonizing in pain. Yonha regretted everything. Even if Ki Nayan learned the truth now, Kim Hajin, the one person she needed to exchange apologies with, was already gone. She would only be hurt more. Yonha covered her face with her hands and cried. Just how did their story come to this? She felt like everything was her fault. That made everything more miserable and more painful. The sound of rain outside made it seem as though the world was crying with her. Ding-dong, suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yonha didn't move. She couldn't afford to entertain her guests at the moment. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. But the doorbell kept ringing, and Yonha pulled herself out of her bed, rumpling her hair. Who is it at this hour? Irritated, she headed to the living room and looked at the intercom. She planned to call the security guard and kick out whoever was ringing the bell. However, the moment she laid her eyes on the intercom, her body and brain froze. A woman without an umbrella was standing at the front gate of her mansion, completely soaked. Though the woman looked shabby, Yonha knew who she was. She knew too well. It was Ki Nayan. Chapter 249. The End of the Tower 5. Nayan, your father was afraid that you would find out about Jin-yoon's secret. That's why he hid his corpse from you. Kim Jung-ho showed Ki Jin-yoon's corpse to Ki Nayan. The corpse was kept in an ice coffin, which Kim Jung-ho said was a magical artifact used for preserving dead bodies. Although the corpse didn't have a head, Ki Nayan could tell that it was Ki Jin-yoon. Looking at Ki Jin-yoon's corpse, Ki Nayan clutched her chest. She trembled from the depths of her heart. Jin-yoon was already engulfed in great evil. His right arm is proof. Kim Jung-ho pointed at Ki Jin-yoon's right arm, which was now entirely black. The demonic energy in his right arm didn't subside even after his death and continued to undulate ominously in the ice coffin. Ki Nayan couldn't say anything. Ki Jin-yoon, her beloved older brother, was a devil. Who could believe such a ridiculous story? Faced with the unbearable truth, Ki Nayan agonized in pain. Her head hurt, like someone was pounding it with a hammer. Kim Jung-ho waited for a long time for her to calm down. Then, what happened? Ki Nayan cried for a long time and finally mustered the courage to ask. Kim Jung-ho fell in thought. Would she be able to handle the truth? Tell me. However, Ki Nayan's voice carried a strong determination. She had plowed through the tough mountain range, defeated vicious monsters, and even persuaded the 9-star with the heart of steel to arrive at this place. It was all to discover the truth. Understood. Kim Jung-ho nodded. He felt like he shouldn't hide anything from the girl who had now become an adult. I do not know who killed Jin Yoon, but that person must have known that a devil was inside Jin Yoon's body. After all, he would have needed to prepare an appropriate weapon to kill a devil. Ki Naeun listened to Kim Jung-ho in a daze. His clear voice rang in her ears, and Jin Yoon must have accepted his death as well. But Ki Naeun couldn't accept this. She glared at Kim Jung-ho and yelled, how do you know that? Oppa promised to be by my side forever. He swore he would never leave me. It was thanks to him that I came back alive and lived on after Mother's death. How could anyone? Ki Naeun asked while crying. Kim Jung-ho didn't say anything. He sympathized with Ki Naeun. As a father who lost his beloved wife and daughter, and as a forensic pathologist who had pride in his work, Kim Jung-ho pointed at Ki Naeun's right shoulder. There's a saying that the dead don't talk. That's false. A corpse has more stories to tell than you think. Ki Naeun's eyes also fell on Ki Jin-yoon's body. The muscles in the shoulder area connected to his devilized right arm were completely dead. His shoulder blade is broken, and the muscles there are thoroughly destroyed. This is an injury resulting from Ki Jin-yoon's will, his attempt to stop his right arm from moving. Kim Jung-ho continued solemnly. I can only imagine the great willpower Jin-yoon must have had. He didn't yield to evil and resisted until the very end. That's what this means. Ki Naeun's knees buckled and she fell on the ground. She reached out to Ki Jin-yoon's corpse while crying, but the ice coffin prevented her from touching him. The coldness of the ice made her cry even louder. This also shows that whoever killed Jin Yoon hesitated greatly. As I said before, I don't know who killed Jin Yoon. But if he didn't hesitate, Jin Yoon wouldn't have received such an injury. With that, Kim Jung-ho put a jacket over Ki Naeun. Although he was forced to hide in this mountain because of Ki Juchul, he didn't hate Ki Juchul's granddaughter for it. Ki Jin Yoon and the person who killed him. I suspect that they were equally in pain. Ki Naeun cried while holding Ki Jin Yoon in her arms. Her tears fell on the coffin and froze. Her regrets, resentments, and sorrows all came together to form a cold ice crystal. Naeun, are you okay? Yuna quickly ran to her mansion's front entrance. Ki Naeun was standing under the pouring rain. Yuna tried to let her in. Did you already know? However, Ki Naeun didn't move an inch. She asked while glaring at Yuna. Her wet, disheveled hair blocked her eyes. Yuna was shocked, but she quickly regained her composure and grabbed Ki Naeun's wrist. First, come in. No, Ki Naeun snatched her hand out. I'm asking you, Yonha, if you already knew. Ki Naeun's trembling voice touched Yonha's heart. Yonha stared at Ki Naeun with downcast eyes. Ki Naeun was crying, her tears flowing down along with the rain. Yeah, Yonha nodded. She wanted to pretend she didn't know. Many excuses popped up in her head, but she cast them all aside. She didn't want to make the same mistake she did with Kim Hajin. She wanted to acknowledge the truth, not give any excuses. If you did, then why didn't you say anything? Naeun. Ki Naeun's body began to tremble violently. Yonha first formed an umbrella with her magic power and stopped the pouring rain. Ki Naeun then buried her face in Yonha's chest. Why didn't you tell me? Why? I feel like I'm going to die right now. Naeun. Yonha patted Ki Naeun's back and continued sorrowfully. I'm sorry, I'll explain everything. Since Naeun mustered up the courage to seek the truth, it was time for me to tell her everything. The fact that Kim Hajin was a returner, the full account of the Kwang-o incident, and how that person died. So first, come inside. Yonha gently led Ki Naeun into the mansion. In a faraway world in a different plane than Earth, the Akatrina continent was home to 9 nations, 4 kingdoms, 2 principalities, and 3 island states. Kim Soo-ho was born in the outskirts of the Plerian kingdom, the most powerful nation among them. No, perhaps he was born in another country. His exact origin was unknown, as he was a child abandoned by his parents. The nameless and faceless parents abandoned their child in a remote temple of the Plerian kingdom. In this poor, rural temple, the child grew up healthy and happy. Under the kind words and affectionate teachings of the temple's priests, the child was able to awaken his sword's saint gift. When he was 4 years old, he learned the continent's widespread basic swordsmanship. And when he was 5, he single-handedly defeated 3 kobolds who sneaked into the temple. The priests didn't want such a gifted child to rot in a rural temple. They gathered what little money they had and sent him to the kingdom's capital. With their help, The child was able to become an apprentice knight of the Royal Knights at the age of 6. However, the child's story ended there. It was because life on the Akatrina continent went extinct only 4 years later. Ah! Kim Soo-ho opened his eyes in nostalgia. It seemed he fell asleep after sending Kim Hajin off. It had been a while since he dreamt of his homeland. The happy childhood he spent in the temple and the marvelous royal palace he saw flashed before his eyes. Who? A sigh left his mouth naturally. Today he had talked to Kim Hajin about his past. The world he used to live in, the calamity known as Demon Realm transformation that descended on his world, the death he faced when he was only 11 years old, and waking up as Kim Soo-ho in a world called Earth. Kim Hajin believed in what could easily be construed as a mere fantasy. Should I not have told him? Kim Soo-ho felt refreshed, but also regretful. He never planned on living his life without telling anyone about it, but he wanted to be a good son for his current parents. The original Kim Soo-ho had died at a young age, and the current Kim Soo-ho's soul had taken over his body. His parents didn't know this, of course, but Kim Soo-ho was thankful for the love he received from them. Kim Soo-ho clenched his fists and looked up at the ceiling. Demon Realm Transformation. The tragedy caused by this calamity resurfaced on the white ceiling. The Demon Realm Transformation began in the central region of the continent. It corrupted the soil, killed the livestock, and polluted the water to prevent humans from living. Demons didn't need to participate. 5 of the 9 nations fell from an unprecedented famine, and the remaining 4 nations waged war with each other to steal food. It was the bloodiest and longest war in the history of the continent, one that quickened the fall of the continent by at least 50 years. You're awake. At that moment, a cold voice woke him up. Kim Soo-ho turned around and saw the witch facing him. Kim Soo-ho asked her, "Is the Demon King here?" The witch nodded silently. Kim Soo-ho raised his body and infused magic power into the equipment Kim Hajin made for him. The equipment resonated with his magic power and stuck to his body. Even the witch was surprised by the battle equipment adorning Kim Soo-ho. "Follow me." Yes. Kim Soo-ho followed the witch into the hallway. While walking through the long silk pathway, he began to ask the questions he had in his mind. "I have a question I want to ask." "Go ahead." The witch immediately answered. "Have you heard of Demon Realm transformation? It's the phenomenon in which human territory transforms into the demon realm. The king's demon realm transformation extends to the 16th floor. If there are no more challengers worthy of his attention, he plans on expanding this range further. Then I guess I have to win." The witch didn't react in any way to Kim Soo-ho's bold remark. "Kyuham, there's actually another question I want to ask." "Go ahead." The witch narrowed her eyes. Kim Soo-ho walked while looking forward and asked, "Will the demon realm transformation happen on Earth?" "Yes," the witch replied in a monotone voice. She made it sound as though it was the most natural thing. Kim Soo-ho clenched his teeth. The witch's answer was one that he expected to hear. After all, towers and dungeons were harbingers of the demon realm transformation. It was the same for his home world, Akatrina. Kim Soo-ho nodded calmly. "I see." The witch glanced at Kim Soo-ho and asked, "Do you plan on stopping it?" Having been asked a question with such an obvious answer, Kim Soo-ho burst into laughter. This was his way of answering her. Of course. This answer didn't come from an arrogant sense of duty that only he was capable of stopping the world's end. He simply wanted to protect the people precious to him, the world he grew up in, and the feelings he held dear. Hoping that this beautiful blue world wouldn't turn out like his old home, he planned to risk his life to protect it. The witch didn't respond. Her steps stopped soon after. They arrived in front of a huge door. Kim Soo-ho stood a step behind the witch. The witch turned around and stared at the hero. The hero also stared back at the witch. "Go in. I will be watching to see how long you can last." "Okay. You can look forward to it." Kim Soo-ho smiled brightly. The witch stared at him for a long time before nodding. For the record, in the original story, Kim Hajin wrote, "The witch fell in love with Kim Soo-ho." Central Asia, Chameleon Troops Base. Meanwhile, I returned to the Chameleon Troops Base of operations. The place looked a lot scarier than I remembered it to be. Of course, in Pandemonium, a building looking fancy and pretty only made it a target for attacks, so the hideout was located deep underground. There are 5 floors below ground. "Yep, this is your room. How's the interior decoration?" Jane asked with a blooming smile. We were currently inside a room labeled Black Residence. Simply put, it was Black Lotus office. It's great. Should I bring the goblin tablet from the cave? No, leave the goblins there. We'll use that cave as our secondary base. Okay. Kick, at that moment, the sound of a door opening rang out. Glancing to the side, I saw a pair of eyes peeking at us from behind the door. The round, black eyes obviously belonged to Boss. She was staring at me while hiding. She then began to roll her eyes, as if to search for me inside the room. I smirked, then walked over and yanked the door open. Ah! Boss jumped in surprise. She blinked her eyes, then let out a dry cough before nonchalantly entering the room. I was happy to see Boss after a long time. It's been a while, Boss. Yeah, you were away for too long. I had something to do in the tower. You only left a letter. I smiled at the grumbling Boss. Come sit. I didn't know what this room was exactly for, but it had chairs and a desk. I led Boss to one of the chairs. Boss, who spotted Jane, kicked the chair she was sitting on. Jane, why are you here alone without telling me? You said not to wake you up when you're sleeping. Boss sat down without saying anything in response. I sat down next to her. Perhaps because we hadn't met in some time, Boss scooched to the side somewhat awkwardly. I began a conversation to resolve the awkwardness. How are things going recently? What do you mean? About the humanoid monsters? That. That. Boss tried to say something, but Jane interrupted her. It's a mess. It looks like they sent envoys to most of the Jinn groups, including Evil Society and Satan's servants. So far, nothing was new. The monster king Auden wished to conquer all of Earth, so he sent envoys to both humans and jinns alike. Of course, humans couldn't possibly accept Auden's offer. Also, Hajin, Boss looked at me and said, yes, your revenge is underway. Revenge? Him. Yeah, that insect bastard, Boss muttered in a voice full of rage. In truth, I was worried about Kurukuru as well. He was simply too powerful. But don't push yourself too much. I shook my head. Kurukuru was a tough opponent even for Boss. In fact, not many people could take him on easily. Rather than taking revenge on that guy, it's better for Boss to stay safe. I stared at Boss with a gentle smile. I did it without much thought because I had not seen her in a while. Why, yeah, okay. But Boss' eyes began to shake. Her white skin became slightly flushed. Her overreaction made me think. Don't worry about it too much, Hajin. Jane interrupted my thought. We put a curse on him. A curse? Yep. Remember the arm Boss got from him? I just remembered. Kurukuru's right arm. Or was it his left arm? In any case, I was planning on turning it into a weapon. He's probably dying as we speak. At the very least, he won't be as fast as before. That's good to know. Even still, the threat Auden possessed didn't decrease by a bit. Auden was a wicked one for sure. Unlike normal monsters, Auden didn't try to solve everything by force. His weapon was his wily intelligence and overwhelming wealth. Auden possessed all of the resources in Africa. He was arguably the wealthiest individual in the world, and he would use this to obstruct governments, corporations, and heroes. Oh, I need to go somewhere now. I slowly got up. I just came back to Earth, so I had a lot to do. Out of habit, I looked down at my left wrist. However, the smartwatch wasn't there. Oh, right. My smartwatch burned up when I obtained my 5th streak of stigma. It feels weird not having it on me. Where are you going now? You only just came back. Boss pouted and pulled on my sleeve. Oh, I have work to do. I didn't have time to waste. If Auden sent envoys, a few corrupt politicians should have taken his bait. I began to put on Black Lotus outfit when Boss asked again. Work. Yes, work. I plan to find out those who betrayed humanity with the Book of Truth and execute them. I should start with the politicians in Korea who accepted Auden's bribery. If left alone, I didn't know what they'd do to Kim Suho, who would clear the Tower of Wish, or Yu Yonha, who was leading Essence of the Strait. After taking out the trash, it would be a vandal's time to shine. But before that, I should visit Yu Yonha and get myself a new smartwatch. I planned my next course of action. I'm going too. Boss also stood up. You stay here, boss. No, who knows when that mantis will show up again. Damned mantis, I'll kill you for sure if you appear again, Boss murmured seriously. Looking at Boss' expression, I thought, well, it wouldn't hurt to be with Boss. I replied, sure. Feel free. Chapter 250. A new beginning. One Yu Yonha tried to talk to Ki Nayan, but Ki Nayan didn't have the strength to maintain her consciousness. When Yu Yonha put her hand on Ki Nayan's forehead, she was shocked. Ki Naeun's body was burning, so much so that the temperature would have been unbearable if Yu Yonha wasn't a superhuman. Ki Naeun insisted in hearing her out, but Yu Yonha forced her into bed. As a hero, Ki Naeun was several times stronger than Yu Yonha. Still, Yu Yonha dragged her effortlessly. Ki Naeun was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yu Yonha gave Ki Naeun some medicine. Kim Hajin's handmade bed tightly embraced Ki Naeun, and she soon fell asleep. Seeing the soundly sleeping Ki Naeun, Yu Yonha thought about how to explain everything. Her skill, thought circuitry, was used in full force. But the solution to solving this convoluted web of relationships wasn't easily found. The only solution she could think of was to break through directly. At that moment, moonlight entered the room from the window. Refracted by the windowpin, the moonlight shone like a jewel. Yu Yonha rubbed her eyes, mystified by the scene. Her fingers became watery. I thought my tear glands dried up. I guess I still had tears left to cry. Yu Yonha sighed as she pushed her hair up. Ha! She sat next to Ki Naeun and waited. She organized everything she wanted to say in her head. Time passed by, albeit slowly. The moonlight brightened, then dimmed, and the sky turned darker, then a bit brighter. The sound of rain falling down echoed in the silent room. Around dawn, the rain stopped. The world sparkled, as though the rain swept away every speck of dust. Around then, Yu Yonha felt a gaze on her. She moved her gaze from the outside scenery to the bed and saw Ki Naeun staring up at her. "Stay down," Yu Yonha said gently. Of course, Ki Naeun wasn't in the mood to simply rest. She raised her upper body. Was it because of the bed, or was it Ki Naeun's unique recovery power? She was undoubtedly in a much better condition than before. "Are you okay?" Yu Yonha asked Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun nodded silently, then muttered, "Tell me everything you know. I can take it. I can accept it. What you know, what I don't know, and how things became like this." Her voice carried a substantive determination. However, Yu Yonha couldn't believe her. It wasn't because she was an untrusting person normally. It was because Ki Naeun was oblivious about so many things. She didn't know about the Kwango incident, that it was their family who took away Kim Hajin's. If she knew, would she be able to endure it? "Can you really handle it?" Yu Yonha asked worriedly. Ki Naeun returned a confident smile. "Who do you think I am? I'm really serious right now. I might hit you if you don't say it." Hearing Ki Naeun's half-joking words, Yu Yonha made a bitter smile. With that, she carefully began to talk. "Did that corpse have evidence?" "Yeah, it did," Ki Naeun replied with difficulty. "That Ki Jinyun's right arm became a devil." "I see," Yu Yonha nodded. Since that was the case, she could talk about the next thing, but before that she needed time to ready her heart. "Who?" Yu Yonha let out a breath. Then she looked at Ki Naeun. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Looking at Ki Naeun, who was asking such a thing, Yu Yonha began to explain why Kim Hajin killed Ki Jinyun and how she came to find out about it. "That person told me not to." "That person, Kim Hajin, did." "Yeah, that's what he said. You at the time couldn't have handled the truth. He didn't want you to break down, so he decided to endure it alone." "Don't tell Ki Naeun. Regardless of the reason, I am the one who killed Ki Jinyun." Yu Yonha clearly remembered Kim Hajin saying those words with a sad smile on his face. "I couldn't handle the truth." Ki Naeun clenched her teeth. "I'm the one who decides whether I accept the truth or not. How can you decide for me?" She scoffed at the idea. Meanwhile, Yu Yonha continued, "Yeah, that's what that person thought. And he was right. He could handle it and you couldn't." Yu Yonha spoke with certainty. He had the courage to be hated, and his courage was rooted on his firm assurance of his conviction. Because he is a returner. "Eh, what?" Ki Naeun furrowed her brows. It was the reaction Yu Yonha expected, so she began to explain further. While hard to believe, everything made sense. Suddenly switching from a sword to a gun, saving Ki Naeun, Rachel, and even herself from Jin's, coaxing Ki Naeun to switch to a sword, knowing that Ki Jinyun had a devil's seed inside him, figuring out how to kill the devil inside Ki Jinyun. Every sacrifice he made couldn't be explained if he wasn't a returner. In the timeline he came from, you must have broken down because of Ki Jinyun becoming a devil. That's why he hid the truth from you and killed Ki Jinyun alone. Yu Yonha grabbed Ki Naeun's hands. However, Ki Naeun shook her off fiercely. "Why do you think that makes sense?" Ki Naeun couldn't believe it. Even though many miracles had happened in the world, going back in time was the most improbable one. But on the other hand, the image of Kim Hajin appeared in her mind. The way he was always confident in his actions and words planted a seed of doubt in her heart. It doesn't make sense. How can he be a... Ki Naeun couldn't finish her sentence. Seeing this, Yu Yonha slowly got up. Then she took out a diary from her desk drawer. Naeun, there's something else you need to know. Yu Yonha brought the diary and sat next to Ki Naeun. It was time to reveal the truth, but tears began to fall from Yu Yonha's eyes. She didn't know why. Have you heard of the Kwangho incident? The story now went back a bit further in time. Ki Naeun nodded. The tragedy where dozens of civilians and about 10 heroes died. She had heard of it before. Yu Yonha began to talk about this incident in more detail. That although the government announced that this incident was caused by monsters, it was actually a premeditated murder. Kim Hajin was the sole survivor of the Kwangho incident. At that moment, Ki Naeun's eyes widened. Kim Hajin's past was something she knew nothing about. And this? Yu Yonha quietly handed her the diary. It was the diary she had asked to take from Yu Jinwoo. The truth of that day was written in this diary. Ki Naeun stared at it in a daze, then took it with 2 hands. Then she slowly opened it. Just as Yu Yonha had done when she first read the diary, Ki Naeun's hands stopped after flipping over to a certain page. She then read the diary in complete silence. Soon, her hands began to tremble. What does this? Ki Naeun raised her head blankly. Her eyes were red from all the tears she shed. Ha! A somber sigh left Yu Yonha's mouth. She braced herself once more and talked about the main instigator of the Kwangho incident. The person who ordered the death of Kim Hajin's parents is Ki Juchul and Yu Jinwoo. Yu Yonha didn't try to cover up her father's sin. She confessed honestly and looked into Ki Naeun's eyes, which were flickering with grim loneliness. Ki Naeun must be feeling the same emotions she once did. Yu Yonha hoped Ki Naeun wouldn't break down under this wave of emotions, and with that hope, she continued. Your grandfather and my father. Korea, Seoul. I returned to Seoul. Although it was late, the bright lights of the city made the scenery as bright as day. A nightless city on a tiny peninsula in East Asia, the global superpower of my world. I looked down at my creation in a daze. The magic-powered streetlights brightened up the roads, and restaurants and bars were bustling with people. Monster attack was the last thing on the minds of the people of Seoul. Seoul's population is 20 million, I hear. Boss, who was enjoying the night scenery with me, spoke. Perhaps because we were standing in a high-rise building, the blowing wind felt fiercer than normal. Nowadays, people are moving to Gyeonggi-do because of the barrier Essence of the Strait made. Recently, Essence of the Strait's #1 research facility, Essential Dynamics, announced a revolutionary technology. Its official name was Essence Barrier. Although it was normally formless, it could detect the presence of monsters with sensors and form a barrier. If those monsters were under low intermediate rank grade -7, the essence barrier could even strike them down. It was a much more technologically advanced than in the original story. I had to thank Yu Yonha for following my advice. In any case, this barrier was installed in a hill near Seoul for testing. After its effectiveness was proven, it was quickly expanded to practically every city in Korea. I've heard of it. It made headlines in the Violet Times as well. Other countries are dying to get their hands on it. Why, yes. Military technology was usually sold to contractors after giving them a sample, but this wasn't the case for Essential Dynamics. China, Japan, Europe, America, and all other countries were practically begging for Essential Dynamics to choose them next. Monster attacks had been more common, so it can't be helped. With Essence of the Strait's revolutionary invention, the entire world had gained strength to endure the future calamity. For the record, this was well-known information to Violet Banquet users. Because of the Tower of Wish, Violet Banquet began to sell something called the Recent Hot Issue magazine. Each issue covered most of the major incidents going on Earth, so it was easy for players to catch up to everything that went on Earth. It's good that I listened to you before. At that moment, Boss suddenly mentioned something strange. Come again, I tilted my head. What did I tell her? Just as I was wondering, Boss told me the answer. You told me to buy Essence of the Strait's stocks. Ah, I smiled. Essence of the Strait's stock value was unparalleled. It was miles ahead of any other guild, and its subsidiaries were considered unicorns in the business world. If I remembered correctly, 15 out of the top 50 businesses should be Essence of the Strait's subsidiaries. Because of this, Yu Yonha was starting to get called by that nickname. Queen of Seoul. It was the perfect title for Yu Yonha. In a year, Essence of the Straits defense technology will cover all of Seoul, and Yu Yonha would reign supreme as the Empress of Seoul. Now that you mention it, the stocks I have must be worth well over 3 trillion won. What? 3 trillion? Yeah, that's about $2.5 billion. Boss put on an expression of shock. Ah, that's just my assets on Earth. Including the tower, it should be 10 trillion won. W what? Boss' eyes widened in shock. 10 trillion. It was an astronomical figure, but it wasn't an exaggeration. I had a good amount of Essence of the Strait and its subsidiary companies' stocks, and in the tower, I owned half of Prestige and all of Jenkalope Vessel. Of course, as I wasn't a businessman, I was far from the richest man on Earth. I'm thinking about liquefying my assets now. The value of the Korean one was now more important than ever. I had to start building up my funds. You should start selling your stocks too. It should continue going up, but it's important to have cash on hand. I see. Boss was still in shock. Seeing as how she kept murmuring, 10 trillion, 10 trillion, it seemed the shock I gave her wasn't small. It was then. A man appeared in the penthouse I'd been staring at for a while. He's here. Boss' expression also stiffened. I told her what we were here to do today. Boss, you can see him, right? That's Yoon Younghwa, a fourth-term member of the National Assembly. Yoon Younghwa. He was a cancer of society. That's how I wrote him to be. I remember making him as corrupt as possible in my novel. He constantly hindered Kim Soo-ho and Yu Yonha, all while betraying his country. He accepted bribes from Auden. So today, we'll kill him. Auden gave Yoon Younghwa amazing presents like blood diamonds, Tower of Wish entrance tickets, and mana-infused gold. According to the Book of Truth, the price of everything he received was well over 5 billion won. So it's part of the revenge we're taking against that mantis bastard. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. I didn't think that far, but it's true that dying last time made me angry. Plus, for a week after reviving, I was constantly bothered by complicated thoughts, like if I was still me even after coming back to life. But why don't you wait a bit? Not much is known about humanoid monsters and Auden right now. Auden is the type to work in the shadows. We're doing this to pull him up to the surface. I grabbed my bow as I said that, but at that moment, we were unexpectedly ambushed. Before I could shoot my bow, dozens of monsters appeared on the roof of the building. The hyena-like monsters didn't make any sound or give off any presence. Boss stepped out and swept through them. In her Yasha state, Boss Shadow Blade dismembered the monsters mercilessly. Judging by the monsters' human-like cries, I figured they were probably Auden's humanoid monsters. Kuak, Kuke. Killing them wasn't a problem, but taking care of the aftermath was. Ah, shoot. Yoon Younghwa was no longer in the penthouse. He probably used a magic scroll to teleport out while we were distracted by the humanoid monsters. Rather than that, I didn't think he would have monsters as guards already. Are you okay, Hajin? Yes. It seemed I underestimated Auden. I ended up letting my target go, but there was no problem. I had the clock hand of fate, after all. I instantly activated my unique skill, and the world began to wind back. The dismembered limbs of the monsters came back together. Yoon Younghwa appeared in the penthouse once again, and Boss and I moved until we were standing in the same spot we were just 3 minutes prior. So it's part of the revenge we're taking against that mantis bastard. I immediately picked up my bow and knocked 5 dark ore arrows onto it. Then I infused Stigma's magic power into Ether to search for my targets. Ether detected at least 200 monsters. I was surprised that so many monsters could fit in such a small space. Boss, that building is a fortress. Transparent magic power formed a barrier around the building, and monsters were patrolling in the darkness for any sign of danger. For some reason, these monsters didn't reveal even a shred of their presence or aura. Boss, step aside a bit. I infused 3.5 streaks of stigma into the 5 arrows. My arm heated up to a painful degree, but I could endure this much, thanks to my increased physical stats. Gyuwu. The bow began to glow white, and the dark ore arrows resonated with magic power. I targeted all 200 monsters, including Yoon Younghwa. With these 5 arrows, I planned to slaughter them all. When I let go of the bowstring, the arrows shot forward like bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the supersonic arrows quietly eliminated the monsters. In the dark night sky, the arrows moved like they had a mind of their own. 3 seconds later, all of the monsters were annihilated, and an arrow pierced Yoon Younghwa's waist. He didn't realize that he was attacked for a long time. I planned on killing Yoon Younghwa, but decided otherwise when I thought of what Boss said. It was true that I didn't need to kill him right now. Kuarak. Yoon Younghwa began to writhe in pain. Since I pierced his waist, his lower body should be completely unusable now. You aren't killing him? Boss asked. Yes, I think it'll be better if I kill him later. I decided to leave him alive for now as a warning from Black Lotus. Warning against siding with Auden and warning Auden himself. What happened? I don't know, sir. Magic power suddenly. Wait, these are monsters. They're all dead. Why are there so many of them? Heroes who felt my magic power began to arrive. They discovered the monsters' corpses, then entered the building and saw Yoon Younghwa. No, Yoon Younghwa saw them first. Ah, hey, fuck. Over here, I'm dying. Help me first. As expected of a congressman who was once a hero, he didn't die so easily. Spartan. I summoned Spartan. Pururu. He quietly flew over and landed on my shoulder. I entrusted him with a single task. Reveal all of the evidence Yoon Younghwa has in his home. Spartan nodded and quickly infiltrated the penthouse. He found the safe where the bribes were kept and threw them on the floor. Quang! The penthouse door quickly opened. Heroes who heard Yoon Younghwa's cry entered his room. What's this? Ah, wait, isn't that a blood diamond? His room was littered with treasures of unknown origin. What happened next was obvious. For the record, items like the blood diamond were rare enough that each one had a registration number. Of course, a blood diamond received as a bribe had no such thing. Who? I let out a sigh. My head hurt a bit and I was tired, but the real pain had yet to come. Who? I took deep breaths and started counting down. 30, 29, 28. Let's go back, Hajin. Yes, boss, but Coon. Once the 3-minute mark passed, the side effect of time reversal arrived. My heart beat violently, pounding my chest. I staggered and fell. Boss caught me before I hit the ground. Hajin. What's wrong? Ah, it's fine. It's just a little side effect. At that moment, a flash of light flared up in the night sky. It wasn't anything threatening. But the startled boss quickly unleashed her magic power and formed a barrier around us. This flare was nothing to worry about. It would happen a lot more frequently from now, as it was the sign of the battle between Kim Suho and the Demon King. Arg, boss, carry me back. I'm sleepy. 4 streaks of stigma and 1 time reversal. I used too much of my strength in one go. I closed my eyes while leaning on Boss, and Boss gently stroked my back. Yeah, rest well. With that, Boss released her magic power. She achieved super speed movement using her magic power and the various skills she learned in the tower. The next day, Congressman Yoon Younghwa's corruption and Black Lotus attack became a headline topic. Chapter 251. A New Beginning to Central Africa, Auden's Underground Kingdom, a dark kingdom in Central Africa inhabited by monsters. Here, Monster King Auden was receiving his servant's report. Is that so? I have no excuse to offer, Your Highness. Unlike his servant, the king appeared calm. He even seemed to be enjoying this situation. We dispatched monsters to protect Yoon Younghwa, but they were not enough. You do not need to worry. Who could have known that this Black Lotus would interfere with our work? We only need to prepare better bodyguards next time. The king said and gestured with his hand. Immediately, a bipedal rabbit emerged from the darkness behind the throne. The monster had the body of a man and the head of a rabbit. Gato, it is finally time for you to act. The rabbit called Gato nodded without a word. He was Auden's second masterpiece, slower than Kurukuru, but by no means less powerful. Protect our allies and crush Black Lotus. Gato's eyes glowed red at the king's command. His eyes were thirsting for blood and death. Gato bowed down once and disappeared. He was as fast as the wind. I apologize again, Your Highness. The monster servant, who had been watching the whole scene from behind, bowed low in front of Auden. Auden looked down at the servant and gave his next order. We need to put aside the carrots and move on to the stick. Lead the monsters of Africa to the north. I shall present the disobedient humanity with their first calamity. Yes, Your Highness. You may leave now. The servant disappeared without ever showing his back. Monster King Auden slowly closed his eyes. The disaster that his servants would bring forth unfolded before him. This was only the beginning of Auden's grand ambition. You must remain resolute, Your Highness. This was a memory from a distant past. In a world where 4 seasons vanished and only winter remained, the old servant urged me to make a decision amidst the familiar cold. I looked down at him from the throne. You must punish the louse and treacherous Kindspring. The old servant took advantage of my silence and continued. Other servants concurred. Their voices resonated in union. Kindspring is a petty man without a sense of priority, who failed to consider the greater cause due to personal feelings. Thinking back now, Kindspring was a loyal servant. He wished to remain honest and moral even when the future of the continent hung in the balance. He wished to punish a noble knight for plundering his people. But the knight was a sword master, destined to become an important asset in the war, whereas Kindspring was not. Raylan only wishes for the punishment of Kindspring. He is a knight who pledged his allegiance to the royal family. Please desert the traitor and embrace your loyal servant, your highness. I was 13 at the time. Despite my tender age, I was the queen, not a young princess, and I carried the responsibility of ruling my kingdom and seizing control of the war. I recalled the face of my very first servant. His pledge of everlasting loyalty and my acceptance of his pledge clashed with each other in my mind. Your Highness, please punish the louse and treacherous Kindspring. At that time, I thought I didn't have any other choice. But was that really the case? Did I really have no choice but to abandon my most loyal servant? No, that wasn't true. As the Queen, didn't I wish to abandon him? Didn't I secretly consider him useless? For he never managed to become strong. I understand. I shall deprive Kindspring of any and all rights as of today, lock him up immediately. Jin Sahyuk, who was no longer the Queen of Plerion, woke up in her bed. The breath that she had been holding back broke out. Jin Sahyuk gasped for breath as she grabbed her chest. Her heart was beating violently. For a while, she stayed in her bed trying to catch her breath before finally raising her upper body. Ah, another dream of the past. Did her seal over her memories weaken? Or maybe she was just too shaken up by that damned Kim Hajin. The memories that she had buried beneath her consciousness were leaking out like sand. Damn it! With yet another sigh, she realized her body was covered in sweat. She threw off her bothersome pajamas and then injected a portion of her magic power into her head. Only after she finished tightening the memory seal did she crawl out of her bed. It was early morning. Jin Sahyuk was changing into her uniform when she suddenly looked at herself in the mirror. In the mirror was a certain woman who resembled the princess, but at the same time she looked nothing like her. The strange sense of disharmony overwhelmed Jin Sahyuk. This is all because of that little shit, Kim Hajin. Her confusion easily transformed into anger. Jin Sahyuk cursed out loud at the thought of Kim Hajin. Just thinking about him made her want to puke. She again pledged to herself to end his life with her own hands. Jin Sahyuk grabbed her uniform roughly. She carelessly put it on and stepped outside her mansion. The first thing she saw was a cozy and beautiful garden. Soon she spotted a horde of knights approaching her way from a distance. "We humbly greet you, Commander Shin Jahyuk." The knights were all dressed in LV7 Atalo's platinum armor, provided to them by the royal knights. They were here to greet their commander. Princess Araha's guard, Rachel, was also among them. Rachel spotted Jin Sahyuk and gave a small smile. "Good morning. What's the princess knight doing here?" Jin Sahyuk replied rather gruffly. Still, Rachel did not appear offended at all and said in a small voice, Fenrir will be coming to the castle." Jin Sahyuk's face warped into a frown. By Fenrir, she must mean Kim Hajin. But what's that got to do with me? Is she seriously still thinking I'm his fan? Would you like to come along? You could if you want to. And no, it's okay. Jin Sahyuk shook her head. She had no reason to meet him, nor did she want to meet him. And it was definitely not because he threatened her to never again appear before his eyes. It's just that. She didn't want to see him, definitely. "There's no time. I'll be leaving to conquer the 9th floor soon." Hearing this, Rachel put on a regretful expression. "Then would you like me to deliver a message to him on your behalf?" Message? Even Jin Sahyuk couldn't decline this offer. Message? Jin Sahyuk looked at Rachel. "Ask him if he's ever heard of No, Prios. Prios. Yeah, mentioning Kindspring seemed too obvious. Instead, she chose to put forth the name that anyone who was once blessed with the greens of Plerion would know. Prios, the name of her father. Ah, wait. No, not that. But on second thought, that didn't seem like a very good choice either. If she used the name of someone who everyone knew, she couldn't narrow down the suspects. Is there a name recognized by only a handful of people? Jin Sahyuk pondered. Suddenly, her body flinched violently. "I met Kindspring when I was little, and he knew all my secrets. That means Puharan. Puharan, you say?" Yeah, Jin Sahyuk nodded calmly. Oh, so you were here suddenly, a cheerful voice called them. Jin Sahyuk and Rachel turned to where the voice came from. The Duchess of the West, Toma, was there. Long time no see, Knight Commander. And Rachel. Yes, it's very nice to see you. In contrast to Jin Sahyuk, who looked at Toma with discontent, Rachel gave her usual distant yet benevolent smile. At first, Rachel was surprised to see Toma here, too. The Cube alumna had shown up unexpectedly and introduced herself as the Duchess of the West. But Toma's explanation easily cleared up Rachel's confusion, and recently the two had become very close. After all, Toma was the first person who had told Rachel that Kim Hajin liked her during her Cube years. Toma scanned the knights quickly. Everyone knows that we're going to the ninth floor tomorrow. Yes, of course, the knights answered lively. Jin Sahyuk didn't like that they seemed to like Toma more than her. Toma looked at Jin Sahyuk and gave her a big smile. Well then, I'll be leaving now. I'm scheduled to meet with someone. With a smile, Rachel used a return ticket. With Rachel gone, a competitive atmosphere filled the space between Toma and Jin Sahyuk. I left Korea and arrived in England. I wasn't here for vacation, of course, but to meet Evandel. Invitation. Yes, anyone who is not a royal needs an invitation to enter. But when I tried to enter the Buckingham Palace, a knight stopped me. England was one of the few countries in this world that acknowledged the profession called knight. Knights were similar to heroes, but different in that they were required to use swords and pledge allegiance to the royal family, instead of the association or a guild. I don't have anything like that. Excuse me for a second. I remembered I could enter the palace without any restriction in the past when I was working as Fenrir. Well, I hadn't paid a visit recently because I was busy climbing the tower. It wasn't too surprising that they forgot about me. I took out 2 ID cards from my pocket. One confirmed my identity as Geronimo Mercenaries Fenrir, and the other as the technical advisor to Essential Dynamics. Here you go. The knight solemnly received my cards. Essential Dynamics Technical Advisor, Hajin Kim. But the moment his eyes landed on the card, all weight was lifted, and his eyes widened frivolously. I also contacted Rachel beforehand. You can ask her. Through Spartan, I had sent a note to Evandel, who probably delivered it to Rachel. Gulp, the knight swallowed his saliva and carefully asked me, By Rachel, do you mean, the princess? The knight made a call right away. After the call, which lasted for about 3 seconds at most, the knight gave a polite bow and stepped aside. Sir, I apologize for not recognizing you. No, it's okay. Your Korean pronunciation is great, by the way. How long have you spoken Korean? I've been learning Korean at a Korean school since I was 3. Ah, so they have something like that. Korea has English schools too. I patted the knight on his shoulder a couple of times and entered the Buckingham Palace. I assumed the palace would be filled with servants and maids, but it was mostly empty to my surprise. Instead, tadadada, I heard the sound of someone running towards me. With a big smile on my face, I turned to the side. The sound was, of course, from Evandel. Hajin, I picked Evandel up from the ground. With the child as light as a feather in my arms, I rubbed my cheek against hers. I missed you, sorry. I came a bit late. I walked over to the reception room with Evandel in my arms. Surprisingly, the reception room was crowded with guests. Not only Ah Haein and Haeyang, but also Hyun and YunSeo-jin were here as well. I approached them, slightly confused. Oh, Hajin. Hi, hello. YunSeo-jin and Ah Haein greeted me respectively. I nodded and sat down on an empty chair. I understand why Teacher Ah Haein is here, but why are you YunSeo-jin SSI? I tilted my head questioningly and asked. YunSeo-jin scratched the back of her neck in slight embarrassment. Just because I couldn't get any sleep. Suho is fighting the Demon King on the 30th floor. Right. These days, the news that Kim Suho was about to complete the Tower of Wish was all over the place. His journey lasted for roughly 3 years, or strictly speaking, 2.5 years. The media was only talking about Kim Suho at the moment. There was even a bet over whether or not he would succeed in defeating the Demon King. The current excitement over Kim Suho was similar to that of the World Cup from the Earth I came from. In other words, Kim Suho was at the center of global attention right now. Our stock prices shot up and investments have resumed thanks to him, but all I can do for him is pray. YunSeo-jin said with a bitter smile. Hajin, you smell nice. Evandel suddenly started to sniff me. At that moment, the door slid open, and the woman I hadn't seen in a long time appeared. Rachel approached us with a big smile on her face. "You came." "I did. It's been a while." I stood up and welcomed Rachel. She smiled happily and greeted me too. This was the first time we got together in a long time. We enjoyed our tea time together in the reception room. The main subject of our conversation was definitely Evandel. Our Hayin spoke of Evandel's achievements. In terms of quantity, Evandel was already even with our Hayin, and in terms of quality, Evandel was very close to the 7-star level. Surprised, we complimented Evandel. Evandel squirmed with joy. "Ah, right. Hajin SSI, do you know Knight Commander Shin Jahyuk by any chance?" Rachel asked, as if the question suddenly sprang up to her mind. "Shin Jahyuk, I do know her." "Why, Jin Sahyuk's alias. I had actually seen her with my own eyes, too." "Ah, it's nothing. She said she's your fan." "My fan?" That was the most ridiculous thing I had ever heard. While I was at a loss for words, Rachel continued. "There's something she wanted me to ask you." "What is it?" She asked if you knew Puharan. But everything started to make sense the moment I heard that question. I nodded, trying to suppress my laughter. Jin Sahyuk was up to something, with Rachel serving as a stepping stone. "So, do you know who Puharan is?" "Ha, I began to think this had to be some kind of test. "I don't know. I think I've heard that name in a movie. He was an incarcerated royalty, if I remember correctly." As the original writer, I was fully aware of Jin Sahyuk's backstory, what kind of prince, no, princess she was, what she did to become the queen, and how exactly she met her end. Puharan was one of the members of the royal family who were incarcerated by Jin Sahyuk, the fifth prince, no, princess. However, because Puharan was carrying a devil's seed, just banishing her ended up becoming the reason Jin Sahyuk fell from grace. Though truth be told, Plerian would have fallen even without Puharan. Plerian was destined to fall from the day Jin Sahyuk became its ruler. After all, that was my official setting. A kingdom ruled by a young queen who was easily influenced by her vassals. Its end was obviously never meant to be good. Rachel tilted her head and asked, "Incarcerated royalty?" "Yes, you should tell her just that. But that's not really important." I quickly changed the topic. "Didn't you say you want to install the essence barrier?" We switched topic to the essence barrier. This was the reason foreign countries were recently sending diplomatic envoys to Korea one after the other. Yes, not only that, but other defensive devices as well. Rachel's face was grim. It seemed England only had a little prospect of securing defensive devices. "We're trying our best, but our connections don't extend far. China and the US are very aggressive. The order will be China, US, Japan, Germany will probably come in fifth at best." "Is that so?" "Yes, but that's okay. We have a few interests in the Tower of Wish that we can use for negotiations," Rachel said in a sullen voice. I wasn't surprised, since the English royal court's investments in the Tower of Wish were much more valuable than a mere barrier. But she couldn't simply ignore the complaints and the anxiety of her people. The number of monster attacks had recently skyrocketed. In other words, she had few choices. "No, there's probably no need for you to go that far." I gave a confident smile. In reality, Essence of Strait already possessed enough facilities to manufacture ample amount of essence barriers. Yonha was simply playing hard to get in order to attract more lobbyists. "Don't worry." But England definitely needed a essence barrier. Kim Hajin, was about to exercise my right as the Essence of Strait's technical advisor when the reception room's door swung open. Thud, a number of men in suits suddenly flooded into the room. "Dad. Pardon, Dad. I mean father." Even Rachel's father was there. Amidst our confusion, the men in suits started to introduce themselves politely and respectfully. The group was comprised of the Minister and Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, members of the House of Lords, etc. Their introductions were all directed to me, and I realized their intentions soon enough. "As representatives of this nation, we would like to welcome Sir Hajin Kim, the technical advisor to Essence of the Strait. We have a sincere favor to ask of you. Currently, the citizens of England are suffering from the greatest surge of monster attacks in history. The number of low-rank monsters have increased dramatically in urban areas, and, as expected, they were asking me to help them secure an essence barrier to place around England. On a side note, Hajin Kim was my alias. Excuse me, Hajin SSI, what is happening?" Essential Dynamics Technical Advisor. Not only Rachel, but also Ah-hae-in and Yoon-seung were oblivious to my position. The trio looked at me in a daze, and I let out a bashful smile. 4 hours later, Seoul, South Korea, Yoo Yeon-ha's mansion. Last night's events unfolded in my head once again. Dead? What do you mean? Ki Naeun, who screamed in misery, and me, who couldn't answer her despairing screams. Dead so suddenly. He can't be dead. He can't be dead. It doesn't make any sense. He's really, really strong. I showed her the video. Kim Hajin was definitely in it. His body was cut in half by a being moving at an undetectable speed. His eyes lost all signs of life and faded into an ash-grey color. It was death without a doubt. This can't be. How can this be Kim Hajin? How? That's when Ki Naeun completely lost it. She tore her hair out, bawled like a child, hit the floor with her fists, and agonized over his futile death. Why? In the face of his death, Ki Naeun regretted everything she had ever done. I shouldn't have been so mean to him the last time we met. This wouldn't have happened if only I was smarter. Please, 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 she wailed miserably. Watching Ki Naeun in pain, hey, wake up, I said, hey, wake up. No, wait, that's not right. Ooh. A frown spread across Yoo Yeon-ha's face amidst the nightmare. The tip of her nose and the space between her eyebrows trembled slightly as she continued to wander in her nightmare. Wake up. However, Kim Hajin didn't intend to let her suffer any longer. He tapped Yoo Yeon-ha's forehead lightly. Yoo Yeon-ha shook her head. Yet another nightmare seemed to have taken over her. Left with no other choice, Kim Hajin infused his magic power into Yoo Yeon-ha's head. Haru! A strange moan flowed out of Yoo Yeon-ha's mouth. The stigma helped release her from her nightmare, and she finally opened her eyes. But her gaze was still fixed at the empty space above. You're finally up. Kim Hajin spoke, smiling. Yoo Yeon-ha turned her head to the side and faced the man talking to her. Ha! She blurted out a single exclamation in a daze. Kim Hajin was in front of her. Kim Hajin, who was already dead, was lit up by the sunlight. This must be a dream too, she thought. It's not like you to fall asleep during the day. Kim Hajin, who appeared too real, muttered. Still Yoo Yeon-ha didn't say a word. Ah! Suddenly, her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness. She currently lacked the mental strength to deal with this kind of situation. Chapter 252. A New Beginning. 3. Yoo Yeon-ha lost consciousness the moment she saw Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin, of course, had no idea why, and he infused Stigma's magic power into Yoo Yeon-ha once more. Yoo Yeon-ha woke up, saw Kim Hajin, then fell unconscious again. Kim Hajin then infused Stigma's magic power into her again, after repeating this about 5 times. Yoo Yeon-ha finally woke up. She still had a dazed expression, but she no longer fainted the moment she saw Kim Hajin. I should be able to talk to her now, Kim Hajin thought. What's up with you? However, Yoo Yeon-ha didn't talk. She remained silent and stared at him with watery eyes. Hello. After staying motionless for a while, Yoo Yeon-ha finally took action. She charged into Kim Hajin's embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Her arms squeezed Kim Hajin and her face buried itself in his chest. It was a hug powerful enough to save the world. I'm sorry. While Kim Hajin stood flustered, Yoo Yeon-ha apologized. She still thought she was dreaming, that Kim Hajin was only a hallucination and that she was being haunted by guilt. Calm down, what are you even apologizing for? I. Yoo Yeon-ha wanted to confess everything, even if it was only in her dream. Although it was too late, although she couldn't be forgiven anymore, she wanted to tell Kim Hajin everything. So that's what she did. What she had hidden from him, how much it pained her, and how much she regretted it, everything. Sorry, it's all my fault. Yoo Yeon-ha spoke as she sniffled. So you can leave now. I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Kim Hajin stared at her blankly. He still couldn't understand this comedic situation. So he watched Yoo Yeon-ha make a fool out of herself for 2-3 minutes. Then, chap, he slapped her cheek lightly. Ow, what the heck? Yoo Yeon-ha spat out a few words after being slapped. Considering that she was asking why she was hit, it seemed she hadn't gone completely insane. What are you doing? Hey, I said, what are you doing? It was then that Yoo Yeon-ha finally realized something was wrong. She remained motionless, like trying to compute all the possible solutions to a problem. Then, chap, she slapped her face strongly. She put enough strength in her hands to shake the room, and her eyebrows twitched at the pain. Oh, it hurts. Seeing this, Kim Hajin spoke clearly. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not dead. But thanks for letting me know. That was the final blow. Yoo Yeon-ha's face turned bright red. 2 hours later, I sat face to face with Yu Yonha. Her face was still hot with embarrassment. I could probably fry an egg on her face. Gulp, gulp. Yu Yonha gulped down a glass of water, then opened her mouth. To think you had such a skill. Technically, I did die. It hurt a lot. Ha, but thank you for being alive. After saying that, Yu Yonha slammed her head down on the table. White steam rose up from her head. I wasn't exaggerating. It really was steam proof that Yu Yonha was using a skill. What do I tell Nayan? Oh, right, what happened with Ki Nayan? Before I noticed, Ki Nayan had discovered the truth. I was worried for her fragile mind. Yonha shot up and sent me a flashing gaze. Nayan went back to the Himalayas. Why? To get revenge. Revenge. Yes, she said she'd take revenge on the humanoid monster and make her grandfather pay for his sins. She left before I could say no. I see. I fell into thought. The situation looked quite serious. Do I have to go see her to show that I'm alive? Seeing that I was contemplating what to do, Yonha asked. It seemed she made another strange misunderstanding. You still like Nayan that much? Ha! I stared at Yonha, bewildered by the sudden question. She had a somewhat bitter smile on her face. I didn't take you to be such a romantic. But don't worry, Nayan is a lot stronger than you think. Can you stop saying weird things? You're wrong. Yonha smiled bashfully and nodded. Okay. Also, I want to apologize again about keeping that a secret. She was talking about the fact that Yu Jinwoon was behind the Kwangho incident. It pained me slightly because of my synchronization with Chundong, but I wasn't furious or anything. I can't say I'm not angry, but who? I couldn't react too differently from how Kim Chundong normally would for a topic as sensitive as this. A part of it had to do with my conscience, but the main reason was synchronization. This strange number increased ever so slightly every time I did something that wasn't aligned with Kim Chundong's wish. But it was extremely small, so I didn't worry about it too much. I lived because of your father. It's not like he wanted to do what he did, and even if he did, that has nothing to do with you. There's no guilt by association in Korea. With that, I got up. A new smartwatch was on my wrist. Essential smartwatch code black. It was a 17 billion won luxury watch made with titanium and blood diamond. I got the watch I wanted, so I'm leaving now. I made some food for you, so you can eat it later. While Yu Yonha was calming herself down and collecting her thoughts, I made rice and kimchi jjigae for her. Since she only had high-quality ingredients in her fridge, I could guarantee their flavor. Wait, but as I was about to leave, Yu Yonha stopped me. Huh, what now? Why are you wearing a suit? Oh, this. It was because I was going to visit the Buckingham Palace. I was choosing my words when Yu Yonha walked up to me. Your necktie is loose. She stood in front of me and placed her hands on my tie. She unfastened it, then tied it once again. Meanwhile, I stood still. The scent of her hair made me feel weird. As the tie slowly formed a knot tack, something heavy fell on my chest. I glanced down. Yonha had placed her forehead on my chest in the middle of tying my tie. Soon, a cold voice left her mouth. Stay. Ha! Stay, stay. With this one word, she began to shake me back and forth. Stay, 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 stay. My head bobbled. This was the first time I was being grabbed by the collar. Of course, it didn't last a long time. Yonha kept her hands on my collar and headbutted my chest. Stay in touch. You're our majority shareholder. Her voice sounded noticeably affectionate. I blushed. Feeling embarrassed, I scratched the back of my neck. Though I was busy, it was true that I didn't contact her for about 3 months. It wasn't strange that she thought I was dead. If I have time. Excuses. Yonha let go of my collar and finished doing my tie. There. She tapped my shoulders a few times, then backed off. She looked at the tie she tied and smiled in satisfaction. Oh, right. Then suddenly, she shouted as though she just remembered something important. When you go back to the tower, do not look at the messages I sent you. If you do, our relationship is of. Emergency news. African monsters are marching northward. Monsters on other continents are also invading human territory. Civilians are advised to stay indoors while, at that moment, a disaster warning popped up on my new smartwatch. My smartwatch wasn't the only device that received it. Yonha's smartwatch and the smartwatches of the people on the streets outside the window were all beeping with disaster warnings. I stared at Yonha silently. She was also looking at me. 21F Card Kingdom. Finally. Meanwhile, Shin Jonghak was looking at a card he obtained on the 21st floor. Tremoring echo of light, applied effect, 7-star, effective good, applies the echo of light effect to a target weapon. Echo of light, echo attack. Attacks from the affected weapon will resonate like an echo. Attribute infusion, adds light attribute to basic attacks and echo attacks. A 7-star card that applied the light attribute to a weapon of choice. Furthermore, it made the weapon perform an additional attack through an echo. It was indeed worthy of how much TP it cost. Hoo hoo hoo. Shin Jonghak smiled as he held the card in his hand. He thought back to all the work he put in to obtain a source of light attribute. He used all of his TP to obtain the light attribute, not luminous nor shine attribute, and he even made up for the TP he lacked with funding from outside the tower. Oh, it's tremoring echo of light. I saw that in the card encyclopedia. It's super rare, right? Yi Yonghan, who was standing next to him, chattered. Shin Jonghak glared at him before putting the card away. Yi Yonghan spoke again. If you attack, it makes light attribute echoes, right? Shut up. Do you even have a weapon to use it on? You'll need at least a level 8 weapon if you want to use it to its full potential. I do, so shut up. Shin Jonghak observed his surroundings carefully. Thankfully, he didn't see anyone who could be a thief, because the card kingdom was full of skilled pickpockets. Not even experts let their guard down at any moment. Are you going back to the 26th floor? Yi Yonghan had many questions. The annoyed Shin Jonghak glared at him, but Yi Yonghan lightly pushed his glares away. Shin Jonghak had no choice but to sigh and accept his situation. Yeah, I'm going back right away. Ooh, as expected of Desolate Moon's boss, the position of guilds in the tower was like that of Earth. Essence of the Strait was number 1, while Frost's Sanctuary and Desolate Moon followed close behind. The only difference was in the English royal court and Creator's sacred grace. The former had influence in the tower, while the latter was single-handedly carried by Kim Suho's achievements. But even if you go up, you can't do anything right. The Demon King's fighting Kim Suho. He might not beat him. So you're going to challenge the Demon King next. That's right, because I'm much stronger than Kim Suho. Shin Jonghak nodded with confidence, as expected of the Emperor's bloodline. At that moment, a silvery voice touched the two heroes. Happy to hear someone praising him, Shin Jonghak turned his head. Nice to meet you, Jonghak SSI. It's been a while. There, Shin Jonghak saw YunSeo-jin, smiling as brightly as ever. Shin Jonghak was happy to see her, but he nodded without revealing his feelings outwards. Yes, nice to meet you too, part. At that moment, a flash of light flared up in the distant sky. The three heroes looked up simultaneously. Suho SSI must be fighting, YunSeo-jin muttered. Do you think he can win? Yi Yonghan asked. It'll be hard, Shin Jonghak answered. YunSeo-jin laughed at his cute jealousy, but Shin Jonghak pouted seeing YunSeo-jin snicker. Part. Another flash of light spread out in the sky like a spider web. Must be intense. Damn, what a show. How can their magic power undulations reach all the way down here? By the way, what happens if Kim Suho wins? That won't happen, so don't worry. It wasn't just Shin Jonghak, Yi Yonghan, and YunSeo-jin who were looking up at the sky. Everyone in the Card Kingdom was the same. 30F, the final floor of the Tower of Wish. How Kim Suho was fighting the Demon King. Whether he could defeat him, everyone both inside and outside the tower was wondering the same thing. Kim Suho slowly opened his eyes. A crushing pressure and hot pain pressed down on his body. Overcome with pain, his body didn't move. The only thing he could do at the moment was to endure the pain. You lost again. A soft voice rang out from nearby. Kim Suho turned his head in that direction. The witch was standing there. Next to her were the equipment he had on before, along with Misteltine. The king used 50% of his power and won with 73% of his energy remaining. You used all of your power and lost. The witch reported the results like notifying a player of a game result. Your equipment has been repaired. You now have two choices. You can give up or try again. Again. Kim Suho spat out a single word, but the moment he did so, a wave of pain swept through his body. Kim Suho coughed out a mouthful of blood and continued. I'm trying again. His fight against the Demon King ended in his complete defeat. He challenged him 3 times and lost all 3. The Demon King was that strong. His strength was one that Kim Suho never imagined or experienced in his entire life. But this made Kim Suho's conviction burn brighter. If he couldn't defeat the Demon King, then he knew he couldn't stop the calamities that would come in the future and protect his new home. His determination as a knight was still burning inside him. The witch stared at the knight silently. After staring at him for a long, long time, she dropped her head and muttered softly, "I will give you 4 days to recover." With that, the witch left. Kim Suho didn't despair, even while writhing in pain. He wasn't scared of the difference between him and the Demon King. He still had many chances. He refused to give up. Every muscle in his body screamed in pain. However, Kim Suho swallowed his cries and raised his body, recovering his broken-down body. He was now more familiar with it than anyone else. His soul had even experienced death. His conviction was as strong as a sword and would not yield to mere pain. Ha ha. Kim Suho eventually forced himself up and breathed heavily while covered in blood and sweat. When he turned around while feeling a strange gaze on him, KQham, he saw the witch staring at him. Seoul, Korea, rooftop of a nameless building, emergency report. African monsters are marching northward. There are at least 30 million of them, but that is the smallest estimate. This isn't a naturally occurring phenomenon. Auden, the self-claimed Monster King, has taken responsibility for the phenomenon, adding to the shock of the public. Ho! Jin Sahyuk shook her head and turned off her smartwatch. She had returned to Earth after spending a long time in the tower, yet the world was in total chaos. Nothing interesting was happening, and people were only talking about monsters. Auden. She remembered Bell mentioning someone by that name, that a monster in Africa had a grand aspiration of conquering all of Earth. But Jin Sahyuk didn't care about a mere monster. She was only worried about what she heard from Rachel today. Hajin SSI called Puharan an incarcerated royalty. He said it was from a movie. What is it called? Chewing on a leaf like smoking a cigarette, Jin Sahyuk mulled over the words Rachel told her. Kim Hajin knew Puharan, someone he shouldn't know. That was why Jin Sahyuk left the tower. She couldn't stay in Krevon. It was driving her mad. Who? Jin Sahyuk looked up at the distant sky and sighed. Then she muttered as though she was talking to thin air. Come out. Her words were exceedingly vague, but she was clearly speaking to someone, and that someone revealed himself soon after. Tack, light footsteps rang out. No one knew whether he came from above or below. Jin Sahyuk stared in that direction. A human-like rabbit was standing there. Are you a rabbit or a human? Jin Sahyuk's voice reached Gato. Gato glared at Jin Sahyuk and returned her question with another question. Young human, I can feel that you're strong. Are you Black Lotus? PFD. Jin Sahyuk sneered. Could these idiotic monsters not even tell sexes apart? So much for being humanoid. Don't you know that Black Lotus is male? I heard he's completely black. My hair is navy, retard. It looks darker because it's night. Hearing this, the rabbit unleashed magic power. His magic power compared the image of Black Lotus with Jin Sahyuk. When the result came out, Gato nodded his head. Then I have no business with you. My target is Black Lotus. With that, Gato turned his back. The monster rabbit didn't plan to fight. As a monster created solely for battle, he had a strong desire to fight, but he had a command to follow. Protection of his king's allies and the death of Black Lotus. Oh, Jin Sahyuk sneered while looking at Gato. A fierce wind blew and the smile on her face disappeared. Oi, rabbit. She stopped Gato. She raised her body, dusting off her hands. Gato turned around silently. She glared at Gato and made a twisted smile. Dark magic power was burning around her. With whose permission are you looking for that bastard? She spoke in a relaxed manner. However, her magic power was nothing but relaxed. But Gato had no reason to fight. He wanted to get away from this place. Completing the mission given to him by his king was his first and foremost goal. But to his surprise, he couldn't escape the rooftop. A wall was preventing him from doing so. Gato stepped backwards, wondering why. He was currently entrapped in the third wall, something that was neither a barrier nor a spell. This strange ability was part of a new gift Jin Sahyuk awakened called reality manipulation. Older sis here is feeling like total shit today. Jin Sahyuk laughed inaudibly and stared at Gato. Gato instinctively realized that he had no choice but to fight. This would mean that his action would not disgrace his king's orders. So, why don't we have a go until one of us dies? Chapter 253. The unknown future one. Jin Sahyuk observed the rabbit's movements. Dark demonic energy gushed out of him like steam. At the same time, his fur, which was originally grey, slowly turned black. His crimson eyes that stood out starkly against his blackened body stared straight at Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk watched the monster transform as she expanded her domain in silence. The third wall, which had stopped Gato from escaping only a few moments ago, expanded even further to encompass the entire area around them. What is this? This magical phenomenon startled Gato, as he had seen nothing like it before. Jin Sahyuk gave an arrogant smirk instead of an answer. With her domain fully formed, she was now sure that the monster stood no chance against her. Don't make a fuss and just die, Jin Sahyuk said with her arms crossed. Gato became infuriated by her arrogant tone. The only being allowed to act arrogant in front of Gato was the king. Guo. Gato's demonic energy swirled like a storm, leaving thin scars across Jin Sahyuk's cheeks. For my king, Gato shouted as he jolted towards Jin Sahyuk. However, though he was precisely directed towards Jin Sahyuk, he wasn't able to reach her. The distance between the two was not decreasing, no matter how hard he ran. Looking at Gato running towards her from an unreachable distance, Jin Sahyuk declared, "I'm also a king." The space itself responded to her exalted voice. Iron bars shot up from the ground where Gato stood. He jumped up to avoid them, but a set of chains suddenly appeared and flew towards him. Gato made a circle in midair to shake the chains off. Then he darted towards Jin Sahyuk once again. So, consider yourself lucky. Only then did Jin Sahyuk unfold her arms. Magic power gathered around her now freed hands. The concentrated magic power did not shoot outward, but instead served to restructure her domain. The king's domain changed shape according to the king's wishes. The ground was pulled apart and raised aloft to form fractals, which then changed into sharp blades and rushed towards Gato. Crack, however, her fractals failed to penetrate Gato's hide. Gato smirked. Surprisingly, so did Jin Sahyuk. Before Gato could even begin to contemplate about the meaning behind her smile, the fractals that clung to Gato's hide exploded. The blades scattered into pieces and Gato shrieked in pain amidst the burning heat and smoke. Enraged, Gato released his demonic energy. The swirl of demonic energy melted the fractals and heated the smoke away. Gato then pushed himself up into the air. His body gave off an ominous flow of demonic energy. Every blood vessel in his body was being filled up with demonic energy. Come! Gato jolted forward with a single cry. The shock waves from his feet reverberated in all directions. This time, even the king's domain wasn't enough to stop him. In a flash, Gato arrived in front of Jin Sahyuk and swung his fist at her. Ook! Jin Sahyuk used her arm to guard herself from his punch. However, because her bone was much weaker than Gato's, her arm easily snapped in half like a daikon. Immediately, Gato's kicks poured in. They carried the strength of a rabbit's legs and crushed the lower half of Jin Sahyuk's body. Cuke! It felt as if an atomic bomb had exploded inside her. Her eyes widened in shock, and a waterfall of blood spurted out of her mouth. She had made a lethal mistake by allowing the rabbit to come near her. She never should have allowed this monster to attack her at close range. But how was it that a mere rabbit possessed this much strength? But it was too late to ponder such question. With a radiant smile, Gato placed his hands around Jin Sahyuk's neck and Krarak tore her head off. The body without a head went limp and fell to the ground. There was no scream, no resistance. Gato let out a smile of satisfaction with Jin Sahyuk's head in his hand. It's over, Gato thought. However, a beast is nothing but a clown in my domain. A voice descended from above. Startled, Gato quickly shifted his gaze to the sky. Jin Sahyuk was standing there, looking down at Gato with arrogant eyes. That was an interesting show, clown. You damn little human. Gato exploded his magic power in a fury. KWA. Jin Sahyuk didn't seem to care that the explosion had damaged parts of her domain. TZZZZZT. A spark of light emerged from the fake corpse of Jin Sahyuk that Gato had crushed to bits. The moment Gato turned around, the spark transformed into chains and wrapped itself around his neck. At the same time, spears, swords, arrows, and axes flew up into the sky. The weapons all pointed themselves at Gato. Now, it's time for punishment. Jin Sahyuk waved her hands lightly. Her soldiers immediately responded to her command. The weapons poured down towards Gato like hail. When they reached the monster, they each presented him with a distinct kind of death. Explosion, penetration, freezing burst, necrosis, asphyxiation, paralysis, amputation. It didn't take long for the monster rabbit to collapse to the ground. Different kinds of wounds covered his body. Death was just around the corner, and Gato was barely breathing. Jin Sahyuk slowly walked over to him. "I'm the one who will kill Black Lotus," she said, with a sharp sword in her hand. "So go tell your king." A smile spread across her face at the sight of the enfeebled foe at her feet. "To not interfere, Chying." The blade penetrated Gato's heart. Gato gasped for air a few times before finally meeting his end. Ha! At that moment, Jin Sahyuk's face stiffened. Her king's domain was released, and Jin Sahyuk fell to the ground. That was close, she thought. There was no strength left in her body. This was clearly magic power exhaustion. She thought humanoid monsters would be weak, yet they were much stronger than she expected. She closed her eyes with a sigh. The face of a certain someone sprang up beneath her sealed eyelids. Irritated, Jin Sahyuk opened her eyes again. Damn it! Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin. She couldn't stop thinking about his name. How do you know? Jin Sahyuk wanted to ask. She was dying to ask. Just how did he know Puharan? She resented herself for not being able to confront him. Ha! Not long ago, he had driven her to the verge of death. She had begged him for her life. Every time she recalled this traumatic memory, her body trembled violently. She was angry at herself for being so afraid of Kim Hajin even after all this time. She closed her eyes in embarrassment. Jin Sahyuk blacked out. This time, Kim Hajin did not appear. Monsters around the world began to grow listless, turning more violent and aggressive. It wasn't just the 30 million strong army of monsters marching north from Africa. There was nothing I could do in the face of the sudden monster mayhem. I simply hurried to the Essential Dynamics Underground workshop built somewhere near the Southern Sea, along with Yu Yonha. Take whatever you need. The workshop was filled with incredible machines, including drones worth hundreds of millions of ones each, stealth aircraft similar to the F-22, small tanks, and even high-tech bodysuits found only in movies. What laid before my eyes was undoubtedly the epitome of magic and science. All of these are your inventions. Yes, we developed them, but never announced them to the public. These days, a lot of people are holding us in check, and they definitely aren't going to allow our patent applications to pass. We're only going to give others the chance to steal our ideas by making them public, so we figured it would be better to keep them hidden. My gaze shifted to the assault drones and stealth aircraft. I could make use of them both. Yu Yonha noticed that I was interested and remarked, "The codename for this drone is ES-X-39. It comes with a pocket enchanted with space expansion magic, so it can hold up to 5,000 magic bullets. The AI also fires the bullets in the most efficient way." Really? I could enhance machines I owned up to 4 times. First with equipment link, then random consolidation system, then ether, and lastly algorithm. With these, even the simplest gun could become as powerful as an artifact. I'll just take these drones for now. These drones would probably become a great addition to the team. I placed my hand on top of the 4 drones. Then I activated Equipment Link, one of the functions my laptop gained when it updated back in the day. Equipment Link, 5 Street Consolidation, links any machine owned by Kim Hajin to Kim Hajin. Max. 7. The linked machine can only be controlled by its owner. The owner is given the right to control the linked machine any way he pleases. The output of linked machines will increase by 15%. I linked myself to all 4 drones. Even without a power source, the drones moved as I commanded them. Oh wow, did your gift advance by another level? It's not only guns that are responding to you now. I handed the dwarven supercar, converted, to the surprised Yu Yonha. What's this? I'll lend it to you in exchange for the drones. Pardon, I personally unlocked the card for Yu Yonha, who was clearly confused. With a puff, the dwarven supercar appeared in the air. Oh, learn to ride it. With this, you can go from Busan to Seoul in 10 minutes. It can even fly across the sky. Do you really expect me to ride something so conspicuous? You'll be fine at night. I infused my magic power into the vehicle. Thanks to the old enchant effect, the snowmobile turned transparent and blended into the darkness. It won't be noticeable at night, but if you're still concerned, use the cape of transparency. They're pretty common these days. I wouldn't say they're common. Effective goods from the tower are all expensive. Anyways, thank you. I'll use it well. Yona's eyes twinkled as she sat down on the dwarven supercar's driver's seat. She learned how to drive in the tower, so she should be able to control it with ease. I took my mind off her and turned my smartwatch back on. 30 million monsters are heading north. People living in Western Europe have been urged to evacuate the area. Monsters are rampaging throughout the entire world, not only Africa. Governments have declared a state of emergency, and the story had obviously moved onto the Auden arc. With this incident, humanity would lose, at least, Africa and the entire Middle East, as well as the Iberian Peninsula, Greece, Italy, and other countries near the Mediterranean with the addition of Ireland and Scotland. But this was only the beginning. Oh, also, I looked back. Vroom, vroom, Yonha was flying in the air on the dwarven supercar. What happened to Essence Barrier? Ah, Yonha hurried back down. We shipped them to other countries already. I didn't make as much I could have, but I figured now wasn't the time to chase after money. I sent one to England a long time ago too. Good. Then I'm leaving now. Don't follow me. Okay. I stepped into the elevator with the drones by my side. Yonha looked at me and said, "Oh, and I'll clear things up with Nayan." "How?" "I'm thinking about telling her that you were seriously injured but recovered miraculously." Yonha's smiling face appeared behind the gap between the wall and the elevator door, but the door shut before I could answer her. I was now back above the ground with the drones. Spartan clung to my side. A view of the ocean by the workshop entered my eyes. I began to contemplate, with my gaze fixed on the wavering darkness above the southern sea. The last segment of my story was about to begin. Soon, humanity would form an expedition team against Auden, and not long afterwards, Earth would start to transform into the demon realm. The contamination would start from both poles, and after that was a future I didn't know. Of course, I did have a tentative idea for how to end the story. In the final arc, Jin Sahyuk would make a deal with a devil, equivalent exchange. She would obtain peace for her homeland, Akatrina, in exchange for transforming Earth into the demon realm. Jin Sahyuk would try to destroy Earth using the devil's power before ultimately being defeated by Kim Suho and perishing. Jin Sahyuk. But of course, the remake shouldn't end so easily. Ultimately, Jin Sahyuk was the one who held the most important key to the story. Who? With a deep sigh, I began to think of Jin Sahyuk, a wounded princess who ascended the throne of a fallen kingdom only to meet a painful death in despair. I would have to meet her someday and decide whether to kill her or not. In the darkness of the seaside, I took out 2 communication letters. These 2 letters were effective goods I brought from the tower, used to communicate with each other regardless of their locations. They could also be recycled by the repetition of writing and erasing. I could probably deliver one to Jin Sahyuk by asking Rachel, "Hey, drone, deliver this to Rachel in England." I handed a communication letter to one of the drones. The drone disappeared quickly into the sky. Hero Association, Temple of Justice. The Hero Association's most influential department, Temple of Justice. A meeting was currently taking place in the office of the heroes revered by all heroes. For the first time in a while, all 12 members of the Temple of Justice had gathered together. An astounding amount of jewelry was discovered in the private vault of Yoon Youngwa, whom Black Lotus assaulted. Chairman Park Han-ho put up the first item on their agenda. This was originally their most important topic of discussion before even more urgent matters emerged. First, Black Lotus. The overall appearance of Black Lotus, his arrow and the note he had left at the scene appeared as a 3D hologram. The note reads, "I warn the dogs of the Monster King." A number of heroes showed interest in Black Lotus handwriting. It was so beautiful that Yi Yongha and Nicholas couldn't hold back their exclamations of amazement. Monster King is most likely referring to Auden. Black Lotus is saying Yoon Youngwa received bribes from him. Park Han-ho immediately pulled up a video recording of Yoon Youngwa's interrogation. "Where did you get all the blood diamonds?" "I don't know, even though they were found in your safe." "I don't know. Why are you interrogating me? I'm the victim, you hear me? The victim of an assault. I only came here because you promised me to fix my body. I won't stand to be treated this way." "What an annoying old geezer," Aileen said, tapping on her desk. "He obviously took bribes from Auden. Blood diamonds without any identification number, and what was it? There was one more thing," Park Han-ho said instead, "sorcery mask." "Yeah, that. It's an artifact only found in Africa. used to cast hypnosis and aphrodisiac spells. What exactly did this perverted old geezer need it for? Regardless, private prosecutions are against the law. Black Lotus actions would still be problematic even if he was a hero. We'll need to adjust the bounty on his head. Then do it. Why are we even having a meeting if he's just gonna do whatever he wants? Aileen grumbled as she leaned back in her chair. Do whatever you want, I don't care. At her remark, Park Han-ho studied the face of the other members. None of them seemed to object. It's settled then. Grade -1 black bounty, wanted criminal. Black Lotus. Black Lotus bounty increased, just like that. The change was meaningless since it wouldn't change the status quo, but there was nothing else they could do. The objective of this meeting was simply to review solutions presented to them by the lower echelon. A grade -1 black bounty was assigned only to the most dangerous criminals who required a large number of heroes to capture. The next item on the agenda is Orden Assassination Team. This is today's most important topic. They were already moving on to the next item on the agenda. This time, the topic was Assassination Team. In the face of recent events, different groups have suggested we should form a team against Orden. We plan on forming at least 2 teams. Park Han-ho took a look around the room. Do you have any heroes you'd like to recommend for the job? Of course, if none of them are strong enough, we'll simply be forming teams amongst ourselves. It seemed everyone had a thing or two to say this time. The heroes in the room began to either recommend heroes or condemn the choices of others. Everyone, except Aileen. Aileen sat still, yawning and smacking her lips in boredom. Aileen, Chairman Park Han-ho turned to Aileen. Wah, and your opinion is? Well, Aileen stroked her chin as she contemplated. A minute passed, and she suddenly jolted as though she thought of someone. Everyone's attention shifted to Aileen. What? Were you able to think of someone? Ha! Ah, that's... Aileen twisted her body in embarrassment. The members of the Temple of Justice were certainly not used to seeing such a reaction out of Aileen. Curious, they focused even harder on what she had to say. At last, Aileen spoke. F. Fenrir, her cheeks were slightly flushed. No one returned an answer. There was neither signs of support nor opposition. Everyone simply stared at Aileen in silence. Fenrir, a mercenary who used a gun. His most famous nicknames included Lotus Killer, Monster Wolf, etc. I'm kidding. It was a joke. Ha 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 ha. Aileen squeezed out laughter to fend off her embarrassment, but it only made the situation worse. The members either glared even harder or let out pitiful sighs. And so, Aileen was left with no choice but to resort to anger. Damn it, I said I was joking. I'm gonna pull your eyeballs out. Hey, what are you looking at? I said, what are you looking at? Stop it right now. Aileen started to make a fuss. Even the Temple of Justice couldn't stand her notorious tantrums. Is what I said that absurd? Ha! She was someone who beat up even Cheok Young last time they fought on the 21st floor of the tower. Magic power surged from her that was even stronger than in the past, and her spirit speech began to shake the room until finally the meeting came to a conclusion. With Aileen's strong recommendation, the name Fenrir was placed on the top of the recruit list for the Orden assassination team. 8F Crevon, meanwhile, 4 days after the Orden incident. A letter. For me, Jin Sahyuk looked at Rachel with a frown. Yes, Rachel answered. Someone has the nerve to send me a letter. Is it from a man? She barges into the commander's office only to talk about a letter. Jin Sahyuk put on a surly expression. Yes, technically. I have no interest in some dull man who writes letters. It's from Fenrir. Jin Sahyuk stared at Rachel in silence. Unable to grasp the meaning of the words that had just come out Rachel's mouth, Jin Sahyuk sat in a daze. Only after some time did she finally speak. For real? Yes. The Kim Hajin? Yes. Why would Kim Hajin, I mean Fenrir, send me a letter? I don't know. Rachel simply handed the envelope to Jin Sahyuk. Please take it. I have to leave quickly because of the recent monster incident. Jin Sahyuk faked a look of discontent and looked down at the envelope before finally picking it up from Rachel's hand. Well then, she carefully opened the envelope to check its contents. Jin Sahyuk read the letter in its entirety. What the? But there was nothing written on the letter. She even flipped the letter over and checked inside the envelope, but her efforts were fruitless. What does it say? Suddenly, a voice flowed into her ears. Startled, Jin Sahyuk raised her head. Ha! Rachel was staring at her. Jin Sahyuk assumed Rachel had already left since she said she was busy. Well. Jin Sahyuk couldn't tell Rachel that the letter was blank, so she chose to change the topic. Why are you still here? I thought you were in a hurry. Pardon, is it about the movie? What? Jin Sahyuk found her response rather strange. Wait, are you jealous? Rachel flinched slightly but soon smiled as she normally did. Certainly not. Then why are you so eager to know? In truth, it really could be jealousy. It wasn't exactly fun to introduce two friends to each other and see them get closer with each other than with you. Rachel couldn't describe her feelings in words, but she hurriedly turned back and grabbed the doorknob. Then I'll be off. Rachel disappeared. What was that? Jin Sahyuk nonchalantly watched her leave and looked down at the letter again. She realized something the next moment. This is an answerable letter. The letter functioned just like a carrier pigeon. The two letters were linked to each other, so any text on one letter would appear on the other. That crazy guy. But why did he send me a blank letter? What, he's too embarrassed to write first, so he's dumping it on me. Arrogant as always, that guy. Jin Sahyuk crumpled the letter up into a ball and threw it in the trash can. Tock, 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 tock. Jin Sahyuk tapped on the desk with her finger and whistled. Her gaze kept shifting towards the trash can. Resist, must resist, no matter how much I want to ask him. Damn it. But she couldn't even hold out for 10 seconds. Jin Sahyuk picked up the letter from the trash can. Chapter 254, Unknown Future to England, Buckingham Palace. Rachel sighed as she watched the ocean from England's coast. Entry to beaches became prohibited recently due to the explosion of monsters entering England from the waters. Although the arrival of Essence Barrier prevented civilian casualty, the situation wasn't over yet. In fact, it had only started. Dear my precious princess, Rachel stared at the letter in her hands and clenched her teeth. It was from England's greatest enemy, Lancaster. What's up? You don't look all that good. Ah-Hain walked over to her and asked. Rachel quickly hid the letter and turned back to Ah-Hain nonchalantly. It's nothing. Is Evander doing okay? You don't have to worry about that. I'm not making her do anything that will burden her. Really, but Evander's summons are. Don't worry. Evander's army, which now numbered close to 3,000, spread out across Europe to help humanity. As a result, Evander's creations were all called mystical animals, referring to beasts that helped humans. I made Evander create a chain of command in her army. For that, she needed an especially intelligent creation. I heard she made a monkey last time. A monkey wasn't enough. Hayen continued with a smile. So she made a unicorn. Pardon, unicorn. Perhaps the most famous mystical animal in the world, a winged horse with a white horn. Evander's unicorn is the commander in charge of her army, so you don't have to worry. Evander is having fun by herself without participating in anything complicated. Hayen showed Rachel a crystal ball showing Evander running around and having fun. She seemed to be playing tag with Hayang. Rachel smiled, just as she always did when she saw Evander. Then she suddenly remembered something important. Duchess Hayen, the association sent us a message asking for the source of the mystical animals. I'd like to ask you for adv. Don't trust the association. Hayen immediately answered. When Rachel tilted her head, Hayen looked back at her with a slightly serious expression. Auden's spies might be among them. Pardon. At Rachel's bewilderment, Hayen continued seriously. Jinns are easy to spot, but humans persuaded by the Monster King aren't. The Monster King should have convinced many from the association to join his cause. How can that be? The association carries the will of hero Shin Muncholnim. It's hard to believe that. A servant of the Monster King also came to me. Hayen faced Rachel. He knew what I wanted, what I lacked. He said he'd give it to me. What do you mean? He said he would give me a body that can birth a child. I'm unable to have one because of a side effect of magic. Rachel didn't know how to react, so she kept quiet. Hayen gave her a small smile. But they didn't know me well enough. Even if I could have a child, what use would it be if the world belonged to monsters? Rachel nodded. Her admiration for Hayen grew another level. At the same time, she fixed her eyes on a vandal inside the crystal ball. Hayen spoke once again, knowing the weakness of his target's heart. That must be Auden's gift. Gift? Yes, who said only humans can have gifts. It's time for the news broadcast. Hayen turned the TV on, and the 6 p.m. news came on. Auden's kingdom has been found in Africa. While it stayed underground all this time, it was somehow able to move itself above ground in a single night. Experts, TZZZZT, but before the reporter could finish the first piece of news, the screen flickered. The morphed screen became grey, then black. While Rachel and Hajin were wondering what happened, a new image popped up on the screen. Greetings, humans. I am Auden, the Monster King. Rachel and Hajin's faces immediately stiffened. On the screen, a huge giant was sitting on a throne. His outer appearance resembled a human's, but he was much bigger, and his facial features were both human and non-human. His huge eyes flashed with a sharp blade-like light. Today, I intend to give humanity a warning and an offer. Auden had easily hijacked the broadcast signal. All channels in England were showing the same screen. Now TZZZZT. However, the video was cut off shortly afterwards. TZZZZT, static noises rang out, and Rachel and Hajin frowned. To figure out what the Monster King was planning, they focused their attention on the screen. However, Auden's voice discontinued, and a strange symbol appeared on the grey screen. To players of the Tower of Wish, this symbol was all too familiar. Hajin jumped in surprise. Rachel, this symbol. Yes, you're right, Rachel nodded. A beautifully embroidered black lotus. It's Black Lotus. The moment Rachel said so, subtitles appeared beneath the symbol. Humanity will not listen to the words of a mere monster who dares to declare himself king and his foolish underlings, and the dogs who bit the meat offered by this fool. I will come to kill you all. After the 4 sentences popped up, the screen blacked out. Rachel and Hajin stood blankly for a moment. Chills ran down their back. They clearly understood what just happened. Holy, the hell was that? Auden and Black Lotus just. Soon, the original news broadcast came back on. The reporter was in a daze, clearly engrossed by the broadcast battle between the Monster King and Black Lotus. Ha! We're back. Startled, the reporter fixed his posture and sat up straight. Ehem, our broadcast seemed to have been hijacked. Seeing this, Hajin let out a small smile. Looks like Black Lotus and the Monster King don't get along. Rachel nodded right away. As someone of her generation would, she quickly went on the internet. Looks like England isn't the only country that saw that. Pandemonium Chameleon Troops hideout. Wow, how did you hack into the broadcast stream without even moving a finger? I smiled at Jane's question. Auden's broadcast hijacking was part of the original story, which I just stopped by using my hacking ability. He shouldn't try to hijack broadcast streams again now that he knows it won't work. Auden tried to deliver a message to the whole world, but I shut him down completely. Of course, he might not give up, but I was in a much more advantageous position in this case, since I could counterhack just by looking. There was a good reason for me to stop him. Auden was one of the few characters that could infuse magic power into his words. Although his words weren't as powerful as Aileen's, it still would have been effective against defenseless civilians. You're getting more and more popular, Hajin. Look. Your name is trending again. Jane clasped her hands together and showed me a social media trending chart. 1. Black Lotus. 2. Auden. 3. Black Lotus versus Auden. Black Lotus and Auden's names were topping the trending chart. I glanced at my smartwatch. My SB had gone up by 407 points. Anyways, Jane, I asked while I massaged my eyes. They were sore because I didn't blink while hacking into the broadcast stream. Don't we have better artifacts? The ones here are only presents, or offerings I should say. The floor I was in was filled with artifacts. They were all given to us by Pandemonium's djinns. None of them are particularly useful. Is it normally like this? Yep, it was then. Ding! The elevator stopped on our floor, and 2 members of the chameleon troop showed up. Oh hey, Arashi, Hirano Arashi, the seat of brown. Arashi was a woman with long hair who liked to wear silk robes. She walked past Jane without saying anything. I let her be and turned my gaze to the giant who came with her. Cheok Yungyung, I heard you lost to Aileen. W. Warat. Cheok Yungyung immediately let out a roar. The building shook slightly and Jane furrowed her brows. You crazy buffoon. Lost? What? Who lost? Who told you that? Okay. Cheok Yungyung began to make excuses. I was about to win. I only had to punch her one last time. I was this close to doing it, but she looked too much like a kid up front. Who's going to believe she's an adult? Not me, that's for sure. I missed my timing to hit her because of it, and that wench used this opening too. I ignored his flurry of words and turned to Jane. So we don't have better artifacts. We have to go meet Wicked soon. The strongest member of the nine evils, Wicked, requested to meet the chameleon troupe. The goal of the meeting was to discuss assassinating Auden. Now, even Jinns were planning on forming an assassination team. For this specific task, Jinns were more trustworthy than heroes. It was because Auden's persuasion didn't work against Jinns, who already sold their souls to devils. Boss keeps all the good ones to herself. Oh, I see. She doesn't want to give any to me, so you should go ask her. Okay, I'll take it from her and give some to you too. To effectively utilize my special skill, four-colored enchant, I needed pinnacle-grade artifacts. Otherwise, I could just use items I crafted. Okay, good luck, I'll be cheering for you. I began to walk over to boss room. Pandemonium, fallen ghost rank gladiators waiting room. On the other hand, Jin Sahyuk returned to her home. It wasn't her home, technically speaking, but Pandemonium's fighting arena. Since she never purchased a house, she had no other choice. Lord Jin Sahyuk, will you begin fighting in the arena again? An employee of the fighting arena followed after her. Jin Sahyuk unpacked without answering him. She didn't carry much with her, only effective goods she brought from the tower. Lord Jin Sahyuk, can we schedule a fight for you? A leather armor giving off a cold, dark blue light, and a coat made from a special fabric enchanted with magic. The two pieces of equipment were LV8 Deep Dark Leather Armor, J Red Order, and LV8 Battle Armor Coat, J Red Order, respectively. She had no clue what the words in parenthesis meant, but LV8 items were the highest level items that players could turn into effective goods, making them among the best items brought outside the tower. She had spent 3 months' worth of her salary to purchase them from the auction house. Lord Sahyuk. Geez. Jin Sahyuk glared at the arena employee before changing her clothes. Stop bothering me. Do you want to die? No, not at all. Tusk. Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows and shooed him away. All right, do whatever you want, but the opponent better be interesting. Why, yes, thank you. Only then did the employee run out with a smile on his face. Ehew, these worms. From the looks of it, the fighting arena business wasn't going so well. It wasn't surprising considering that Pandemonium became split into two between Satan's servants and the chameleon troupe. Jin Sahyuk wasn't too happy about her hobby being disturbed. Jin Sahyuk took off her clothes and changed into her armor. The combination of the leather armor and the coat was more than satisfactory. Jin Sahyuk smiled and nodded. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Since when was the fallen ghost rank waiting room so noisy? Jin Sahyuk felt her stomach boil from annoyance as she opened the door. Thud. Who the hell are you? Beyond the door was a strange-looking creature. It was a skeleton, wearing a robe to disguise its non-human appearance. He seemed to be a lick. Jin Sahyuk stared at his glowing eyes and smirked. You're here for revenge. Not at all. The lick's voice echoed as though they were in a cave. Then why are you here? You came to die too. I am here to pass on my king's message. He wishes to make a trade with you. Trade? Yes. This time Jin Sahyuk laughed out loud. Ha! Interesting lot, aren't you? Didn't I say I didn't want to talk to mere beasts? The lick didn't show any sign of displeasure at Jin Sahyuk's provocation. He seemed incapable of it in the first place. The lick continued. The king's message is as follows. I will let you return to your home world. What? In that instant, the atmosphere changed. Sharp magic power surged out from Jin Sahyuk's body. Jin Sahyuk grabbed the lick by the collar of his robe and threw him into the room. Kwang. The lick let out an odd scream as he flew through the air and struck the room's wall. Jin Sahyuk ran up to the lick and stepped on his neck. How do you know about that? Do not underestimate the memory of monsters. There are monsters who remember your home world. What? Monsters are not the enemy of humanity. The king wants to open people's eyes. Humans should join hands with us to defeat the devil. Jin Sahyuk loosened the strength in her leg. It seemed worth it to hear him out. Africa contains a fragment of the continent you once lived in. Furthermore, some of the monsters that gained intelligence came over from that continent. The king wishes to be with you. The lick took out a small crystal from his pocket. It was a blue crystal that looked like a tower crystal. This is his sign of goodwill. Goodwill? Jin Sahyuk stared at the item presented to her. As someone who hated being scammed, she had learned the appraisal skill from the Tower of Wish. Continental Fragment. You can use this fragment to return to the recorded past, Akatrina, during the time of Continental, year 555. What? I can go back to Akatrina. Jin Sahyuk's voice flickered with hope. Yes, but you cannot stay there forever. This is only a recorded past. Changing the past does not change the future. You will only be experiencing the world of the past. The lick explained, and Jin Sahyuk's excitement subsided. Then what use is it? I don't need it. Jin Sahyuk clicked her tongue and threw the crystal. No, she tried to throw it. However, her hand refused to let go. Do you really not need it? The lick stared at Jin Sahyuk with a soft smile. You can take it. It is a gift from the king. There's no need to pay anything, and you do not need to become our ally either. It is just a token of our goodwill. The blue crystal glowed with a silvery light. Returning to Akatrina, Jin Sahyuk stared at the crystal for a long time before tightening her grip on it. Great decision. The lick got up with a smile. Then I will be off. Feel free to visit us if you change your mind. The lick slowly backed out of the room. However, Jin Sahyuk still had one question for him. Oi, wait. Yes. Can this bring other people with me? The lick immediately nodded. If you'd like, the power of the crystal is boundless. Is that so? Jin Sahyuk grinned. That's good. Then, in the next moment, magic power shot out from her hand towards the lick. It then spread out like a spider web, cutting the lick apart into 5 pieces. A dark night. I came back home for the first time in a long, long time. Now that Evandel had fallen asleep, I was sitting on the couch, contemplating about my next gift. Buster Call, using Stigma's magic power, summoned from the Tower of Wish vassals who swore loyalty to Kim Hajin or his possessions. Buster Call. Inspired by a manhwa I used to enjoy, I came up with this gift to summon my aides and Jenkalope's vessel from the Tower of Wish. With this, I would be able to deploy the 16th floor's NPCS as well as my almighty battleship. There was just one problem. You do not have enough SB. You need a total of 30,000 SB. The SB I had was nowhere close to being enough. It was the same no matter how many restrictions I put on it. It should go down once Suho clears the tower. I speculated that it was probably because the Tower of Wish hadn't fallen. Once Kim Suho killed the Demon King, the tower's outer shell would fall and the tower would meld together with the outside world. The required SB should drastically fall then. Of course, I predicted I would need at least 5,000 SB at the very least. Even if the tower's outer shell fell, the world inside and outside the tower were vastly different. To materialize something from the tower, a huge amount of energy would be needed. What to do? What to do? Should I go with the other gift I thought of before, or should I wait a bit more and go with Buster Call? As I was contemplating, SSSK, SSSK, the sound of words being written rang out. I turned my head to the side and saw words being written on the communication letter I gave to Jin Sahyuk. Oh, I didn't think she would write back so quickly. I looked at what she wrote. I'm also participating in Pandemonium's Orden assassination team. Let's meet and settle this once and for all. Chapter 255. Same goal, different paths 116F, Jenkalope's vessel. It was the first time in a while that I had visited the vessel. I was here to attend a meeting with Wicked for the expedition team organized by the Jinns against Orden. The Tower of Wish was the perfect place for 2 opposing parties to hold meetings because here everyone resurrected after death. There's a lot of people here. Yeah, many things had changed in the 6 months I had not visited. For starters, the entrance inspection was now stricter and higher tech than most airports. Security guards in power armor were all at least level 16. It's changed a lot. It's mine but doesn't feel like it. Once again, greed boiled inside me. I could bring this vessel outside simply by awakening a new gift. You're right. So much has changed since last time. I could get lost here now. Boss' eyes roved idly over the crowd. Even at a glance, there was at least a couple of 100 players waiting to enter the gate. I studied their faces with Boss. What do we do from here to get to the 17th floor? There's a separate transport ship. You just have to pay TP to go up. And don't even think about doing anything stupid on the 16th floor. There's a PK ban here, and almost all kinds of fighting are prohibited. Hotels and restaurants are concentrated in Area 3, so try going there. Aha, I see. Thank you. And if you want to get stronger, visit the arena and the dungeon. You can practice against NPC guards in the arena, and the dungeon is located at the lowest level. Kim Youngjin, Essence of the Straits Tower of Wish supervisor, and his group of rookies caught my eye. Actually, it might be wrong to call players who managed to climb up to the 16th floor rookies. Anyways, while watching them, I walked past the long line of players waiting to check in. Look, they're cutting. No cutting in line. Hey, what are you doing? All right, please be quiet. A few players snarled at us, but a security guard stopped them. We entered the ship, accompanied by the guards. By the way, Hajin, I heard the Hero Association also tried to make a bargain with you, Boss said as we entered the inner area of the vessel. Oh yeah, that happened. I wasn't sure who recommended me, but the Hero Association did try to recruit me. Of course, I had no intention of joining them. Rather, I planned to infiltrate the Tower of Heroes, the home of the association, while they were preoccupied with Auden to save a young child who was being exploited there. More importantly, boss, what do you think of my plan? A young child with the authority of healing who was currently being abused in the Tower of Heroes. The child was 7 years old 7 or 8 years ago, so she was probably a teenager now. It'll likely be difficult. We had to rescue that girl. 8 years ago, the upper echelon of the association were still in good health, and they raised the child with utmost care. However, things had changed. Now they were exploiting the child only to satisfy their selfish desire to overcome aging. But Jane, Cheok Young and Jin Johan seemed to want to do it. How about you, boss? This work had to be done since the girl played a major role in the final half of the story. But now that the greed of those in power had become much larger than in the original story, it was highly likely that the child would not survive until then if we continued to allow her to be exploited. Boss stared at me in a brief silence. I'll do as you please. I smiled in relief. Thank you. You're welcome. We gave each other a warm smile. We then walked down the street, glancing over the scenery which clearly had changed a lot. Soon we arrived at the meeting place. It was a large room in a hotel that I had never heard of. It looked like the hotel was built in my honor, as evidenced by its name, Hajj Hotel. A large round table stood at the center of the room. We sat in whatever chair was available, put on our hoods, and waited for the Jins to arrive. Hajin, you stay quiet. Oh, okay. Boss and I sat absently-mindedly. Boss threw a quick glance at me and then fixed her gaze in the air before rolling her eyes up and down. She was reading a Tower web novel. I got lost in thought. Suddenly, a question crossed my mind. What is Ki Naeun doing right now? I also realized this not too late. If I'm curious, I could always see for myself. I sent a thought to Spartan. Go find Ki Naeun in the Himalayas, then share your vision with me. As soon as I closed my eyes, the view of a snow-covered mountain stretched out in front of me. Ki Naeun was at an inn located in the middle of the mountain. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she read a letter in her hands. Oh, thank God. I'm glad. I'm so glad. It seemed the letter was from Yu Yonha. Ki Naeun held the letter in her arms while murmuring countless thanks. I could roughly make out the contents of the letter. Though she seemed to have lost a bit of weight from the recent hardships, she seemed genuinely happy now. Seeing her like that made me feel a little melancholic. She was the first person in this world to express her feelings for me. I never forgot the vivid, heartwarming affection she gave me. I still didn't know what she saw in a man like me. Ki Naeun, what are you doing there? Wait, are you crying? At that moment, someone came up to Ki Naeun. I hadn't expected to see him there. The only named character in the Himalayas should have been Hanks. I'm not crying. What do you mean I'm crying? More importantly, aren't you going back to MT, Beekdu Master? Wolf of Valhalla, the master rank hero, you Sihyuk, he frowned at Ki Naeun. How can I leave when that old geezer is trying to steal my disciple from me? What anchovy is calling me an old geezer? I watched the interesting turn of events with anticipation. Hello! Suddenly the door of the room we were in burst open, and a huge, upbeat cry rang out. We both stopped what we were doing and looked over. Wicked, who recently rose to the top of the hierarchy among the 9 evils, was making an entrance into the room. He approached us with steps full of confidence. Nice to meet you. I'm Wicked, Ha Yonhee. Though her name and appearance were too young to be called Wicked, boss, and I shook her hand in turn. WX underlings rushed in and stood on either side of the room. Now, let us start the meeting. Ha ha ha, Wicked said, and again laughed heroically. Vast Expanse's cave. Meanwhile, in a cave home to Vast Expanse and his hunters, the coziness of which was superior to most towns. The leaders of 2 groups were having a conversation. Me? Yes, the association would like for you to join the Auden assassination team. Vast expanses, Yun Kwangwon. Essence of the Straits, Yu Jin Woong. Yu Jin Woong looked into vast expanses' eyes calmly. His eyes, infused with azure magic power, shone brightly from a distance. His thick beard was exceedingly stunning, and his long hair made him look rather like a sage or a hermit. Vast Expanse had aged elegantly. If you'd like to recruit me, you'll need at least tens of billions of ones. That is a cheap price, considering we expected hundreds of billions. Yu Jin Woong replied with composure. Also, what use is money if you lose all of your land to monsters? At Yu Jin Woong's words, Vast Expanse smiled. Say, what do I look like to you? Why do you assume the association is willing to pay such a high price to hire me? That's a strange question. Are you not the immeasurably strong Vast Expanse? Vast Expanse slowly shook his head. No, I only see myself as an old man. Strange. Yu Sihyuk is merely 8 years younger than me, yet he looks your age. Sentiments were embedded in his voice. Without any words, Yu Jinwoong simply waited for Vast Expanse to continue. That is probably the normal rate of aging for a superhuman who has mastered the ways of magic power, at least until he's 70. Vast Expanse stroked his beard. The hand that patted the beard was covered in age spots. But not for me. My side effect is growing old. Side effects of gifts. Of course, they were very rare these days, with every hero being systematically managed. However, side effects were common among heroes of the past, who had to fight day after day without proper management. Yu Jinwoong asked, trying to divert his eyes away from the wrinkles on Vast Expanse's face. Then what is it that you want? I heard the association has custody of a child with the authority of healing. Yes, that's right. Yu Jinwoong nodded. There was a girl with the authority of healing at the Tower of the Heroes. Her authority could cure all illnesses and injuries, except for death. But the misuse of her power at a young age could potentially double the side effects. So the association had vowed to protect the child and promised her a peaceful childhood. However, these days, high-ranking officials of the association had begun to take advantage of the child. She was being used as a tool to extend their lifespans. I heard that she can even reverse aging. Vast Expanse spoke, a streak of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Reversing the aging process is, in some ways, putting off death. I'm aware, but even now she's being used to extend the lifespans of several political figures. Now, is that the right thing to do? Yu Jinwoong did not answer. Just recently, the child had used her power to heal the scars left on Ki Juchel's body by the devil. But everyone would understand that healing Ki Juchel was for the public good. Don't you know that the association is rotting away? I can assure you that some heroes have already switched sides, allured by Auden's proposal. Auden did come to me once. He said he would offer me youth, but I declined. Vast Expanse's eyes arched into a gentle smile. The smile was a mix of solid self-esteem unique to a man who believed in himself and revulsion directed to the others. I think there are 10 evils in this world, not 9. People say these days that wicked triumphs over all others, but my opinion is different. The worst of the 10 evils is unsightliness. His mellow voice was filled with apparent hostility. It's the association. In a flash, Yu Jinwoong's expression turned into a frown. You, how could you say such a thing? The 7 chairmen of the association are rotting away while hiding under the light of Shin Munchol's achievements. Do not trust those codgers who are tarnishing the name of the great hero. They must be dragged down from their seats. Vast Expanse spoke solemnly. Yu Jinwoong simply let out a sigh. Vast Expanse and Shin Munchol. Even Yu Jinwoong wasn't aware of the relationship between them. All he knew was that Shin Munchol was the revered hero of all heroes, who had been active since Outcall, and that Vast Expanse was a latecomer who admired Shin Munchol. Vast Expanse continued, "Give me the girl. I will take care of her. I do not give away what's mine, nor do I let my possessions break. I won't lay a finger on the child until her authority has matured, even if I wanted to." He's impossible to persuade, Yu Jinwoong thought as he murmured dejectedly. One of the biggest sponsors of the association is Ki Juchel. Ki Juchel. The name was feared by both humans and jinns alike. Ki Juchel's influence was stronger now than ever. Nevertheless, ha 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 ha, Vast Expanse gave a rather leisurely laugh. Yu Jinwoong felt envious at the words that flowed out of Vast Expanse's mouth the next moment amidst the laughter. I am not afraid of Ki Juchel. Haven't I told you that there is only one thing that I fear? It is getting old. England, London. Evacuation and mobilization orders were issued throughout England as oceanic monsters started to rage. Citizens were urged to evacuate inland, and heroes and guilds were ordered to gather at the shore. Rachel, the leader of the English Royal Court Guild, arrived at the English Channel with members of her guild. "What's the situation?" she asked. Government officials answered Rachel gravely. "Sea monsters are going on a rampage across the English Channel. Although we have the assistance of mystical animals, barriers and the breakwater won't last long." The Thames River, which ran through the heart of London, was safe thanks to Essen's barrier. But the seaside, where bigger and higher-ranked monsters were rampaging about, was helpless. An even bigger problem was Ireland. Ireland had already abandoned its capital, Dublin. Confirmed monsters are multiple intermediate rank grade -1 Crentios, 3 high intermediate rank grade -8 Sirens, high intermediate rank grade -5 Crassios catfish, high intermediate rank grade -1 Kraken. One of the officials was reporting when suddenly, far away, a giant catfish created a waterspout over the surface of the sea. A whirlpool, combined with violent currents and massive magic power, transformed into a typhoon that rushed inland. Rachel drew her sword in the face of the natural disaster created by a monster. A water elemental appeared from the fairy sword Gallatin. "War turtle, stop it!" The water elemental dove into the sea and formed a new current. This current rotated in the direction opposite of the typhoon created by the catfish. It bounced the typhoon upward into the sky, offsetting it with ordinary rain clouds. Sunshine, earth, fiery. However, merely stopping its attacks wasn't enough. Only by killing the monster could they put an end to this struggle for good. Rachel called for her elementals. Now fully grown, they stood sternly and glared imposingly across the sea. "Everyone, please get ready." Rachel wanted to create an environment suitable for the assembled heroes. She planned to order Wartortle to block the flow of currents, Sunshine and Earth to form artificial land, and Fiery to partially evaporate the seawater to expose sea monsters lurking at the bottom of the ocean to the heroes and their arrows, spears, swords, and cannonballs. Wartortle, however, there was no need for Rachel's elementals to come into play. Chwa. From somewhere far away, a giant weapon flew in. Surprised by its power, which was even greater than its overwhelming speed, all heroes looked back in a daze. A countless number of weapons flew through the sky. They crushed the horde of sea monsters with ease. Monsters could not escape from this attack, even by hiding underwater. The weapons, composed of enormous magic power, easily plowed through the seawater and cut off the heads of the sea monsters. Quarak, the weapons continued to rain down. Who in the world could possibly cast an attack of this level as easily as a flick of a finger? Rachel looked back, confused and astonished. Ah! As expected, Shin Jahyuk was there. With her arms folded, Shin Jahyuk was releasing weapons filled with magic power, just as she did in Crevon. Rachel wasn't sure why she came here all of a sudden. Nevertheless, Shin Jahyuk was a great addition to the Allied force. Rachel shouted loudly, "Aim for the monsters!" Heroes, encouraged by the remarkable strength of their ally, returned a boisterous roar, and Rachel did what she had planned to do with her elementals. The water is gone. Leader dried the sea. Attack the sea monsters on shore. Die, you monsters, die. 3 hours after the fierce battle, Rachel greeted Jin Sahyuk at the vice leader's office of the English Royal Court Guild. Jin Sahyuk sat in front of Rachel and looked around. The frugal yet elegant interior seemed to reflect the nature of its owner. Rachel bowed to Jin Sahyuk first. "Thank you for coming all the way to England even though I haven't asked for." "Enough of that." Jin Sahyuk interrupted Rachel and leaned forward. In that posture, she looked straight at Rachel. It was unexpected eye contact. When Rachel tilted her head in confusion, Jin Sahyuk smiled and continued. "Remember that letter you gave me last time?" "Ah, yes." Rachel finally had a rough idea of where this conversation was going. Jin Sahyuk probably wanted her advice regarding Kim Hajin. It was just that, but Rachel felt uneasy, as if a small fire had started in her stomach. Rachel clenched the hands on her knees into fists. Jin Sahyuk took a glance at them and said calmly, "Thanks to you, I've arranged to meet with him." "Pardon." At that moment, Rachel's shoulders trembled slightly. Meet? You're meeting him?" "Yes, I think I'll see him within a month." "Anyways," Jin Sahyuk continued, watching the dazed Rachel in amusement. "What does Kim Hajin like? I'd like to prepare a gift." This was obviously intended to poke fun at Rachel. And it worked well. Confused, Rachel couldn't even look at Jin Sahyuk's face properly. Her wriggling fingers and aimlessly wandering eyes were almost too pitiful. I'm not sure. Um, Judging by that, I guess you aren't very close to. Rachel cut in before Jin Sahyuk could finish her sentence. She herself did not know just where her impatience had come from. B-book. He likes books. Books, Jin Sahyuk frowned. She found it hard to believe that there was a man who loved books. Yes, you probably don't know this, but Hajin SSI was always at the top of his class in theory at Cube. Really? Is that good? It's not just good, it's incredible. Rachel continued with a stern expression. One professor in particular always praised him, saying Hajin SSI could have won a Nobel Prize if he only focused on theory. This professor was also a Nobel laureate himself. Yeah, Nobel Prize, you say. Anyways, I get it, thanks. You've been a great help. That was all she needed. In the first place, the reason she came all the way here was to observe how this elegant princess would react to her provocation. Right now, her life was full of boredom, and she needed a little entertainment. However, when Jin Sahyuk turned back, she heard Rachel's voice from behind. Miss Shin Jahyuk. Jin Sahyuk turned to Rachel again. Suddenly, Rachel's face had become very serious. Her expression was stiff, and she was biting her lips. At that sight, Jin Sahyuk almost broke into a burst of laughter, but she managed to hold herself back. Rachel said to Jin Sahyuk, "Since you're being introduced to him as my acquaintance, please don't get too comfortable with him. My country considers Kim Hajin SSI a top priority in diplomacy. Hajin SSI is the technical advisor at Essential Dynamics and also Geronimo's." Rachel's polite, yet strict warning went on. "Fenrir has a close relationship with our government." Okay, I get it. Jin Sahyuk cut her off and turned around. She could feel Rachel's burning gaze land on the back of her head. She's pretty fun to tease. I'm leaving. This whole meeting was a complete waste of time, but Jin Sahyuk felt it was worth it as Rachel had shown her such a satisfying response. Now in a much better mood than before, Jin Sahyuk left Rachel's office with light steps. Chapter 256. Same goal, different paths to the meeting with Wicked progressed smoothly. Wicked, who asserted her dominance over the current Jin society, was full of confidence and vigor. The association said they would carry out their mission in April, in the middle of spring, but I don't think they will be successful. I agreed inwardly with Wicked's assessment. The first assassination team formed by the association wouldn't be able to kill Auden. In fact, they would suffer immense losses from traitors among them. The only problem was that I never mentioned who the traitors were in the original story. Everything from this point on was a mess, to be honest. I had forced the story to progress to end it. I remembered writing only a few lines about the Hero Association's first assassination team. I didn't know what idiotic author wrote this story, but I sure wanted to give him a beating. So we plan to wait for them and set out in June. If they finish off Auden, that'll be good for us. If they don't, we'll just have to do it ourselves. Who's participating in the assassination team? Boss asked Wicked. Boss didn't flinch even in front of Wicked's presence. The current boss had the ability to stand head-to-head with Wicked. Noteworthy members, you mean? Evil Society's executives including Kim Hakpyo, Terra and his subordinates, Destruction and his subordinates. The names Wicked listed were all infamous Jins. I don't plan on leaving that scoundrel monster alive. Other Jins think the same way. If Plucus Nim were still alive, he would have done the deed himself. Hearing this, Boss frowned. Plucus. You've heard of him too. Plucus Nim is the devil Ki Juchel hunted. Wicked talked about the devil without sounding mad. It was because Plucus wasn't the devil she served. Jins served different devils, and the one Wicked served was the famous Baal. How about it? I think we're far more likely to succeed than the Hero Association. Jins were the ones who saw initial success in the original story. After the Hero Association's defeat, they infiltrated Auden's kingdom, cut off one of his arms, and killed a countless number of his subordinates. It was thanks to them that the follow-up group consisting of Ki Naeun, Yi Yonghen, Rachel, YunSeo-jin, and Kim Suho could succeed. On a side note, Kim Suho wasn't part of the first assassination team because the Hero Association wanted to keep him in check after his conquest of the Tower of Wish. Of course, now that Kim Suho's fighting the Demon King, he was in no position to even think about Auden. If you participate as well, I, Wicked, will acknowledge your authority over the parts of pandemonium you currently control. Boss' eyebrows twitched. It was certainly a generous offer, considering Jins usually stood with other Jins no matter how bad their relationships were. How is it? I think it is a fantastic deal, Wicked said as she turned her attention to me. Her eyes scanned me. I liked the way Black Lotus shot down Auden on air. It was a typical compliment, but Boss frowned unhappily. She glared at Wicked, who was staring at me. So, Wicked turned her gaze back to Boss. Only then did Boss look at me. I nodded, and Boss gave a nod of approval to Wicked. We will participate, but we won't take orders from anyone, she declared. Meanwhile, my mind was on another question. Did the chameleon troupe participate in the Jin's assassination team in the original story? Ha ha ha! Not taking orders from someone who is weaker. Right, that is the chameleon troupe. Wicked laughed heartily in a way that made it hard to understand what she was thinking. Now that we've come to a decision, let us eat. 3 hours after the meeting, the chameleon troupe and Wicked left, but Wicked's subordinates who remained in the meeting room didn't. 6 executives were left without their boss, and they gathered up their underlings and started a discussion. Will we really let them be? Wicked's 6th executive, Younghen, broke the silence. You think I will? Those bastards even stole from my personal vault, the first executive shouted angrily. KWANG. He even slammed his fist down on the table. In reality, the chameleon troupe had established reasonable rules when they took over Pandemonium, but no Jins like to suffer even the slightest loss. It was especially so for high-ranking Jins like Wicked's executives, who had benefited a lot by working with Satan's servants. But Boss will be angry. No, Boss wants this too. Didn't you feel it? Think back to how those 2 fools acted so arrogantly, not even taking off their robes and hoodies. Boss let it slide because of our current situation, but otherwise she wouldn't have hesitated to slaughter them. The executives began to interpret Wicked's intentions on their own. They claimed that they knew how Wicked thought, and that she would be happy to know that they killed the 2 arrogant fools. Perfect. We will kill those bandits the moment our work is done. The second executive, Yoon Yonghan, added to the words of the first executive, Kirken. No, why don't we kill them before? After all, we can always form a new assassination team. And that's not a bad idea. Then the fourth executive, Playan, spoke. Leave the trap to me. Playan, I told you to learn Korean. How are you going to live in this day and age without knowing how to speak Korean? Sorry, but I don't have talent in speaking. I'm thinking about learning a translation skill. Just speak in English if you're going to mix them together. Kirken nagged at Playan, but translated his words to the others anyways. Just like that, the 6 executives of Wicked came to a consensus. Just as they were about to dismiss the meeting, Kirken Hyungnim, the 6th executive, Yi Younghen, carefully spoke up. What? Rather than killing them all, why don't we humiliate them to make a greater example out of them? Humiliate? Why, yes. Seeing Kirken furrow his brows, Yi Younghen laughed and continued. One of them had quite the figure. Don't you think so? Who? Their boss. Kirken thought of the chameleon troop's boss who didn't show even the slightest sign of fear in front of Wicked. No, not her. It's... Embarrassed, Yi Younghen let out a dry cough. He scratched his neck awkwardly and stared at Kirken. Goosebumps immediately shot up on Kirken's back. You mean Black Lotus? Well, his skin seemed fair, but don't misunderstand. It's not like I want to. I just think this is the best way to give them greater humiliation. Younghan salivated as he gave a half-hearted excuse. Kirken frowned in disgust, looking at Younghan drooling. Homosexuality wasn't uncommon among Jins. In fact, it was treated like a normal fetish. Kirken nodded without objecting to it. Do what you want. Ha ha, thank you, Hyangnim. Younghan smiled brightly and bowed. Far away, there was someone spying on their private conversation. TT those crazy bastards. Inside the command room of the Jenkalope vessel, Captain Horner yelled furiously. He was observing the meeting room in case anything happened to the ship commander, and now he was glad he did. Impudent fools. They dare to insult our ship commander. The usually calm captain was full of rage. Horner took a deep breath to calm his hands, trembling from anger. Then he immediately made a call. Yes, Captain. Lieutenant, it's an emergency. Alcatraz, the prison most feared by the Tower of Wishes players. Horner spoke to the lieutenant of the ship who was in charge of this prison. I will send over pictures of players. Follow them and arrest them no matter what. It doesn't matter what they are charged for. Spitting on the ground, smoking in the streets, playfully fighting each other, treat even the lightest crime as treason. May I ask what happened? It has to do with Ship Commander Extrazeven's safety. The lieutenant, who was hesitant at first, jumped in surprise when he heard Horner's explanation. He replied with a voice full of tension. Yes, understood. Let us stuff these criminals in jail. Once again, 3 hours later. What? We didn't even do anything. Fuck, what's going on? Let go of me. Do you know who I am? I am Kirkin. With the flicker of my hand, I can bury you all in the depths of additional 2 years for resisting arrest. Hold up, 2 years. About 40 Jins were dragged into the Jenkalope vessel's Alcatraz prison. They were charged with obstruction of business. Apparently, they had talked too loudly in a restaurant, 30F too slow. The Demon King's words fell heavily. Kim Suho took in his voice while sprawled on the ground. Looks like you've reached a wall. Kim Suho had already lost 30 times. Although he managed to succeed in making the Demon King bring out his full strength, he couldn't last a minute against him in that state. Kim Suho looked at the Demon King who had taken off his armor. He didn't wear armor for protection. It was simply to limit his speed. The Demon King spoke. Knight, you are in quite the miserable state. The Demon King had the face of a king. Even Kim Suho, who didn't believe in physiognomy, knew that the man in front of him was a king. His skin was far paler than humans, and his eyes and hair color were darker. If you do not show any more progress, I will not accept your challenges any further. The Demon King left those words behind and turned around. His fluttering cape covered Kim Suho's sight. Kim Suho was vexed. He felt like crying, so he closed his eyes. Consecutive losses, hopeless defeats, continued despair, and a wall that seemed too high to cross, helplessness, seeped deep into his bones. Voices telling him to give up rang out in his mind. At the same time, a countless number of people appeared beneath his closed eyelids. They were those who believed in him. Among them were Kim Hajin and YunSeo-jin. The trust they had in him pushed him further. I can't give up. I can still go on. For my friends who trust in me, he raised his body once more. I can win. Even as he was swept away by a torrent of magic power, had his hands torn apart by the difference in their strength, and had his legs and ribs broken, what was being broken wasn't his sword but his body. As long as the sword remained, there was a chance. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. I can win. The strength of a sword depends on the conviction of the knight. The stronger the conviction, the sturdier the sword. Kim Suho still believed in the words his master once told him. It was then. The witch approached Kim Suho, who was gasping for breath. She handed him a small pouch. This is, your sparring partner left it for you. Kim Suho stared at it blankly. He remembered what Kim Hajin told him. Open this when things aren't looking good. It'll help a lot. I thought you forgot about it, so here you go. Hearing the witch's words, Kim Suho smiled. Forgot? How could I forget something Hajin gave me? I just haven't used it because I didn't want to get weaker. Isn't it about time that you seek some help? The witch's voice sounded kinder than usual. Ha! Kim Suho let out a sigh. After thinking about it for a bit, he reached forward and grabbed the pouch. It was light. He had no clue what was inside, but considering who it came from, he had high expectations. With a deep-seated belief, he slowly opened the pouch. Inside it were 3 coupon-like pieces of paper. Point coupon, special consolidation coupon, Korea, Seoul. A month later, on the day of the Auden assassination team's departure, the Hero Association finished preparing for assassinating Auden. Effective goods taken from the Tower of Wish are also being utilized in full force. While watching TV, I suddenly thought of Kim Suho. Has he used them yet? Suho should be in a bloody battle against the Demon King. I had no doubt that the Demon King in this world was stronger than the one I wrote. As such, I left 2 point coupons and 1 special consolidation coupon for Kim Suho, which I used setting intervention to materialize. I didn't want to give them away for free since they were so precious. But with Kim Suho's high stats, they were more effective on him. And since making Kim Suho stronger was good for me as well, I did it without hesitation. To be honest, I didn't have much choice. The Auden assassination team will set out in 1 month. The news anchor on TV reported on the Hero Association's Auden assassination team. The 1 month he was talking about was nothing but a smokescreen tactic. Today was the actual day they would set out, and I would have to retrieve the girl with the authority of healing while they were distracted. Jin Se-in, Aileen, Shin Jong-hak, Yi Yong-ha, and many other famous heroes are participating in this campaign. But the anchor's next words made my thoughts freeze. I stared at the TV with a serious expression. Wait, wait, wait. A sudden suspicion arose in my head. Thinking about it now, Aileen never appeared after the Auden arc in the original story. Jin Se-in didn't appear either, and neither did Yi Yong-ha. It was because I had transitioned to focusing on Kim Soo-ho's point of view. Kim Soo-ho defeated Auden with his allies, and what happened afterwards was never revealed since I went on hiatus as devils were starting to make their move. I looked at Aileen, who was smiling brightly on TV. A character that stops appearing in a novel, though it wasn't explicitly stated, that was no different than dying. Could it be? That's where she dies. Goosebumps shot up on my body. There wasn't a single character among them that could die. They all had important roles in stopping the future calamities. But as I said before, I didn't know who the traitor was, because I never wrote it explicitly. I'd glanced over it in the original story with a single sentence. Kim Hajin, you idiot. I blamed myself and stared into the TV. Aileen SSI, do you have anything you want to say? Like words of encouragement. Words of encouragement. Well, we're going to win for sure. Or Jin Se and Yi Yongha, you guys come say something too. Yes, it's Yi Yongha. My wife let me go, so I love you, Younghee. Ah, geez, stop that. Jin Se-in, Aileen, Yi Yongha, and even Shin Jonghak, the four of them were full of energy. Thank you, that was the spirit speech, Master Aileen. Back to you. As the reporter ended the interview, I fell into thought. Jane and Cheok Young should be able to kidnap the girl with the authority of healing, even without me. But if Aileen's party was in a life-or-death crisis, if the ominous feeling I had was true, then the only person who could save them was me. Ah, fuck, I cursed and picked up the Desert Eagle. Then I immediately contacted Boss. Pandemonium Fighting Arena Jin Sahyuk's waiting room. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. Why the fuck would you come with me? Jin Sahyuk let out a flurry of swear words. The person on the receiving end was, of course, Belle. Used to Jin Sahyuk's cursing, Belle simply shrugged. Why not? I have to check whether or not you're betraying us. Are you crazy? Did you finally lose your mind? Did you? Jin Sahyuk was mad solely because of Belle. Belle had just declared that he would be joining Wicked's Auden assassination team. The Chameleon troupe was participating as well, and Belle should fully know what would happen if they met. Looking at Belle's snickering face pissed Jin Sahyuk off. Belle spoke. You're the one who took that crystal from Auden without even telling me. Ha! Do I have to get permission for everything? Jin Sahyuk planned to go back to the past with Kim Hajin. That way, she would be able to figure out his identity. However, Belle was planning to hinder her plans. Aye, Sahyuk, you know you're just going to tremble in front of him anyways. I bet you'll just stutter all the time too. At that moment, Jin Sahyuk's shoulders flinched. However, she soon straightened her back and stood tall. Why, you're crazy. What do you mean I'm going to stutter? You've been having nightmares, right? I saw it. Spare me, don't do it. Belle snickered and projected a hologram in the air. Jin Sahyuk stared at it in silence. The screen made of magic power displayed a video of her that she was unaware of. No, stop. Don't do it. It hurts, fucker. Spare me, it hurts, I'm sorry. This was likely another one of Belle's skills. Jin Sahyuk couldn't think of anything at this moment. Her mind turned blank. No, it turned desolate. Next, it exploded. The explosion erupted through her skull and rose up into the sky. You. Jin Sahyuk decided to be truthful to her feelings. You motherfucker, a roar shook the earth. The windows in the waiting room shattered, and the furniture flew into the air. Ha ha, what's wrong? I thought it was adorable. If I show this to Kim Hajin, he won't hate you so much anymore. Shut it. A magic spear shot forward. Belle leisurely transformed his body into magic power. As such, Jin Sahyuk's spear was unable to pierce his body. At least, that's how it should have been. Bell noticed a sharp pain where the spear phased through him. At first he thought he was mistaken, but he was wrong. SSK, what? Bell looked at the injury on his thigh. Then he looked back at Jin Sahyuk. She was overcome with rage and attacking blindly. SSK, his hand was cut. This time it was a bit deeper. Ah, I get it. Looking at the wound, Bell smiled. Before he noticed, Jin Sahyuk had advanced by another level. Looks like my death isn't far off. Bell received Jin Sahyuk's attacks with happiness. The pain he received as the spears phased through his body sent him into ecstasy. Good, good. A bit more, a bit more. Bell climaxed under the ecstasy of the pain. Chapter 257. Auden's territory won a total of 1,000 heroes gathered for the Auden campaign. Most of them were ranked higher than high intermediate rank, and many were above high rank. With the Middle East and Europe under attack, there was no time for them to waste. The Hero Alliance team verified the internal structure of Auden's kingdom, divided 1,000 heroes into different teams, and identified the most efficient way to infiltrate the enemy base. Let's see. And currently, in a limousine bound for the military portal, Aileen, who was appointed as the captain of the Special Task Force, was looking into her magic pocket. High-grade external injury healing potion. High-grade internal injury healing potion. High-grade magic power recovery potion. High-grade vitality recovery potion. Promised return scroll, magic tent, beef jerky and other provisions. And it was a package of top-notch potions and return scrolls made by Essence Pharmacy, tents and provisions in case the operation was prolonged. The items prepared by the governments of each country and the association were truly excellent. Now that's what I'm talking about, Aileen grinned in satisfaction. But she quickly regained her composure as the captain of the Special Task Force and glanced over the members of her team. Did everyone finish checking their supplies? Jinsei, Yeongha, Shin Jonghak, and the new high-rank hero, Seo Youngji. The four members of Aileen's team examined their supplies. Yes, I've checked. Everything is here. I have everything. Me too, Aileen nodded sternly. Okay, good. Your captain is satisfied. As she spoke, she glanced at the smartwatch distributed by the association outlining their operation. First, travel to the underground portal in Egypt, which is the closest portal to Auden's kingdom. Once you arrive, you will enter immediately using Aileen's skill, teleport. It shouldn't be difficult, as we have already figured out the internal structure using the drones. Tiraring, Aileen received a text message while she was going over the details of the operation in her head. The sender was YunSeo-jin, the leader of the third attack team. Unnie, which way are you going? YunSeo-jin was participating in the operation as the leader of Creator's Sacred Grace. She wasn't in a special task force like Aileen, but a regular team, along with about a dozen heroes from Creator's Sacred Grace. This operation is classified. I can't tell you. Look at you acting like a captain. Aileen smiled contentedly. Then she typed the reply letter by letter with all her efforts. I've always been captain material. We've arrived. At that moment, the limousine stopped. Aileen threw a glance out of the window and saw that they were right in front of the military portal. She looked around the faces of her team members and ordered them in a heavy voice. Let's go, everyone. Okay, everybody get off. All right. The task force, comprised of 5 elite heroes, got out of the limousine. Aileen stretched her legs out of the limousine. They weren't very long, but she stretched them nonetheless. Clack. Clack, the click-clack of her high heels resonated gracefully. Aileen walked as if she was on a runway and time had slowed down for her. A polished, grandiose music rang in her ear. She could feel the glances of the soldiers standing nearby fall on her. Even in the face of an imminent battle, she was not afraid. Rather, she walked with delight. This would only mark the beginning of Spirit Speech Master Aileen's legend. Cuhum. Ah, the weather is nice. The team desperately held back their laughter. The tiny and absolutely serious Aileen was cute, but also funny. Fortunately, they were able to arrive in front of the portal without bursting into laughter. Salutations. It's an honor, the soldier in charge saluted. Aileen nodded with a serious look. Sure, is this the portal? Yes, this portal is linked to the underground tunnel in Egypt. Last time, the Egyptian VIPs used it to evacuate. However, as you already know, the distance between Cairo and Auden's kingdom is very far. Although Africa had become the land of monsters, not every single region was crawling with monsters. The monsters in Africa fought among themselves and ate each other, thus leaving a few regions entirely devoid of both humans and monsters. Most heroes will use such regions as routes to enter Auden's kingdom. But we don't have to. But not Aileen. In the first place, the reason this task force was formed was so that we could infiltrate Auden's kingdom before everybody else, deliver inside information, and blow up key locations. Aileen deliberately dropped her voice low. But of course, the change wasn't very noticeable. We'll enter the portal, then travel to Auden's kingdom using my skill, teleport. Will it be all right? The distance between Egypt and Auden's territory at the center of Africa was over 10,000 km. Still, Aileen gave a leisurely smile to the worried soldier. I, Aileen, am the captain of the Hero Alliance's first special task force. If I wasn't qualified, I couldn't have become the captain. Ah, yes, of course. You're amazing. Aileen and the soldier somehow seemed to click, with the soldier looking at Aileen with respect and awe. Aileen nodded contentedly. Let's start the portal. Yes. OMG. With the sound of magic power and electricity resonating together, the portal was linked to the faraway underground tunnel in Egypt. Before stepping into the portal, Aileen gave a small nod to the soldier. It was an expression of courtesy. The soldier responded with a courteous salute. Salutations. Miss Aileen, captain of the Hero Alliance's first special task force, I pray for your victory. Of course, and I'd like to know your name as well. I'm Colonel Kim Wango. Colonel Wango. That is a sturdy-sounding name. Suddenly, Aileen's expression became resolute. Colonel Wango looked at Aileen, and Aileen said again in a low voice, if we send a signal, shut this portal down immediately. We cannot allow the enemy forces to make use of it if the operation happens to fail somehow. Pardon, do as I say. I am Aileen, captain of the Hero Alliance's first special task force. The new member, YunSeo-jin, seemed slightly confused as she listened in on their conversation. She's more mature than she appears. No, no, Jin-seon gave her vehement dissent. She's just engrossed in a title right now. She's surpsingly into such things. Yi Yongha also nodded. She's gonna make a lot of fuss over this captain thing. Their small talk went on aimlessly when, suddenly, Aileen called them from a distance after she finished speaking to the colonel. Hey team, yes, yes. We'll be starting our mission now. Is everyone ready? Ah, yeah. Your answer sucks. Again, Aileen kept shouting. Guess we'll just have to play along, thought the four members as they straightened up, following Jin Se-in's signal. Yes, we're ready. Good, now I'll do the last-minute roll call. But there's only four of us. Shush, they did this in the movies I watched, so you'll do it too. And so, the roll call began. High Intermediate Rank Grade -1 Shin Jonghak, High Rank Grade -7 Seo Youngji, Master Rank Jin Se-in, Temple of Justice Yi Yongha. All set. Now we enter the portal. Only after she finished the roll call did Aileen finally lead the team across the portal. Auden's territory, the Hero Alliance's first special task force arrived in Central Africa, where Auden's territory was in an instant through Aileen's teleport. You are. Teleport covered an extremely long distance. Aileen, who had used up a great deal of magic power at once, trembled with dizziness. Yongha caught her as she fell down, and only then did Aileen finally look around. What the? Where are we? Aileen, like the others, became confused. Auden's territory seemed nothing like what they had imagined. Why is there asphalt in Africa? Shin Jonghak muttered in a daze. He had expected a desert, but instead the road was covered with asphalt, just like in a human city. There were no signs of nature such as grass or trees. The scenery in front of them was completely different from what the Allied team had captured with satellites and drones. Chief, are the coordinates correct? Jin Se-in asked, and Aileen nodded without a moment of hesitation. What, of course? Do you really think I'd make such an elementary mistake? Aileen looked at her smartwatch again to make sure. The coordinates were certainly correct. They were at the right place. First of all, I do think we're at the right place. I mean, we have arrived at the correct destination. Oh, look over there. Suddenly Aileen pointed into the distance. What looked like a castle could be seen in the corner of the sky. Although it could just be a mirage, it really did look like a huge castle. You're right. I see something over there. Yes, we'll head that way for now. Aileen led the squad like the brave captain she knew she was. Tower of Heroes. The Tower of Heroes was a huge 77-story tower artificially built by the association. Compared to its great height, however, its width was relatively short, at least on the outside. The inside was, in fact, much bigger than how the tower appeared on the outside. The Tower of Heroes was an iconic building constructed with a magic engineering technique called expansion architecture. That was why one floor of the tower was large enough to hold 4 to 5 houses. There were actually separate housing spaces for employees. Professor, where did magic power come from? Among them, a house on the 33rd floor was designated as the residence of a certain child. It was the home of Yuri, the child with the authority of healing, also called the girl of authority. It's widely accepted that it came about after our call. The 15-year-old, under the strict protection of the association, was now taking private lessons from a cube professor. But I reckon such an answer won't be enough to satisfy you. The professor handed her a copy of the research paper that he had prepared beforehand. Please take a look at this. Oh, is this one of his papers again? The professor nodded to Yuri. Yes, it's incredibly sophisticated, clear and detailed. I still cannot believe that a mere 17-year-old student wrote such a masterpiece. Ah, I see. Yuri gladly received the paper. Indeed, there was a familiar name written across the top. Birth of Magic Power and Precursor to Outcall. Cube Class 1, rank 934, Kim Hajin. His name was Kim Hajin, a genius whose achievements in magical theory were recorded in textbooks. Yuri had already read 5 papers written by him. They were all on different subjects but equally perfect. Kim Hajin. I run across this name a lot while studying. The professor smiled softly. It's likewise for students at Cube. He submitted a total of 23 exam papers and 8 essays, but all of them were published in major academic journals. There are a total of 8 studies currently underway based on Hajin's papers. Wow, that's amazing. He was by far the brightest student I've ever taught. The professor smiled as he reminisced about the distant past. As a scholar who pursued the profound truth, he considered Kim Hajin a stimulus. Kim Hajin was intelligent and brilliant, gifted and creative. Tirring. Suddenly, his smartwatch beeped. The professor glanced at the message. It seems something came up. I'll be out for a while, so please read the paper in the meantime. I'll be back soon. Yes, Professor. The professor left, and Yuri read the paper. Oh, the more she read Kim Hajin's paper, the more she admired it. Academic papers were not meant to be entertaining, yet his papers easily drew her in as though they had been enchanted with magic. Kick, the door opened again not long afterwards, and Yuri glanced up over the paper. The professor was back. He wore a warm smile on his face. Yuri SSI, there's good news. Yes, your parents have come to visit you. You'll be able to spend the rest of the day with them. At that moment, a big smile spread across Yuri's face. Normally, she saw them once every 2 months at most. Really? Yes, but you'll be strictly guarded. Would you like to go? Yes, oh, of course. Yuri got up in a hurry and packed her things, including the papers. Then she even changed into her favorite clothes and returned. Please follow me. The professor led Yuri with a smile. Excited, Yuri followed the professor, who switched on the tightly locked elevator on the 55th floor. Come, let's go. Yes. Only after arriving in front of the elevator did Yuri notice something was wrong. Her intuition warned her. She stopped and looked around. Usually this floor crawled with guards on duty, but for some reason none of them were here today. Excuse me, Professor, but the professor caught Yuri by the wrist as she tried to step back. Pulling her, he said, you should follow me if you want to live. Wow, what? Please wait. The elevator door closed, and they quickly descended to the first floor. The professor almost dragged Yuri out of the elevator. Though the Tower of Heroes was located in Gwanghwamun, what greeted them outside was an empty lot. Professor, where are we? Don't be afraid and follow me. We're going to see your parents. The professor's, Jane's, grip tightened around Yuri's wrists, who was now sobbing. Jane tried to take Yuri to their hiding place. However, where are you going? A figure silently appeared and stopped her tracks. Jane's eyebrows narrowed to a frown at the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. Hi, long time no see. You're Jane, right? The man who casually greeted Jane was Kim Junwoo, a hunter from the vast expanse. Jane glared at him. Kim Junwoo's eyes still formed a straight line, and his narrow, fox-like eyes were just as intimidating as they were in anime. But right now, there was an even more powerful and destructive being by Jane's side. Yeah, long time no see, you dog of vast expanse. Cheok Young muttered as he stepped forward from behind Jane. Kim Junwoo smiled at him. The pair of straight lines on his face arched to form 2 curves. You're right, it's been a while, pig. Oh, I'll take care of this bastard, so you take the kid and buzz off. Jane tried to do as she was told, but just how many people were hiding in this empty lot? You won't be able to leave. Suddenly, a low, aged voice rang out, and from somewhere, an old man in uniform sprang out. Both Cheok Young and Jane froze at the sight of the old man. That child is my hope. Vast Expanse, who was considered the strongest in his field of work, had appeared in front of them. Jeok Yung stared at Vast Expanse, trying to make sure he was real. A few minutes passed in silence. Jane asked carefully, "It's just you two?" Kim Junwoo nodded without words. He thought numbers were insignificant with Vast Expanse himself present. "Phew, that's good." Jane breathed a sigh of relief. Her confidence was well grounded. Soon, just as Vast Expanse did, the chameleon troop appeared from the darkness. One by one, shadows came into view. There were many, but at the same time there was only one. Seat of silver, Kaita. Seat of indigo, Yu Kyungwon. Seat of brown, Hirano. Seat of green, Jin Yohan. Seat of turquoise, Setrin. Seat of blue, Khalifa. And lastly, the seat of white, Boss. All but two members of the chameleon troop gathered and surrounded the two men. Ha 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 ha! Was this the confidence of the man considered to be the strongest of all? "You must be the chameleon troop. It's been a long time since I've been entertained." Even as he was surrounded by a number of strong foes, Vast Expanse only smiled tenderly. Auden's territory, meanwhile, I arrived at the heart of Africa with Spartan. I could see Auden's territory in the distance. I studied the territory from afar. What? At first, I wondered if I came to the right place. Things were very different from my original setting. I imagined a single castle standing in the middle of nowhere. Yet, before my eyes was a vast land, full of traps and barriers, surrounding a splendidly decorated castle. It sure did change a lot, I muttered in despair. The original story was no more. I only had my eyes and ears to rely on from now. Who? I took a deep breath and gathered Stigma's magic power around my eyes. With Grademanus II Master Sharpshooter, its 1,000-mile eyes showed me the full view of Auden's territory. The most likely place to find Aileen's party is. Just as I was thinking, a single barrier came into my sight. Time barrier. A week inside this barrier is equivalent to an hour outside. However, it is impossible to train inside because the flow of magic power and air is stagnant. Entrance is free, but exiting is not. To break up this barrier, a power equivalent to the Grand Magic Dispel or an authority is needed. This was the most suspicious trap out of all the traps that swarmed Auden's territory. Of course, I didn't really care what the trap was about. I had brought the mysterious key with me from the tower to prepare for such things. Let's see. My vision easily penetrated through the time barrier, and I looked inside. Is there anything in there? I scrutinized closely. Oh, I discovered three people. Their faces were dirty, their clothes were torn, and from their protruding bones I could assume they hadn't eaten for a long time. Aileen, Shin Jonghak, and Jin Seon, they were all there. "I'm starving," Aileen muttered pitifully. Jin Seon would always comfort Aileen at times like this, but right now even she seemed to be on edge. "I'm starving as well." Ah, all three heroes were virtually skeletons on the verge of starvation. Wondering why, I looked around the vast area within the barrier. It didn't take me long to understand. There's nothing. There was nothing inside. No grass, no beasts, no water, no monsters, nothing. Water, water, ah, waterer. Auden knew how to deal with Aileen. Aileen was strong, but the way to deal with someone as strong as her was surprisingly simple. You just had to avoid fighting her. Fighting by not fighting. It was that simple. And thanks to the betrayer, it would have been easy for him to set them up. Anyways, if this dragged on, they could actually die. "Spartan, go get some food bags from home." Peak. I sent Spartan and waited. He returned about 3 minutes later with bags full of food and water. I grabbed them and ran towards the barrier. Chapter 258. A new episode, one Auden's living quarter. Deep inside the heart of Auden's kingdom, Auden sat on a throne in front of his loyal subordinates. An intruder has entered the time barrier, the kneeled servant of the king reported. So yet another fly entered the trap. Not this time. The intruder seemed to know how the time barrier worked. If we let him be and he dismantles the barrier, the souls we have trapped inside will escape. We'll need to do something about him. Hearing this, the king looked at the servants kneeling in a line in front of him. Kyuru, Laka, Veritas, Garimto. If he wanted, he could simply make his loyal servants annihilate the arrogant intruders. "I will handle it." But before the king could say anything, a human spoke up. The servants of the king glared at the human with discontent. However, the human didn't show any sign of fear. In fact, the human snorted and spoke again in a more confident manner. "I will strike him down." Jin Sahyuk's words put a smile on Auden's face. Will you? Auden asked. Jin Sahyuk nodded with confidence. Of course. After her fight with Bell not too long ago, she had joined Auden. Of course, that didn't mean she planned on cooperating with him fully. She just had to embrace a bit of disgust to avoid Bell's hindrance. I will make him disappear from your sight. She wasn't lying. She planned to bring Kim Hajin back to Akatrina's past so he would disappear from the monster's sight. Although the opportunity came earlier than she anticipated, she didn't mind it whatsoever. She wanted to get away from this place reeking of humanoid monsters' smell as quickly as possible. Good, then you may do so. Auden gave his approval, and Jin Sahyuk released her magic power with a smile. Her new gift, reality manipulation, formed a portal. I'm leaving then, you sons of bitches. She cursed at the humanoid monsters and disappeared into the portal. Unsurprisingly, the king's servants became furious. My king, why have you accepted such an impudent human into our ranks? Kill that bitch. Kururu, Kururu. Auden released his magic power and suppressed his servants' dissatisfaction. 84 days, equaling only 12 hours in the real world, Aileen's party marched forward towards the castle in the distance. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours. After walking for a long time, they realized that their surroundings weren't changing in the slightest. Something's wrong. Why don't we split into 2 teams? We have ways to communicate, so it should be fine. The team split into 2 at Jin Se-in's suggestion. Aileen, Jin Se-in, and Shin Jonghak formed the first team, while Yi Yonghe and Seo Youngji formed the second. They decided to contact each other the moment they found something. Time passed by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, and finally 84 days. The problem was obviously food. The supply they brought with them wasn't enough to last them 3 months. The lack of water was especially detrimental. On the 6th day, they decided to give up and return using their return scrolls. Why isn't it working? Of course, the return scrolls didn't work inside the time barrier. With their last hope gone, despair set in their hearts. Aileen, Jin Se-in, and Shin Jonghak fell on the ground in frustration. To give an analogy, even a Ferrari couldn't run without fuel. Better cars required better fuel as well. Once exhausted, superhumans were no different than ordinary people. Even so, death by dehydration and starvation was something they hadn't expected. No one thought they would meet their end by hunger rather than battle. As time passed and despair grew bigger, their minds collapsed. And that's when it happened. As they were about to accept their deaths, they felt an unknown presence approach them. They turned their heads at that direction. Then they regained hope. The man who appeared like the wind wore a coat of armor that shone brighter than anything they've seen before. What's that? It was Kim Hajin. Looking at his face, the 3 people blinked blankly. They barely had the strength to talk. Kim Hajin walked up to them and said as he handed them bottles of water, "Get up." These 2 words were perhaps the coolest words Aileen, Jin Se-in, and Shin Jonghak heard in their lives. I first gave them water. Gulp, gulp. After watching them gulp it down, I began to cook. Because they were starving for a long time, I made soup. Even superhumans would have trouble digesting food in that state. A few minutes later, the 3 paupers walked up to me. Done. Ooh. First, I gave a bowl to Shin Jonghak. His usual handsomeness was gone, replaced by the look of a hobo. But Shin Jonghak only stared at me without taking the bowl of soup. He was smacking his lips, but he seemed to be too embarrassed to take it. What are you waiting for? If you don't want it, shove it. When Aileen tried to shove him away, he finally took the bowl. I then gave Aileen and Jin Se-in their bowls as well. 3 minutes later, they returned their empty bowls. Kuhum, so how did you know to come save us? Aileen, who licked everything off the bowl, stared at me with a look of regret. I told her the excuse I prepared beforehand. I've been here for a while. Oh, as expected of the famous Fenrir, I admire you, senior. Aileen and Jin Se-in reacted. They signaled for me to refill their bowls. Senior, didn't you say you were here before us? That makes you our senior. Thank you, senior, thank you. Jin Se-in's eyes were full of emotions. She seemed ready to kowtow and kiss my feet. It seemed they had it harder than I thought. I looked at Shin Jonghak to see if he wanted another bowl as well. HRP, HRP. He was licking his bowl. He had his back facing me, but I could tell by the sound he was making and the way his shoulders jumped up and down. I snatched the bowl out of his hands. ARW, what do you want? Give it back. You finished it, geez. You can have seconds. I filled all 3 bowls and returned them. I don't need your help. But Shin Jonghak was obstinate. His eyes were fixed on the bowl of soup, but his mouth rejected me. Whoosh, whoosh. I tried shaking the bowl in front of him. Shin Jonghak's eyes followed the bowl as though he was enchanted. SSB, SSB, SSSSSB. Are you sure you don't want it? I can see you salivating. When I asked again, Shin Jonghak murmured quietly, Today, just for today, I need you to be my cook. I smiled and handed him the bowl. Afterwards, I cooked some meat and even provided them with potions that boosted their vitality. Ah, you saved us. By the way, do you have any dessert? I'm just feeling a bit dizzy. Ah, I'm gonna fall. I think I need a chocolate to heal me. Thank you, I owe you my life. Take my kowtow. How did you know to find us here? You won't be able to leave either. Aileen, Jin Se-in, and Shin Jonghak said respectively. They really had quite unique personalities. With a wry smile, I gave a chocolate to Aileen. Thanks, Nyam. Seeing the chocolate, Aileen blushed and smiled bashfully. I asked her, how did you fall into a trap the moment you arrived? Aileen's expression contorted to a frown. I don't know. I'm wondering the same thing. I just teleported to the coordinates I got from the higher-ups. Coordinates from higher-ups. I could sense where the trouble was. Who came up with the plan? Oh, our hairy leader discussed things with the Association for the Plan. Leader? Yep, his name is Park Han-ho. You've heard of him, right? He's the chairman of the Temple of Justice. You should have seen his name in textbooks. I realized who the traitor was. Park Han-ho. His name was mentioned in the original story, and although he never played an important role, he wasn't the chairman of the Temple of Justice for nothing. In the potential list, I created to jot down the power levels of characters. Park Han-ho was at Park Han-ho 9.45/9.45, a maxed out potential score. This number was slightly higher than the 9.4/9.55 rating I gave to Aileen. My expression stiffened. Seeing this, the other 3 could surmise what happened. You mean Park Han-ho betrayed us? Aileen asked. I nodded calmly. If the ones who carried out the plan didn't do any wrong, then it must be the person who formed the plan who did. But Park Han-ho doesn't have a motive. I know him well and he— No, Aileen interrupted Jin Se-in. Her face was more serious than ever before. Now that I think about it, that old man, his daughter died recently. Pardon, I've seen something too. Aileen recalled Park Han-ho talking to the association's upper echelon. He was shouting at them, saying that his daughter needed the authority of healing, but the upper echelon didn't grant his wish. Park Han-ho had a frightening face when he hung up the call, and his daughter died a month later from her illness. It said that Auden pokes at people's weaknesses. His daughter died, so his motive is clear. He joined Auden to bring the dead back to life. How foolish. Shin Jonghak commented coldly. I didn't disagree with him. Anyways, I gave them my bag, which was full of food. Stay here until we know for sure what's going on. It might be dangerous to go out. Now that I knew who the suspect was, I could ask the Book of Truth to confirm it. Who is the traitor? Was too broad a question to work with just 5 streaks of stigma, but did Park Han-ho join Auden? Should work. Aileen grumbled unhappily. It's not like we have a choice. There's no way out of this place. That's fine. I'll weaken the barrier. The first assassination team was destined to fail. The most important thing was finding out who the traitor was. Weaken? How? I'll tell you about that later. For now, we have to find Yongher SSI and Seo-Youngji SSI. It was then. Guo magic power flickered from a distance. We quickly got up and put up our guard. In the empty air, magic power gathered together and formed an oval portal. Soon, a person walked out of it. No, it was one person who was holding on to 2 people. The person was Jin Se-hyuk, and the 2 people in her hands were Seo-Youngji and Yi Yongher. Our eyes widened. Jin Se-hyuk sneered as she held up the half-dead Yi Yongher and Seo-Youngji. Yo, why you crazy bitch? Let go of them. Who are you? Reveal your identity. I remained silent, but Aileen and Jin Se-in reacted strongly. They seemed ready to charge at Jin Se-hyuk at any moment. I'll kill them if you get any closer. Especially you, dwarf girl. I'll kill them the moment you open your mouth. But Jin Se-hyuk stopped them with a single sentence. She formed a blade with her magic power and pointed it at Yi Yongher and Seo-Youngji. You bitch, who did you call a dwarf? I have no business with you fools, so screw off. Oi, Kim Hajin. Jin Se-hyuk called me out, and I glared at her silently. I employed Stigma's magic power into my 1,000-mile eye's sharp gaze. Puke! Jin Sahyuk flinched. At the same time, cold sweat formed on her forehead. I was evoking the trauma inside her. If I continued for a bit longer, she might even faint on her own. Ah, fuck. Did she achieve growth in a state of existence without me knowing? Jin Sahyuk released her magic power and overcame my gaze. You son of a bitch, if you don't want these two to die, stop that glaring. That's what Jin Sahyuk said, but I knew she wasn't the type to kill hostages. Cowardly victories went against her principles. I smiled and said teasingly, "You're taking hostages now. You really hit rock bottom. I thought you could become at least somewhat of a human being. I guess I should have killed you back then after all." Immediately, blood vessels popped up on Jin Sahyuk's face. She became genuinely furious. She glared at me who mocked her principles. Of course, her hostility did nothing to make me cower. "Shut up and come here before I kill them." "Why, you can't kill me." "Shut up before I rip your mouth apart." "Well, all right, I'll go over, so try ripping it." I walked over to her in a relaxed manner, all the while prepared to activate my unique skill at any moment. One step, two steps, three steps. When only 3 steps were left between us, Jin Sahyuk suddenly took something out of her pocket. At first, I thought it was a bomb. What? Scared, I activated fate. However, what she took out wasn't a bomb, but a crystal radiating blue light. My eyes, which now had the function of my laptop, showed me the description of the item. Continental fragment. You can use this fragment to return to the recorded past, Akatrina, during the time of Continental year 555. Ah, wait, that's... I tried to stop her, but it was too late. Jin Sahyuk infused her magic power into the blue crystal, and the crystal blew up. KWANG. The magic power condensed inside the crystal flooded out. The huge torrent engulfed both Jin Sahyuk and me, as well as everyone else in the area. Ah! Jin Sahyuk opened her eyes. She felt dizzy and somewhat groggy. She looked up at the familiar sky. 2 moons and gem-like stars were laid out beautifully across the blank canvas. "Where are we? Isn't that obvious?" a voice answered her. Startled, she shot up. A man was sitting on the grass. The recorded past. Inside the darkness, his somewhat sorrowful eyes looked up at the sky. Continental year 555, March 8th. Kim Hajin turned his gaze back down. His eyes, dyed in magic power, sparkled like gems. Jin Sahyuk's figure reflected off his blue retina. "It's your kingdom." His words instantly organized Jin Sahyuk's chaotic thoughts. She shot up. 2 moons, countless stars, and icicles hanging on every tree. This place was undoubtedly Akatrina, Jin Sahyuk murmured in a daze, the home she wanted to return to. Memories of the time she ruled Plerion as its king resurfaced in her mind. "If you remember, get up." Kim Hajin sighed and got up. He really seemed to be familiar with this world. "What?" I said, "get up." He seemed to have a destination in mind, and Jin Sahyuk stared at him intensely. "Kim Hajin, isn't it time that you reveal your identity? Shut up and follow me." "What? It's nothing much." Kim Hajin scratched his neck, although he was at a similar distance to the crystal that exploded in Jin Sahyuk's hand. He was able to wake up earlier thanks to the orb of regeneration he kept in his pocket. Jin Sahyuk was still unconscious when Kim Hajin woke up, and he had 3 hours to think for himself. "We have to clear the quest." What are you talking about?" "What you broke was a tower crystal. Before we clear the quest, we can't get out of here." Kim Hajin looked up at the sky with a troubled expression. In front of his eyes hung rather complicated information. Problem: Jin Sahyuk and Kim Suho's home world, Akatrina, isn't mentioned enough. Changes. Greatly strengthened the power of Continental Fragment. Added a new Akatrina episode to fill the rushed story. Rewards added to the new episode. Reward list. Items that can be found by progressing through the story. 1. Mysterious Magnifying Glass 2. Omnipotent Magic Pen 3. Purifying Crystal 4. Failure condition, Jin Sahyuk's death. Jin Sahyuk's voice cut off Kim Hajin's thoughts. "What are you talking about?" But Kim Hajin ignored her. He entered the field of grass to his right. Jin Sahyuk watched him blankly. "That guy." Kim Hajin walked forward as if he knew where he was going. He wasn't confused or flustered. He simply went on his way like he was taking a walk in his neighborhood park. Seeing this, Jin Sahyuk became sure of her suspicions. Regardless of who he really was, Kim Hajin had to be from Plerion. In other words, he had to be hers, as she was Plerian's king. When she thought about this, her expression stiffened. However, Kim Hajin's thoughts were a little different. Book of Truth, Akatrina Continent Map. He had created a map using the Book of Truth. This map was more trustworthy than some of the maps that Akatrina had. Kyuham! Jin Sahyuk chased after Kim Hajin. The two walked for a long time silently. Jin Sahyuk became sentimental seeing her home world and sad knowing that it was only an illusion. The two walked through the field in silence. Kim Hajin had zero hesitation about where he was going, and Jin Sahyuk followed him in confusion. Ah, there it is. Soon they found a castle. Jin Sahyuk shouted in surprise. The royal palace. Kim Hajin stopped and stared at it. Soon he smiled coldly. Royal palace, my ass. What? That's the Shupert castle. We are far from the royal palace. Ha! Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows and looked at the castle once again. Indeed, it was different than the royal palace in her memories. It was far smaller even at a glance. Kyuham! Jin Sahyuk shut her mouth and followed after Kim Hajin. His usually narrow shoulders looked wide today for some reason. Ha! Jin Sahyuk sighed inwardly and pondered. I was right. Kim Hajin was a citizen of Plerion. Even if he wasn't Kindspring, he was undoubtedly one of my men. At that moment, Kim Hajin turned around and faced Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk froze in surprise. Kim Hajin spoke. Hurry up, idiot. Stop being such a nuisance. Tesk so useless. Aha! Kim Hajin's murmuring rang out in Jin Sahyuk's heart. Chapter 259. A new episode, Two Vast Expanse, kept both his feet on the ground. There was no need for him to move. His will permeated the ground. Sometimes the earth shot up towards his enemies, other times it spread out in the sky like an umbrella. His gift was perfect for both attack and defense. Vast Expanse became one with the earth and fought the chameleon troop. But the combined strength of the chameleon troop tenaciously countered Vast Expanse's gift. Jiok Yungyung smashed Vast Expanse's earth barrier with his strength and energy. Boss charred the soil with her hellfire shadow. Hirano Arashi attacked with destruction magic. Kaita's wires, Jin Yohan's 8-serpent spear, and Setrin's daggers all rushed to Vast Expanse. The explosive fight continued. Magic powers collided with each other, and the clash of the earth and metals caused huge flames to soar. From a distance, it looked as if multiple firecrackers had been lit in a row. Why don't we stop here? But they couldn't afford to take up any more time. When the fight died down a little, Boss requested Vast Expanse for a conversation before launching her ultimate skill. We'll have to resort to other means if you continue to hinder us. Vast Expanse looked at Boss silently. Suddenly, he gave a small smile. So that small child who was by Yeonjun's side has grown this much. Yeonjun, the name of the former boss. Boss clenched her fist, as his name was always too painful to hear. Child, why do you want the girl? Vast Expanse pointed at Yuri, who was passed out on the ground a short distance away. We want to protect her. Protect? Vast Expanse's expression changed slightly. Right now, she's being used as a tool for political figures. She'll continue to be exploited that way until she dies. We want to protect her from that. And who asked you for such a thing? Was it perhaps the child you call Black Lotus? Boss nodded. Yes. Why would he ask for such a thing? I do not know. You know neither his motive nor his purpose, yet you're still willing to grant his request. Vast Expanse gave a scornful smile. That's not what I taught Yeonjun. I know. Boss shook her head. The relationship between the former boss, Yeonjun, and Vast Expanse was that of master and disciple. Vast Expanse taught Yeonjun about the mindset of a mercenary, which was then passed down to boss. However, this is a request from the man whom I owe a lifetime of debt. The request of someone who became precious to her. Everyone was here today for the same reason. Boss did not force any of them to take part in this mission. All members voluntarily participated. Before anyone knew it, Kim Hajin had become an important part of the chameleon troop. I can grant his request, because I'm not Yi Yeonjun. Vast Expanse's face stiffened at Boss' remark. He sought to find traces of his old disciple in Boss' face, but her face harbored a similar yet different kind of determination. Vast Expanse's lips curved into a broad smile. Junwoo, put down your sword. Kim Junwoo put his sword down. Vast Expanse's magic power also dissipated. Vast Expanse was planning on letting the chameleon troop go, and the chameleon troop would not refuse his kindness. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. I'm only retreating because our goals align, Vast Expanse said as he turned around. I shall visit you again in the near future. Keep the girl safe until then. He slowly walked away from them, then suddenly, he disappeared from their sight with a flash of light. Recorded past, Akatrina, the Akatrina continent, was similar in appearance to the fantasy worlds found in many novels. Up above the sky were two moon-like satellites and countless stars. The vastness of the celestial bodies lit up the dark sky. I walked amidst the strange yet beautiful scenery of a different world. First goal reached the capital of Plerion. The pop-up window that had appeared in front of me announced our first goal. I continued to walk with this window fixed in the upper right-hand corner of my view. We walked on for about half a day, guided by the Book of Truth. A new day dawned, and the sun was already above our heads. We could see a wall in the distance, but it was already horribly damaged and had lost its function. I checked its information. Outer wall of Plerion, the outer wall of Plerion, the capital of Plerion. It was destroyed in war. This is the outer wall of Plerion. I recited the information to Jin Sahyuk, who was following me from behind. She widened her eyes and checked the wall. You're right. We paused in front of the wall. We could see the ruins beyond the destroyed wall. Dry bloodstains dyed the ground reddish-black, and the nasty smell of corpses reeked out. The view was truly gruesome. By year 555, the entire continent was already in ruins. Many wars swept the continent like storms, and monsters came flooding in before we could recover from the aftermath of the war. In 555, the only place in Plerion that was still relatively intact was Count Schupert's territory, which we just passed by, and Plerion, the capital city. But even those two cities were at odds with each other. Jin Sahyuk explained to me the reason behind this dreary sight. Right now, she was clearly different from the way she was on Earth. Perhaps her memory seal had weakened. Anyways, let's go. We walked past the crumbled wall. There wasn't a single sign of life inside, only houses that had long been destroyed and countless bodies of the residents and soldiers who guarded the city. It looks like the wall came down recently. Judging from the conditions of the bodies, no more than a week had passed since their deaths. Jin Sahyuk nodded in agreement. Seems so. There must have been a battle not long ago. Oi, what do you plan to do from here? I was dumbfounded by Jin Sahyuk's question. She clearly doesn't understand the situation. Instead of getting angry, I heaved a sigh and put my hand on Jin Sahyuk's shoulder. Why are you asking me that? You're the one who dragged me here. Jin Sahyuk's face warped into a frown. She stared at me with sharp eyes. It's about time you were honest, you little prick. What the hell are you? At that time, DRK, the sound of galloping hooves rang out. Though the sound came from many horses, it sounded feeble for some reason. I turned and looked towards the direction of the sound. An army of about 300 cavalrymen was approaching us, carrying the royal flag. But the army's horses were in a terrible condition. It seemed they hadn't eaten for days. It was, of course, understandable. After all, life on the Akatrina continent was on the brink of extinction, and its living conditions were virtually post-apocalyptic. You scoundrels! With a huge yell, the army arrived in front of us. But the moment they saw our unusual clothes, they became perplexed. In the meantime, Jin Sahyuk tried to speak as if she was their king. HMPH, you insolent fools. Who do you think you are? Talk. Be quiet. You're not the king right now. Jin Sahyuk quickly understood what I meant. She glanced over the cavalry with her eyes wide open. Amidst the soldiers was a little girl in loose-fitting armor. She looked barely over 10 years old. She was the smallest, but she rode the tallest horse. Whoa, whoa. The girl came forward slowly, soothing her horse. We stared at the child. Indeed, she looked just like Jin Sahyuk, only 15 years younger. At the same time, they looked completely different from each other because the girl was blonde and blue-eyed. Who are you? The girl, who was as cute as a doll, asked as she tried to keep her composure. I could see the grit and tenacity flickering in her eyes even from afar. I looked at Jin Sahyuk. She was looking at Plerian's young ruler in a daze. What would it be like to face myself from the past? Obviously, I had no idea. Answer me, if you don't. The horse leaped just as the little king was about to shout. Whoa, whoa, stay still, you little. A knight dismounted from his horse to hold her reins. Only then did the little king look down at us wholly. Reveal your identities. Did Schubert send you? And also explain your attire. No, I glanced at Jin Sahyuk. However, she was in no state to speak. We're from the temple. Temple. Yes. The knights naturally refused to believe me. You fool, do you know who you're lying to? The temple is already. Actions were better than words. I showed them the evidence. the manifestation of sacred power using stigma. The knight stared blankly at the white lump of light rising from my palm. The light then flew over to a soldier whose injuries immediately healed. My wounds are gone. Is this enough? I looked at them with a polite smile. Suddenly, a voice full of joy came from the young Jin Sahyuk. So the temple is not destroyed. I looked at little Jin Sahyuk. Her grin and big eyes appeared too inexperienced for a king. We marched into the inner walls of the city under the convoy of knights. However, the city was not in great shape. The walls were corroded and the people were starving. They paid little attention to the king passing by. In year 555, hope was already gone. We were now in a guest room at the Plerian royal palace. I lost something dear to me in the midst of political strife, and the servants who caused it ran away with food and valuables. The state coffers and stores were being emptied. My servants were disappearing one after another, but even then I was unaware of their betrayal. One day, I woke up and found that all I had left were the knights who had sworn loyalty to me. In a tidy room with two large beds, Jin Sahyuk said with her eyes moist with emotion. And 2 years later, in 557, I died while running away from monsters and Shupert. And the last knight you were with was Kim Suho, Jin Sahyuk snorted. He's not my knight. They all died, and he was just the only one who survived. Come to think of it, Kim Suho must be here too. Whatever you say. I sprawled out on the bed. A new episode had started all of a sudden, but I shouldn't consider it a bother. This episode could be the most important turning point. One of the rewards for this episode was a purifying crystal. There wasn't much time left before Earth began its demon realm transformation. I hadn't hinted at how to stop this transformation in the original story, and now the remake was offering me the solution. Purifying crystal was probably an item that could purify and stop the demon realm transformation. Tearing at that moment, another window popped up in front of me. Second goal, acquire 6 continental fragment pieces and partly restore Plerian. Hey, where's the crystal fragment? I immediately asked Jin Sahyuk. What are you talking about? The fragment you blew up. Check your pockets. What do you, hey, are you crazy? I said, check your pockets. Knock knock, I heard knocks just as I was about to rummage through Jin Sahyuk's pockets. Come out. At the same time I heard a thick voice. I don't have it, you little shit. Why don't you? This is annoying. You're really useless. I opened the door after I made sure Jin Sahyuk didn't have the crystal fragment. Outside, a young knight was staring at us with a discontented look. The king has generously prepared a dinner for you. Follow me. We followed the knight without putting up a fight. The knight led us to the dining room. There was a long table in the center of the large dining room. The knights stood in lines on either side of the room. Little Jin Sahyuk, Prehai, was sitting at the head of the table. Prehai greeted us with a nonchalant yet rejoicing expression. I prepared a meal to welcome my honored guests. Smoked pork, a few bowls of soup, salad, and a loaf of brown bread were on the table. It seemed that metal plates had been stolen already as all the cutlery was made of wood. We sat down in our seats. Thank you. Ha ha, no need for gratitude. More importantly, is it true that the temple is still intact? I nodded, trying to appear as divine as possible. I felt as if I was playing house with her. Yes, and the temple hopes that Plerian will soon regain its former glory. Prehai failed to hide her smile. KMM, well, that's enough chit-chat. Please eat. Thank you. Though Prehai seemed satisfied, the knights surrounding us did not. Apparently this dinner was very luxurious. So luxurious that every single knight had to starve in exchange for this one meal. Prehai asked as she ate the soup, then should I call you priest? Yes, please call me Priest Kim. Priest Kim, and next to you is... Oh, she's my servant. Wait, what? What? Jin Sahyuk, who was looking down at the pork rather plaintively, jolted. Dissatisfied with Jin Sahyuk's ungraceful response, Prehai shot her future self a discontented look. And it wasn't just Prehai. Unbelievable. How is it possible for a mere servant to dine with the king? I was only trying to poke fun at Jin Sahyuk, but I ended up offending the knights. They were probably upset that a servant got to eat something even they themselves couldn't eat. Haha, I'm sorry, I was only joking. This person is a priest as well. She has very special spiritual powers. Oh, I see. Spiritual powers, you say. Anyway, the meal went on. Clatter, clatter, I looked around as I moved my spoon. Knight Leot caught that pig. I was looking forward to eating it. It can't be helped. They're from the temple. That's precisely the reason this is a problem. The temple crumbled to nothing. Those suckers can't help us in any way. They'll just be eating all our food, claiming they're divine priests. I didn't eat much. I wasn't hungry, and since whatever food I left behind would go to the knights, I thought I'd let them have it. Instead, I chose to examine Prehai. She was nibbling at the smoked pork with her small hands. She seemed to be enjoying it a lot. The reason the knights weren't expressing any dissatisfaction to the king was probably because of that face. And Jin Sahyuk was looking at her past self without even laying a finger on her food. At least they're tactful. The king doesn't eat much, so we'll all probably be able to take a bite or two. That's good. Gulp, the dinner continued, and the young king was getting pretty full. KWANG, suddenly, the dining room's door swished open and a scout rushed in. I have an urgent message. Schupert's soldiers have broken into the inner wall. What? Prehai let out a yell. Her cherry lips were greasy with pig oil. Count Schubert is claiming that he captured spies dispatched by your majesty. Stay here, honored guests. Let's go. The king and her knights left the room at once. Placed in an incomprehensible situation, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Wait, spies. At our first meeting, Prehai had asked us, did Schubert send you? Which meant Schubert was probably. I got up in a hurry. Hey, come with me. I think there may be other people besides us out there. I was gonna go anyway. Jin Sahyuk was ready to use her magic power any minute now. We followed the king and her knights. We passed by the terrified citizens and climbed up the wall. Queen, I have brought the spies you sent me. Below the wall was Schupert's great army, which was actually made up of only about 3,000 troops, but it was still big in comparison to the king's army. I said I'm not a spy. A loud, high-pitched voice came up from below. I smiled down at them. Down below, Jin Se-in and Aileen were locked up in a wooden cell. Their hands and feet were tied together with restraints. As expected, they had ended up getting caught in the explosion as well. Equals magic suppressing shackles. Inhibits the wearer's use of magic power. Equals. Wow, that's a great item, I thought, when Prehai suddenly shouted out loud. Imbeciles! How dare you defy me when you have kept your peace by the kindness of the former king? Bloodshot eyes and body trembling with anger. Prehai was enraged, and her anger was directed at the man who was looking up at her from below the wall, Count Schubert. Ha ha! Little queen, even now you bring up the former king. Very pathetic. That is why all of your men have left you. Ha 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 ha! Foolish king! How ridiculous is it for a child to act so arrogantly? But the soldiers below only laughed at Prehai. Prehai bit her lips, and the knights hid her behind them. Those bastards, you're all dead. Jin Sahyuk took a step forward, venting her rage. Ha ha ha, we shall depart now, infantile king. But the enemy didn't seem to want to fight. They began to prepare to depart, leaving Aileen and Jin Se-in where they were. Count Schubert said, King, I was rather impressed with your scheme to lure monsters with the help of spies. However, at that moment, something dark and red wriggled on the far horizon. Its movement was far too grotesque for a natural phenomenon. Ha! I had seen something like that before. That was a herd of monsters. An army of monsters were approaching this way. You are too stupid, too weak, and too evil. Accept the reality, Prehai. Plerion has already fallen. Schubert. Prehai let out a yell that was too faltering to be considered dignified. Ha ha, instead of screaming, you should think about how to repel those monsters first. Schubert turned around, and so did his soldiers. The knights couldn't stop the enemies from leaving. The number of monsters. Because now they were also witnessing the slowly advancing monsters from beneath the horizon. Jin Sahyuk asked, Oi, can deal with that? Probably. I pulled a small iron box out of stigma. The box was made using setting intervention and contained approximately 10,000 bullets in it. You retreat. We'll stop them. No, you said you were from the temple. Please take the king somewhere safe. We cannot stop those monsters. If the temple has not perished, we believe you can find a way. Think of it as a retreat for the sake of future advancement. Take the king and run. The knights each said a thing or two to us, but the king remained silent. Completely absorbed in grief and anger, she quietly sobbed. She couldn't suppress the feeling of indignation welling up in her. Jin Sahyuk only stared at the king. No, we can stop them. I stretched out ether and wrapped it around Jin Se-in and Aileen, pulling them up over the wall. Hiak Kayak, with strange screams, the two of them fell on the floor. The only way we can survive is by defeating them. I took out the Desert Eagle, A sharp flash of light shot out from the gun. The knights looked at me in bewilderment, but I didn't care. I aimed my gun at the monsters below. Meanwhile, at Yu Yonha's mansion in Seoul. Ha! Yu Yonha processed all the papers she had piled up on her desk and buried herself in her chair. Her workload had increased recently because of the Auden incident. But now that she was finally done, she planned to take tomorrow off. Huramam. She yawned and turned on the TV. An interesting show just happened to be on air. It was about the forbidden romance between a low-grade hero and a master-rank hero. It doesn't matter that you're a low-rank hero. What matters is that I love you. TZZT, we have breaking news. The screens switched and the news came on. This is a breaking news report. Auden claims that he has taken multiple heroes who broke into his territory as hostage. What? Yu Yonha jumped up and stared the TV screen. Although nothing has been confirmed yet, Aileen. Yi Yongha, Park Hanho from the Temple of Justice, in addition to Master Rank hero Jin Se-in, High Rank hero Seo Youngji, High Intermediate Rank hero Shin Jonghak, and the S-Rank mercenary Fenrir, are currently held captive according to Auden. Auden demands the association and the Korean government too. At that moment, Yu Yonha's expression froze. Not only Shin Jonghak, but Kim Hajin as well. She tilted her head, wondering if she had misheard. Tiraring, but at this time, her smartwatch rang. It was solid information from the association and the government, calling for an emergency meeting. Auden is holding heroes and a mercenary hostage. And the message clearly contained the names Shin Jonghak and Kim Hajin. Chapter 260. A new episode 3. The gun barrel flashed. Spears and swords made of magic power fell from the sky, and magic arrows rained down. Lightning caused by words stormed, and the knight's crescent blades of magic power shot out. That pretty much described the entire fight. There were at least 10,000 monsters on the opposing side, but we all had confidence fighting few versus many. The four of us, with the help of the 300 or so knights, easily annihilated the entire army of monsters. The knights who were alive at this point were all veterans of war. Ehew! After the fight was over, I sighed and put away my gun. I had used up 3,000 bullets today, and even Aileen and Jin Sahyuk, who were well-known magic power monsters, seemed exhausted. The rough breathing of knights was the only sound ringing out. When I turned around, a pair of huge eyes were staring at us. Looking at the young Jin Sahyuk's eyes, full of admiration, I wondered how such a cute kid could turn out the way she did. Things didn't quite make sense. Hey, 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 hey. At that moment, Aileen called me. I fought since we didn't have much of a choice, but now that it's over, do you know where the heck we are? Right, this doesn't seem like Earth. Is this another one of Auden's traps? Jin Se-in added. It seemed they didn't understand the situation they were in. I couldn't blame them, since it was hard for anyone to think they were sent to another world. No, it's not a trap. It's a bit complicated, but just pretend like we're in another world. You know, like an Isekai novel. Isekai, the heck is that? I'll tell you in detail later. Anyways, how did you two get caught? Hearing this, Aileen pouted. I don't know. I fainted and I was shackled when I woke up. Oh, then what about those monsters? I don't know, they just kept chasing us. Ha, why would they? At that moment, I found something in Aileen's hair. It was shining, so it was quite noticeable with my eyes. Ah! Examining it more closely, I realized that it was a tiny crystal fragment. I quickly took it from Aileen's hair. Equals continental fragment piece, crystal that maintains the recorded past. Emits an odor that attracts monsters. Ha, what's that? It looks like this crystal is what attracted monsters to you. I ended up finding a crystal without much effort. Since the settings change window said there were 6 crystal pieces, I only needed to find 5 more. Anyways, Fenrir SSI, can you explain this to the guys behind us? Jin Se-in pointed at the men behind me, a total of 600 knights and soldiers who were staring at us with respect and admiration. Ah ha ha, these two are our priests as well. As I said before, we possess rather special divine powers. They didn't say anything in response to my explanation. They all seemed to be in disbelief. I quickly changed the topic. They brought livestock to give to Plerian. They immediately reacted. Livestock equals food. As soon as that realization struck them, gluttony rose up in their tired eyes. Livestock, is that what I think it is? Is it true? Just as I was about to answer them, a small hand reached out and grabbed my sleeve. It was Prehai. Is it true that you brought livestock? Prehai's eyes were shaking with hope and expectation. I was a bit touched seeing her pull on my sleeve with anticipation. I bent down a little and nodded. Yes, of course. First, let's return to the palace. We went to the royal palace. Then I told the others about the situation we were in. So we have to collect all the crystal fragments before we can go back. Yes, and we're here because of this idiot. Aileen pointed at Jin Sahyuk. Idiot. What did you just call me? Jin Sahyuk frowned at Aileen's coarse words. But Aileen was someone who wouldn't flinch even if Ki Juchul came to see her. She glared at Jin Sahyuk even more strongly. That's right, crazy idiot. Ha, say that again, you little dwarf. Shut up. Jin Sahyuk's mouth was forcibly closed. Unable to say what she wanted, Jin Sahyuk shot up and pointed her finger at Aileen. Rather, she was gesturing about how Aileen's height was only this much. Stay still, crazy. But when Aileen unleashed her magic power seriously, even her actions were sealed. Of course, Jin Sahyuk wasn't the type to go down without a fight. She unleashed her magic power and tried to overrule the restrictions placed on her body. Geez, just stay put, will you? But I stopped her. Jin Sahyuk stopped and stared at me fixedly. Her eyes were filled with sadness and indignation. What did she want me to do about it? Jin Sahyuk sighed at my cold response and ran outside. Oh right, what do we do about the livestock? I don't have any on me, Aileen spoke. Oh that, don't worry, I can make them now. Make them? Yep. The recorded past was a world materialized by the power of a tower crystal. Although its laws followed that of the real world, the tower crystal could be used as an omnipotent, law-defying force to alter it. And in my hand was precisely a piece of that tower crystal. You're going to make a chicken. Are you mad? Lady Aileen is right. Creating life is impossible, and even trying to do so is forbidden. Aileen and Jin Sayan objected. I simply smiled. I told you this place isn't like the real world. I infused Stigma's magic power into the crystal fragment. Because it was too small, with a single streak of Stigma, I could only make a single chicken. Bok, bok. Whoa, W, what happened? When a chicken suddenly appeared out of nowhere, Aileen and Jin Sayan jumped in surprise. This is the power of the tower crystal. Wow, that's interesting. Can I do it too? Curious, Aileen reached out to the crystal fragment. However, I didn't let her have it. No, don't be stingy. Give it here, it was mine to begin with. Aileen SS, I can't do it. I'm the only one who can. What? Why? Aileen could likely alter the landscape or the like with a little bit of practice. But creating life was a little different. The crystal was the origin power forming this world, and Stigma's magic power was something that could become anything, a divine power, so to say. I could create life only by combining these two together. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. You know that I was rank 1 in theory in the world, right? You have to do many calculations in your head to make it happen. I gave a believable excuse. Or rather, it was one that no one could refute. Wow, you're so amazing, what a smarty pants. Don't be sarcastic, Lady Aileen. Jin Sayan's sudden seriousness made Aileen frown. Who are you to say whether I can be sarcastic or not? He saved our lives. I then used the tower fragment to create a pig, a male chicken, and a female chicken. I felt a bit dazed after using all 5 streaks of Stigma, but medicinal memory physique's powerful painkiller made me feel a little better. Who? I sighed off the light pain that remained and examined the livestock. Equals pig, a fat pig. It seems tasty. Female chicken, a female chicken that lays many eggs. Male chicken, a male chicken that mates well. Thankfully, nothing was wrong with them. Now let's see. I took out the random dice. Restoring Plerian's capital was the second goal. I rolled the dice while thinking about items that could help their food situation. Fast-growing rice, fast-growing wheat, yummy corn, salty potato, high-performance cement. As we weren't in the Tower of Wish, I didn't get any fantasy-like items. But the ones I did get were more than enough to help Plerian's current situation. You sure have a lot of strange skills, Aileen murmured in admiration. Let's go give these out. I peered past the door. After hearing that we were preparing to offer livestock to the king, countless knights were waiting eagerly outside the room. I grabbed one chicken, and Jin Sayan and Aileen grabbed the pig and the remaining chicken. The moment we opened the door, knights who were waiting outside approached us. When they saw what was in our hands, they all had astonished expressions. And my God, chickens, there are chickens. There's a pig too. How did you get all these? Their passionate reaction startled Aileen. She walked up to me and whispered, "Why are these guys so happy?" I explained quietly. Because of the demon realm transformation, most of this world's food supply became undead, and the ones that haven't been affected were stolen by Shupert. When livestock stepped on demonized soil, it transformed them into an undead. The same went for plants. A perfectly fine rice plant would suddenly turn into a man-eating monster. Ah, I see. So that's why the palace was so shabby. We gave the livestock to the knights. You can eat the pig today. As for the chickens, set up a farm to collect eggs. Ha ha, of course, of course. First, we'll have to report to the king. The knights laughed happily and led us away. Prehai wasn't far away. It seemed she wanted to see the livestock as soon as possible. Ooh, a pig, chickens, there's a male and a female. The young ruler jumped up and down in excitement. A few knights smiled, and some even let out tears of joy. Your Highness, we won't have to worry about food anymore. It will only be a matter of time until these two chickens turn into hundreds, then thousands. We watched them celebrate. The king soon approached us and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, I don't know how I can repay you. Ha ha, there are still more things for you to be grateful for. I gave her the rice, wheat, corn, and potato. Prahai's eyes widened. This is. They're seeds. Move your subjects to a share house and use the remaining space to plant these seeds. Prahai stared at the seed blankly. She then took the seeds in a daze. She glanced at me for a moment, then quickly ran off. Pa, pa, pa. Not long afterwards, she reappeared with a magnifying glass in her hand. Equals mysterious magnifying glass, pinnacle-grade magic artifact, weakness identification, uses magic power to identify the target's weaknesses. Emotion identification, uses magic power to identify the target's feelings towards you. When the user's magic power is low, the identified weaknesses and emotions may be inaccurate. Oh, mysterious magnifying glass. It was one of the 4 rewards obtainable from the Akatrina episode. Mysterious magnifying glass, omnipotent magic pen, purifying crystal, and it is one of my prized possessions. This magnifying glass can identify a target's emotions. Since you're from the temple, I'm sure you can make better use of it than me. Ah, thank you. I took it with gratitude. It was naturally one of the things I wanted to get. Hoo-hoo, as I thought, a valuable item is recognized by a valuable person. Prehai didn't hide her happiness seeing that I liked her present. Korea, soul, Yuyonha stared at the woman in front of her. Match was the word she would use to describe her. Her hair was wild like the mane of a lion, and there was a deep wound slashed across her collarbone. Together with the longsword and black cape on her back, she looked too different than the last time she'd seen her. Nayan, what happened in the past few months? Seeing the suddenly matured Ki Nayan, Yuyonha was slightly taken aback. Ki Nayan replied with the same voice she always had. Never mind that, I heard that Kim Hajin was kidnapped. No, Auden's just bluffing. I plan on marching over and smashing everything into her. Ki Nayan's eyes widened. Really? How do you know that? Yuyonha smiled and took out a watch artifact. This magic artifact is synchronized with Kim Hajin's smartwatch. No matter where he is or what he is doing, it shows his biological clock. This artifact was a solution to prevent another one of Yu Yonha's huge misunderstandings. It couldn't spy on Kim Hajin. It only told the level of danger Kim Hajin was in. Look here, you can see his vitality and how nervous or tense he is. Everything's normal, so Auden is lying. He's just trying to scare us. Then what about the other heroes? They're likely to be with Kim Hajin. Lady Aileen wanted to bring Kim Hajin with her, and their GPS coordinate overlapped for a moment. Yuyonha replied in a calm and collected manner. Seeing her like this, Ki Nayan made a dazed face. The following thoughts surfaced in her head. Then do I have to go back to the Himalayas? I came back for nothing because I'm dumb. At that moment, Yuyonha suddenly asked, Nayan, I know this might not be the time to ask this, but are you ready to meet him? Ki Nayan smiled at her worrying words. Of course. It's about time. You don't have to worry. Seeing Ki Nayan, Yuyonha made a bitter smile. What if Ki Nayan and Kim Hajin came together using this opportunity? It should be a good thing, but Yuyonha felt her heart ache just thinking about it. I see, I'm glad. Yuyonha was smart and analytical. She knew why she was feeling this way. Yuyonha had thought about how Kim Hajin knew her embarrassing secrets. Ramen and hamburger, Jiggy and gukbap, Coke and Sprite. They were all unique tastes she would never reveal to anyone. But Kim Hajin knew about them. Given that he was a returner, Yu Yonha could only guess that they were lovers, or at least as close as lovers. In that case, what relationship did Kim Hajin have with Ki Naeun before he returned in time? Was he closer to her than me, or was he just as close? Yu Yonha's thoughts didn't continue much longer. Part. A huge spark of light flashed in the sky. Startled, Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun looked out the window. Part. The flashes continued consecutively. It was much more fierce than usual. Part. The third flash of light brightened the entire world. This time, the light lingered for a bit longer, as though another sun was created in the sky. Hey, Yonha, that's... Yeah, it's the Tower of Wish. Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun looked up at the sky and realized that it wouldn't be long until the conclusion of the Tower of Wish. Akatrina Continent, second day. The King's Post horses set out to find Yongha, Shin Jonghak, and Seo Youngji. Furthermore, the chicken coop was finished in less than a day. Third day. Prehai went to see the royal court's now most prized possession, the chicken coop. She smiled, looking at the chickens laying eggs. She spent many hours sitting in the coop, listening to the chickens' balks. Fourth day. Seeds were planted in farmland guided by YunSeo-jin. Although the plants grew quickly, many impatient citizens secretly dug out the plants and ate them, causing a small commotion in the capital. Fifth day. Magic power and cement reinforced the castle walls. Kick. And now, late at night on the sixth day, Jin Sahyuk infiltrated the royal palace's secret library just as she had done in the past few days. It was to remember the face of a servant she once had. It should be somewhere here. Over 30 years had passed since then. Although Jin Sahyuk forgot his appearance under her artificial memory seal and time, she remembered his name clearly. She knew that the royal library had a record and a portrait of every night. Year 550, July 3rd. She had checked the years 547, 549 in the past few days, and now it was time to go over year 550. As everyone who entered the royal palace even once was recorded, there were many pages she had to work through. Kindspring, ah, fuck. How the fuck are there 50,000 pages? Jin Sahyuk cursed and sighed, but she continued to flip through the pages. Menial labor was one thing she hated the most in the world, yet she found it to be of utmost importance at the moment. Just like that, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Until 4 a.m. when a patrolling knight entered the library, Jin Sahyuk continued to look through the records. Tap, tap. At that moment, she felt a presence walking through the hallway outside. A studious knight was making his rounds early. Then, just as the knight was about to enter the library, Jin Sahyuk discovered the name of a servant. She felt her heartbeat quicken as she checked the name. Kindspring Winter, the first servant of the abandoned princess. Prehai, Kingspring of the Winter clan. Kindspring Winter. Seeing this name, old memories resurfaced in her mind. In truth, Kindspring didn't have a last name because he had a commoner background. Jin Sahyuk was the one who gave him the name Winter, as he was a swordsman who had the ice attribute. Ah! Jin Sahyuk looked at the portrait of Kindspring, the servant who swore eternal loyalty to her, the name that remained in her heart with regret and sadness. The dear servant that time buried in her mind shot up like an erupting volcano. Chapter 261. A new episode. 4. Jin Sahyuk vacantly stared at the portrait of her old servant. Her heart began to pound loudly. Her hand that held the page was shaking. She grew dizzy, and a cold sweat ran down her back. Though she had considered this possibility before, the shock was still far beyond her imagination. Now, Jin Sahyuk couldn't think properly. She only trembled. A wave of shock swept over her entire body from the inside. Kindspring Winter, the portrait of her servant, bore a frightening resemblance to Kim Hajin. Except for the hair color and the bushy beard, they looked the same, just like herself and Prehai. So in the end, it was true. Kim Hajin was Kindspring, and so he had no choice but to resent her, because everything was her fault to begin with. Fuck, she swore quietly. Unable to keep her eyes open, she dropped her head on the desk. Nausea filled her throat. Her memory seal partly eroded, and now she was suffering from old memories and regret. At that moment, tock, tock, someone tapped on Jin Sahyuk, but she didn't respond. PSSH, PSSH. This time the figure began to shake her shoulders from side to side. That small gesture made her feel so dizzy that she raised her head to glare at the intruder. What are you doing here? In front of her eyes was the young Jin Sahyuk, king of Plerian Prehai. Despite Jin Sahyuk's threatening gaze, Prahai was not intimidated. Even priests are not allowed to use the royal library without my permission. Jin Sahyuk stared at the king's face in silence. This child was her past self. Jin Sahyuk used to be the foolish and pitiful ruler of Plerion. Despite it all, Jin Sahyuk still felt resentful towards the king. Jin Sahyuk brushed her sweaty hair off her forehead. Then she pointed at the portrait in the record book. King, do you know this person? Prehai's expression immediately froze. Jin Sahyuk glared at Prehai with her eyes full of magic power. She hastened Prehai to answer, urging her to speak. Prehai broke out in a cold sweat. If you do know him, answer me. Still, Prehai kept her silence. Without a word, she stared at the portrait of Kindspring. She didn't answer, but her eyes did. They were filled with forlorn regret and were slowly being consumed with unspeakable pain, like a fire turning to ashes. Sadness swelled inside Jin Sahyuk. Suddenly, she heard a loud shout outside. The post horses have arrived. They found the other priests. Early in the morning, post horses came back with good news. We seriously almost died. They'd brought back Seo-Youngji and Yi Yonghe to the palace. The two were beyond filthy and basically half dead. They had managed to survive by eating grass and drinking rainwater. It's all thanks to Youngji SSI that I survived. Sitting among the withered grass and flowers of the royal garden, Yi Yonghe said to Seo-Youngji, "Same here. I only survived because of Yonghe SSI. Also, I learned for the first time that cooked grass tastes good." Having survived together for nearly a week, they became closer to each other. The two looked at each other affectionately. Then, with a look of discontent, Aileen pulled Ji Yonghe by his ear. Ark, what? Are you having an affair? No way. You know my wife is the only one for me." Now that everyone except for Shin Jonghak had gathered, I decided to ask them about the top priority. "Excuse me, but have you seen a crystal that looks like this?" "Crystal?" "Yes." I took out the piece of the tower crystal from a cylindrical container. "No, we haven't. We were too busy looking for something to eat." But the duo shook their heads. It wasn't surprising, since they probably wouldn't have made it back here in one piece if they actually had the crystal with them. I put the crystal back where it belonged and asked them about our second priority. "How about Shin Jonghak?" This time Yi Yonghe and Seo-Youngji both let out a sigh at the same time. "We haven't seen Jonghak SSI either. That's what worries me the most. He's strong, so he's probably alive somewhere, right?" Okay, well, I understand." I nodded hesitantly. Why was Shin Jonghak separated from the rest? Everyone else came to this world in pairs. I began to ponder when suddenly, "It's good to see more people from the temple," a childlike voice rang out. I turned my head to see Prehai and Jin Sahyuk standing side by side. But something was wrong with Jin Sahyuk. Her usual arrogant demeanor was gone, and she was looking at me with glum, sorrowful eyes. When our eyes met, Jin Sahyuk sighed and turned back. With faltering steps, she disappeared to somewhere. "Well then, let us dine together. Half of the 63 eggs are infertile, so we should be able to have a good meal," Prehai said with a bright smile. Her smile was so cute that I had to reply with my own smile. "Yes, that sounds great. I'll cook." 30F Demon King's Castle. The Demon King swung his demonic sword. Kim Suho countered with his holy sword. Kaang. Magic power exploded at the point of their clash. The demonic sword was heavy. In the past, Kim Suho thought he would never be able to withstand its weight, yet now he could block it without much effort. Kwang. The Demon King swung his sword again. In between the relentless attacks, the king spoke. "Your sword has changed a lot." Koong. Kim Suho answered, pushing him back. "I realized the power of what I already possess." Kwang. The demonic sword and holy sword clashed. Kim Suho did not give in, not even a single step, against the Demon King. He learned to stand firm. He realized the weight of his gift, Sword Saint, once again, and what it meant to be able to cut anything. Kwang. Kim Suho cut off all doubts in his mind. He cut off his fear and his dread. The only thing he had left inside him was victory. Today will be the last. Kim Suho believed in himself. He believed in his friends who believed in him. Thus, the Sword Saint would triumph over the Demon King in this fight of the swords. Kwang. The Holy Sword and the Demonic Sword clashed again. The Holy Sword dissolved the demonic energy of the Demonic Sword. What Kim Suho wanted to cut was the Demon King's soul, not his sword. Sword Saint only becomes complete when it confronts the heart instead of the blade. Kim Suho had come to this enlightenment. As such, he gave it his all to swing his sword, bearing the desire to win, thoroughly excluding any emotion besides the drive for victory. That was what the Sword Saint's sword was like by nature. Your determination is interesting. Blocking a blow from the Sword Saint, the Demon King laughed. Kim Suho also smiled. He was sincerely enjoying this fight. He was greatly engrossed in the battle between life and death, comparing the state of existence of two swords. He waved his sword, shouting out loudly. The golden blows that diffused out of the holy sword rushed to the Demon King. The Demon King defended himself from Kim Suho's attacks with a broad smile across his face, and the moment he stopped one of the blows, Kim Suho suddenly appeared in front of the Demon King. Kim Suho's speed was equal to that of his attack. The Demon King, impressed by Kim Suho's movement, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha! The two struck swords while facing each other's smile. Now less than a step remained before the end of the Tower of Wish. Akatrina continent, 5 weeks into life in Akatrina. During this time, the capital city of Plerion had improved quite a bit. The restoration work proceeded smoothly, and the construction of the communal shelter for exactly 8633 citizens was completed. Building materials were supplied by my random dice, and construction employed Aileen's magic power and Yi Yongha's fire. I made new livestock almost every day. We ended up with a total of 53 chickens, 12 pigs, and 6 cows. A new barn was built to house them. The constant cry of chickens filled the chicken coop where the knights kept guard day and night. I would have been happy to make more, but because the power in one crystal shard was limited, I couldn't even make a single chicken with 5 streaks of stigma now. Jin-seon obviously was very enthusiastic about volunteer work. Seo Youngji helped her. The two of them, together with the people, worked in the fields and dug wells benevolently. Thanks to their hard work, thieving citizens disappeared, and potatoes and corn were fully grown in 4 weeks and distributed evenly among everyone free of charge. Furthermore, Jin Sahyuk had gotten very passionate about Prehai's education. I wasn't sure what she was going after, but Jin Sahyuk taught Prehai about the basic application of magic power and also tormented her by stuffing Machiavelli's governing theory in her brain. But for some reason, Jin Sahyuk didn't talk to me a single time. She kept avoiding me without even making eye contact with me. Well, now that I think about it, she wasn't exactly avoiding me. She threw glances at me secretly or followed me around from a distance. Then, whenever our eyes met, she would quickly run away. At first, I thought she was trying to assassinate me, but days passed without her showing the slightest sign of hostility. My confusion only grew day after day. I think it's about time to go find the crystal shards. In any case, we were currently on top of the perfectly repaired castle wall. I suggested, looking down below from the rampart. I feel like something bad is going to happen if we leave, Aileen said. She seemed to have grown fond of Akatrina. That's why I'm planning on going alone. Isn't that too dangerous? We don't have the slightest clue where the crystals are. Jin-seon said worryingly. I shook my head with a smile. It's okay. The crystal shard I have will react when other shards are nearby. It probably won't take me long to gather all of them. Don't underestimate the outside world. This time, one of Prehai's knights, who was standing guard at the wall, came forward. His name was Liat, a macho knight who wielded a heavy claymore. There's not just Schubert and monsters, but also the vigilante outside. Vigilante? Yes, they surfaced about 2 or 3 years ago when things just started to get bad. They engaged in guerrilla warfare, going back and forth between Schubert's castle and our castle, stealing food, horses, and weapons. Ah, yeah, well, that's okay. I just let his words slip and nodded. After all, I was pretty confident in my ability to run away. I'm only going to be patrolling the area today. With a short exclamation, I jumped down the wall. After landing, I realized Jin Sahyuk was leaning against the wall behind me. She was staring at me, immersed in the atmosphere. What? I'll go with you, Jin Sahyuk said and stood beside me. I was curious why since she'd been avoiding me this whole time, but I just let her be. There was something I wanted to say to her anyways. Do as you please. And so, I walked with Jin Sahyuk. Crystal shards resonate when they are near each other. Walking through the forest, occasionally checking the crystal in my hand, I spoke after a period of silence. I heard you've been rummaging through the underground dungeon and the royal library. I had heard from the knights that Jin Sahyuk was spending a lot of time in the underground dungeon and the royal library. It was obvious who she was looking for. Who exactly are you after, Kim Suho or Puharan? On a side note, Kim Suho did not exist in this world. It was probably because he was too extraordinary to be recreated by the power of a tower crystal. Jin Sahyuk shook her head at my question. Neither. Really? From the look on her face, I could tell she had found something. I glanced doubtfully at the side of her face. It's Puharan, right? Because you know when he's going to turn into a devil. I told you, I'm not looking for Puharan. Jin Sahyuk stopped and stared at my face, as if trying to find something in me. After a while, Jin Sahyuk let out a pent-up voice. Are you testing me right now? For some reason, her words sounded strangely emotional. I looked at her in complete bewilderment, and Jin Sahyuk's face distorted. I couldn't tell whether she was sad or angry. You're so mean, Jin Sahyuk said with a trembling voice. It was then. Woom. Suddenly, the crystal began to vibrate. I covered Jin Sahyuk's mouth with my hand. "Ooh up! Shut your mouth for a second. Someone's here." There's no need. However, it seemed I was too late. A heavy voice pierced through my ear. Soon, a group of knights appeared from behind the bushes. Because I didn't sense their presence, I assumed there was only one enemy at first. The hell, how are there so many? But what appeared from behind the bushes was, at least 100 knights. Their presences were so overwhelming that even Jin Sahyuk had to take a step back. Looks like you too are from the royal castle. Their leader smiled and stepped forward. His armor was simply dazzling, but I was more focused on the sword in his hand. There was a blue crystal embedded in the center of the hilt. It was a continental fragment. The man looked over me, and Jin Sahyuk one by one. You're here on a patrol. What poor luck you have to bump into us. His voice sounded slimy, as if it had been buttered. I was going to devise a plan first. A plan to steal the crystal and run away from here. However, Jin Sahyuk suddenly burst into anger. Raylan, you son of a bitch, fancy meeting you here. Ha ha ha, so you know me. Not surprising, considering only a handful of sword masters remain in this world. Sword master. At that moment, my expression automatically turned into a frown. That's right. My name is Raylan, the sword master of Shupert. I wasn't sure if the guy in front of us was a real sword master, but if he was, then we were in a really bad situation. Sword masters were not common beings in my story. A sword master was, as the name itself implied, a god of the sword. Sword master was the realm Kim Suho would reach by defeating the Demon King. So the man in front of us right now was at least as strong as Kim Suho, or worse, stronger. And are you the king's servants that the count was talking about? Raylan asked while raising his sword. The knights behind him also drew their swords. Guo, a huge surge of magic power spread throughout the forest. The magic power of 100 knights formed a small whirlpool. Jin Sahyuk, get ready to run. You run. I have a duty to kill that son of a bitch, even if this is only a dream. You should know about that traitorous bastard too. Jin Sahyuk glared at Raylan and released her magic power. Her magic power rose into the air and took on the shape of a spear and a sword. Jin Sahyuk immediately fired them towards Raylan, but Raylan swung his sword and easily knocked them away. We were at a disadvantage here. It was difficult enough to deal with one sword master, but there were 100 knights in addition. No, don't be stubborn and... Right then, I stopped talking and looked up at the sky. A huge shadow had blanketed the ground where we were standing. The others also instinctively looked up. What? Hundreds of spears were pouring down from the far-off corner of the sky, covering the entire sun. These spears didn't belong to Jin Sahyuk. They belonged to a third party. Suddenly, the knights shouted, "It's the vigilante! Everyone, get ready to fight. Those wolves have come again." The spears landed on the ground as soon as the knights got ready to strike back. They caused a huge explosion. Hundreds of spears rushed in and blew up the whole area around us. KWA. Smoke frothed out from where the explosion took place. My vision was completely blocked by the smoke, but I was safe thanks to ether. Surrounded by the ether shield, I looked up at where the spears had come from. A man who seemed to be the leader of the vigilante stood there. Strangely, he looked familiar. A thick beard, dark swollen eyes, a shabby cloak fluttering in the air. Though his appearance had changed dramatically from what I remembered, I could tell who it was. It was Shin Jonghak, without a doubt. This whole situation was somewhat like deja vu. The moment I saw him, I suddenly remembered the first recorded past I had visited a long time ago. Back then, I was the only one who fell into the past at a different time. What if, as I did in the past, Shin Jonghak also fell into a different time? Shin Jonghak. Shin Jonghak turned his gaze on me. At first I thought he was relieved to see me. 3 years. But it didn't take me long to realize I was wrong. I've been waiting here for 3 years, you scumbags. Shin Jonghak pointed his crimson spear at me, venting his rage. Chapter 262. The Omen of Assembly won 3 years ago, Akatrina. Shin Jonghak woke up inside a forest. The leaves shook amidst the cold, blowing wind. Only the sound of nature entered his ears. Shin Jonghak shot up after staring at the leaves blankly. The forest was full of things he'd never seen before. The trees looked different than the ones he'd seen on Earth. Before he could even wonder where he was, hunger struck him. Let's find something to eat first. With that in mind, Shin Jonghak began to quest for survival. He tasted different leaves, looked for edible roots, and pondered whether his body could combat clearly poisonous mushrooms. After wandering in the forest for about an hour, he found a leather bag on the ground. I heard leather can be cooked and eaten. Wait, is that what I think it is? A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Shin Jonghak quickly ran up to the bag. Ah! After examining the bag closely, he became certain that this was the food bag that Kim Hajin brought. It was imbued with high-grade space expansion, high-grade freshness preservation, and weight reduction. Gulp. Shin Jonghak swallowed hard and checked the contents of the bag. Then he exclaimed subconsciously, "Ooh!" The bag was practically a moving food warehouse. There was enough food in the bag to last him a year. I guess he's useful after all. Shin Jonghak took out a strip of beef jerky from the bag. Nom, nom. As he filled his stomach, he began to look for his comrades. But he couldn't find anyone no matter how hard he looked, and night soon set in. Without any other choice, he started a campfire to have a proper meal by himself. It was then. Who's there? Uninvited guests arrived. A group of 8 people carrying baskets and spears. They looked weak even at a glance and were clearly starving. I will kill you if you do not answer. Shin Jonghak raised his spear. Ah, I'm sorry. We made a huge mistake. They introduced themselves as hunter-gatherers. According to them, many citizens had died from the prolonged war between Shuput and the royal palace, and those who survived were runaways who formed groups of their own. Shin Jonghak had no clue what they meant, but he had to admit that he was sent to another world. Then lead me there. Curious, Shin Jonghak visited the hunter-gatherers' base. Just like their name suggested, they lived day to day by looking for food, often starving on days they couldn't find any. Shin Jonghak offered them food. However, thugs who smelled the food came to him. Where did you lot get that food? 3 armored knights appeared from the darkness. The hunter-gatherers trembled in fear. Offer it to Count Shuput if you want to keep your life. The knights were arrogant and forceful. Shin Jonghak sneered and pierced their hearts with his spear. The 3 knights were killed in the blink of an eye. When the battle ended, the hunter-gatherers suddenly bowed to Shin Jonghak. Shin Jonghak liked the feeling of being treated like a king. Please accept us. The hunter-gatherers' chief cried and pleaded. Since Shin Jonghak needed men to look for his comrades, he decided to take in these barbarians. Just like that, a month went by. Shin Jonghak found a farmable plot of land and made the hunter-gatherers sow seeds. He picked 30 men and women with talent for martial arts and taught them the way of the spear. Because the atmosphere had ample mana, they grew quickly. Just like that, half a year went by. They ran out of food. Their small farms weren't enough to feed 500 mouths. Shin Jonghak had no choice but to form the vigilante to steal supplies from Shuput's territory. Just like that, a year went by. Shin Jonghak had become the full-fledged leader of the vigilante. His hair reached his shoulders, and he trimmed his goatee to look cool. The members of the vigilante also grew stronger by the day. Hard-working disciples learned many things from their good master, and they became powerful enough to be called knights. Just like that, 2 years went by. While protecting the hunter-gatherers from monsters, stealing supplies from Shuput's territory, and fighting the Count's knights, Shin Jonghak came to a big realization. His black flame spear had become capable of scorching the enemy's magic power as well. Shin Jonghak gave his newly evolved gift a cool name, Magic Devourer. But that only increased his desire to go back to Earth, and his hatred for the ones who placed him in this world grew. And 3 years later, in the present, Shin Jonghak finally found the person he'd been looking for, Kim Hajin. He was cornered by Schupert's knight, Raylan, but Raylan didn't enter Shin Jonghak's eyes. I waited 3 years. He pointed his spear at Kim Hajin's back. Black flames shot up from his spear intensely. What happened and where? During the past 3 years, Shin Jonghak killed thousands of monsters and defeated hundreds of knights. He fought as often as he ate, and survival was the only thing on his mind. In this unknown world, he even had to take care of 500 lives. As even the slightest carelessness could mean death, he had to be on guard at every second. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? Under the heavy weight of responsibility and life-or-death situations, Shin Jonghak reached a never-before-seen realm. You better explain properly if you don't want to die. As the spear god who surpassed all limits, Shin Jonghak emitted a boundless magic power and an overwhelming presence. Well, damn. I became speechless. I was surprised by Shin Jonghak's sudden growth, but his killing intent was what surprised me more. It seemed like it was stabbing my heart. He's tough to deal with. Retreat. Even Raylan, who introduced himself as a sword master, put on a troubled face. Then he retreated as soon as Shin Jonghak made his move. None of his knights uttered a word of complaint. Jin Sahyuk poked my side. Oh, what's up with him? Looks like he's been here for 3 years. 3 years? Yeah, it happens occasionally. He's been trapped in time alone. When Raylan and his knights disappeared, Shin Jonghak and the vigilante members quickly moved. They surrounded us in the blink of an eye. Shin Jonghak came up to me, glaring at me. He seemed to have aged by at least 6-7 years. Explain, Kim Hajin. I might kill you depending on your answer. He was genuinely enraged, because the presence he was giving off was completely different than the old Shin Jonghak I knew. Tension enveloped my body. I will. We've been looking for you too, Kyuham. I cleared my throat and pointed at Jin Sahyuk. First, it's all because of her. 1 hour later, I finished explaining everything to Shin Jonghak. He became furious when he heard what happened, and he charged at Jin Sahyuk. To my surprise, they fought on equal footing. In fact, Shin Jonghak overwhelmed her initially. It was yet again a matter of suitability. Shin Jonghak's black flames burned up Jin Sahyuk's magic power, and Jin Sahyuk was put at a disadvantage without her magic weapon emission. Watching their fight, goosebumps shot up on my body. I never expected Shin Jonghak to fight evenly with Jin Sahyuk. Since he even pushed close to victory at first, my shock couldn't be described with words. Of course, if the fight prolonged, Jin Sahyuk would have won with her cheaty gift, reality manipulation. In any case, after a conversation of fists, we returned to Shin Jonghak's town. The crystal you talked about is in the town. Shin Jonghak had a crystal shard inside the town, but I was more surprised with the town than the crystal shard. It had fences, guards, watchtowers, and most things that a town needed. You built all this on your own? Jin Sahyuk asked Shin Jonghak. With their fight, she had acknowledged Shin Jonghak's strength. Everyone helped, though of course I did 70% of the work. 673 people live here now. Shin Jonghak explained proudly, but soon he looked back at me with a complicated expression. But this place is really just a materialized fake world. Yeah, I nodded. Shin Jonghak didn't say much, but he couldn't hide his bitterness. Anyways, take it. You can go back if you have 6, right? Shin Jonghak handed the shard over. Equals continental fragment piece, a crystal that maintains the recorded past. Supplies mana for growth. Equals as expected. Each crystal shard had its own function. This was what helped Shin Jonghak grow so quickly. Now I had 2. Bring your townsmen to the capital. It's a much better place now. Capital? Yeah. Shin Jonghak seemed reluctant. It was the same for the vigilante members standing next to him. They were clearly unhappy with having us here. Staying here is dangerous. Monsters will arrive soon. Jin Sahyuk tried to persuade Shin Jonghak, but he only scoffed at her, asking how she knew that. Jin Sahyuk scoffed back and explained, "This is the world I lived in. I know better than anyone else what will happen in the future." Shin Jonghak stared at Jin Sahyuk fixedly, then turned his head towards me. "Kim Hajin, what is this crazy bitch blabbering on about?" The second fight between Shin Jonghak and Jin Sahyuk started. Pandemonium, Chameleon Troop's base. When news broke that Fenrir was captured, Boss wanted to head out immediately to rescue him. That day, she lost her cool. She couldn't see what was in front of her and couldn't hear what anyone said. However, Spartan was there to stop Boss. Spartan let Boss know that Kim Hajin was safe, and knowing that Kim Hajin and Spartan were connected, Boss had no choice but to believe him. I'll say it once again, if anything happens to Kim Hajin, you're dead. From that day, Boss always had Spartan by her side. She wanted to know if anything happened to Kim Hajin as soon as possible. Peak. Spartan shook his beak sorrowfully. I'm kidding. Well, half kidding. Boss smiled and held Spartan in her arms. So, Boss, what are we going to do? We kidnapped her parents too, Jane asked. She was staring at Boss from the couch. Boss replied briefly, first, let the three of them talk. Okay, but there's something else you should know before that. Jane's expression stiffened frighteningly. There's a rumor going around that Bell joined the Auden assassination team. Boss' shoulders froze. Just hearing his name filled her with rage. However, she constantly told herself to cool her head, all for a more thorough revenge. Also, about the Kwango incident. We found out who was behind it. You've heard of Kim Suk-ho, right? He's the former president. Boss nodded. Kim Suk-ho, the former president of Korea and the man who seized authority of the association. We have a lot of work to do, you're right. Jane snickered and stretched. Oh, right, boss. We decided to include Droon in this mission. What? Boss furrowed her brows. We don't have a choice. We need his power for this mission. Think of all the powerful people joining the Auden assassination mission. Jane used Droon's information network to find out that humans decided to deploy their second team around the time that the Jin's team was setting out. Yujin Woong, Ki Juchul, YunSeo-jin, Vast Expanse, Yusihyuk, Temple of Justice, Wicked, Destruction, Evil Society, Satan's Servants, Pandemonium, famous heroes and Jins from all around, as well as Kim Hajin's friends Ki Naeun and Rachel, were all participating in this mission. Also, that child is probably coming out of the Tower of Wish soon as he finds out what happened. He's going to participate for sure. Kim Seo-ho, the man of interest. This assassination mission would be a ferocious battlefield with all sorts of characters. No one knew for certain what would happen there. Well, I'm sure none of them will stand a chance against Droon. Jane smiled as she thought about Droon. He had entered puberty and refused to talk with them recently, but he was showing interest in Yuri, who was around his age. But Jane, Droon is too dangerous. No, boss, dangerous versus dangerous, crazy versus crazy. That's the best Droon. The gift he possessed rivaled the level of an authority. The ability to summon and tame aliens who wandered in the chaos of the dimensional boundary. Droon's rabbit, Mimeo, was immune to Aileen's spirit speech and was an ultimate weapon that could even devour a devil. Boss nodded silently. She suddenly recalled a painful memory from the past. The day Kim Hajin was killed by Kurukuru. Thinking about that day made her dizzy. Fine. As Jane said, it seemed they needed to borrow Droon's power to combat the Monster King and his servants. Akatrina continent. Shin Jonghak and the Vigilante entered the capital. I thought Prehai and her knights would oppose the idea, but to my surprise, they welcomed it. It was because the Vigilante only bothered Schubert over the years. Huram. In any case, the sun had set, and it was now late into the night. I yawned while laying in my bed. Now, I just need to collect 4 more. Since I had 2 on me and knew where one of the others was, I should be able to gather them all in 2-3 months. Even then, only 2-3 weeks should have passed in the real world. I wonder what Boss is doing. I suddenly thought about Boss, though I didn't know why. Tock, tock, at that moment, someone knocked on my door. Who? Before I could ask who it was, the door opened. Jin Sahyuk was standing beyond the door. She approached me in her pajamas. What's up? I can't sleep, so I came to find you. Jin Sahyuk said something that didn't quite make sense while staring at me with a serious expression. You can't sleep. What does that have to do with me? Today you asked me who I was looking for in this world. I nodded. I did ask that earlier in the day. Yeah, so what? There's something I wanted to ask you about that. At this hour, Kind Spring. I furrowed my brows. Kind what? Kind Spring Winter. But Jin Sahyuk's serious and somewhat sad expression made me serious as well. That's the name of the person I'm looking for. Have you heard of him before? Kind Spring Winter. It wasn't a name I knew. A kind spring and winter. I was about to reply, he's a kind person, when a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Kind Spring Winter, spring and winter. Spring, Chun, winter, Dong, Chundong. It was surely only a word play, but my thoughts stopped when I realized this possibility. It felt like I was hit in the back of my head with a hammer. Kind Spring Winter. I swallowed hard and muttered the name again. Could it be? No, why would Kim Chundong's name suddenly pop up here? Right, that's who I'm looking for. It's been a long time, so long that I don't even remember the face of my servant. Jin Sahyuk looked at me with a bitter face. I slowly got up from the bed. I needed some time to think about this on my own. I don't know who that is. I already found him. The royal library has portraits of every servant. Jin Sahyuk stared at my face as though she was trying to find someone else in it. I remembered what Kim Chundong told me when we met in the Tower of Wish. We will meet again. But let me ask you for a favor before then. Jin Sahyuk's gaze stayed on my face. Soon, she spoke. Kindspring looked just like you. I didn't say anything. I was at a loss for words. Oi, Kim Hajin. Jin Sahyuk spoke, just like how she did usually. Don't you have something you want to say? You son of a bitch. At that moment, something popped up in front of me. It was a remake notice created by a change in the story's setting. Chapter 263, The Omen of Assembly 2 Remake Notice, Kim Chundong's Diary. The chirping of birds woke me up. Dry grass tickled my back. Leaves were swaying before my eyes. Clearly, I was not in my room. Questions arose in my mind. Why am I here? Did someone kidnap me? Whatever the case might be, it didn't really matter. I wasn't startled at all. I've been drowning in indefinite numbness all my life. All these years, I had felt neither happy nor sad. For this reason, I quickly adjusted to this dramatic change without so much as a flinch. Still, I figured I should at least find out where I was. I slowly got up and began walking through the forest. The more I walked, the stranger I felt. Above my head, 2 moons shined and countless stars twinkled. After a while, I could hear people talking. I walked towards the sound. I pursued their voices. I arrived at a strange village soon after. The villagers were all dressed in archaic fashion, and the buildings looked as if they had been built in the Middle Ages. Nevertheless, I remained calm. Momentary confusion quickly subsided. The ice attributed magic power in my heart embodied unbreakable coldness. I asked the villagers where I was. They replied that I was at the outskirts of Plerion, year 533. After that, I quickly grasped the situation. This was neither a dream, nor an abduction, nor a game. I had simply fallen into another world. Who brought me here? How and why did they bring me here? Such questions were meaningless to me. I lived only because I was born. I was alone from the beginning. So the question of where I live was trivial to me. I began my new life in Plerion. I began training in order to survive. Fortunately, Plerion was full of magic power. I practiced my sword skills and polished my magic power. After 10 years, I became a member of the Royal Knights. My initial duty as a knight was to protect the royal concubine who gave birth to a daughter named Prehai, but the concubine never had the chance to meet Prehai in person. As the third princess, Prehai grew up in the royal palace, where her mother was prohibited from entering. The concubine was only allowed to watch her daughter from afar. 3 years went by. One day, a child came to visit me. The name of this child was Prehai. She wished to meet her mother. I found her tiny figure and sparkling eyes cute. I secretly let her in. Prehai returned after 10 minutes of brief conversation with her mother. She gave me a big smile and expressed her gratitude. The child, who was only 3 years old at the time, began to visit her mother once every week. Their faces grew brighter day after day. Another year passed. Without prior notice, I was transferred to the Royal Central Knights, away from the concubine. I heard that Prehai, who was unaware of my reassignment, had come to visit her mother as usual, only to be captured and punished by her father. Rumor had it that he whipped her until her tears dried up. From then on, I spent my time away from the princess and the concubine. As time went by, calamities began to appear across the entire continent. To make matters worse, the king fell ill. Prehai, now 5 years old, came to see me. She told me her mother passed away and that her brothers and sisters had murdered her. Prehai suppressed her tears and asked me for help. Please become my servant. My mother died, and I am powerless. It was then I realized for the first time that I could be someone's only hope, and I too sought hope in her. Even then, the princess did not know my name. I introduced myself to her as Kim Spring. She asked me if my name was Kind Spring for clarification. I just nodded. A lonely life without parents, friends, and love. I swear by my name to serve your highness forever. Surely I wouldn't regret dedicating such a life to someone. Above is Kim Chundong's setting. I chuckled to myself as I read Kim Chundong's diary. To sum it up, When I replaced Kim Chundong on Earth, the real Kim Chundong was transferred to a different world, to the past of a different world. What's so funny? Jin Sahyuk frowned. She was completely serious right now. I began to prepare an answer in my head. But what exactly was I supposed to say in this kind of situation? No matter how long I thought about it, there was no right answer. Kyuham. I cleared my throat. With a bitter expression, Jin Sahyuk asked, "Do you still hate me?" I stared at Jin Sahyuk silently. Many emotions were flickering in her eyes. Should I just say no? Should I insist that I'm not Kindspring, that we only look alike? But my heart refused to lie. Synchronization trembled violently inside me. Be with me again. Jin Sahyuk continued. It seemed she was confident that I was Kim Chundong. We'll figure everything out once we get back to our homeland. No matter how much time has passed, we have to go back to Plerion. Don't you know that? Her remark made me serious too. Jin Sahyuk's only wish was to return to Akatrina and reconstruct Plerion. But Akatrina's demon realm transformation had long been completed. Even if she could go back in time, doing so would simply be an act of suicide. The continent is already under the control of the devil. Reconstruction is impossible. I flatly opposed, but Jin Sahyuk was adamant. If that's actually the case, then I might as well be dead. I am the king of Plerion. Life outside Plerion is meaningless to me. If I'm going to die either way, I'd rather die in my country. Jin Sahyuk was determined. To her, compromising was not an option. Her wish constituted the fundamental reason for her existence, but my answer was already set in stone. I decline. Jin Sahyuk's shoulders trembled. She didn't do a very good job at hiding her anger, but her anger was directed towards herself, not me. It's late. Go to sleep. I pointed at the door. Still, Jin Sahyuk looked at me without moving a muscle. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had something to say, but no words came out of her mouth. Click. Eventually, I turned the light off and crawled into my bed. About half an hour passed before Jin Sahyuk's presence finally disappeared. Who? Buried under a blanket, I thought of Kim Chundong, but I couldn't come up with definitive answers to the questions in my head. The more I thought, the more lost I felt. A new day dawned. Jin Sahyuk couldn't get a wink of sleep. Thoughts, anguish, and misery haunted her. She was wide awake for most of the night, absorbed in thought. She reached one conclusion. Of course he's not going to forgive me. After all, I still don't know how to say I'm sorry. But there was one thing she couldn't understand. Why is Kim Hajin so fond of my past self? Prehai, she betrayed Kindspring. Tusk. Suddenly, Jin Sahyuk turned her gaze to the sun outside her window. The sun rose gracefully and shone down on the mountains and the streams below. The view of her hometown bathed in blue light was as beautiful as ever. What if? This was all too happy and too cozy to be an illusion. Couldn't she stay here forever? If she could somehow hinder others from collecting the crystal shards, she could stay here in her kingdom forever. Maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. But she knew she shouldn't. This was not the real Akatrina, and it would be wrong for her as a king to settle for the fake over the real. A king should not be complacent. A king should protect her people and her land. A king should not abandon her country. A king should. No, that's not how you do it. Suddenly, a cranky voice interrupted her train of thought. She got up slowly and looked outside her window, only to discover that dwarf called Alien, or whatever, repairing the castle wall. Here, watch this. This magic power will repair the wall. As soon as she shouted, cement began to cling and align itself perfectly to the wall. That gift was clearly wasted on that dwarf. Huh, Miss Aileen, you're up early. Jin Sayin approached the dwarf. With a bright smile, she patted Aileen's head. Yup, Kim Hajin said he's gonna give me chocolates. Kim Hajin, his name alone was enough to ruin Jin Sahyuk's mood. That dwarf. You can't address him so casually. He's not the kind of person you can get friendly with. He was my servant first. He only lived for me and not you. But again, she was the one who abandoned her faithful servant. Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth and shut the window. She drew the curtain and lay back on the bed in the darkened room. Right now, she needed more time to contemplate and to make decisions. 30F, Demon King's castle. Sparks of gold and black collided with each other and flew in every direction. Magic power and demonic energy swirled with each other, creating whirlpools. The whirlpools turned into a giant typhoon that violently tore apart the heaven and the earth. Sparks exploded, charring the soil, and the result of the challenge lay at the eye of the storm. Two men stood at the center of the storm, where the relentless clashes of magic power and demonic energy had subsided. Kim Suho's entire body was shining brightly, and his sword was lodged in the Demon King's chest. This was a fatal blow. It was now clear who the winner was. Heavy silence filled the Demon King's castle. Kim Suho froze, with his sword stuck in the Demon King's body. The Demon King did not move. He only looked down at Kim Suho. From afar, it seemed as if the two were hugging each other. A strange tinge of happiness flickered in the Demon King's eyes. Has it been almost half a year? The king's voice reverberated, reeling. I had a great time. It was a lot of fun watching you grow. The Demon King smiled happily. He reached out and touched Kim Suho's hair. The brown hair, which was now pretty long, swayed softly at his touch. I will not forget you, for you granted me death. The king's body started to turn into dust. From head to toe, his body slowly began to fade away. Kim Suho looked straight at the king with his unwavering eyes. The king's last words were short. Thank you. I'll gladly accept this death, he said in one breath. The king disappeared completely, and Kim Suho, now alone, looked at the empty throne across the room. Up until this point, the throne had always been occupied by the Demon King. Kim Suho was not used to the vacancy. The final flaw still remains. The witch approached him. She stood behind Kim Suho and continued calmly. It is called the Floor of Decision. A golden staircase ascended above the throne. The final path shined brightly. Kim Suho nodded at the sight of it. I understand. And this? Suddenly, the witch handed him a slip of paper. Though he grabbed it instinctively, Kim Suho soon frowned in confusion. This is. You've been given the right to take one of the tower's residents outside as your supporter. Summon coupon. And just for your information, my level is 40. The witch coyly appealed to him. Kim Suho gave a small smile and stood in front of the staircase leading to the 31st floor. Different phrases were engraved on the faces of the golden steps. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Kim Suho climbed the stairs, reading each phrase one by one. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another, even as I have loved you, that you also love one another. After reading that phrase, Kim Suho pretty much figured out who the last administrator was. Though you have made me see troubles, many and bitter, you will restore my life again. From the depths of the earth you will again bring me up. A saint born of a virgin and the central figure of the world's largest religion, whose birth itself marked the start of a new calendar before Christ, Jesus Christ. Ah! At the end of the stairs, the saint was smiling brightly. Kim Suho diligently climbed up the stairs towards him. The Akatrina continent. 2 months went by in Akatrina, during which we finished the construction of the castle wall and the communal shelter. The issue of food scarcity was also mostly taken care of. So, you don't like studying? Currently, I was taking a walk in the garden with the young Jin Sahyuk. Flowers were beginning to bloom in the royal garden, which was originally barren. That is not the case. My teacher is simply too tyrannical, even though I am the king. Prehai grumbled sternly. Of course, Jin Sahyuk was her teacher, but you have to study hard to become stronger. The Prehai next to me was nothing but a projection of the materialized past. Therefore, this conversation was meaningless, but I still urged her. As you already know, we won't be staying here for long. We already had 3 crystals in our possession. It wouldn't take us long to obtain the remaining 2 shards, since we had already figured out that they were in Schupert's territory. Right, you cannot stay here. Suddenly, Prehai stopped. She looked up at me with forlorn eyes. It's just that you remind me of my old servant. Servant? My conscience pricked me. She was clearly talking about Kim Chundong. Yes, but he's a lot older than you. I sent him to prison a while ago, so I don't even know if he's still alive or dead, but he was my most valued servant. Prehai continued solemnly, but I couldn't help but think that she looked cute, even in a glum expression. I wanted to pinch her chubby cheeks badly. Although sending him away was my fault, but I couldn't, because someone suddenly blocked our way. What is it, Jin Sahyuk? The king flinched at my words. She opened her eyes wide and backed away. Why are you here again? We already finished today's class. Prehai was clearly afraid of Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk, however, approached Prehai without hesitation. Look at this. I know how to condense magic power now. Isn't this good enough? The king, with a frightened expression, began to recite everything she learned earlier that day. Nevertheless, Jin Sahyuk approached the king and grabbed her wrist. Prehai trembled slightly and closed her eyes. If you have time for a chit-chat, you should practice more. Jin Sahyuk glared at me as she pulled Prehai towards herself. Wait, I haven't eaten yet, Prehai pleaded, but Jin Sahyuk was adamant. She dragged the small king away by force. Geez. I watched them leave as I took out the mysterious magnifying glass. It was to find out what kind of emotion Jin Sahyuk was feeling at the moment. Jealousy. Jin Sahyuk was feeling jealous of her past self, and I, who she believed was her old servant Kindspring, was the reason for that. I let out a heavy sigh. Priest Kim, Shupert is here. He has the castle surrounded. Suddenly, a knight came running and shouted. Chapter 264. The Omen of Assembly 3. Shupert came fully prepared for battle. His army numbered at least 5,000 even at a glance. Prehai looked down at Count Shupert and Raylan, the two traitors, from above the castle walls. Shupert glared back at his former king with a cold gaze. King, I heard that you accepted the vigilante into your ranks. He brought up Shin Jonghak. Aileen and Jin Sahyuk, who were standing next to me, both frowned. You seem to have gotten some resources from the vigilante group. Count Shupert looked displeased. He could tell that Plerian's dilapidated castle walls were reinforced with a powerful, tough material. If you don't hand over the man behind this, a declaration of war will be unavoidable. Prehai didn't answer. Declaration of war. Those three words fell heavily on the young king's shoulders. Shupert also noticed her fear as he sneered. Hand him over now. Nothing bad will happen to Plerian if you do. I will guarantee what little authority you have left. He was full of arrogance. Prehai clenched her fists at the count's attitude. Fuck off, you piece of shit. At that moment, someone cursed out loud. The improper language reverberated through the entire castle. Everyone stared at the person who cursed in a daze. Jin Sahyuk. She was glaring at the count with a look of fury. The count stared at Jin Sahyuk, wondering if he heard right. As soon as his eyes met Jin Sahyuk's, Jin Sahyuk gave a twisted smile. I've been wanting to say that to you for so long. Your servant lacks decorum, or perhaps I should say she takes after, Kwang. Before Shupert could finish his sentence, Jin Sahyuk's spear struck the ground next to him. PZZZT. The ground cracked, and pieces of dirt and stone shot up into the air. The crackling magic power carried astounding destructive power that made Shupert swallow his saliva. It won't miss next time. Fuck off if you don't want to die. Jin Sahyuk had shown more patience just now than ever before. Shupert looked at her with eyes full of anger. 2 months later, we will come to claim your heads. Screw off. We were going to attack you first anyway, dirty traitors. Shupert didn't say anything in response. He shook his head as though he would be wasting his time by talking to her. You heard what he said, right? That he's declaring war. Seeing Shupert's army retreat, Jin Sahyuk spoke. We're entering hell training starting from today. It doesn't matter whether you're a knight or an ordinary soldier. If you don't show up, I will, PFD. A snort interrupted Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk's eyes shot open as she turned around. There, Shin Jonghak was standing arrogantly with his arms crossed. Mind your own business. Jin Sahyuk's face stiffened. Sparks flew between their eyes. The surrounding knights and soldiers stealthily backed away, while Aileen ordered with spirit speech. If you're going to fight, do it down there. Don't damage the walls. Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak obediently went down the castle walls. As soon as they reached the ground, they began a fierce fight. Kwang, Kung, magic power exploded and flames erupted. The fight was just as heated as their personalities. Tower of Wish, final floor constellation of decision. Kim Suho followed the saint to the 31st floor, an empty space surrounded by glass panes in all directions. Sceneries of the Tower of Wish were being shown on the glass panes. I'm glad that you're the one who arrived here. The saint spoke. Kim Suho stood still and stared at the glass panes. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 8th floor, 16th floor, 21st floor. He could see many players and residents of the tower. This is what you have achieved, the saint said with a smile. However, his voice had split into multiple voices. Feeling strange, Kim Suho turned around. There, he saw many existences in the form of spirits. They were all exalted beings at the forefront of human religion. Buddha, Mohammed, etc. Then can I know now? Kim Suho asked them what he wanted to know. Why I was reborn in this world. It was foolish to ask the reason for one's existence. The saint smiled gently and shook his head. You will realize your value and fate in the near future. Rather than that, I want to ask, How do you view this tower? Hearing this question, Kim Suho looked back at the window panes. He saw Prestige, Crevon, the demon realm, and the demons who were crying at the news of their lord's death. You have to make a decision. Kim Suho looked back at the saint. A decision, you say? The saint nodded. Whether to maintain this world or destroy it. Tower of Wish. It was called as such because it was said to contain the wishes of all of humanity. Many residents lived here, and many from Earth became players to challenge and change themselves in this place. Players carried hope, greed, and expectation. Residents welcomed them while being jealous of their freedom. However, neither of them resented their birth. Residents of the tower found happiness in their own way. Some smiled while watching their children grow up, and some found new love with the players from Earth. Aye. The Tower of Wish had become a world of its own, just like Akatrina and Earth, the blue planet inhabited by humanity, so no one had the authority to destroy it. I wish to maintain this world. The saint smiled at Kim Suho's words. I see, but for that to happen, you have to destroy the tower with your own hands. Pardon. Seeing Kim Suho's bewilderment, the saint pointed at the holy sword Misteltine. Cut the shell that limits this place as a tower rather than a world. Only then will this place remain as a proper world. Kim Suho's eyes widened. The Tower of Wish will become one with Earth, he asked with genuine curiosity. The saint shook his head and continued his explanation. No, they will remain separate. Residents of the tower still won't be able to leave, while players will be free to enter and leave as they please. The only difference will be that the boundary between this world and the phenomenon realm will become thinner, and that this world will become everlasting. Kim Suho also knew of the words phenomenon realm. It was what some of the administrators were obsessed with. But this might cause the most heinous villain or the bravest hero in history to reappear. Kim Suho nodded. He didn't need to think much about his decision. He had already made his decision when the saint first told him about it. Yes, I understand. The decision Kim Suho made wasn't for the happiness of the tower's residents or the players of Earth. There was no philosophical ideology nor emotional intent behind it either. I still wish to maintain this world. It was because this was the right decision, because Kim Suho was convinced that it was right. Then cut the tower from this place. Kim Suho raised his sword. Magic power blazed up around him as he activated his ultimate skill. A brilliant golden light shot out, and Misteltine's blade shone beautifully. Kim Suho swung down his holy sword to cut the shell that restricted this world to a tower. The holy sword descended as it dug into the origin of the tower. Pandemonium, Chameleon Troop's base. Is it okay then? On the sixth basement floor of the Chameleon Troop's base, Cheok Young scratched his neck awkwardly. Yes, it seems you overworked your body a bit while using this energy blast skill. You shouldn't be too willy-nilly with it. Yuri smacked Cheok Young's shoulder. Thanks to her, Cheok Young had discovered an internal injury that he didn't even know about. Thank Kuhum rest well. Cheok Young got up without being able to express his gratitude. As he was about to leave, Yuri's mother grabbed him. Wait, when can we go back home? What? Cheok Young stopped and turned around. His intimidating face made Yuri's parents flinch. I told you can't go back. But if you do, you won't be able to see your daughter ever again. She won't be able to see you either. You have to stay here for at least 5 years. It's not that bad since you'll all be together, right? With great power came great side effects. Because of this, Yuri had to receive thorough, systematic training for 5 years. Before she could properly utilize her authority, her body had to become capable of handling it. But we can't. We have work to do and... Here. Cheok Young threw them a gold bar. Thinking that perhaps one wasn't enough, he rummaged through his pocket and threw them a few more, totaling 10 kg, which was worth about 500 million won. We'll give you as much money as you need. We have a blood diamond for training too. We'll let you go on walks after a little while, so what's the problem? Yuri's parents were more concerned about being trapped underground for 5 years, but Cheok Young failed to see this. Plus, leaving this place is too dangerous. Don't you understand? We'll give you more money than you can ever imagine if you just stay here for 5 years. That's not too much to ask, is it? We can't get through to him at all. Yuri's parents sighed inwardly and nodded. Yuri consoled her parents. In truth, it was the same for her whether she was trapped here or in the Tower of Heroes. The only difference was that she had a boy her age here named Droon. Yuri blushed faintly as she thought about him. It was then, wooing, a small earthquake rippled. Cheok Yungyung sensed that it wasn't natural and quickly ran out. He only needed 3 seconds to get to Boss' office on the third underground floor. Boss, did you feel that just now? Cheok Yungyung called Boss as soon as he arrived. Then he tilted his head. He even doubted his eyes for a moment. Boss was wearing a bare head of some sort. You're here, Jeong. Boss, what's that? Oh, this. I got an effective good selector that only worked on items LV4 and under, so I brought this one. It was the first gift she had received from Kim Hajin. Boss played with the bear's cheeks with a satisfied smile. This thing surprisingly has a high magic affinity. I want to get it enchanted. Ah, right, anyway, did you feel that earthquake? Oh, that. Boss leisurely looked outside the window. Golden light was flickering in the sky. It looks like the Tower of Wish is ending. The Tower of Wish is ending. Yes, Kim Suho must have done it. CHY. At that moment, a brilliant golden light spread out across the entire sky. The wave of light signaling the end of the tower was seen by all of humanity. Player Master Holy Sword has conquered the Tower of Wish. Akatrina Prehai prepared for war against Shupert. She had many soldiers at her disposal. After hearing that Plerion had been restored and that the vigilante had joined her, 4,000 people decided to come to the capital from all over Akatrina. Now, the population of Plerion reached 13,000. Jin Sahyuk, who was appointed as commander, selected the 3,000 most talented individuals to form her army. Thankfully, there was more than enough food to go around. The 3 crystal shards they collected provided ample livestock, and their fertile farmland could be harvested once every 2-3 weeks. Plerion's northeast mines went back into operation. The king gathered miners with food as wages, and 100 or so volunteered for the position. Aileen was the one who became their supervisor. Her spirit's speech greatly improved their efficiency. Once ores were mined, smithies went back into operation. Yongwa used his hellfire to melt the ores, and I utilized young dwarf's dexterity to craft armor and weapons. Young dwarf's dexterity improves to grade -3. After about a month of making 20 armors and swords per day, young dwarf's dexterity finally rose to grade -3. The capital changed a lot thanks to you all. Currently, we were in the king's bedroom. Prehai smiled happily as she laid in her bed. We still have several obstacles to pave through. Ha ha, what do I have to fear? Reconstruction of Plerion is only a matter of time now. You should sleep. It is late. However, Prehai refused to go to sleep. She seemed to be hoping for something. I grinned and took out a book I brought. It was Romeo and Juliet, which I copied down by accessing my laptop through my eyes. Prehai's eyes sparkled. Do you want to read before going to bed again? Why, yes. What genre is it this time? Prehai quickly took the book. It's a romance story, a tragedy to be exact. A tragedy. Prehai already put on a sad expression as she opened the book. I let her be and slowly exited the room. Who? I sighed and walked down the stairs. Suddenly, I thought of the crystal shards. I already had 3 in my possession and knew where 2 of the others were. One was carried by Count Schubert, while the other was carried by his knight, Raylan. As for the 6th crystal shard, I didn't need to look for it. It was hidden deep inside Prehai's bedroom. She must have hidden it to prevent us from going back. What are you sighing for? While I was walking down the stairs, Jin Sahyuk's sharp voice rang out. She was standing on the other side of the staircase. Judging by her slightly charred hair, she must have fought with Shin Jonghak not too long ago. She spoke. You don't want to go back either. I shook my head and retorted, of course not. What about you? Don't you want to stay here forever? What are you talking about? Puharan isn't in this world. Kim Suho wasn't in the materialized past. Puharan, who became a devil and destroyed the kingdom, wasn't here for the same reason. This world should continue on for a long time, but to my surprise, Jin Sahyuk refused strongly. I'm not interested in the fake. Is that so? But you seem to be. What? The reason I was staying close to Prehai was to receive the rewards the co-author planned for me. But Jin Sahyuk, who didn't know this, sent me a sharp look. The Prehai you're talking to is fake. I know that. Do you? Jin Sahyuk was serious. She had been too forward recently. Should I tell her that I'm not Kim Chundong? Well, even if wanted to. Synchronization, 8%. The synchronization rate was too high. 8% meant that at least my foot was Kim Chundong's. It was probably for the best to just maintain silence while talking to Jin Sahyuk. Go to sleep. I walked past Jin Sahyuk, who was blocking the way. As I got farther and farther away, Jin Sahyuk's voice rang out. Your king isn't her but me. I ignored her and continued walking. I'm the real one. Can she shut her mouth for 1 second? Just as I was thinking that, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Kim Hajin, it's me. She was filming a drama by herself. I didn't say a single word and went back downstairs to the first floor. But Aileen and Youngji were in the first floor reception room. Did they overhear our conversation? I was thinking about how to find out when their hands trembled slightly. Lady Aileen, how have things been recently? Emmy, well, it's been fun. I'm eating chocolates. Nom nom. Awkward didn't even begin to describe the current situation. There was no way they didn't hear us. I let out a sigh. At that moment, an even louder scream than Jin Sahyuk's rang out through the royal palace's crystal ball. It's an emergency. Schupert's army is making a move. Everyone in the reception room jumped in surprise. They were making a move already. We quickly ran to the castle walls. Many soldiers and knights were already waiting on standby. Priest Kim, a knight called me. I jumped up and landed on top of the castle wall. What happened? Look over there. The knight pointed at the horizon. I could certainly see something moving en masse. I opened my eyes widely and stared at it closely. However, the heck, can you see them? Yes, but they are. The ones running here weren't enemies. They were citizens, refugees to be exact. Aya, Mommy, I left my toy behind. Harag, I can't walk anymore. I focused Stigma's magic power on my eyes. My vision stretched out past the marching refugees, mountains, and rivers until it reached Schupert's castle. Ah! A giant existence, about 5 meters in size, covered in a mist of demonic energy, was destroying everything in sight. The moment I saw it, a new alert popped up in front of me. Third goal: stop the devil or escape from the recorded past. Jin Sahyuk's stepbrother, Puharan, who would later become a devil, was actually materialized in this world. Well, shit. Schubert was just suppressing it. Chapter 265. Assembly 1. Although Prehai's stepbrother, Puharan, was the youngest member of the royal family, because he was the queen's only son, Puharan was named the crown prince of Plerion. But he was meek and feeble in nature, and he wasn't interested in the throne. He was far too young to be a king anyway. And so, after the death of the former king, Prehai imprisoned Puharan with the help of her brothers and sisters, who secretly hoped to become the king in place of Puharan. Whether it was a coincidence or the result of a scheme remains a mystery. But after that day, Prehai's brothers and sisters began to die one after the other under mysterious circumstances. The third and the fourth heirs got caught up in fatal accidents, and the second heir died from food poisoning, leaving Prehai behind to become the only person in line for the throne. Devil, Jin Sahyuk approached me, disturbing my train of thought. I nodded and answered, Puharan is right over there. Jin Sahyuk's expression immediately froze. She turned to face me in utter astonishment. What, Puharan? Yeah, but you said he wasn't here. That's what I thought at the time. What the? Stunned, Jin Sahyuk looked at the other side of the wall. Refugees were approaching the castle as Puharan's fog, which was made out of demonic energy, spread evenly across the surrounding landscape. Fuck, Jin Sahyuk muttered. To her, Puharan was virtually the symbol of fear. Her response was reasonable, considering Puharan's devil, Morax, was even stronger than Plucus. What happened? Prehai came soon. She briskly climbed up the castle wall and looked down below. The continuous procession of refugees was now stretched out across the horizon. Refugees, a knight spoke. I stood still and looked down at the refugees. There were at least 10,000 people. Prehai frowned. Refugees? Yes, it appears there has been some kind of disturbance in Schupert's territory. They're trying to take shelter here. Prehai stayed silent. For a while she only watched them as they marched closer to the gate of the royal palace. Your Highness, please give us your order. After a long wait, a knight finally hastened her. Prehai studied the faces of the refugees. Jin Sahyuk and I looked at Prehai. Prehai pondered in silence. She wasn't sure if Plerion could afford such a sharp increase in its population. Although crops were being grown in the city, if the population doubled, there would most definitely be a shortage of food. Also, she was facing a moral dilemma. Those refugees were citizens of Schubert. In other words, they were traitors who betrayed the king by choosing to serve Schubert. Those people are traitors who joined hands with Schubert. Prehai finally opened her mouth. Everyone gloomily braced themselves for what she was about to say. However, Prehai continued. She clenched her fists. Her small hands embraced sturdy determination. People strive to survive. Jin Sahyuk watched Prehai speak in a daze. I hoped that Jin Sahyuk would learn a thing or two from Prehai, who was completely different from her current self. Therefore, I am also at fault for their betrayals. The refugees finally arrived at the castle. They were begging us to open the gate. Prehai looked down at them and announced, "Open the gate." "The king has commanded us to open the gate," the knights roared in unison. "Open the gate! Open the gate!" With loud cries, the gate slowly opened. The refugees rushed inside the castle with cheers and joy. At the same time, the remaining knights jumped off the walls to protect the refugees. "This barrier will protect them." Aileen also activated her spirit speech. Gyuwu, a magic power barrier, instantly stretched out and covered the entire sky. This giant barrier would protect the procession of the refugees. The size of the barrier was simply overwhelming, as expected of the living dwarf, dragon. Chua. Hundreds of arrows blasted past the barrier. They were Jin Se-in's magic arrows. Each of the arrows was precisely aimed at monsters that were trying to terrorize the refugees. Numerous knights, Shin Jonghak, Yi Yongha, and Seo Youngji all stepped forward to help protect the refugees. "Why aren't you doing anything?" I nudged Jin Sahyuk, who was standing still, her gaze still stuck on Prehai. She flinched and turned to me. "Ha!" Jin Sahyuk let out a sigh. "I've said this before, but," Jin Sahyuk said with her fists clenched, "I'm the real one. Don't you forget that. I'm the only real one." Jin Sahyuk jumped off the rampart to the battlefield below. Korea, Tower of Heroes. After Kim Soo-ho cleared the Tower of Wish, the outer shell of the tower crumbled to nothing. At first, people assumed that the tower had been destroyed. Panic swept across the globe, and the price of stocks plummeted. But it was soon announced that the tower was intact and that it had changed only slightly. People could still enter the tower, and players inside the tower could carry on with their adventures. "When is he coming out? It's taking him really long." In a cafe on the third floor of the Tower of Heroes, Ki Naeun asked. Yu Yonha answered her question. The association probably has a lot to ask him, mainly about the reward he received by clearing the tower. And they're also probably curious if he would kindly share the reward with them, and if he doesn't, he'll have to pay an unbelievable amount in taxes for it. Kim Soo-ho's meeting with the executives of the association was ongoing for 3 straight hours now. Those who came to celebrate his success were all waiting for him to return. Task. This was the reason Yu Yonha wasn't fond of the association. Whose stupid idea was it to hold a meeting with someone who just came back from the tower without even giving him a second to rest? She clicked her tongue in discontent. "I'm so fed up with these association guys." Ki Naeun muttered a similar response. "Oh, is that you, Naeun and Yonha?" At the sudden resonance of a soft yet familiar voice, both turned their heads. YunSeo-jin, the leader of Creator's Sacred Grace, was there. "Oh wow, it's been a while, unnai." "Hello." Ki Naeun was clearly happy to see her, but Yu Yonha struggled to hide her discomfort. "It's nice to see both of you." With a smile, YunSeo-jin sat at their table. "I see you put your hair up, Naeun. It's cute." Ki Naeun was wearing her hair in a ponytail. She brushed her hair with her hands, happy but also mildly embarrassed by YunSeo-jin's compliment. "Ha ha. It's just long hair gets in my way a lot, so I decided to tie it up. I'm gonna cut it short soon, though." "But you shouldn't. It's really pretty right now." YunSeo-jin patted Ki Naeun on the head and turned her gaze to Yu Yonha. "Man, Yonha SSI." "Yes." Yu Yonha felt uncomfortable around YunSeo-jin, and YunSeo-jin probably felt the same too. It was all because of the relationship between Creator's Sacred Grace and Essence of the Strait. Although Essence of the Strait was the current #1 guild and virtually invincible, the two guilds had been extremely competitive with each other from the start. YunSeo-jin attacked first. "I was almost beginning to feel sorry for you, but I'm glad that everything worked out in the end. I heard Essence of the Strait invested a lot of money in the Tower of Wish. Good thing it didn't collapse." She was pointing out the fact that, despite the astronomical amount of money Essence of the Strait had invested in the tower, Creator's Sacred Grace ended up winning the race. "Right. It seems that people can still enter the tower freely, as long as they have an entrance ticket. Nothing seems to have changed inside, so it's really not a big deal. Rather, I believe the tower itself is a new possibility for an even bigger market." Yu Yonha answered plaintively, with her soppy eyes on YunSeo-jin. But it's such a shame that even though Suho won, most of the profitable enterprises inside the tower are managed by other guilds. I'm sorry. Pity and sympathy were Yu Yonhe's weapons. Yun Seung-ar's eyebrow twitched slightly. Ah, please, don't be. After all, we have the clear reward in our possession, though I'm not sure what it is just yet. Pardon, but I thought the reward belonged to Suho. Yu Yonhe feigned a sympathetic smile. Yun Seung-ar found her rival's tone of voice extremely irritable, and the veins near her temple began to protrude. Kim Suho is Creator's sacred grace. He'll be promoted to vice leader soon, really. I heard that the salary for Creator's sacred grace's vice leader is basically the same as that of other guilds' team leader. Yu Yonhe was trying to money shame Yun Seung-ar, who immediately countered, "Isn't that still better than having a mere chief officer manage everything in the guild?" Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. And all the while, the two were smiling at each other. The blades lurking in their smiles were sharp, and Ki Naeun chose to stay out of this conversation entirely. Lately, a lot of people have been talking about how you're the hidden leader. Oh, right, Yu Yonhe interrupted Yun Seung-ar. She grinned and clapped her hands. I heard it was your birthday a while ago. Congratulations. How old are you now? 32, 33. That was fatal. Yun Seung-ar couldn't say anything. Her expression froze. She wanted to point out that this question was completely unfair, but she couldn't, because doing so would only unveil her insecurity about age. Instead, she smiled leisurely. Oh, you don't have to congratulate me. After all, you'll be my age sooner or later, too. Even then, I'll be a lot younger than you. Yun Seung-ar felt as if she had been punched by Yu Yonhe's words. It was a fatal blow to her chin. Tears sprang up in her eyes. She had wasted away all those years in devotion to her guild. She used to be young, too. Damn it, why are you even here? Finally, Yun Seung-ar decided to put away all the pretense. Yu Yonhe answered with a victorious smile. I'm here to congratulate Suho. Also, he asked me about Auden. As I thought, seriously, he's too diligent. Yun Seung-ar sighed. It seemed he was planning on dealing with Auden immediately after the Tower of Wish, even though she had urged him to take a rest. Then Naeun, are you also here for Auden? Huh, yeah. Why? Ki Naeun gave a bitter smile. She wasn't exactly stable right now. A lot of things were still lingering in her head, including the Kwang-o incident, her father, her grandfather, Kim Hajin, and Ki Jin-yoon. It was time to clarify her doubts. Because Kim Hajin is there. Pandemonium, dark basement underneath the plaza, boss finished, getting ready for the Auden assassination team. Tomorrow, the Jins would arrive, and they were scheduled to commence the mission the following day. Wicked. Boss tipped her head to one side, intrigued by the rumor she had just heard right before the commencement of the mission. Yup, apparently Wicked got herself into a really bad position, something about all of her henchmen being arrested. Really? What happened? Well, the truth is, Jane explained the rumor in detail. After the last meeting between the Chameleon Troop and Wicked, every key personnel of Wicked, including its leaders, were arrested and imprisoned on the 16th floor. Jane wasn't sure why. Losing all executives was damaging, even for someone as influential as Wicked. For now we're safe because our goals align, but after we get rid of Auden, Wicked and other Jins might try to murder us. Although Boss, Jane, and even Kim Hajin himself weren't aware, the arrests were attributed to Kim Hajin. One might call it the result of excessive loyalty. Kim Hajin had every single leader of Wicked locked up in prison, all the while being unaware of the incident. Then what's Wicked up to right now? Jane grinned mischievously at Boss's question. She's probably binge drinking. Also, there's a rumor that says she cries to sleep every night, hair. Cry. That woman. Wicked was notorious for being cold-blooded. Sure, she was spirited and cheery, and she rewarded obedience, but she showed no compassion towards disobedience. The number of Jins she had killed was well beyond 4 digits. You heard me right, many people have seen her with puffy eyes. For a moment, Boss tried to imagine Wicked with puffy eyes. But she found it difficult to picture any Jin crying, not just Wicked. Anyways, Wicked must be super desperate to ask for our help. She heard we've been to the 29th floor, and she was asking if we could ask Black Lotus to help release her people. And in return, Boss put on a menacing expression. She despised people who asked for favors without offering her anything in return. She's offering us the fighting arena in Pandemonium in exchange for our help. Remember how Wicked took over the arena last time? Arena. Tell her we'll think about it. Meanwhile, around the same time, Wicked was lying in her bed. She sighed as she stared at the ceiling vacantly. She wasn't sure how she got herself dragged into this mess. Damn it! Every single one of her executives was in prison. She'd raised them herself, and they served her directly. All of them were at least as skilled as a high-rank grade-4 hero. Wicked was extremely proud of the executive team, as it was the biggest driving force behind Wicked's rise to the top. Of course, losing her executives didn't mean she got any weaker. After all, Wicked herself was as strong as a master rank hero. But without the executives, Wicked as a group could start to fall apart. She could no longer guarantee they would win against Terra, those sons of bitches. Wicked clenched her teeth at the thought of the prison on the 16th floor. She tried to use her connections to pull the executives out, but failed miserably. Her attempt to physically destroy the prison also proved to be futile. Not only were the NPCs on the 16th floor strong and skilled, but something called the system also drastically reduced all her stats. Wicked Nim. What? Wicked shuddered at the voice over the intercom. Recently, she'd been overcome with the horror of death. Without her executives, she didn't even want to think about what would happen if Terra allied with destruction and raided Wicked. Come. Yeah, so what? Still, Wicked jumped to her feet valiantly. She thought she needed to feign her usual cheerfulness at least in front of her underlings. We've received a message from the Chameleon Troop. What? The Chameleon Troop? Yes. They left a message that I think is related to the issue down on the 16th floor. They said they'll think about it. Wicked's heart immediately sank, but she feigned nonchalance and nodded. Pat, there's no way that the Chameleon Troop would manage to pull off anything we couldn't do. How funny. But for now, tell them we'll be waiting, and you should get back to your training. Yes, understood. TK. As soon as the call was disconnected, Wicked let out a sigh. Damn it. She couldn't believe her last hope was a pack of thieves. How did it come to this? How can I, Wicked, be dragged down by a mere prison? Does this mean that the executives I personally raised lost to a bunch of NPCs? No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't process the whole situation. Her downfall was too disgraceful. Wicked trembled in anger with her eyes closed. Akatrina continent, refugees continued to pour in until daybreak, and we closed the gate after letting the last one in. One of the refugees was the sword master, Raylan. We planned to interrogate Raylan, but frankly, he seemed to have lost his mind as he kept muttering to himself. Because he was clearly not in the condition to hold a conversation, we had no choice but to resort to Aileen's hypnosis. Who? The interrogation was currently ongoing in the dungeon. I climbed back up to the reception room on the first floor and rested myself on a chair. My thought drifted to Puharan. Now that he was fully devilized, this whole quest had gotten a lot harder. So this is where you were. I was deep in thought, trying to figure out a way to get through this mess, when Jin Se-in approached me. I asked Jin Se-in, did you finish interrogating? No, he can't form sentences very swell, but I'm sure everything will work out because Miss Aileen is trying her best. Jin Se-in answered with a small smile. More importantly, what do you plan to do from here, Hajin SSI? I don't know. Now that the situation had spiraled down to this, I only had two options left. We could kill the devil, or we could just run away. Run away. Yes, we should be able to escape from this world now, since Raylan brought the two remaining crystals. Of course, I didn't feel too excited about the idea of running away. Although this world was only a manifestation of the past, I had grown quite fond of it. Synchronization was a problem as well. Jin Se-in also seemed to be suffering from the same dilemma. Nevertheless, it wasn't like we could just attack him. Not only was Morax a fully awakened devil, but he was also ranked 21st among all devils. The devil that we're up against is stronger than the devil Ki Juchul fought. Neither Kim Suho nor Ki Juchul was in this world. Jin Se-in fell silent at my remark. The silence continued until the morning sun shone through the window. Hajin SSI. Jin Se-in finally opened her mouth. I looked at Jin Se-in. She had a big smile on her face that was characteristically bright. This has nothing to do with our current situation. But Jin Se-in's tone of voice was always so genuine, without a bit of pretense or insincerity. It was very soothing, just as indicated by my setting. Are you aware of the Kwango incident? Still, even I couldn't help but be startled by her question. Jin Se-in had already asked me about the Kwango incident before, back when I was Black Lotus. I've heard of it, but why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Jin Se-in smiled in a mysterious yet all-knowing way. Truth is, I've been wanting to tell you this for a while. Jin Se-in said with her gaze fixated on me, as if what she was about to say was something that I absolutely had to know. I lost my parents during that incident, just as you did. Chapter 266, Assembly 2. I stayed still for a long time. I wasn't sure how to react to Jin Se-in's sudden confession. And while I was pondering, Jin Se-in spoke first. It hasn't been that long since I found out about this. I pestered my friend over and over again, Oregon. Ha! My eyebrows naturally furrowed at Jin Se-in's strange joke. Jin Se-in snickered and shook her head. I'm just kidding. Sorry. So you heard from your friend? Yes. I stared at her face. Jin Se-in wasn't meant to be an important character in the original story. Despite having the status of a master rank hero, she was given little screen time. Since I didn't write anything special about her background, the co-author would have had free rein to add whatever he wanted. Friend, is it you Jin-hyuk? Yu Jin-hyuk was the only one who knew my past and would tell someone else about it. It seemed I guessed right as Jin Se-in's flinched slightly. As I thought you knew. He's a well-known person. Kyuhum, well, to be honest, he didn't tell me much. I've known Jin-hyuk since we were young, so I could tell by his facial expressions. He can't hide things from me, ha ha ha. Jin Se-in laughed. But in the next moment, she put on a bitter expression and stared back at me. I knew since a long time ago that there was a survivor of that incident. I investigated it myself. 2 years ago, I found out that you, Kim Hajin, might be that survivor, and I've been wanting to meet you ever since. Of course, I had to confirm my suspicions first. Jin Se-in's serious voice flowed into my ears. I maintained my silence. So I went to see Jin-hyuk. He didn't answer my questions, but his expressions did. I didn't have Chundong's memories, so I didn't know what Chundong knew about the incident. This unexplainable past only proved that I didn't belong in this place, that I had only replaced Chundong's place, and that the past of the person known as Kim Hajin didn't exist in this world. My father died in the Kwangho evacuation shelter. Jin Younghwan, that was his name. He should have been the strongest and the bravest hero. He met his death while protecting the civilians in the shelter. Jin Younghwan. He also wasn't one of the characters I wrote, but I knew his name from the diary Yonha showed me. I spoke curtly. And what are you getting at? Jin Se-in smiled. It seemed she made thorough preparation for this conversation. No matter how fake this world is, we can't just abandon it and run away, just like how my father didn't escape from Kwangho. I looked at my hand. The lines of my palm were stretched out complicatedly like a spider web. There is this quote from a book I really like. At that moment, Jin Se-in brought up a quote from a book she once read. To confront what must be confronted. My eyes widened. In this world, Korean history was one of the most important subjects taught in schools. The book, Namhan Sanseong Fortress, was naturally a bestseller in this world. I think I've read that book before. The only memory I shared with the people of this world, a part of the earth recorded in my setting, I made a bitter smile. Let's fight, not run away. Jin Se-in spoke tenderly with a warm smile. The next day, Aileen approached me while I was stretching. What beautiful weather. Aileen looked up at the sky with somewhat drowsy eyes. She looked quite exhausted. It must be because she spent quite a bit of magic power while interrogating Raylan last night. I grinned and spoke. It's the effect of the crystal shard Raylan brought. It improves the weather within a 6 km radius around it. The two crystals Raylan brought had different effects. The first one improved the weather within a 6 km radius, and the second amplified the power of a weapon. I see. I guess I'll do some stretching too. 1, 2, 1, 2. Aileen stretched for about 15 seconds before stopping. She then stole a glance at me before yelping. Ah, I'm suddenly dizzy. She stuttered like a falling leaf and fell down on the ground. I stared at her blankly. She spoke with rough breathing sounds. I'm hurt. She wanted chocolate. I laughed and threw one over, and she shot up energetically. Anyways, are you confident? What do you mean? Nom nom, Aileen asked while nibbling on the chocolate. I heard you decided to fight too. Who do you think I am? Gulp. Aileen swallowed the chocolate and glared at me with a pout. Old man Ki Juchel killed a devil by himself, so why can't I? I guess you're right. I laughed and nodded. Then suddenly, Aileen put on a strange face. So, what's your relationship with Jin Se-hyuk? I heard you guys talking about the fake king, real king thing. Oh, that. It's a secret. What? I threw Aileen another chocolate before she could get mad. Nom nom nom. Aileen nibbled on the chocolate quietly. All right, let's go train. I'll let you go this time since this chocolate's so good. Aileen and I then headed to the training hall. When Misteltein destroyed the shell of the Tower of Wish, it absorbed a portion of the tower's essence. Absorbing this divine power completed Misteltein's awakening. Awakened Wish Sword Pinnacle Grade, composite attribute of fighting, light, and holy. Sword resonance, the ringing of the holy sword pierces the mind and shakes the heart. Sword crest, the height of all swords, can form sword kai and sword reinforcement freely, becomes one with the user, stays by the user's side eternally. Divine power release, can gather divine power around your sword and shoot it out. Misteltein's final form, Wish Sword. It could form sword kai and sword reinforcement without the use of magic power, and together with Kim Suho's gift, Sword Saint, it could even cut space and time. However, Kim Suho didn't reveal this sword to the higher-ups of the Hero Association. They questioned his gains from the tower for a long time, and Kim Suho only replied that he received 3 pieces of paper and a single item. The association heads didn't believe him for obvious reasons. They even invited an agent whose gift could detect lies. However, Kim Suho cut the gift of the investigating agent, turning his lie into truth. Really? That's all you got from the tower? Yes. Even YunSeo-jin was flustered by it. She was looking forward to hearing what Kim Suho gained from conquering the Tower of Wish. Since the tower wasn't destroyed, she hoped the tower would become Kim Suho's possession. At the very least, she hoped he would gain an infinite supply of entrance tickets. That's unexpectedly cheap. The journey must have been the reward. This was Yonha's assessment. Ki Naeun widened her eyes. Damn, can I quote you on that? The journey is the reward. It's nothing special. So then, what was the item you got? YunSeo-jin quickly asked. It's this. Kim Suho proudly explained the rewards he received. LV11 flying cape, supporter summon coupon, and 2-point coupons. The summon coupon was especially noteworthy since it meant he could summon the witch. Oh, I see. YunSeo-jin nodded. The summon coupon sounded useful, though the word witch bothered her slightly. Suho, can you write down your bank account? Yonha tapped on a smartwatch and asked. Kim Suho tilted his head. Bank account? Why? Our guild put a bounty on the tower. We're supposed to reward whoever conquered it. What? YunSeo-jin openly expressed her discontent. You put up a bounty. Wasn't that for your guild members only? No, we decided to give it to whoever conquered the tower. For the record, it's 10 billion won. It's fine, we don't need it. We're not that desp. Wait, 10 what? 10 billion. YunSeo-jin's eyes widened. Yonha smiled proudly and nodded. Yes, 10 billion won. Suho can also ask for items worth 10 billion won. YunSeo-jin became speechless. Korean won was the most stable currency in the world. 10 billion won wasn't a small amount by any means. You guys are that rich? Of course, even the mansion I live in is worth tens of billions of won. Seeing YunSeo-jin at a loss for words, Yonha furrowed her brows. Aren't you underestimating us too much? Including our subsidiary businesses, we make more in a month than Creator's Sacred Grace does in a year. YunSeo-jin had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. Essence Dynamics, Essential Pharmacy, Essence University, Essence Foundation, etc. Essence of the Straits subsidiaries were indeed famous and were only gaining more fame as time went on. Suho, give her your bank info. Let's take the 10 billion. YunSeo-jin spoke dejectedly. Okay. Kim Suho wrote down his bank account. Then he stared at Yonha. So, his expression turned serious. He had many questions he wanted to ask her. Tell me about Hajin. I heard Auden kidnapped him. Kim Suho's voice was filled with uncharacteristic rage. At Katrina continent, the preparation for the battle progressed smoothly. Plerian's soldiers and knights were trained day and night, and we planned a strategy. Since Puharan was overcome with rage and fear, he should lack the ability to discern traps. We decided to use that to our advantage. We spent the past 2 weeks digging a huge trap. Inside a hole big enough to fit Puharan's huge devilized body, we inscribed a magic power powerful enough to blow up any monster. Meanwhile, Plerian's king, Prehai, personally oversaw the cultivation of crops and raising of livestock. Thanks to her effort and encouragement, everyone regained trust in their king, and Plerian now felt more like a country. However, there wasn't much time. The devil is arriving. Kung, On a night of the full moon, the footsteps of the devil who destroyed Schupert's territory rumbled. Yes, I can see him. Civilians were evacuated to the farthest part of the city, while we came out to the outskirts along with Plerian's soldiers and knights. We stood on the castle walls and stared out into the darkness. A devil with a huge body and a bull-like head marched towards Plerian while emitting demonic energy. If we can get through this, we'll grow stronger by another realm. We can do it. Jin-seon gave words of encouragement. We can return home once this is over, right? Of course, don't worry. Seo-young-ji and Yi-yong-ha consoled each other. Was there really nothing going on between them? Quiet, you two, stopping crying all the time. He's coming. Get ready. Along with Aileen's annoyed grumbling and Shin Jonghak's tense murmuring, everyone prepared for battle. I stared at the slowly sauntering giant. The devil seemed to get bigger the closer it got. My heart beat and fear struck me. A part of me wanted to run away. Who? I took a deep breath and took a look around me. Divine Archer Jin-seon, Spirit Speechmaster Aileen, Assassin Seo-young-ji, Helfer Yongha, Final Boss Jin Sahyuk, and Vegeta/Black Flame Dragon Shin Jonghak. Since I also had the authority, Devil Hunter, I believe we could win. With a trembling heart, I took out my bullets. Synthesis. I used LV-10 synthesis on the 300 sniper bullets I had. I fused 100 bullets into one to increase its destructive power. Then I added a continental fragment piece to the bullet. Continental fragment piece, crystal that maintains the recorded past, amplifies the power of the weapon it is embedded in. The preparation was finished. I'll make the first move. I climbed up to the watchtower. At the same time, I activated my ultimate skill, complete understanding of spirit power. TZZZT. Crimson sparks crackled around my body. A sense of omnipotence surged up from my body, along with a bottomless supply of energy. Hugh! I transformed the Desert Eagle into a sniper rifle. It was time to apply various strengthening effects to the gun. I used random consolidation system on the bullet and gun, boosted my body's stats with every effect medicinal memory physique. Had utilized ether and algorithm, used partial devilization on my right arm, poured 5 streaks of stigma into the bullet, and even used overclocking to boost stigma. Oh, overclocking used my life force to add additional streaks of stigma. The process made me twist in pain, like someone was twisting a knife inside my body. Even so, I clenched my teeth and endured until the 6th and 7th streaks of stigma went into the bullet. Quara! Stigma surpassed its limits, and a clearly visible aura erupted from the Desert Eagle. Magic power and spirit power swirled together to form a huge whirlpool. This was the strongest attack I could muster. KOONG. At that moment, the devil finally stepped on the trap. Tree roots and magma erupted, restraining the devil's movements. At the same time, Aileen activated spirit speech. A lightning bolt is going to strike down. Lighting flashed, stopping the devil's movement for a moment. I aimed my gun at the devil's vital point, its belly button. Although it was protected by a barrier of demonic energy, the anti-magic property I imbued into my bullet would easily pierce through it. As such, there was no need to hesitate. Click! I pulled the trigger. In that instant, it felt like my soul was being shot out. A loud bang reverberated. My body shot backwards from the recoil, and the Desert Eagle's chamber burst. KWAA. The bullet flew fiercely, spiraling forward with a huge torrent of energy. Even my eyes couldn't estimate its speed. The bullet touched the devil's barrier. Stigma's magic power destroyed the barrier in an instant and dug into his skin. Soon it pierced through the devil's body and destroyed his organs. Gyu, the devil screamed. He spat out a mouthful of blood before falling down on the ground. Wait, why did he suddenly fall? What happened? Aileen's voice rang out. She looked just as shocked as me. Kuung, the devil completely collapsed, and a huge earthquake rumbled. The devil didn't move even an inch after falling. It seemed as though it was completely dead. The heck? Did he die? Aileen murmured quietly. She wasn't the only one who was surprised. Shin Jonghak, who jumped down from the castle wall, Jin-seon, who was ready to shoot her magic arrows, Yongha, who had his helper ready, and Jin Sahyuk, who was watching the whole thing. Everyone looked up at me in a daze. Then Jin Sahyuk jumped up to the watchtower. Kim Hajin, you. Jin Sahyuk was about to say something when she suddenly put on a shocked face. She shouted, "Why, your eyes are bleeding." I was about to ask what the hell she was talking about when a cough came out of my mouth. Kyuhuk, blood splurted out, At the same time, my vision turned blurry. I staggered back and forth, feeling nauseous. Hey, snap out of it. Jin Sahyuk held me up. I emptied my stomach as she supported me. Reddish-black blood and vomit came out of my mouth like a waterfall. My eyes closed. The last thing I saw was the deep red, bloody vomit I spat out. Kim Hajin, Jin Sahyuk's voice cut off. Several alerts popped up in the darkness. The devil, devil hunter, etc., but there was only one alert that caught my attention. You used 3 years of your lifespan through overclocking. Chapter 267, Assembly 3, my consciousness returned. I slowly opened my eyes. From the softness of the mattress under my back, I could tell I was lying in bed. Unread sentences blocked my view. New episode complete. You have succeeded in stopping the devil. Because you inflicted fatal damage to the materialized devil. Your authority devil hunter has been strengthened. Acquired 485 SB, your level of proficiency in the gift, Master Sharpshooter, has increased dramatically. The maximum outputs of algorithm and ether have been enhanced. Ether partially understands the existence of a devil. Your physical lifespan has been reduced by 3 years. Out of the many messages, the one that stood out the most was, of course, the message about my lifespan. Who? With a sigh, I raised my upper body. I expected overclocking to have some side effects. I still decided to add 2 additional streaks of stigma because I believed one wouldn't be enough to inflict reasonable damage to the devil. Of course, I probably should have realized that materialized devil would be weaker than an actual devil, but still. Damage inflicted on materialized devil. Morax, 96%. Either I underestimated myself, or I overestimated the devil. I had inflicted 96% of the damage by myself. My single attack probably left it on its last breath, and the others probably finished off the remaining 4%. How do you feel? As I was checking my condition, I heard a voice. When I turned around, I saw Jin Sahyuk. I answered briefly, fine. Though I had lost 3 years of lifespan, it was nothing to worry about. Abnormal status, major wound, loss of 3 years of life, in the process of recovering through orb of regeneration. The orb of regeneration was already healing my body. The progress of recovery was characteristically being expressed as packets. It would take the orb 3 to 4 months to fully restore my lifespan. Jin Sahyuk stared at me in silence. That strange gaze and silence were unfamiliar to me. After a little while, Jin Sahyuk opened her mouth. I understand your intentions. What? What intentions? How would she know my intentions when I didn't even know them myself? Still, Jin Sahyuk turned back without answering me. I took out the magnifying glass to examine Jin Sahyuk's emotions. Remorse, resolution, resignation. I couldn't understand why she was feeling this way. Kirk, amidst my confusion, the door shut close. What was that? I had no idea what she was talking about, but whatever. By defeating the devil, I was able to claim every reward from this small arc. This arc also allowed me to gauge my strength, and I found out that I was actually far stronger than I thought. Equals clear rewards. List of rewards you'll naturally claim as you proceed 1. Mysterious magnifying glass 2. Omnipotent magic pen 3. Purifying crystal 4. I was naturally most curious about the 4th reward. Tirring suddenly, with the sound of a chime, a notification window popped up. Because you successfully completed this episode, you may ask me any one question. The question may also be a favor. I will grant it if it is within reason. What? My eyes widened. I had never seen this type of message before. These messages were clearly addressed to me from an unknown existence with intelligence. What the who are you? Is that your question? Ha! Calm down me. You need to stay calm. No, that's not it. I stared at the window in a daze. Was this the 4th reward, a chance to interact with the co-author? If so, what should I ask? Gulp, I tried my best to come up with a question, but in vain. I came to my senses a moment later. This wasn't something that I could decide right away. Later. I shook my head, trying not to rush myself. Whether it be a favor or a question, I would have to wait until later at a more decisive moment. I see. Thud. Hey, at that moment, the door burst open, and a number of people rushed into the room. Not only Aileen, Jinsei, Yi Yongha, Seo Youngji, but also Prehai and the knights were here as well. All of them seemed surprised. What's up with you? You said the devil was super strong, but you killed him by yourself, Aileen shouted in a cheeky tone. Ah, well, the devil was much weaker than I expected. Now I would have to spend hours explaining to others what happened. I put on a smile on the outside, but sighed on the inside. Auden's kingdom, meanwhile, on Earth, assassination plans were well underway. The Jinns divided themselves into teams and proceeded into the Western Territory. Heroes, including those who belonged to the association, proceeded into the Eastern Territory. Behind this systematic collaboration was a secret pact between the two parties. Damn, there's a lot of monsters here. Tak, tak, Chiok Yung shook his hands, and Koom. Dozens of monsters fell from the sky to the ground. That Monster King, he sure lives up to his name. He's got tons of monster followers. They were inside the innermost underground tunnel just outside Auden's kingdom. For an individual team, the chameleon troop was doing better than everyone else. Droon, how far are we from Auden? Boss asked Droon as she tore apart monsters. Droon closed his eyes and measured. 6 km, I think. It was then. Woo, I see something interesting going on here. A loud voice rang out from behind them. Boss turned around. Wicked was there. Wicked, who had lost all of her executives, came with only about 4 or 5 subordinates. They were more a clique than a gang. Wicked. Boss quickly understood why Wicked was here. She was probably too afraid to hang out with the other Jinns. It would be risky for her to be near big-time evils like Terror and Dread without her executives. Ha ha, it's great to see you again. The reason I came here is, Boss, someone's coming this way. Droon interrupted Wicked. Boss immediately activated Yasha transformation. Her body quickly turned black. At the same time, a whirlwind of enormous speed rushed towards them from the other side of the darkness. Boss knew who this wind storm belonged to. Kuru. The faint buzzing of an insect resounded throughout the tunnel. Boss, face distorted into a frown. Auden was not her main target. The one she wanted to kill the most was the damned insect who once took the life of her comrade. And right now, that same insect was headed her way. Boss proceeded to greet him as a true Yasha. Recorded past, Akatrina, with all external threats removed, Plerion quickly prospered. People from all regions of the country rushed into the capital city, and the population of Plerion now exceeded 50,000. Food shortages were easily resolved with the help of random dice and the crystal shards. The job market and the economy stabilized, and the country was back on its feet. Today is the last day. Currently, we were taking a walk around the central plaza, inspecting the city one last time. The plaza, once barren, was now lively. The surrounding landscape was filled with signs of life. Ponds, trees, shrubs, and people. It's regrettable that we have to leave. Jin-seon murmured in a rather bitter tone. It is, I answered and looked around. Our trip to Akatrina had been an unexpected one, but we gained a lot from this experience. For example, Shin Jonghak's growth, Jin Sahyuk's change, information on Kim Chundong's life, and a faint clue regarding my existence. But we can't stay here forever. We have to hurry back. Who knows how many years have passed in the outside world? This was Aileen's remark. She was not yet aware of the difference between the time here and the time outside. Well then, let's go. We got up from the bench and headed to the royal palace. The civilians were too busy living their own lives to pay attention to us. This was a good sign. Together, we entered the royal palace. Prehai was in the royal garden, watching the flowers with Jin Sahyuk. Prehai noticed that we returned, but she seemed reluctant to approach us. It was probably because she sensed that today was the day we would have to say goodbye. I approached Prehai with a smile. Your Majesty. Prehai didn't answer. She wouldn't even look at me. I kneeled down on one knee in front of Prehai. Please, don't be upset. We'll meet again someday. The co-author must have seen through this. He probably rewrote this changed past arc so that it would be useful later on. Is that true? Will we really meet again? Prehai asked, her voice a mix of doubt and anticipation. Of course, I don't lie. Prehai looked at me with teary eyes. She looked like she was about to cry, but she didn't. She maintained her composure as a king. Jin-seon, who was standing behind me, suddenly came forward. Those who meet must part, those who part must meet again. Right. That is the way of the world. Prehai nodded and wiped her eyes, and she took out the last piece of crystal that she'd been holding onto. Here, take it. It's the last crystal shard. Equals continental fragment piece. Crystal that maintains the recorded past, increases the bearer's wisdom and intelligence equals. Finally, we had all 6 crystals. But it seemed Prehai had something else to give to me. Also, this time, it was a different crystal. The baseball-sized crystal shined white rather than blue, Prehai explained. This is the crystal that came out of the devil you killed. Take it with you. This was, of course, the purifying crystal. I grabbed the crystal, but Prehai would need this crystal as well. So I infused Stigma's magic power into it. Stigma's magic power caused the crystal to vibrate from the inside and split into two. The size of the two shards, in terms of ratio, would be 8:2. I returned the smaller shard to Prehai. This crystal will prove useful to your majesty as well. Please protect your world with it while you await our reunion. As I was explaining to Prehai, I suddenly felt a fierce gaze land on the back of my head. I turned around, afraid the gaze would drill a hole in my skull, only to discover Jin Sahyuk glaring at me. Her gaze was a combination of sadness, regret, anger, and jealousy. Okay, thank you. I'll do as you say. At that moment, Prehai nodded with a bright smile. Jin Sahyuk glared down at the top of Prehai's head. I grabbed Jin Sahyuk by her wrist and pulled her towards me. Yes. Well then, see you later. I said my goodbye as I brought the 6 shards together. At this time, Prehai and the knights were already surrounding us. The knights bid us farewell while keeping respectful manners. Thank you for everything. It has been an honor to work with you. The lie that we were priests had long been revealed. We answered them with big smiles. It's been an honor for us as well. I bowed. At that moment, Prehai whispered to Jin Sahyuk in a very small voice. I'm not going to become you. She could just be trying to insult Jin Sahyuk, but Jin Sahyuk looked at Prehai in surprise. Prehai returned a mysterious smile. Now go. Thank you for everything, Prehai said with a smile. Yeah, well, it's been a pretty interesting experience for us, too, Aileen answered. In contrast to her calm tone, she looked as if she was about to cry, her nose as red as a tomato. I brought the crystals together before she could start to weep. We'll be off. With a dazzling light, the 6 crystals converged into one, to which I infused my stigma. CHY. The light from the crystal obscured our vision. Auden's territory. When we opened our eyes, we were back in the real world at the exact spot we first met. Jin Sein, Aileen, Yi Yongha, Seo Youngji, Shin Jonghak. Everyone was here except for Jin Sahyuk. Ah, so we're back. I'm kinda sad. Aileen stretched her body. A teardrop flowed down her cheek. What the? I'm not crying. I yawned is all. I said I'm not crying. I first checked my connection with Spartan. Spartan, who stayed on Earth while I was in Akatrina, informed me of the current situation. It looks like we won't have time to rest. Aileen tilted her head questioningly. Why? Because the Jin's Auden assassination mission is currently underway. The Hero Association joined them as well. With a bitter smile, I tapped the smartwatch with my finger. Seriously? Yes. Please follow. As I was about to set off, I discovered something on the ground. It was a gem sparkling with rainbow colors. What's this? I bent over and picked it up. Equals tower seed. Seed containing the changed world of Akatrina equals. So there was a trick in the narrative. I gave a small smile. I thought that referred to the chance to ask a question to the co-author when in truth, this seed was the real 4th reward. Tens of thousands of people would continue their lives in the fake world within this tower seed. If we plant this seed in the ground, the world of Akatrina, as we know, would rise like a tower. So what are we gonna do now? That kid, Jin Sahyuk, is already gone. Just as I was about to sentimentalize over Akatrina, Aileen hastened me. Give me a minute. I have one more thing left to do. First, I tried to create a new gift. According to Spartan, Kim Suho finally cleared the tower, so the amount of SB needed to create this gift should have decreased. Buster Call. Intermediate rank. Summon using Stigma's magic power. Summon from the Tower of Wish vassals who swore loyalty to Kim Hajin or his possessions. You need 8,000 SB to create Buster Call. Would you like to save? The price had gone down from 30,000 SB to 8,000 SB. It was more than fair. I clicked yes without a moment of hesitation, and immediately, a huge accumulation of luck erupts. Maybe all of your misfortunes have been for this moment. Your gift, Buster Call, has been increased to high intermediate rank. Your luck doesn't end here. Your gift, Buster Call, has been increased to high rank. In addition, you'll receive a portion of the SB, 2,000 SB, you spent on gift creation back. Golden fireworks exploded before my eyes. Auden's Kingdom, underground prison. Kim Soo-ho entered the underground prison with YunSeo-jin. Their mission was to rescue the hostages held captive here. Breaking in was easy since YunSeo-jin had memorized the inner structure of the kingdom in advance. However, Soo-ho, doesn't this place feel kind of weird? When they reached the prison, YunSeo-jin noticed that something was off. All of the jail cells were filled with heroes who appeared too healthy to have been locked up for 2 months. Of course, there was the possibility that Auden treated them humanely, but, what's weird? Kim Soo-ho, who was frantically breaking open the cells, stopped to ask. With big smiles across their faces, heroes who had been locked up came out of the cells Kim Soo-ho had just opened. It's just that. Ah, at that moment, YunSeo-jin noticed someone. The moment she saw him, all her doubts melted away. Senior Hanho, Park Hanho, the chairman of the Temple of Justice. YunSeo-jin rushed to meet Park Hanho, who was locked up in the innermost cell. Kim Soo-ho also recognized him and quickly followed YunSeo-jin. Crack! With one slash, Kim Soo-ho broke open the prison cell, and Park Hanho was freed. Ah, thank goodness. How did you get stuck here? Hurry on out. YunSeo-jin brushed the dust off of Park Han-ho's body. Are you okay? Kim Soo-ho asked worryingly, but Park Han-ho didn't answer. He only stared at YunSeo-jin and Kim Soo-ho with an expressionless face. Senior, I mean Chairman, what's wrong? Park Han-ho was silent. A grim sense of foreboding enveloped them. Park Han-ho was normally kind and gentle, but he seemed a bit different right now. There was something ominous about him. YunSeo-jin slowly backed away. Tack, but she ran into something. The heroes that Kim Soo-ho released were already surrounding the duo. Chairman Park Han-ho, Kim Soo-ho muttered as he instinctively grabbed his sword. He was familiar with this kind of development. Oh yes, hi. I guess you two are here to save me. Park Han-ho finally spoke. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his nonchalant answer. A certain premonition crossed YunSeo-jin's mind. She spoke, trying to suppress her doubts. Yes, we're here to save you, Senior. You know, like how you saved me last time. I see. Park Han-ho nodded. However, suddenly, metal-colored magic power blazed up around his body. But you really didn't need to. Park Han-ho's magic power was the sturdiest in the world. It had the very rare, unbreakable attribute. Park Han-ho, who always stood in the front lines to protect his allies, was a hero whom others revered and depended on. Soo-ho, take out your sword. But currently, there was something different about Park Han-ho. Something about him had changed. YunSeo-jin clenched her teeth and drew her sword. I'm happy here, Park Han-ho whispered. Suddenly, a huge rumbling descended from the ceiling of the underground prison. Chapter 268. Assembly for Auden's territory. I ran towards Auden's castle. I dismantled the traps that were on the way with the mystic key and plowed through any monsters that blocked the way. But what we were worried about ended up happening. As we got closer to the castle, more and more monsters began to appear until it got overwhelming. Hey, there's just too many. Even Aileen looked dismayed. I couldn't blame her. Over 10 million monsters stood in the field in front of us. I doubt even Ki Juchol could break through that number. Including the monsters flying in the sky and hiding underground, there are about 12 million of them. YunSeo-jin estimated the number with her eyes. It seemed far crazier after hearing about it directly. That many. Shall we just go back? We can meet up with the Hero Association's forces. No. Aileen suggested that we retreat, but I declined. The number of monsters was perfect to test my third gift. I have a way. What way? Buster called. I used 4.5 streaks of Stigma Tooth, activated this high-rank gift. I was trying to summon Jenkalope's battlecruiser. Chwara Stigma's magic power shot up from my body, piercing through the clouds and creating a hole in the sky. The light created a ring, which was, of course, a portal. Ooh, my head and chest hurt, but I wasn't worried since I already finished summoning it. Fierce wind blew from the portal. Dirt rose up from the ground as a huge object appeared through the portal. Everyone fell silent. What was descending from the sky was Jenkalope's battlecruiser, a product of transcendental magic engineering found only inside the Tower of Wish. Earth's current technology couldn't build even a tiny part of the battlecruiser. Jenkalope's battlecruiser has been summoned through your gift, Buster Call. The vessel and its crewmen have their specs increased by 30%. Special skill, algorithm reacts to your gift, Buster Call. The vessel's specs increases by 12.5%. Buster Call will remain active for 36 hours and can be reused after 90 days. Such an overpowered gift had to have a huge restriction. But when it rose to high rank, it even gained the ability to boost itself and its crewmen. I was genuinely shocked that the only downside of the gift was its long cooldown. "Hello, ship commander. Is this your world?" Horner's voice rang out in my ear. "Ha! Give us your command." Command. There was only one command that made sense in this situation. First, wipe out the monsters below you. Auden's underground prison, Guo. The huge rumbling shook the entire underground prison. However, Kim Suho kept his eyes on Park Hanho without shaking an inch. Park Hanho's killing intent was clear. "Senior, snap out of it." Yun Seung-ar's sword was infused with white flames. She pointed her sword at the man she once respected. Park Hanho maintained his silence until then, but Yun Seung-ar felt like she could read Park Hanho's mind. Yun Seung-ar knew Park Hanho was the most unfortunate hero. His wife and younger sister were murdered by Jins, and his only daughter died from an illness. Even so, Park Hanho did his duty as a hero, which made Yun Seung-ar all the more proud to be his junior. "This isn't who you are." But it seemed he was rotting inside without anyone knowing. Yun Seung-ar sympathized with the despair and rage Park Hanho carried. "Senior, Yonhee could have been saved." Park Hanho spoke. The sadness in his voice was deep and dark. If those fools from the association shared even a tiny portion of Yuri's authority, Yonhee would still be alive. Park Hanho spoke with regret and sorrow. Neither Kim Suho nor Yun Seung-ar could say anything. Yun Seung-ar had heard about the rumors surrounding the authority of healing, that the old, power-hungry men of the association were abusing it to prolong their lives. But it doesn't matter now. Park Hanho suddenly smiled. The corners of his mouth curled up and stretched to his ears. The eerie smile sent chills down Yun Seung-ar's back. "The king gave Yonhee back to me." With that, Park Hanho unleashed his magic power. It wasn't just him. The heroes surrounding Yun Seung-ar and Kim Suho did the same. "You're out of your mind," Yun Seung-ar shouted as she took a few steps back. "Suho, we're going to die if we don't kill them." "Yes." When Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ar were about to begin their fight, KOOOONG, a bigger rumbling shook the prison. Of course, the two of them didn't pay any attention to it and focused on the enemies in front of them. Clang, clang, swords clashed, creating fiery sparks of ember. However, their fight didn't last long. After about 10 minutes of fighting, when Kim Suho was about to cut Park Hanho's unbreakable magic power, jitting, the sound of a laser rang out, and a circular hole was created on the ceiling. An entrance was created, and dozens of soldiers hopped down from the hole. They were all wearing power armor with the word Jenkelope written across it. "By ship commander's orders, we will suppress all who wish to cause harm to you too." With a single sentence, Jenkelope's soldiers entered the fray while protecting Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ar. They moved quickly as expected of elite soldiers. Jiang, magic-powered lasers, suddenly joined the fight between cold weapons. The outcome was easy to predict. On the other hand, near a trap called the Room of Foolishness, a bit farther away from the underground prison, a large-scale battle was underway. "Stay in your positions. Be careful not to get surrounded. We can get through this if we stay sharp and alert." Essence of the Straits high-rank grade-1 hero, Kim Youngjin, shouted loudly. Kim Youngjin had entered Auden's territory as the leader of a 20-member team, which included Rachel, Ki Naeun, Yi-Jiun, and Yohei. "K Kayak, Rachel, P protect me. Don't let your supporter die." High intermediate rank grade-1 supporter, Yi-Jiun, yelped. A high intermediate rank monster was charging towards her. "Fiery!" Rachel sent her fire elemental to protect Yi-Jiun. Fiery's fire blast scorched the monster's body. "Hat!" Immediately afterwards, Ki Naeun's sword slashed down. Her magic power made the blade bigger, elongating its reach to 10 meters. Husk! But even with Ki Naeun's powerful attacks, the team was being overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. Ag! Over an hour had passed since the start of the battle. No one could see an end to the battle, and more monsters seemed to be appearing. "Why are there so many of you?" Ki Naeun bellowed angrily, which only made her the target of monsters. Woon Ki Naeun swung down her claymore. A crescent-shaped sword strike cut down dozens of monsters. "Know your place, you damned fools." Then suddenly, Koong, Koong, a huge monster appeared with heavy footsteps. Quang, quang. It was 30 meters in height. A horn was protruding out of each of its two heads, and it held a large club. It was a twin-headed ogre, known to be one of the trickier monsters to fight among high-rank monsters. Judging by its black skin, it should be from a particularly elite breed. It had to be at least grade -3. "Human, I will eat you," the ogre screamed in human language. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. A talking monster. By now, everyone knew what that meant. "Be careful, it's a humanoid monster," Kim Youngjin muttered with a serious voice. It was then. Guo. The sky suddenly turned dark, and a giant flying object descended from the clouds. Fierce wind blew on the ground from the pressure created by the mysterious object. "The hell is that? Wait, isn't that?" Ki Nayan, who was staring at the mysterious object, shouted. She wasn't the only one. Members of Kim Youngjin's team were all elites within the Tower of Wish. They recognized the mysterious entity. "That's Jenkalope vessel." The mysterious object looked just like Jenkalope vessel's battle cruiser. The team members looked up in shock and awe. Voong! At that moment, the ogre swung its club at the battle cruiser. "The heck are you?" But the ogre couldn't finish its sentence, as the battlecruiser's starlight cannon instantly vaporized it. Central Asia. Jin Sahyuk was looking down at the earth from a height of 500 meters. She could see the several battles happening at once and the countless number of magic power explosions. "Aren't you going to join them?" Bell appeared next to Jin Sahyuk. His body was wavering like flowing water. Jin Sahyuk didn't spare him a glance. She was lost in thought, wondering why Kim Hajin sacrificed himself to save the recorded past. From her perspective, Kim Hajin had done so to cast aside his longing for Akatrina. He had let go of his past self. So Jin Sahyuk had no choice but to give up on Kim Hajin. The man who was once her loyal servant was now her enemy. She had to admit it, but the image of Kim Hajin treating Prehai flickered before her eyes. "Were we like that in the past? I never smiled at my servants. You were always behind me, and I didn't know how you felt." "Sahyuk," Bell called Jin Sahyuk. For some reason, Jin Sahyuk felt like her name wasn't hers today. "What? How was Akatrina? You still want to go back, right? Cut the bullshit." Jin Sahyuk swore to herself once again that she would return to her homeland once more, even if death is all that awaits her, even if no hope of life exists in that world. She no longer had the confidence to live in the same world as Kim Hajin. Humiliation and defeat, pain and agony, regret and sorrow. Those were the feelings Kim Hajin left in her heart. As long as he wished to stay on Earth, Jin Sahyuk would do her best to live in a world without him, because she knew she would only be a target of regret and resentment to him. "Bell," Jin Sahyuk called Bell in a serious tone. You said the end is near." Hearing this, Bell nodded. "Yep, it's soon. You've heard of Bale, right? He can open the dimensional gate." "Right, Bale." Jin Sahyuk was familiar with the name. Bell had always told her to kill him and make a trade with Bale to return to her world. "When can I meet this Bale?" "I don't know, but I'm sure he'll appear sooner or later." Jin Sahyuk didn't like Bell's ambiguous statement. "Where is he now?" "Who knows? Bale is everywhere. For all I know, he could be next to you at this very moment." Jin Sahyuk ignored Bell's nonsensical joke. Bell grinned and looked up at the sky. "Just wait a little bit. Once he descends, you'll meet him even if you don't want to." Just as Bell muttered as such. A giant portal, well over 100 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in the sky. "What's that?" Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows and stared at the portal. Along with a fiercely blowing tempest, a ship-like thing was crossing through space. A huge body and a pair of wings that stretched far out. Jin Sahyuk knew well the identity of this monstrosity created with magic engineering. Jenkalope, Jenkalope battlecruiser. After appearing out of the blue, the battlecruiser opened its hangar and fired its cannons. Magic-powered lasers blasted down, cannon balls exploded, and fighter jets shot out from the hangar. Looks like Kim Hajin summoned it. What? He can do all kinds of strange things. Is this his ultimate skill? How interesting. Jin Sahyuk's face immediately distorted. When did he learn something like this? She thought. Boom. The battlecruiser began to rain down fire on the monsters. Auden's monsters stood no chance against the ultimate fruit of magic engineering. The battlecruiser attacked nothing but Auden's monsters at first. Wait, a wanted criminal has been spotted on the east side. Suddenly Jin Sahyuk heard a familiar voice. A sense of foreboding overcame her. East side. A wanted criminal on the east side. Wait, I see her too. Everyone, change target. Ship commander's mortal enemy is over there. Whoosh, the fighter jets changed course. Coincidentally, they were heading over to her. Hey, wait. Of course, she knew this was no coincidence. She knew that she was the wanted criminal they were talking about. Capture her. Feeling wronged, Jin Sahyuk cursed out loud. Fuck, why me? The fighter jets already set their target to Jin Sahyuk. Of course, Belle was long gone from her side. Damn it! With no other choice, Jin Sahyuk began to run. Chapter 269. Gathering one when he opened his eyes, his first thought was that the sky was blue. This thought was instinctual and not instinctual at the same time. It was the product of both perception and intelligence. The monster stared at the sky in a daze. The blue sky was beautiful, but his first thought didn't seem like much of a revelation. The monster couldn't tell whether the idea of a blue sky was a legacy of the past or a fact first explored today. And so, the monster struggled within the swamp of his own mind. His intelligence overturned his instinct and dominated his body. The question of his own existence could not be easily resolved. Grrr. Amidst the confusion, the monster heard a low growl of another monster. It was clearly a sign of hostility. The second thought arose in his mind at the moment of their first encounter. Who is the monster facing the monster? Is the monster agonizing over his existence a monster or not? To the monster, his intelligence was nothing more than a burden. He felt confused and hollow at the same time. The monster had gained a sense of hollowness, along with intelligence. In the end, Auden was an existence of hollowness. No one could understand Auden, the first monster born with intelligence. He wasn't a human, so he couldn't become a part of the human society, but his intelligence deterred him from adopting a monster-like lifestyle. To be born with intelligence in the land of monsters inevitably led to pain. But Auden never ceased to think even in the midst of hollowness. He broadened his range of perception and trained his intelligence. He never stopped questioning his sense of self, his existence, his life, his identity, his emotions, his values. However, the more he tried to understand his origin, the more hollow he felt. He realized his hollowness couldn't be destroyed, so he naturally turned to humans. Auden searched for the answer to his existence in humans. He studied humans and their behaviors. Just as humans lived freely and naturally, Auden too wanted to feel comfortable with his own existence. Then, did Auden understand humans now? Auden could ingest humans and give birth to monsters with intelligence, like himself. He could have conversations with the monsters he created. And even though that was fun, it was not perpetual, and in the end he always realized his curiosity couldn't be satisfied. Auden wanted an answer. As intelligence originally belonged to humans, he assumed humans were the key to the answer he'd been looking for. Auden wanted to destroy humanity for that exact reason. The answer would reveal itself most dramatically at the moment of humanity's extinction. In the end, Auden's goal was neither to conquest nor rule over humans. His desire was not of a physical kind. He only wished to understand himself. Auden, as the king of monsters, sought to understand humans and naturally himself. Thoughts of the past continued to linger. Tock, tock. Suddenly, the sound of small footsteps interrupted Auden's train of thought. Auden opened his eyes to discover a small child in front of him, a girl who had already died once. Auden had ingested the body of the dead girl, reconstructed her within himself, and let her out of his mouth. That was how this child came to live again. Of course, she was not the same as before. "What are you doing here?" Auden asked, and the frightened child answered, "Daddy told me to hide. He said this place is the safest." By daddy, she meant Park Han-ho, the most useful human out of all humans he had convinced to swear loyalty to him. Auden announced coldly, "Go back to your father." But the child didn't budge. He couldn't tell whether she was scared or not. Auden looked down at the child with slight discontent. Um, um, um. The child opened her mouth as if she had something to say, only to hesitate. Impatience got the better of the king. "If you have something you'd like to say it." "Ah, it's just that. Daddy is fighting right now. Can you help him? I don't like it when Daddy's hurt." She made a bold request. A small laughter escaped Auden's mouth, and he immediately wondered why he had laughed. Auden lightly rubbed the tip of his mouth. His lips curved into a twisted smile. The child smiled back at him. Her smile left Auden even more confused. "Hey, you little rascal." Suddenly, one of Auden's servants showed up. He hurried towards the girl, snatched her wrist, and bowed down to the king. "I apologize. Come here, stupid human." By then, Auden was already standing. "No, Still confused about the reason for his smile, Auden continued. She's right. It's time for me to step up. The Monster King's voice descended gravely. I shall personally punish those who defile my land. A mysterious beam of light from the battlecruiser lifted us up to the vessel. We were now inside the ship, with the whole view of the interior before our eyes. This is Jenkalope's most powerful battleship. It can sustain weight of up to 9,000 passengers and carries about 400 fighter jets. Horner, the captain of the ship, explained to us. The interior seemed pretty complicated, as though it came straight out of a science fiction movie. But some parts of it were straightforward, since the ship was the combined product of science and magic. Wow, but I don't remember seeing something like this the last time I was here. Is this new? Horner nodded at me. Yes, it's called Jenkelian. It's an ultimate weapon created by Jenkalope's AI Genfago and ship commanders TP. Ultimate weapon? Yes, Horner smiled. We plan to take back our homeland someday using this ship. Ah, I quickly understood. The tower arc had ended, but so long as the Tower of Wish persisted, the world inside the tower would persist as well. The 15th floor, through indefinite development, was now the most profitable floor in the Tower of the Wish. With further advancement of technology, it wouldn't be long before they recapture their homeland, the fallen Jenkalope. More importantly, how are things looking down below? I asked Horner about the situation on the battlefield. Before answering my question, Horner pulled up a video in the air. Well, there are a lot of monsters. They are not only on the ground, but below and above it as well. But you don't have to worry. Jenkelian will not be defeated by those monsters. His confidence assured me that my decision to create Buster Call was the right one. Kim Hajin. Suddenly, Shin Jonghak intervened. Dazed, he looked at me and Horner in turn with a confused look on his face. What is this place? I answered immediately. A battlecruiser built by the people of the 15th floor, just as Horner said. Shin Jonghak frowned. His eyes seemed to say, "Of course I know that much." I smiled. Now seemed like a good time to reveal my secret. I own the entire 15th floor. It's my possession. I had rescued its NPCs one by one using the Mystic Key. I was the one who acquired Genfago, the AI that oversaw the development of the 15th floor through my negotiation with the 7th floor administrator. I also invested a lavish amount of TP. That was all to become the owner of the 15th floor. Why you own the 15th floor? Not only Shin Jonghak, but also Aileen, Jin Seon, Seo Youngji, and Yi Yongha dropped their jaws in shock. To be fair, the 15th floor must have been a fantasy world laced with magical technologies to them. They apparently had never even considered the possibility that it belonged to someone. Yeah, but let's talk about that some other time. I turned my gaze to the video again and saw a group of fighter jets moving frantically. What's that? Dozens of fighter jets were chasing someone. This person flying in the sky looked awfully familiar. Right, it was Jin Sahyuk. This is the last straw. Get lost, or I'll kill you all. Jin Sahyuk shouted as she continued to run away from the fighter jets. Horner called somewhere to check and returned with an explanation. Oh, I think she's the criminal you talked about the other day. Get lost before I kill you. Jin Sahyuk aimed her spears at the fighter jets, but the jets, with 50% spec boosts, moved like the wind and easily evaded her attacks. The pilots scoffed and fired their lasers. You crazy bastards, that stings. Fuck, that stings. I made a small smile as I watched Jin Sahyuk swear. Just let her go. Pardon. She's all right now. You don't have to be so hard on her. Ah, yes, understood. Horner ordered the fighter jets to halt, which they promptly did. Next, as I was about to give out the next order, Auden suddenly appeared on the roof of his palace, standing firmly in the center of the spire. He looked like a slightly big human on the outside, one that resembled a lion. Quara, Auden started to gather magic power around his hands. The flow of magic power was clearly unordinary. At the point of congregation, a magnificent beam of light stretched out, sucking in the nearby air currents along with magic power. That looks dangerous, I thought, when suddenly I received a notification about a change in the story's setting. Problem, the main boss of the third arc dies too easily. Solution, increased Auden's strength. 9.9/9.9. I was lost for words. Potential 9.9. This meant he was equally as powerful as a god. Horner, is it possible to bring in all allies on the ground? Horner answered gravely to my serious question. Yes, of course. Portals are always ready to be used. Then please bring them in right now. We need to get out of here. We're no match for him. I wasn't sure what Auden was planning to do, but I knew we'd all die if we stayed here. Co-author, you son of a bitch. Yes, sir. Horner nodded and dispatched emergency portals. Geeing, beams of light stretched out from the battlecruiser and pulled the heroes and Jenkalope crew members on the ground into the vessel. The fighter jets also returned to the hangar. I ordered Spartan to take care of the chameleon troop. At Spartan's current level of growth, using the authority of teleportation was a piece of cake. Activate interstellar migration device. We escaped before Auden's magic power exploded through the interstellar migration device, a magical device that possessed the ability to fold dimensions, enabling its users to move through a vast amount of space in one instant. Quara! Just as the explosion which started at the hands of Auden was about to turn the world upside down, the battlecruiser disappeared from Africa and reappeared in Korea. The next day at Yu Yonha's mansion, the Association and Jin Association failed to defeat Auden and retreated. Auden had become much more powerful than in the original, and his strength shocked the public. The Association learned the hard way that a large-scale head-on attack was not a good way to deal with Auden. Who? As a result, the media had begun to discuss the possibility of the fall of mankind. Meanwhile, I came to visit Yu Yonha with YunSeo-jin and Kim Suho by my side. The two looked pale, still shocked by whatever it was that they saw. You can tell me now. What did you see? It seemed that Yu Yonha was just as irritated as I was. She pressed the duo to speak. YunSeo-jin slowly raised her head. With a deep sigh, she proceeded to speak. She came back to life. Came back to life. Who did? YunSeo-jin hesitated to answer. Yu Yonha and I folded our arms and waited for her to speak again. The words that came out of her mouth the next moment were shocking. Senior Hanho's daughter. Ha! Who? This time I asked back in shock. Park Han-ho's daughter should have died, and even in this world, reviving the dead was impossible. What does that mean? It means exactly what it means. Senior Han-ho's daughter is alive, in human form. I remember visiting her when she was in the hospital, and I also went to her funeral, yet. YunSeo-jin continued to explain. When they went to rescue the hostages, they discovered Park Han-ho had betrayed humans. As she fought Park Han-ho alongside Jenkalope's soldiers, she saw Park Han-ho's daughter curled up on a bed in the corner of the room, trembling. Before long, however, the girl ran away, and YunSeo-jin, while still dazed by what she saw, was hit by Park Han-ho's shield in the head and fainted. I have no idea what's going on, but Yeonhee's face. YunSeo-jin buried her head in her hands. Kim Suho wasn't any better. I watched them for a while before getting up. I signed Yu Yonha to follow me, and she did. What is it? Yu Yonha asked. I took a deep breath. It seemed now was the right time to gather the 9 stars. I have a favor to ask you. A favor? So suddenly? Yu Yonha tilted her head questioningly. Yeah, we can't deal with this situation on our own. We need help from the old generation. Ha! By old generation, you mean? The old generation saved the world in the past, and the new generation led the present. But I couldn't say that the old generation was replaced. They were simply too powerful. In the present era, only Kim Suho, Jin Sahyuk, and perhaps Aileen and Ki Naeun would be a match against the old generation. And even that was only after they complete their future training. Yu Yonha muttered in a daze. Are you talking about the 9 stars? Right, the 9 stars. Auden's strength was well beyond my imagination. Auden wasn't our only concern. There wasn't much time left. It would be too late if we contacted the 9 stars after the Devil's descent. You're joking, right? Yu Yonha was dumbfounded. Even for me, something like that. Just fetch me their locations and I'll do the talking. Oh, I already know where Hanks is, so don't bother about him, I replied as I prepared to leave. But Yu Yonha blocked my way. Where are you going? You haven't told me about the 15th floor and also about that battle cruiser in the sky. Just what is dat? I mean that. Her tongue got twisted trying to speak quickly. Yu Yonha let out a dry cough and glared at me. The association is calling you about that. You do know that I'm holding them back, right? Ah, I'll tell you about the ship later. I have a lot of things to do right now. God, Yu Yonha frowned. What things? I put on a solemn expression as if I'd been hiding something all along. I think I'll need to be serious from here on out. The so-called spirit power that I had not been able to figure out. Now that the situation had escalated to this, I simply couldn't leave everything to Kim Suho. I needed to train and educate myself to prepare for the upcoming battle. Serious? Yunha looked at me with a surprised face. April 1980, Ki Juchul was feeling nature in the midst of a destroyed civilization. The beat of the beginning, which had originated from the destruction, was palpable. The immortal released his will into nature. The two forces resonated, and nature released its essence in return. The essence rose slowly and formed a certain figure that soon merged with Ki Juchul. He had become one with nature. Ki Juchul opened his eyes as the incarnation of nature. Though he started at sunset, the sun was now above his head. His whole body was wet from blood and sweat. He had noticed neither the passage of time nor the toll on his body. Now one with the surrounding greens, Ki Juchul absorbed his magic power back inside. Quang! The magic power exploded violently from within, penetrating his blood vessels. Ki Juchul raised himself. His body was tinged with a turquoise color. Swish! Ki Juchul spread his folding fan. The essence of nature blazed up from the fan, swirling up into the air. Suddenly, it turned into a huge typhoon that engulfed the surroundings. A huge fire flared up within the typhoon. The harmony of wind and fire was breathtaking. It was a natural phenomenon beyond human grasp. Such disasters occurred in succession. Red, green, and grey gathered together to form a scene of destruction. All was a grand display of his gift, multicolored immortality. It hasn't withered. At that moment, a gentle voice flowed through the storm into the ears of Ki Juchul. Ki Juchul turned around. Just as he guessed from the voice, Shin Munchul, the owner of Seoul and the strongest man of the present era, was standing there. Ki Juchul stared at him in silence. I meant this flower, not you. Shin Munchul smiled and fiddled with the flower that had fallen on the side of the road. Ki Juchul blocked the flow of magic power. His body that was assimilated with nature was reduced to that of a man once more. Your power is amazing, but don't overwork yourself. Shin Munchul spoke, but Ki Juchul did not answer. He didn't think Shin Munchul was here to meddle with his training. He wasn't crafty like that, only easygoing and lazy. With a smile, Shin Munchul plunked himself down on the ground. It's funny. Usually people who love nature are described as sentimental. But the one person most in touch with nature is completely insensitive. The one person most in touch with nature. Ki Juchul knew that Shin Munchul was referring to him. Naturally, he answered with indifference. It's because nature doesn't have feelings. Nature only comes and goes without demanding empathy or rejecting destruction. That was a very Ki Juchul-like answer. Shin Munchul gave a small smile. You will become a pillar one day. Ki Juchul also smiled, but only awkwardly, as he tried to imitate Shin Munchul. Shin Munchul's expression turned solemn again, and he asked Ki Juchul, by the way, when are you coming back? Seoul needs you now. Ki Juchul shook his head. Now was not the right time. He planned to return only after he learned to control his powers more naturally. I see. Shin Munchul nodded and rose from his seat. I won't bother you. Send me a letter after you get back. Ki Juchul watched Shin Munchul leave. Shin Munchul was always so leisurely and elegant. Every time Ki Juchul looked at him, a corner of his heart throbbed. But Ki Juchul couldn't put a label on his emotion. Was it envy or jealousy or maybe even hatred? He couldn't tell. Ki Juchul chose to turn his mind to training. He closed his eyes again and became one with nature, a little better in sync this time. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. At last, 2 years had passed. Ki Juchul now understood his gift perfectly. On the other hand, his ability to feel emotions had deteriorated even more. He climbed down the mountain and back onto the battlefield full of monsters. But the monsters were simply no match for him. With a wave of his hand, a typhoon appeared. With a shake of his fan, storms and lightning poured down. With a footstep, an earthquake swept through the monsters. Just as humans treated ants, Ki Juchul conquered half of Seoul with his overwhelming strength. Weish! Ki Juchul slowly opened his eyes by the passing wind. Before his eyes was not a distant scenery of the past, but a luxurious ceiling. Faced with reality, Ki Juchul realized he'd been having a dream. It was the first dream he had in a long time. Nevertheless, when Ki Juchul got up from his bed, he was as calm as usual, unaffected by his dream. He cleared his throat, straightened up his clothes, took a quick shower, and checked his smartwatch. There were many messages today. Kim Suho wants to speak with you regarding the kidnapping of the girl of authority. There's something strange about Lady Nayeon. It appears she has already met Kim Jung-ho. The association has called for a meeting regarding Auden. Yu from Essence of the Strait wants to meet with you. Various newspapers have asked for an interview. Ki Juchol's deep, dark gaze ran over the sentences one by one. The name Yu Yonha stood out the most. Chapter 270. Gathering to Auden's territory, underground laboratory, Auden visited his lab. When the humanoid monsters spotted Auden, they immediately ceased what they were doing and bowed to their king. These monsters were not as physically prominent as the others, but instead they were extremely intelligent, and Auden was especially fond of them. Stand up, the king commanded, and only then did the humanoid monsters jump to their feet. Auden looked around the lab. The giant egg-shaped capsule stood out the most among the various laboratory equipments. This capsule was a medical device used to heal humanoid monsters who had been injured during the latest battle against the humans. Auden looked at Kurukuru, who was inside the capsule. Out of the 6 humanoid monsters sent out to fight against the chameleon troop, he was the only one who survived. Although Kurukuru lost, he's growing every day, a voice explained to Auden. Auden turned around to face the owner of the voice. There, a human servant with a scarred face was politely bowing to Auden. Kurukuru learns from his mistakes. Once all of his wounds are healed, Kurukuru will have become stronger than he ever was. Lancaster, Auden's only non-monster servant, reported. Auden glanced at Lancaster and turned his gaze back to Kurukuru. Kara. Kurukuru's eyes gave off a crimson glow as he looked straight at the king. It was his way of expressing ardent loyalty and joy. Also, the synthesis of humanoid monster 2 has been completed. The king was intrigued by Lancaster's words. And do any of them deserve to be called my servant? Yes, of course. Out of 31,103 synthesis attempts, 4 succeeded. As much as the success rate is low, the results are incredible, Lancaster explained as he led the king towards the 4 capsules. This is it. Auden stood in front of the 4 capsules. What do you think? A total of 4 humanoid monsters. They seem to possess the characteristics of both humans and monsters. Auden slowly began to gauge the origins of the 4 monsters. The first humanoid monster was a Himalayan mountain tyrant. His tiger-like appearance was evident proof. The second humanoid monster was a ghost, characterized by his translucent body. The third humanoid monster was a bird of despair, possessing an avian beak, mournful eyes, and peacock tails. The fourth and last humanoid monster was a golem, shaped like a human, except his hands were made of hard stones. These are the 4 perfect humanoid monsters born by the grace of your majesty. Auden possessed the ability to absorb and release the energy of others. It was similar to the Kai absorption technique, often found in martial arts novels, but more elaborate and unrestricted. Auden mixed the various forces he had absorbed, reconstructed them in his gut, and released the result through his mouth in the form of a heart. And it was the researcher's job to look after the heart until it became a fully grown humanoid monster. Please name them. The king began to agonize over Lancaster's request. Coming up with a perfect name was always a challenging task. After long deliberation, the king finally announced the names of his new servants. I shall call them Tigris, Exfil, Dolaran, and Toji, respectively. Those are excellent names. With flattery, Lancaster began to record a video of the 4 capsules. He planned to use this video as a means to threaten the country he resented and loathed from the bottom of his heart. England. Battle cruiser, I was speaking with the representatives of the Korean government inside Jenkelian, a giant battle cruiser maintained by my gift. Thanks to the power of the orb of regeneration, Jenkelian had been running for longer than 36 hours now. Aileen was by my side. She volunteered to become my patron, claiming that, without the support from an influential figure, the government would consider my opinions irrelevant. Yes, this cruiser belongs to me. Ah! At my remark, one of the government representatives let out an exclamation of amazement. SB plus 3, SB plus 1, SB plus 2, SB plus 3, SB plus 4. Even now, my SB was increasing in real time, which was not surprising considering virtually all media outlets had covered Jenkelian in their news story. I see. Another representative nodded. I wasn't sure what his position was, but he seemed pretty important. Right now, all I knew about him was his name. He introduced himself to me as Beek Junghyun. We acknowledge your ownership of items from the Tower of Wish. However, we cannot allow you to occupy our country's airspace again in the future, as it will incite panic among our citizens. Of course, there won't be any repercussions this time, and we thank you for returning our heroes safely and unharmed. I believe you might even be awarded the Order of Military Merit. The Order of Military Merit. In this world, the merit system in Korea was very systematic and strict. The recipient of the first-class Taeguk Order of Military Merit was treated as a member of the nobility. I nodded. Yes, I understand. Will the ship remain in the current position permanently? No, I can make it appear and disappear whenever I want. If that is the case, would you be willing to help us during the third Orden assassination mission? Baek Jung-hyun asked nonchalantly in a brisk manner. But I was too caught up in the word third to notice. Originally, this arc should have ended during the second mission. Sure, I can help you, but I believe it would be unnecessary to involve a large number of people. I offered my opinion carefully. Apparently, Orden's explosion completely wiped out all the monsters on the ground, so we wouldn't need a lot of heroes this time. What we need instead was a small group of elite heroes to head straight to Orden's palace. Yes, we agree with you. But there has been a discrepancy of opinions among us in regards to the size and the standards of the team. We won't be able to infiltrate Orden's base without getting past his servants, the powerful humanoid monsters, but victory is hard to achieve with a small number of heroes. At that moment, my self-appointed patron Aileen intervened. Yeah, whatever. So what exactly is he getting? First things first, we're offering bounty for the heads of the humanoid monsters. Bounty? Yes, 100 billion won and an artifact per head, Baek Jung-hyun muttered as he shook his head. But who would be willing to walk into the jaws of death? No, not that. Aileen suddenly frowned. You have to give him something for what he's already done. Hundreds of heroes are alive all thanks to him. Aileen's sharp cry felt very dependable today. Yes, you're right. I almost forgot. Baek Jung-hyun nodded calmly and took out a piece of paper from the briefcase. It was completely blank. My eyes widened. Please write down the name of one artifact you'd like to receive. One. Seriously, Aileen put on a threatening look again. It was cute rather than scary, but because of her social status, it seemed to have worked well against Baek Jung-hyun. Many is fine. Please write down everything you want. Really? I thought about it for a moment, but nothing particularly came to my mind. I wasn't the type to fight with artifacts in the first place. Wait. Suddenly, an idea crossed my mind. Why don't I get something to use with synthesis? I looked at Baek Jung-hyun and wrote down the name of an artifact on the sheet of paper. Is this okay? I wrote Napoleon's musket, one of the artifacts under the supervision of the French Museum. I figured it might come in handy once I combine it with the Desert Eagle. Baek Jung-hyun stared at the paper in silence. Then he nodded. I believe it'll be possible. Really, wouldn't it cause a diplomatic problem? It's Napoleon after all. At that moment, Baek Jung-hyun gave a small smile. He then proceeded to explain in a cold tone that contrasted with his smile. In this world, under the current situation, there is no country that can defy us. Ah, I realized then the weight and the potency of my setting. Who would dare defy the world's most powerful nation? At any rate, please do not concern yourself with politics. There will be no diplomatic dispute. We'll simply be trading artifacts. Baek Jung-hyun remarked as he glanced at the clock. It was now exactly 6 p.m. Thank you for your time. I shall take my leave now. As soon as the promised 30 minutes were over, Baek Jung-hyun got up from his seat. He was extremely punctual. England, Buckingham Palace. The association's mission failed, but fortunately there were very little casualties. It was all thanks to Jenkalope's battlecruiser, which had recently become the talk of the town. Phew, Rachel, who returned safely to the palace, sighed as she recalled the incident where she got very close to dying. TK, 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 TK. A dainty sound of typing rang out in silence. Rachel tilted her head and looked at the couch. On it, Evandel in a cute dress was tapping on her smartphone. Rachel's lips curved into a smile. What are you doing, Evandel? Evandel smiled at Rachel's question. I'm texting. Texting, that's right. She's made quite a number of friends recently, Rachel thought, as she recalled the faces of the 3 children whom Evandel had been spending a lot of time with. There was Hyun, her best friend, Leonardo, a 9-year-old boy nicknamed Britain's Future, and the 3-year-old daughter of Ah Hae-in's niece Bear Morn. The first time Rachel saw the girl, she was surprised. It was strange to think Bear Morn, who fought against Kim Hajin in the old days, was married and already with a baby. Rachel looked at Evandel lovingly and asked, "Are you texting Hien?" "No," Evandel shook her head. "Then who? I'm texting Hajin." Rachel flinched, but soon nodded calmly. "Ah, I see. Have a great time. Okay, okay." A brief answer. Rachel turned around, pretending she wasn't interested, and returned to work. Today, the workload was especially brutal, as there were a lot of issues she needed to deal with as the leader of the English Royal Court Guild. Confirmation of the meeting with essential dynamics. The 21st recruitment of the Tower of Wish challengers, deployment of heroes for national defense, etc. But Rachel's eyes kept rolling to the side. He, TK, TK, he, TK, TK. The sound of typing and laughing continued. Rachel couldn't help but wonder what they were talking about. Rachel had many questions to ask Kim Hajin as well. For example, what happened with you and Shin Jae-hyuk? Or what are you up to these days? She naturally turned her gaze to Evandel's phone, to be precise. She straightened her posture, trying to steal a glance at the screen when her eyes met Evandel's. After 3 seconds of silence, Evandel slid her phone into her arms. Apparently, she didn't want Rachel to see. "No, that's not what I was, Evandel. Don't you think it's time for you to start using a smartwatch?" Smartphones, which were nothing more than relics of the past at this point, were usually considered children's version of smartwatches. They were devices that children used before they moved on to the more complicated smartwatch. Master Hayin is already teaching me how to use it. As soon as Evandel answered, Tiraring, another notification sound rang. Evandel's face immediately lit up. She probably received another text from Kim Hajin. Looking at the happy Evandel, Rachel brought her fingernails to her mouth. Then she began to chew on them. It's not surprising Evandel doesn't want me to see her phone, but is there any way I can access those messages? Rachel thought to herself. Hacking. She'd never tried hacking before, but it didn't look like it would hurt to try. Hacking, hacking. Rachel repeated the phrase to herself as she frantically searched her computer. Then she came to her senses. She pulled up her messenger. Kim Hajin, she stared at the name on the screen for a while, before finally gathering enough courage to send him a text. Since he was texting with Evandel right now, Rachel was confident he would respond quickly. Hajin SSI. Yes, and the answer came quickly as expected. Rachel took a deep breath and carefully tapped on the keyboard. Did something happen with you and Shin Jae-hyuk SSI? Ah, it's nothing serious, letter 1D17. Just that she doesn't come to work now, Arabic bar, Korkek. Nothing happened. We just watched a movie and that's it. We don't even talk now. Oh, I see. Maybe that's why Grav. As she excitedly typed on the keyboard, she felt a pair of eyes on her. Evandel, who had been fiddling with her phone on the couch, was now staring at Rachel's computer screen to be exact. Without words, Rachel adjusted the angle of the monitor so that Evandel couldn't see. Evandel didn't show Rachel, so Rachel wasn't going to show Evandel either. No fair. Evandel puffed her cheeks like a blowfish. It was her way of sulking. Public anxiety is growing every day because of the Auden incident. How's the situation in Korea? I've heard that the number of immigrants have reached an all-time high. England is filled with tension. At any time, the monsters in Africa might decide to break into Europe. TK, 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 TK. Nevertheless, Rachel kept moving her fingers across the keyboard. TK, 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 TK. And Evandel, too, tapped her phone. TK, 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 TK. The sound of the two keyboards mingled with each other competitively. Despite the childish nature of the current situation, the tension between the two girls was high. Underground training room in Pandemonium, I sat cross-legged on the ground with my eyes closed. Auden's potential was 9.9. Anyone would struggle against him. He was a difficult opponent, but that was no reason for us to give up. As Auden grew stronger, so did we. Unlike the original novel, we had the Tower of Wish on our side now. Who? I let out a deep breath as I began to make a list in my head of people and things from the Tower of Wish that could be of help to us humans. The first was Medea, who was on the verge of manifestation. Second, the cards on the 21st floor. I could really make use of my luck with them. The third were the numerous spirits residing in the Tower of the Wish. The tower would equal an entire army by itself. Ah! I stopped my train of thought and opened my eyes as I let my breath out in a long exhalation. To my surprise, Cheok Young's face was right in front of me. My heart sank in shock. Geez, you scared me. What's there to be scared of? More importantly, what are you doing here? Meditation. Cheok Young muttered, scratching his sideburns. No way. How do you feel? From what I'd heard, the chameleon troop had to fight against Kurukuru and other humanoid monsters right after they had infiltrated into Auden's territory. Apparently, Boss tore off Kurukuru's legs, Cheok Young crushed the monsters, and Droon's rabbit swallowed 3 monsters alive. Is there a reason for you to worry about how I feel? However, despite my concern, Cheok Young only snorted. Those monsters are nothing against me. Really? Then get out of my way. I have to train. Meditation is not training. Why don't you join me in a spa? No. Tusk. What a wimp. Cheok Young grumbled and left the training room. Familiar silence returned. I sat on the ground and began to breathe. The purpose of this breathing exercise was to increase the potential of my spirit power. SSB, who, fundamentally, spirit power was the power of one's soul. As I breathed in and out, I tried to control the spirit power condensed inside my soul. But everything was just too unfamiliar. Nevertheless, I kept trying. Though I already possessed complete understanding of spirit power as my ultimate skill, I would need to learn the basics of spirit power in order to utilize it more effectively. There was just one problem. I have no idea how this works. After about 10 minutes, I laid sprawling across the floor. The breathing thing didn't seem to work, and I didn't know what else to try because I didn't know a thing about spirit power. This just wasn't how I did things. Unlike the main character, whenever there was a problem, I relied on modifying the setting to get myself through things, to achieve improvements solely through effort. That was not how it worked for extras like me. Now, did that mean I had no room left for improvement beyond this point because of my flawed way of living? No, wait, no. I shook my head violently and pulled myself back up. Why was I trying so hard? Up until now, I got through difficult situations by modifying the setting. I could still do what I had always done. 6083 SB. Fortunately, I had accumulated quite a bit of SB thanks to the Auden incident. There was no need for a second thought. I turned my gaze to the Arts tab. Equals Arts 2/3 1. Parker 2. Charming voice equals stupid charming voice. Seeing it only brought back bad memories. Anyway, I decided to add the third art in the last empty slot. Third art, exuberant spirit power utilization technique, intermediate rank, 25-0 SB will be used. Would you like to save? The amount of SB needed to create an intermediate art was 25-0. I pressed save without hesitation. Saving. Wait a minute. Again, a huge accumulation of luck erupts. What a lucky man you are. Congratulations. Your art has been increased to high rank. With the work of my luck, my art had again increased from intermediate to high rank. At the same time, a flood of ideas began to fill my head. How to harness my spirit power, how to utilize creative spirit skills. All those brilliant ideas began to coil up in my head. Kim Hajin. Suddenly, Boss appeared from the other side of the training room. It seemed she had just finished her training as she was soaked in sweat. You don't look good. Are you stuck? Boss asked me, and my eyes sparkled. My head was bursting with ideas I wanted to experiment with. Boss, stand still. Stand. Yeah, I want to try something out. While Boss tilted her head in confusion, I jumped to my feet and redirected my spirit power from my body to my brain. Chapter 271. The meaning of the emotion 1. I redirected spirit power from my body to my brain. The spirit power gathered in my brain turned into something entirely different. Specifically, it turned into words. Constructing spirit power. Yellow characters appeared in the air, kind of like a pop-up ad. Completed. Fundamentally, spirit power referred to the power of one's soul. It was a measure of presence based on the type of experience one accumulated over the years. As a result, the amount and the application of spirit power differed greatly from person to person. It depended on what kind of life one led or what kind of values one carried. However, my spirit had a more systematic and logical standard of measurement. Exuberant spirit power, your spirit power, is like a piece of hardware with a specific algorithm. You may create and utilize rational miracle, your body's equivalent to software. However, because of the limit in your brain capacity, the number of miracles you can store is limited to 4. It was the writer's consciousness. expressed as the laptop I was given when I first came to this world. Of course, seeing as I stopped writing my novel midway through, my consciousness as a writer wasn't exactly firm. But because everything started with my novel, I carried a heavy responsibility whether I liked it or not. The nature of my spirit power was related to my status as a writer. Please enter 1 skill summary, 2 activation condition, 3 consumption value, 4 affect and effect. Spirit power transformed into the shape of a keyboard right before my eyes. My fingers danced on the keyboard as if they had been possessed by something. My will transformed into words, which then transformed into sentences that formed a miracle. You successfully created the first miracle. Once was enough for me to understand the process of creation. I didn't put a lot of effort into this first one, because I could always delete or modify miracles without the further expenditure of SB. Summary: summon a spirit doll that consumes opponent's energy. Activation condition: reveal the name of the skill to the opponent. Consumption value: spend 0.5% of Kim Hajin's spirit power per second. Effect: the doll adheres to the opponent's body, regularly absorbing the opponent's energy. Effect: recover 0.25% of Kim Hajin's spirit power and reduce 0.5% of the opponent's energy per second. Miracle creation completed. Plop. For the first time only, Miracle was activated for free. A doll that looked like a devil appeared in the air. Sweck, it looked a little bit like a badger, or maybe a raccoon. What's this? Boss widened her eyes at the sudden appearance of a strange creature. It's little Kim Hajin. Penalty for horrible name. Skill performance has been greatly reduced. No, wait, that's not it. I thought for a while, and then changed it to a slightly better name. Blood-sucking cleaner. Plain name, skill performance remains the same. It's Vampire Scavenger. Better name, skill performance has been slightly improved. What does that mean? Well, it's a skill that only exists in my head. I went up to Boss and stuck Vampire Scavenger on her. The Vampire Scavenger clung to Boss' arm and let out a strange laughter. Hugh hung, what are you, eh? Then it started sucking up Boss's energy. Her shoulders trembled. How does it feel? Weird. Ooh. Why don't you try to pull it off? Boss shook the arm that blood-sucking cleaner was attached to. She shook once, twice, thrice, and she continued until smoke began to rise up from her arm, but blood-sucking cleaner didn't even flinch. You probably can't take it off with raw strength. Only spirit power could counter spirit power. Today was actually my first time utilizing spirit power, and surprisingly, things were going very well. Hoop! At that moment, Boss activated her gift, Infinite Shadow. As a huge shadow was about to engulf blood-sucking cleaner, I responded quickly. Add affect. Nullify the gift of the attached target. Warning: consumption value will increase by 100 times. The ability to nullify a gift would be enough to make blood-sucking cleaner a significant weapon. But high return always came with high risk. The only way to counter high risk was to add a new condition. Condition: must have observed the opponent for at least 360 hours. Your luck erupts. Despite the lax condition, the required spirit power consumption is only doubled. With the addition of a new condition, high return was maintained, and I had already observed Boss for 360 hours. Therefore, nullify the gift of the opponent activated. What? Boss was taken aback. When the shadows that were always by her side disappeared, Boss looked at me with a dumbfounded look. What's wrong? I asked, feigning ignorance. Is this spirit power? Yes. It's strange, my shadows won't come out. Of course, it's because I'm absorbing your gift. Absorbing? Boss frowned. I gave a sly smile. Suddenly, for no specific reason, the urge to poke fun at Boss took over me. It's called succession. Your gift is mine now. Don't lie. Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't say a word. For 10 seconds, which was enough time for Boss to be shaken up. Take this raccoon off of me. That's an order. Ha ha, I'm only joking. Take it off right now. I laughed and took blood-sucking cleaner off of Boss' arm. Boss looked at my new weapon with unapproving eyes. Blood-sucking cleaner turned back into spirit power and returned to me. So that's spirit power. Yeah, basically. It's similar to skills from the tower. Oh, you're right. In fact, spirit power was what made skills possible. Boss stared at me in silence before activating her gift again. She moved her shadows freely, then heaved a deep sigh of relief. I began to prepare another miracle to experiment on her. Up next was Spiritual Bullet. a bullet that acted on the nervous system, disrupting physical movements. East Sea Hero Military Academy. For many heroes, it was the first time in a long while that they visited their alma mater, Hero Military Academy, also known as Cube. Normally, outsiders were barred from entering Cube due to the frequent Jin invasions. However, today was an exception, as the alumni had gathered here for a great cause. And that great cause referred to the qualification exam for the Special Elite Task Force sponsored by the government. This was how they were choosing the heroes to be assigned to the Elite Task Force against Auden. There's a hell of a lot of people here. A total of 9,000 people from all over the world had applied to become a member of the Special Task Force. While it was true that they volunteered for a noble cause, many of them were also drawn to the rewards. The first reward was the promise of permanent residency or citizenship in Korea. If the participating hero was not a citizen of Korea, he or she would be guaranteed either the permanent residency or citizenship of Korea in return for his or her service, and this privilege would extend to the participating hero's family as well. Most of the applicants from foreign countries were drawn to this reward, as it was very difficult to earn Korean citizenship nowadays. The second reward was, of course, money. The down payment was 10 billion won, and the monthly salary was 5 billion won. The association assumed this mission would last a long time. Upon the completion of the mission, the participants would be awarded up to 300 billion won, depending on his or her role in the mission. The third reward was an artifact. Heroes who passed screening would immediately receive an artifact of their choice. Because of these rewards, every applicant seemed eager. Geez. Of course, there were heroes who weren't interested in the rewards, like Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun looked around the room apathetically. France, Germany, Russia, etc. The room was full of heroes from all over the world, but none of them interested Ki Naeun. Leclace, you're here too. I don't have any other choice. This is the only shot I have left after failing the qualification exam for permanent residency. You too, Yuhahaha. Leclace and Levelek, from France and Russia respectively, were both famous in their home countries. According to the association standards, they were high-rank grade-2 heroes. Still, Ki Naeun was unimpressed. She might have been amazed by high-rank grade-2 heroes in the past, but things were different now. I'm so bored here, when is it going to be my turn? All electronic devices were prohibited, which meant no smartwatches and no game consoles. Ki Naeun thought she might die of boredom waiting for her turn to come. What's up? At that moment, a figure approached her. Though his voice was familiar, his appearance was not. It was Shin Jonghak. Hey, Goat Beard. Ki Naeun greeted Shin Jonghak with a giggle. Goat Beard. Because that's what you have. Say bar. Bara, bar no no. With a frown, Shin Jonghak stood next to her. Ki Naeun looked at Shin Jonghak. He seemed much older than he used to be, probably because of the ugly beard. What are you looking at? Whatever. Did you already finish the qualification test? I'm a judge. What? Seriously? Why? Shin Jonghak smiled and showed her his hero ID card. High rank grade-1 Shin Jonghak, rank 315, vice leader of Desolate Moon. Ki Naeun's jaw dropped. What the? How are you high rank grade-1? No, more importantly, you're ranked 315. Who did you bribe? Ha, it's simple. I beat up another high rank grade-1 hero. Ki Naeun was dumbfounded by Shin Jonghak's confidence. At that moment, an announcement came on. Next up, Ki Naeun, Intermediate rank grade-2. Intermediate rank grade-2 seemed too pitiful in comparison to Shin Jonghak. Naturally, the whole waiting room began to buzz with voices. There's an intermediate rank here. How come this person didn't fail the screening? Hey, isn't that Ki Naeun, Ki Juchol's granddaughter? No, she probably just has the same name. There's no way Ki Naeun is only an intermediate rank. Ki Naeun let out a sigh. You're still an intermediate rank? Shin Jonghak asked, dumbfounded. Yeah, so what? I could beat you up if I wanted to. I just didn't get tested officially, Ki Naeun claimed. Shin Jonghak only scoffed. Annoyed at the apparent mockery, Ki Naeun jumped to her feet. I'm going. Stomp, stomp. As Ki Naeun headed to the test room, Shin Jonghak muttered from behind, Kim Hajin won't be coming. Ki Naeun stopped. Shin Jonghak shrugged his shoulders. Just letting you know. Still frozen in the same place, Ki Naeun turned only her head to face Shin Jonghak. I know. That was all she said before walking into the test room. She opened the door to be greeted by unfamiliar scenery. I'm Ki Naeun. The test room was a vast field. The sky and the field stretched endlessly in all directions, providing the applicants with enough room to show off whatever it was they wanted to show off. We'll now begin Intermediate Rank Grade-2 Hero Ki Naeun's evaluation, the judges sitting across Ki Naeun announced. She was familiar with both of them, Aileen and Yu Sihyuk. Ki Naeun smirked at Yu Sihyuk. Wipe that smirk off of your face and show us what you can do. Master Rank Hero, Rank 23 Yu Sihyuk, announced sternly. But even then, Ki Naeun found it hard to take her master seriously. Okay, okay. Ki Naeun took out her sword. Her claymore, which was about 2 meters tall, was bigger than its wielder. Ki Naeun poured refined magic power into the weapon she'd taken from the Tower of Wish. Quara! Immediately, magic power blazed up around the claymore. The magnificent outburst was about 10 meters tall, almost touching the sky. Yu Sihyuk smiled and Aileen watched with a lack of expression. This is about 30%, here I go. With a shout, Ki Naeun waved her sword. Boom, her attack continued to swell, drawing heat and gusting wind from the surroundings as it rushed towards the two judges. However, as her attack was about to strike the judges, stop! A small voice stopped the will of the sword. A tiny fraction of Aileen's spirit speech transformed into a giant force that bound the swordswoman. Glaring at the warrior in front of her, Aileen, the spirit speech user, announced coldly, Intermediate Rank Grade-2 Hero Ki Naeun you pass. Late at night, on a vast field in Central Asia, I lied down under the night sky where the stars and the moon shone brightly. The soft wind brushed past my cheeks, the touch of grass on my back caressing me softly. The sky was beautiful, as if specks of light had been splattered over a canvas full of dark paint. A plain and trivial phenomenon. Sceneries like this were rare where I came from, though to be fair, I didn't even think to look at such scenery back then. Today's training was fun, too. I got carried away by the beautiful scenery when, suddenly, I heard a voice. The voice sounded strong and firm, unlike me who was always utterly exhausted after training. It was Boss. Yeah, I gave her a small smile. Boss and I had trained together for the past week. Boss was a good opponent for me to test my spirit power. I didn't have to go easy on her since she could block any kind of attack. I also enjoyed poking fun at her occasionally, though she didn't even seem to realize that was what I was doing. Should we do this again tomorrow? I didn't answer. Instead, I recalled what happened today, about how I gave Boss an afro with my spiritual bullet, about how I manipulated her nervous system to reverse the signals for her arms and her legs, about how she had to do a handstand in the end. Let's do this again tomorrow, Boss said again. I would have imagined it must be quite bothersome for her to deal with me, but I guess Boss found the whole process somewhat amusing. Well, we've already trained together for the past week, 12 hours a day. So you don't want to do it again, Boss pouted. I only smiled silently. Can you take off that bear head now? For the past week, Boss had been wearing the bear head every single day. I personally couldn't understand why she liked it so much. It's still usable. Boss shook her head. What do you mean it's usable? There are so many better helmets than that. You can enchant it for me, Hajin. 4-colored enchant. You have a good skill. I'd rather use it on another artifact. Why would I enchant something like that? At my remark, Boss suddenly became quiet. She chewed her lips, sulking, before finally closing the mouth of the bear. Boss' face disappeared, replaced by the bear's. I smiled at Boss. Then I turned my gaze back to the sky. Suddenly, the thought of the mysterious magnifying glass crossed my mind. Boss! What? Mysterious magnifying glass. Pinnacle-grade magic artifact. Weakness identification. Uses magic power to identify the target's weaknesses. Emotion identification. Uses magic power to identify the target's feelings towards you. When the user's magic power is low, the identified weaknesses and emotions may be inaccurate. It was an artifact that enabled its user to read the emotions of others. I wonder what Boss is thinking right now. With a grin, I held up the magnifying glass at Boss. Wait a sec, I'm just curious. I would need to spend all 5 streaks of stigma to figure out Boss' weakness, but her current emotions that I could probably find out with just 2 streaks. I infused 2 streaks of stigma into the magnifying glass. Before long, letters appeared on the surface of the glass. What's that? Boss' voice echoed inside the bear mask. A cold breeze ruffled her hair. The leaves rustled. I froze without knowing it and remained silent until the wind blew past us and the fallen leaves scattered. What? Only 3 phrases were engraved on the lens, but they were not the kind of emotions I could simply ignore. Guilt, wanting to be together, love. Chapter 272, the meaning of the emotions to note. To avoid confusion, love has been changed to affection, which is more ambiguous and in line with what the author intended. The 3 emotions revealed by the magnifying glass. Guilt, wanting to be together, affection, I could understand the emotion of guilt. After all, Boss confessed that she murdered Kim Chundong's parents, but it was harder to understand the emotion, affection. Of course, affection came in many forms, like fraternity towards friends and the bond between comrades. Kim Hajin. At that moment, Boss called my name. I was taken aback, but answered as calmly as possible. Why, yes. Wicked asked us for a favor. She said she'd give us Pandemonium's fighting arena if we freed her executives imprisoned on the 15th floor. Boss changed the topic of the conversation. Horner's excessive loyalty was causing Wicked's downfall. Although I wouldn't mind it if Wicked collapsed this way, she had her use. She was far more reasonable than other members of the 9 evils like destruction, terror, and dread. All right, then I'll work on taking them out one by one. Good. Boss finally took off the bare head. Her eyes were as firm as always. I stared at her, and she stared back at me. She probably didn't know what feelings she had either. Boss spent her childhood covered in blood and death, being cursed and abused. If I was an ordinary person, I would have pissed my pants if I saw her. She should have lost her feelings in the cruel hell she lived in. But the current me felt a deep familiarity towards Boss. At times, I genuinely relied on her. Why was that? Was it because she was a character I created? Or was it because I had feelings for her that I wasn't aware of? I looked up at the sky, afraid of meeting Boss eyes. Who? A sigh left my mouth subconsciously. If the affection Boss had for me came from the guilt she felt towards me, I would have to confess to her one day that Kim Hajin and Kim Chundong are different people, that the parents she killed have nothing to do with me, that I'm not a resident of this world, that my past isn't really mine, and that she doesn't need to feel guilty. At that moment, a streak of light fell from the night sky. A small shooting star sparkled. It's a shooting star, make a wish. I'm sure it will come true. Boss widened her eyes and murmured. Rather than looking at the shooting star, I mustered up a fistful of courage and stared at Boss. Boss was looking up at the sky. I genuinely sympathized about the bleak and empty life she lived through. Her wistful beauty made her heart beat gently. Did you make your wish? Boss smiled innocently. No, I missed the timing, I muttered in a daze. Don't worry, another one might appear. Keep your eyes out. With that, we stared at the sky silently. Boss was eagerly waiting for another shooting star to appear, but there was no such luck, and Boss turned back to me somewhat dejectedly. Hajin, she called my name, which clearly wasn't Kim Chundong's. Yes, I answered indifferently. Boss looked into my eyes, then muttered fleetingly. I'm sorry about a lot of things. I can't express it in words. Her voice reached my heart and spread through my body. Her genuine apology made me feel guilty. I laughed and shook my head. I told you, you can forget about it now. The wish she just made on the shooting star was undoubtedly the same thing. After saying goodbye to Kim Hajin, Boss returned to her room. Spartan was sleeping on her bed. For some reason, he had turned her bed into his nest. Boss smiled and sat down at her desk. She had many things to take care of before sleeping. First, she messaged Wicked, asking which executive she wanted to be freed first. Then, she began to reply to the secret message the Hero Association sent in regards to the Auden assassination mission. While she was writing this reply, she suddenly felt a fistful of emptiness in her heart. As this evoked a powerful feeling of listlessness, she had no choice but to put her pen down. She suddenly felt exhausted. She had already achieved most of the things she wanted. The chameleon troop came to possess half of Pandemonium. She had reclaimed the previous boss authority over the city, and their name was clearly engraved into the minds of jinns and humans. The only goal she had remaining was revenge. Bell. Boss thought of Bell, the traitor who killed the previous boss and disappeared. Just his name evoked uncontrollable rage in the past, but her anger had subsided as time passed until it froze cold. Suddenly, Kim Hajin's face popped up in her head along with Belle's. At first, he had only been a tool to kill Belle. She had planned to throw him away if he wasn't useful as a tool. Even if he was, she only planned to use him once before casting him aside. But now, Kim Hajin had a different position. T-Thump. A sudden pang of pain struck her heart. Boss tilted her head, wondering if she suffered an injury while training. Unable to come up with an answer, she turned on the CCTV that monitored Yuri. Droon, look at this. What is it? Yuri and Droon were laughing and talking inside the CCTV. The two teenagers looked happy to be together. These two. Boss' eyes burned as she saw them flirt. Look, there are flowers growing underground. Do you like flowers? Boss' childhood was wrought with curses and abuse from her parents, and her formative years were spent in self-hatred. There wasn't a single day that she didn't resent her parents for giving birth to her. Of course, they're pretty. Why do you not like them? Ha, no, I like them too. Because of this, she couldn't understand the feelings Yuri and Droon had for each other. So she found the scene interesting. Boss continued to look at Yuri and Droon for a long time. 1 week later, Korea's former president and the current authoritative figure of the Hero Association, Kim Suk-ho, sat on the elegant LV6 Elven chair inside his mansion and received a report. Yapanho of the National Assembly was ambushed and killed last night. The association's executive, Kim Yoon-yong, passed away tonight. Kaiser, the CEO of Atro Technology, was found dead in his office. Black Lotus seems to be behind these deaths. Kim Suk-ho sighed, hearing the reports. He was bothered by Yuri being kidnapped, but now he had to worry about Black Lotus as well. Are you positive that they were all Auden's dogs? Yes, we found evidence to support it. Tusk. Kim Suk-ho shook his head and thought, fools, I told them over and over again not to be greedy. What should we announce to the public? Bury it for now. What's the situation on the Special Task Force? 177 members have been selected. They're all trustworthy. Got it. I'm hanging up for now. If something else happens, you know how to reach me. With that, Kim Suk-ho finished his call with Violet Banquet. Who, those bastards? Kim Suk-ho cursed quietly. He found it hard to believe that his trusted aides had all communicated with Auden secretly. Whilst he was happy they were dead, he still felt a tinge of regret. Auden had naturally reached out to him as well. Kim Suk-ho was still happy with the decision he made to reject his offer, but he didn't expect Yuri to be kidnapped. Black Lotus, the new black seat of the hunting dogs he once used. He now realized they were too dangerous to be left free. I guess I have no choice. He could only think of one solution, a group that wasn't related to Jinns with the power to resist the chameleon troop, a group of assassins that was founded by a legendary mountain hermit. Not many people knew that this long-forgotten group had revived in the Far East. Kim Suk-ho began to write a letter to send to their leader. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That was how he planned to deal with his uncollared hunting dogs. Korea, Seoul, in a traditional-style house surrounded by greenery, Ki Juchul and Yu Yonha sat while facing each other. The young woman in her 20s didn't cower in front of the immortal. Her heart stood strong and firm. Thank you for taking time out of your day to meet me. Yu Yonha spoke. I didn't have a reason to refuse. Ki Juchul contemplated meeting with Yu Yonha and found that there was no reason not to. In truth, Ki Juchul was bored. Other old Keeballs were getting together, discussing the Truth Agency or having fun together, but Ki Juchul was different. Yu Yonha carefully started the conversation. I came to ask you for a favor. As I said in my letter, you want to meet the 9 stars. Yes. Yu Yonha nodded resolutely. She was currently under immense pressure. The residue of magic power Ki Juchul was subconsciously emitting carried the same power as an ordinary hero's attack. The 9 stars won't be of any help to you. They're nothing but retired senior citizens. Why do you think they've stayed silent? They're all living in hiding, scared that the side effects they're suffering from will get worse. It's not that. I just wish to talk to. Do you have a way of curing their side effects? Yu Yonha swallowed her saliva at Ki Juchul's question, a method to cure the side effects of their gifts. To be honest, she had no clue, but she believed Kim Hajin did. Yes, I do. It was the greatest gamble of Yu Yonha's life, stemming from her trust in Kim Hajin. As soon as she spoke these 3 words, Ki Juchul's eyebrows twitched. He glared at Yu Yonha with a subdued look. Can you bear the weight of those words? Yes, I can. Yu Yonha's tongue got tied for a split second. She made an uncharacteristic mistake due to nervousness. She felt even more embarrassed because of Ki Juchul's lack of reaction. Yes, I can. It was then. Beep. A loud alarm roared from Ki Juchul and Yu Yonha's smartwatches. Yu Yonha was surprised, but she managed to look at Ki Juchul calmly. Go ahead. Yes. With Ki Juchol's permission, Yu Yonha looked at her smartwatch. Then her eyes shot open. The disaster alarms signaled a worldwide attack. China, Shanghai, the Monster King spoke. Let the world witness your strength. Taking his command, the humanoid monster resembling a tiger infiltrated the city of Shanghai. His name was Tigris. He was once the Himalayan mountain's biggest mountain tyrant. Now in the figure of a human being, he stood in the middle of Shanghai streets with a hoodie. At the moment, none of the civilians around him knew of his identity. Tigris carefully observed his surroundings, then took off his hoodie. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "I came, I saw, I conquered." His roar emitted an omnidirectional shockwave, bursting the brains of civilians walking nearby. Screams rang out as buildings collapsed. Tigris then began to eat the surviving humans. The city fell into chaos in the blink of an eye. Although the attack was sudden, China's heroes reacted quickly. "Who are you? Reveal your identity." The heroes pointed their weapons at Tigris, but Tigris didn't move an inch. To be precise, he didn't need to. He stood tall like a tree and swung his fists. Boom, boom. Heavy booms rang out, and soon the heroes' heads exploded. Tigris had killed the heroes located 300 or so meters away with simple punches. Although it was absurd, Tigris attacks were far from common sense. They weren't bound by distance. Blows that defied distance. Tigris was born with the power to destroy anything within his sight. He called this power Boundless Tiger Fist. You ha ha ha. Weak, you're too weak. Tigris burst into laughter in excitement. My name is Tigris. I am the tyrant that will slaughter you all. France, Paris. Doloran walked through Paris while whistling and humming. Her voice was as beautiful and enchanting as a nightingale's. You will revive after a short rest. Her voice flowed into the ears of civilians, corroding their brains. The civilians who died were then resurrected as zombies who followed her every command. Your dead bodies will revive. The zombies bit other humans. Seeing this, Doloran smiled. The one who calls you shall lead you to a life of immortality. You will bloom anew. Paris heroes came to deal with the situation, but they couldn't stop her singing. In fact, they were enchanted by her voice and became even stronger zombies. Doloran's singing continued until death descended on the entire city. England, London. Toji arrived in London. He looked no different than a human being besides his two hands, which were made of rocks. In front of his eyes was the Buckingham Palace. Destroy the Buckingham Palace and murder Rachel. That is what the king wishes. Toji was given a special command by Lancaster. His duty was to destroy the Buckingham Palace and English royalty. Here it is, the Buckingham Palace. Just like his name suggested, Toji dragged the earth with him as he walked. A strange, earth-shattering sound rang out with his every step. Stop, th. Hoo-ah! Toji killed everyone who stood in his way. No one could say more than 2 words in his presence. Toji killed humans in an extremely simple manner. He only swung his fists. But he was soon forced to a stop near the entrance of the Buckingham Palace. A large wolf had blocked his way. Ha! Toji tilted his head. The wolf was too big compared to the wolves he knew. You die. But his curiosity only lasted for a split second. Toji swung his fist once more. The earth shot up like a whip and flew towards the wolf. Crack. However, the wolf crushed the earth with his teeth. Ha! Toji's eyes widened exactly 3 seconds afterward. You not animal. Grrrrrrr. The wolf smirked. The wolf's name was Fenrir. As Evandal's first creation, its strength couldn't be ignored. I see, aha. Toji nodded. Though he understood, he didn't react differently. He swung his fist again. Cracks appeared on the earth, and huge explosions happened at the same time as giant fissures. Boom, the earth exploded, but the wolf used each shattered piece of earth as a foothold to maneuver away. Toji didn't stand still. He transmitted his will into the piece of earth the wolf stepped on. Then, something strange happened. Toji's original body crumbled into the dirt, and the piece of earth the wolf was standing on transformed into a new Toji that grabbed him by his back. I Toji, Earth is me, I am Earth. Toji smiled and broke the wolf's back. Chapter 273. Vow one crack. Toji tightened his arm around Fenrir. A pressure rivaling an earthquake crushed Fenrir's back, and Toji threw Fenrir aside. Fenrir rolled backward until he struck the wall of a building. I, stronger. Toji smiled and murmured contently. He set his focus back to his original goal, the annihilation of the royal family. Grrrrrrr. but a growl of a different animal stopped him. Toji slowly turned around. This time, a house-sized tiger was blocking his way. This zoo. It was then that Toji realized he was surrounded. The tiger wasn't the only large beast left. A strange bird and horse appeared in the sky above, and he could feel odd presences underground. Even with his dull senses, Toji knew that he wasn't in a favorable situation. SSSS. Fenrir then stood up. Although his bones were crushed and his organs destroyed, the regenerative ability he gained from devouring a troll had quickly healed all his injuries. What? Toji's confusion only increased as time went on. Gyuwu, suddenly, an unknown undulation of magic power erupted. The magic power served as a medium for a summoning spell, calling a mystical beast to England. Turtle, Toji mumbled as he saw the beast that was just summoned. The black turtle of the four cardinal guardians reveals itself once again. Standing on its back was the black turtle's summoner, the eight-star magician, Arhain. Arhain looked down at Toji from the turtle's shell. "You're a new one, aren't you?" Arhain spoke. Toji looked back and forth between the turtle and the kid standing above it. As he slowly thought about the situation he was in, the beasts surrounding him quickly moved. Qo, Grro, a tiger and a wolf shot towards Toji and restrained his limbs. From the sky, flying birds sent blasts of magic power towards him. He. However, Toji didn't feel any pain. He changed his body into sand and mitigated the damage from the attack entirely. No pain, no pain. Ha! But Toji soon realized that his magic power was being absorbed. His eyes widened as he looked up to find what was sucking away his magic power. 6 female ghosts floating around the black turtle were absorbing Toji's magic power. Heian grinned. They're succubi. Absorbing magic power is their specialty. Enno stealing. Toji swung his arm. His arm turned into a whip that shot towards the succubi. The black turtle quickly formed a barrier. Among the 4 cardinal guardians, the black turtle specialized in defense. Clang! Toji's attack couldn't pierce the black turtle's carapace. In fact, Arhain had never experienced the black turtle's carapace being broken through. Clang! Clang! Even so, Toji continued to attack. To Arhain's surprise, cracks began to appear on the black turtle's carapace. You're quite an amazing fellow. But Arhain still didn't feel threatened by it. Although she acknowledged Toji's strength and tenacity, she knew his magic power was being drained even at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. As Toji endlessly attacked the black turtle, he felt he was getting sleepy. His instincts told him to retreat, and to him, retreating was easy. He just had to turn his body into sand and scatter. As such, Toji tried to transmit his will to the earth. However, a cage of magic power suddenly appeared around him, trapping him. He found that he couldn't transmit his will outside the cage for some reason. What? Toji was taken aback. Although he had no way of knowing, this wasn't the act of a magic spell but a change of reality. Quang! Toji slammed his fist against the cage, but the cage remained unhurt. What is this? Quang! Quang! The cage didn't budge no matter how many times he hit it, but strangely, attacks from outside the cage could enter it. The succubi continued to drain his magic power. Quang! 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 That won't do any good, idiot. As Toji began to crazily pound against the cage, a sharp voice rang out. A woman appeared in the air. Naturally, it was Jin Sahyuk. Toji stopped and stared at the woman. You won't be able to escape, Jin Sahyuk said. The blue cage was created using her reality manipulation. As the inside of the cage was isolated from reality, death was the only thing that awaited Toji. Really? Huaram. However, Toji yawned calmly. Perhaps because his magic power was being absorbed, his drowsiness became worse. When a golem became sleepy, that usually meant its end. Toji began to doze off until he finally fell asleep. He's sleeping, Jin Sahyuk murmured dumbfoundedly. Wow, you've gotten strong, Knight Shin Jahyuk. Rachel appeared and praised Jin Sahyuk. Well, it's nothing. Jin Sahyuk had visited Rachel to resign as the Crevon royal family's knight commander. It was then that Toji attacked, so she had joined the battle to alleviate her boredom. I was recently enlightened. After experiencing the recorded past of Akatrina, Jin Sahyuk became able to use her authority of reality manipulation more easily. Arhain approached Jin Sahyuk on the black turtle. So Shin Jahyuk, how do you plan on dealing with that monster? Ha! What do you mean? I can just kill him, right? As Ah-hain and Jin Sahyuk had worked together before in Crevon, they were fairly close. Ah-hain shook her head. No, he probably won't die. What do you mean? Jin Sahyuk tilted her head and shot a spear towards the sleeping golem. However, her spear couldn't damage the curled-up Toji's body in the slightest. The heck? Jin Sahyuk frowned. Ah-hain crossed her arms and murmured seriously. Black Turtle has the ability to appraise the strength of ores. According to the Black Turtle, the strength of Toji's body was 9.9 out of 10. We can trap him, but it will be impossible to destroy him. 9.9 was a value that something which existed in reality could never destroy. It seems Auden created some absurd monsters. India, Himalayan mountain range. I arrived at the foot of the Himalayan mountains to meet the member of the 9 Stars, Hanks. The travel wasn't tiring since I just came here with Spartan's teleportation authority. I stared at Hanks Inn. It was hanging on a cliff and seemed as if it would fall by even the slightest wind. I looked at the sign that read Himalayan Daybreak, then mustered up the courage to open the door. Kiek! A creaking noise rang out, and the man behind the counter listening to the radio looked up at me. Long white hair that was tied down, handsome facial features, and a scar around his left eye. Just as I described him in my novel, the adjective aged well perfectly suited Hanks. Is it you? Hanks spoke before I could even enter the inn. As it wasn't what I expected to hear as a greeting, I had to stop and think about what he meant. But seeing that I was confused, Hanks frowned. Are you the man who murdered my precious disciple's brother? Precious disciple. I was dumbfounded at first. By disciple, he had to be talking about Ki Nayan. But not only was Hanks unrelated to Ki Nayan in the original novel, but he also shouldn't have spent that much time with her in this world. How long are you going to stand there? Come in, don't be a wuss. Wuss? If anything, Ki Nayan seemed to have influenced the way he talked. What, you don't want to? No, I walked into the inn. Thinking about it now, it was obvious that Hanks would recognize me. As his title, Lord of Steel, implied, Hank's tools all had intelligence rivaling human beings, and they shared a hive mind as well. If you know me, talking should be easier. I sat down next to Hanks and went straight to the point. I came to ask for your help. Coincidentally, the radio was reporting on the reason I came here. Auden's elite humanoid monsters have invaded several countries. A tiger monster by the name Tigris attacked Shanghai. A zombie apocalypse is being reported in Paris, and Hanks turned off the radio and looked down at me. His tall height and tower-like stature made him more than a little intimidating. Making such an absurd request on our first meeting, you're just like my disciple in that regard. TK. Hanks took out a wooden cup and poured some vodka into it. I said the same thing to my disciple. My body isn't in a state to fight anyone. If the 9 Stars won't fight, then who? The 9 Stars were the 9 Stars 50 years ago, kid. Hanks cut me off and handed me the vodka. I looked back and forth between the cup and Hanks, then chugged the vodka in one go. It felt like a small fire was lit inside me. Hugham, if you're worried about the side effect, I can help you with it. The side effect of Hank's ability was steel transformation. As the Lord of Steel, Hanks transformed his body into steel. To be precise, he turned his internal organs, spine, and left eye into steel, possessing his will. However, at one point, Hank's authority didn't stop there and rampaged. To him, time became a one-way road to complete steelification of his body. As time went by, more and more parts of his body turned into steel, including his brain and blood. He was destined to become a chunk of steel and die. However, I had herbs that could only be found within the Tower of Wish. By mixing them and using the power of my setting intervention, I should be able to create medicine to undo this side effect. I know how to heal the side effects you're suffering from. The 9 Stars hated having the side effects of their powers mentioned, so I was risking my life to be here. Hanks looked at me quietly. His left eye turned grey before I realized. His steel eye experienced the world in 1/1,000,000th of normal speed, and it was specialized for detecting truth. Hanks glared at me and spoke. "Is ist wahr?" It was German, but I translated it using the laptop in my head. He was asking if it was true. "Yes, it is." When I answered, Hanks' eyebrows twitched. I stood nervously, but what he said afterward caught me by surprise. "You learned German? Pardon, I asked if you learned German." "Ah, yes, a little." At that moment, Hanks' left eye returned to normal color. He was noticeably less cautious than before. He smiled gently. Why would you learn such a thing? It's not the 1980s anymore. Ha! Oh, This world was different than the world I came from. It was easy to see since Korea was the world's sole superpower here. Since Korean was the world's shared language, there weren't many interpreters or translators. And since most academic papers and official documents were written in Korean, Koreans had no reason to learn foreign languages. I learned it since I know you are German. Is that so? You've got manners. How much have you learned? I should be able to communicate normally. Oh, worklick. Hyanks laughed heartily. I didn't remember giving him such a setting, but he was a bigger patriot than I thought. Well, that's another story. Hanks put on a serious expression once again. Unfortunately, I have no intention of curing my side effect. Ha! I was taken aback. Hank's side effect should have been one of the worst among the 9 stars, but he didn't want to reverse it. Hanks continued, "When I was young, I was afraid of dying. That's why I escaped to this place. But it's different now. If someone my age is afraid of death, then he hasn't matured enough." Really? Yes, really. But there is one thing I want from you. Thankfully, it seemed there was something I could do. I quickly nodded, and Hanks spoke with a mischievous smile. "Settle things with my disciple." Silence descended. I replied exactly 3 seconds afterward. "Ha! It doesn't matter how. Just settle things with her." An innocent smile emerged on Hank's face. "You mean with Ki Nayan?" "That's right." It wasn't an offer I could accept so easily. I didn't know what Hanks knew, but my relationship with Ki Nayan wasn't something that could be fixed in a few sentences. That's not something that can be solved that easily. My disciple and I both know everything about you. Ki Nayan knows the truth behind Ki Jinyun's death, like why you killed Ki Jinyun and what state he was in. I know that too. I'd heard about it from Yu Yonha. Then that's an even bigger problem. Why are you hesitating? What a wuss. Hanks crossed his arms like he was looking at a fool. If Ki Nayan were here, I felt like she would have said this. "That's none of your business, old man." But I wasn't Ki Nayan. After thinking about what he said for a moment, I stealthily checked his potential. Hanks 9.75/9.6, 9.75 ability, 9.6 potential. The values didn't make any sense. But I understood after a moment. Hanks was a special case in that his ability was higher than his potential. His steel transformation side effect made him stronger than what his potential allowed. He was someone who grew stronger as he neared death. So, what's your answer? I stared at Hanks silently. With a 9.75 ability rating, he was more than capable of contending with Auden. I had no choice but to listen to his request. "I will." Hanks immediately put on a big smile. He nodded contently, then suddenly took out a dagger. "Then feed this dagger your blood and make a vow." "A vow?" "This dagger contains my will of covenant. If you don't keep the vow you make, this dagger will pierce your heart." I glanced at the dagger. Covenant dagger, product of an authority, steel attribute, a dagger containing the will of Hank's steel spirit. Covenant, upon feeding this dagger blood and making a vow, the vow must be kept. If the vow is not fulfilled, this dagger will pierce the heart of the one who failed to keep the vow. The person whose heart is pierced by this dagger will die. The item description put a strong emphasis on the absoluteness of the dagger's ability. It showed a little bit of Hank's true ability, as Shin Munchol was the only one to have ever defeated him. "I'm being generous. From what I heard from my disciple, I think of you as a man among men." Hanks handed me the dagger. "If you make this vow, I, Hanks, will do the same, that I will kill this Auden you speak of." I hesitated slightly, but the answer was obvious. It was a cheap price to make a member of the 9 stars my ally. Plus, I had to meet with Ki Nayan eventually. "Fine, I'll accept it." I mustered up my courage and nodded. Chapter 274. Vow 2. Despite the sudden eruption of calamities, Yu Yonha finished her meeting with Ki Juchul as planned. She achieved her initial goal through persistent persuasion. Ki Juchul promised to introduce Yu Yonha to Yijin, a member of the 9 stars. Now their meeting was over, and Yu Yonha staggered back to her limousine. "Are you feeling okay?" Yu Yonha's secretary, Jin Sechin, asked the moment she got into the car. Yu Yonha shook her head. She was feeling dizzy and even nauseous from exposure to Ki Juchul's magic power. "Let's go home. I need to sleep." "Yes, miss." Jin Sechin was a competent secretary. He adjusted the internal temperature of the limousine to the optimal temperature, installed a mana stone with air cleaning and purifying function. then turned up the speaker volume so that his boss could hear the reports made by the members of the Falling Blossom Guild. China, 4 guilds based in Shanghai have been completely exterminated. France, Paris has been sealed off. England, subjugation was successful. Canada, sudden deaths are becoming frequent. Multiple witnesses have reported the sighting of a ghost. Yonha listened to the reports with her eyes closed. Countries were being destroyed and civilians were being killed, but Yonha felt no sympathy. Rather, she began to calculate the profits her guild would gain from the incidents. Have we been asked for aid? Yes. Different countries have asked for our heroes and our potions. They would like to discuss the prices later and reject the request for heroes, but tell them we'll provide potions. You know, the new ones, Essence of Recovery and Essence of Bravery. Considering the circumstances, it would be foolish of her to dispatch her heroes to what would most likely cost them their lives. But potions were risk-free. Essence Pharmacy had recently developed 2 new potions. Since consumers weren't as willing to purchase anything new, providing other countries with these potions for free would be a good marketing strategy. Send the potions to the 3 countries without charge. Yes, miss, those in dire need of potions weren't exactly in the position to be picky. Just as the saying goes, beggars can't be choosers. This was her chance to improve her company's public image and to promote her products at the same time. Now, please leave me alone. Yonha leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. Yes, miss. Jin Sechin drove cautiously to provide his boss a comfortable ride. He glanced at Yonha through the rearview mirror. Yonha looked incredibly beautiful in her sleep. He couldn't suppress the unbearable surge of emotions in his heart. Though he had told himself thousands of times that his love could never come true, it never died out. Jin Sechin tried to keep calm. He held back, trying to convince himself that he could still love her without the need to call her his own. We'll let you have her. But why did the offer proposed by Auden's servant suddenly cross his mind? Jin Sechin tightened his grip around the steering wheel, condemning his foolish desire. After I made the vow to Hanks, I headed to the world of Wish. Originally called the Tower of Wish, it was renamed after Kim Suho destroyed the tower's outer shell. Its slogan had also changed from the tower full of humanity's wishes to the world where humanity's wishes come true. In any case, I was back on the 15th floor in Jenkalope's vessel. I was to release Wicked's executives just as I had promised. Are you sure? In front of the Jenikalope prison, the most notorious facility on the 15th floor, Horner asked me worriedly. His concern was well grounded. I sympathized with him since he told me what those Jins had done to get themselves locked up. Don't worry about it. Let's go inside. Okay. With Horner, I entered the prison, dressed as Black Lotus. The prison conditions were surprisingly good. Most rooms were equipped with a bed and a TV, bathrooms were separate, and most importantly, food was decent. This place is actually nice. Everyone still wants to get out. Most inmates are players 310 out of 317, to be exact. Life inside the prison is easy, it's the labor that's hard. I listened to Horner explain as we headed deeper into the prison. However, as we walked on, I noticed the hallway was getting darker and the facilities quickly began to deteriorate. This is it. We finally reached the very end of the basement floor. I was at a loss for words when I saw the inhumane condition of the cell in which Wicked's executives were kept. There wasn't even a bed, let alone a TV. There wasn't a separate bathroom either. The floor and walls were covered in filth. The cell was completely empty, so there was nothing for them to do to pass their time. I carefully looked inside. In the cramped cell, 6 executives lay in silence. Wake them up. At Horner's command, the prison guard rattled the bars. Quang, quang, quang. Huarak! Startled, the executives sat up and looked at Horner and me. Their bloodshot eyes trembled with fear and dread. I studied them for a moment and asked, "Which one of you is Kirkin?" "Why do you ask?" The executives shuddered. These were Wicked's executives, which meant they were at least as strong as high-rank heroes. It was strange for me to see them in such a horrified state. My guess was that the deterioration of their physical health also led to the deterioration of their mental health. "Don't make me ask twice," I said coldly, at which the skinniest Jin raised his hand, trembling with fear. It's me." Kirkin was Wicked's right-hand man, but now his former glory was tarnished by all the bruises on his body. "Come closer." Kirkin did as he was told, all the while trembling in fear. His obedience appeared to be the product of a long period of cruel treatment. "Open the door." "Yes, sir." The prison guard unlocked the door, and Kirkin stepped out of the cell with his head down. "Kirkin, do you recognize me?" I asked. Kirkin slowly lifted his head. My body and face were hidden beneath the hood and the robe, but the black lotus symbol on my robe was recognizable from miles away. K. Erkin widened his eyes and nodded. "Be Black Lotus." "Correct. I'm here on behalf of your boss, Wicked. She asked me to release you." "Pardon." K. Erkin's eyes twinkled with a glimmer of hope. He asked back, swallowing his saliva. "DDO's that mean?" I exchanged glances with the guard next to me. The prison guard answered him for me. "Inmate Kirkin, you have been granted Ranker's amnesty. You better thank the Ranker, Black Lotus." Wicked sanctuary. 4 months had passed since the incident. Wicked, despite her success a few months earlier, couldn't even step a foot outside her sanctuary. Everyone knew her executives were missing, which made her an easy target for assassination. "Hugh!" Wicked woke up from a nightmare, shaking. Her soft skin had long turned coarse, and her eyes that once twinkled with confidence were now dead. She was completely ruined. "Ha ha!" She breathed in and out, trying to calm herself down. As she slowly settled down, tears suddenly started to gather in her eyes. How did I end up like this? Her downfall was abrupt. Not long ago, she had taken over control of the fighting arena and pompously declared to bring Auden down. She really thought back then that she had the whole world at her feet. She recalled the faces of her executives. She had made so many precious memories with them. "Why did you have to get yourselves locked up? You guys should be helping me become the lord of all jinns." Tearing while lamenting, she received a text message. "Kirkin released. Lotus." It was from Black Lotus. She stared at the message for a while before jumping to her feet. Immediately, the door of the sanctuary opened in slow motion. Wicked widened her eyes as she stared beyond it. A dear subordinate whom she hadn't seen for a long time was sobbing there. "Kirkin!" Wicked yelled the name of her executive as she rushed towards him. "Boss!" Kirkin greeted his boss with tears in his eyes. It was a very touching reunion, the kind you could watch without tears. "Kirkin, how did you escape?" "Black Lotus, he helped me," Kirkin answered with a whimper. "Black Lotus did. But how? There was this thing called Ranker's amnesty." Kirkin explained that Black Lotus spent his Ranker's amnesty, a special privilege given only to the first Rankers who helped free Jenkalope to rescue Kirkin. This story was, of course, something that Horner made up on the spot. It's all thanks to Black Lotus. "Thank goodness," Wicked asked again as she patted Kirkin on the back. "How are the others?" "Not good. The prison is filthy, we're forced to do hard labor, and there's also the torture." At last, Kirkin burst into tears. Wicked comforted Kirkin, holding back her tears. They already forgot about all the crimes they had committed. Jinns had no shame and no conscience by nature. "It's okay, don't cry. I'll have another talk with Black Lotus, and I'll try to get everyone else out too." Such was her tearful resolve. And so, as the two of them enjoyed their emotional reunion in each other's arms, Wicked was bound to the chameleon troop. Meanwhile, 21F, Card Kingdom. "You're gonna buy all of these?" "Yeah, all of them. You really have that much TP, so what if I do?" "Well, I mean, Kim Hajin made a clean sweep of all random boxes at the card store. He planned to use his luck to boost his strength." Suddenly, a number of messages appeared in front of him before he even opened the boxes. "Your enormous luck has been working behind the scenes. A threatening opponent has turned into a temporary ally. Luck that acts on human relationships is always special. Narrow escape from death, 5/9, special stat. Accumulation of luck has been partially activated." Kim Hajin had no idea what these messages meant. Korea, an underground bunker somewhere in Gangwon-do. 2 weeks had passed since the start of the joint training camp for the National Special Task Force. After numerous training sessions, 177 heroes of the Special Task Force were assigned to 13 different teams. Team 3 leader YunSeo-jin was teamed up with Kim Soo-ho, Ki Naeun, Shin Jonghak, Yi Ji-yoon, Yohei, and Shen Yuan. "Our mission is to fight Auden head-on. I think the administration really trusts you, Soo-ho." Team 3 went into mission briefing inside their dormitory. All 13 teams had different missions. Team 3 was assigned the most difficult task of all, confronting Auden. That said, rumor had it that Aileen's Team 1 was also assigned the same mission. "So, will you be all right?" "Yes, I'll be fine." Kim Suho answered with confidence as expected of the man who defeated the Demon King. You won't even need to bother. I'll take care of him. Ki Naeun interrupted with a smirk. Kim Suho glanced at his friend and shook his head. Okay, but first take a look at this blueprint. It's from Truth Agency. Team leader YunSeo-jin drew everybody's attention with a huge map. Whoa, the Truth Agency. That's right. Ji-yoon widened her eyes. Nowadays, the name Truth Agency was basically synonymous with truth itself. It was no longer the small website only a few people knew. Ji-yoon clapped her hands in excitement and asked, I heard you need a lot of money plus some kind of divine blessing to hear back from them. How much did you spend? No, wait, are you friends with the Truth Agency? I didn't spend money, the government did. And we're not really friends. I don't have enough money to hire Truth Agency. Ah, bleh. YunSeo-jin tried to ignore the last remark. That brat. I only picked her because people said she was a promising supporter, but she's so rude. Anyways, it's time to get back to training. Get ready. Their training routine was simple. Clap, clap. As soon as YunSeo-jin clapped her hands, a sophisticated hologram popped up. The hologram reconstructed the space using Truth Agency's blueprint as a reference. Boss isn't Auden, but the training area will be similar to the real thing, so let's get used to it. This was the work of the training simulator they had brought back from the Tower of Wish. Their training was to fight against LV-50 Minotaur at Auden's palace. Pandemonium Arena. Meanwhile, Boss was visiting the fighting arena, which now belonged to the Chameleon Troupe. Please take a seat here, Master. Sure. Looking down at the stage from the VVIP seat, Boss felt slightly emotional. She also used to be a contestant in the distant past and an audience more recently, but now the arena was hers. Welcome to the Pandemonium Arena. Today's big match is Big Boon versus Rain. Big Boon versus Rain. A fat Jin and a skinny Jin entered the stage. The audience cheered and Boss could feel their excitement on her skin. Begin, the host shouted, and the duel began. Big Boon tried to overwhelm Rain with his physique, but Rain quickly dodged and attacked his opponent in small stabs. In short, it was a battle between speed and endurance. Boss watched the duel with excitement. Then suddenly, somebody appeared in the VVIP stand. Her movements lacked ill intentions. Boss turned to face the uninvited guest, all the while keeping her composure. Hello. Boss remembered her as the girl who always accompanied Belle. If she remembered correctly, her name was Jin Sahyuk. Have you been well? Jin Sahyuk smirked. Her voice sounded somewhat arrogant. Boss looked around as Jane had told her that Belle always chaperoned Jin Sahyuk, but she couldn't sense Belle's presence anywhere near her. Where is Belle? How should I know? I came alone. Jin Sahyuk shrugged with a smile. Boss glared at Jin Sahyuk. Her gaze was sharp like a blade. Still, Jin Sahyuk wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Is this our second meeting? I'll ask you again. Where is Belle? Boss' voice was filled with contempt. Nevertheless, Jin Sahyuk smiled leisurely. I already know what's going on between you and Belle, but you don't have to be so desperate to kill him. Jin Sahyuk's expression hardened. She continued in a low whisper, I'll be the one who kills that bastard. Ah, that was Big Boon's signature punch. It's a direct hit. Big Boon's punch landed on Rain's stomach. Rain was pushed all the way to the corner of the stage, and Boss' body had already become dark. It was her Yasha transformation. Did you come here to get yourself killed? Boss got up from her seat. Both Belle and this woman seemed to possess a unique talent for upsetting her. No, I'm here for a different reason, and I'll lay it out to you right now. Jin Sahyuk and Boss stared at each other intensely, a fire burning in their eyes. With her gaze on Boss, Jin Sahyuk continued, If I end up killing Belle, Big Boon is the winner. A round of applause followed the host's announcement. Despite the cheering, Boss could hear Jin Sahyuk's voice clearly. I can take Kim Hajin with me, right? You only dragged him in as a tool to kill Belle. It was most definitely a provocation. Chapter 275. Vow 3, the woman's gaze seemed to be piercing her heart. It was the first time in a while that Jin Sahyuk was up against such formidable hostility. Yet Jin Sahyuk met her eyes without shaking. Time flowed in silence. Jin Sahyuk was a fickle person. She might give up on something in one moment, then change her mind in the next. As such, Jin Sahyuk spent a long time thinking about what to do. She decided that she couldn't give up Kim Hajin. Don't be so mad. I'll use him for a few years and return him. She wasn't sure what his exact ability was, but she knew that there was something special about Kim Hajin's magic power from what she saw in Akatrina. She could tell because she was especially sensitive to magic power. To reconstruct Akatrina, such power was necessary. I won't hear any more of this, the woman spoke. Hot magic power stemming from rage and killing intent rose up like a tornado. Jin Sahyak quickly covered herself with a barrier. I won't let you leave here alive either. Shadows dyed the woman's body black. Clear willingness to fight filled the air. Jin Sahyak genuinely enjoyed this chilling precursor to a heated battle. Do what you want. Jin Sahyak had no plans to refuse a fight. Though she wasn't confident in winning, she didn't feel like she would lose either. Moreover, Jin Sahyak wanted to estimate this woman's strength. This was part of the reason she came to her. If you can, that is. The moment the woman finished her short speech, shadows rose up from the woman's feet and enveloped the surrounding area. The woman's shadow barrier shut off Jin Sahyak's path of escape. PFT. Jin Sahyak smirked and unleashed her magic power. Gyuwu, along with a crimson aura, hundreds of weapons formed in the air. A battlefield fiercer and deadlier than the pandemonium arena appeared. The two women glared at each other before starting the fight to the death. However, boss, a coarse voice rang out, pouring cold water on their tense bodies. Boss and Jin Sahyak both turned to the source of the voice. Is my probation over? It was Cheok Young, who was put on probation inside Boss Shadow Barrier last week for killing Terra's Jins because they picked a fight with him. But Jin Sahyak didn't seem worried, even when Cheok Young appeared. She believed the woman in front of her wouldn't be the type to let someone else join a one fight. Boss spoke. Yes, your probation is over. You thank goodness. Oh right, your barrier is interesting no matter how many times I look at it. Boss Shadow Barrier didn't alter the surrounding space, but rather summoned beings into it. This was why Jin Sahyak and Boss met Cheok Young in this place. Joan. Ha! While Boss and Cheok Young were talking, Jin Sahyak loosened her muscles by stretching. However, she didn't feel relaxed for long. Beat her up. Oh, what? Cheok Young and Jin Sahyak's eyes widened. They were surprised for different reasons. T2 against one isn't fair. Jin Sahyak pointed her fingers at Boss while shouting. But Cheok Young ignored her. He had been on probation for 2 weeks, during which he had not fought with anyone. He was currently starved for battle and was overjoyed that a worthy opponent was in front of him. Kuhahaha, Cheok Young charged forward like a wild beast. Damn it! Jin Sahyak quickly activated reality manipulation to try to escape the shadow barrier, but Boss and Cheok Young didn't let her do as she pleased. Qua, Cheok Young's energy blast destroyed the circular pathway Jin Sahyak forcefully created. Don't run away, Cheok Young shouted happily and shot his fist towards Jin Sahyak's face. Auden's palace, excluding Toji, the other 3 humanoid monsters, Tigress, X-Phil, and Dolaran, returned to Auden's palace. They had successfully and valiantly completed Auden's order to cause havoc in specific countries. I'm bored. But Tigress wasn't content. The other 2 humanoid monsters felt the same way. They wanted to have more fun killing humans, displaying their overwhelming strength and bathing in their sense of superiority. The palace is boring. Auden had ordered their return before they could fulfill even half of their desires. Although they felt annoyed, they had no choice but to follow their king's command. What the hell happened to Toji? Dolaran murmured as she played with a human head she took as a souvenir. The head belonged to Paindel, a high-rank Grade -2 hero. That idiot, I'm sure he fell into a trap. I'm sure he'll find his way back. Right, Toji won't die so easily with his tough body. I'm tougher and harder to kill, they chatted with each other as they walked towards the king's court. Standing in front of the large gate before the main court was a praying mantis. It was Kurukuru who had one wing and arm severed. Ew, gross. It irks me every time I see him. Why does he look like that? That's what I wanted to say. Dolaran frowned as she stared at Kurukuru. Tigress approached Kurukuru, thinking that he looked grosser up front. Kurukuru muttered as he glared at them. Kururu. What is he saying, retard who can't even talk? Kururu. Dolaran translated Kurukuru's words. Why did you come so late? You should have come the moment King gave his command, is what he's saying. PFD, Tigress sneered. A mere praying mantis, you're not worthy. Tigress raised his large hand and slapped Kurukuru, KWANG. Kurukuru flew to the side and rolled on the floor. A weak, Lowly praying mantis that can't even talk, Tigris snorted and walked into the royal court. Dolaran stared at Kurukuru with a small smile before following Tigris inside. Kururu, Lord Kurukuru, servant-level humanoid monsters helped Kurukuru up. After staggering up, Kurukuru stared at the three humanoid monsters standing in front of his king. His king was greeting the arrogant monsters who came late with a smile. Kururu. Kurukuru clenched his teeth until his jaw swelled. Gangwando, underground bunker, the training for the Orden assassination mission ended. Inside the simulated Orden's palace, Team 3 had successfully defeated the Minotaur. But their teamwork couldn't be called perfect. Shen Yuan and Yi Jiyun were killed before they could even reach the boss, Minotaur, and Kim Suho ended up defeating the boss on his own. Why are the normal mobs so strong? Yi Jiyun sighed and massaged her sore muscles. Meanwhile, Shin Jonghak was staring at Ki Nayan. She was busily writing something down on a notebook. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing Shin Jonghak, both Yi Jiyun and Kim Suho turned around. Ha! Ki Nayan stopped writing, then smirked. I'm talking with Master. Master. Yeah, this notebook works like the tower's communication letter. Ki Nayan was using the notebook to communicate with an old man who had become her master before she noticed. Although they usually exchanged chit-chat, there were times when she received valuable advice as well. Oh, who's the person on the other side? Yi Jiyun's eyebrows danced playfully. I told you it's my master. Master. Hiro Yu Sihyuk. No, he's someone who that you guys don't know about. Ki Nayan wondered how they would react if they found out that her master was Hanks, but decided to withhold the information. She shrugged, then put the notebook away. Oh right, I have to contact Hajin Ah. Kim Suho's next few words made Ki Nayan's heart sink. Kim Suho, who had murmured to himself subconsciously, paused after realizing what he said. Oh, what about Kim Hajin? Yi Jiyun put on a mysterious smile and skipped over to Kim Suho. Ah, well, nothing. Kim Suho let out a dry cough and gave an evasive answer. He wanted to thank Hajin for all the help he received, but he didn't have the chance to the last time they met since YunSeo-jin was also there. Kyuhum. Anyways. He turned to Ki Nayan, who was staring at him intently. Ki Nayan, don't let boss find out about that notebook. She said no electronics, and that's not that different. Ki Nayan nodded with a somewhat bad aftertaste. What's not different from electronics? It was then that their boss appeared. Ki Nayan and the rest of Team 3 froze, and before they could react, YunSeo-jin released her magic power to snatch Ki Nayan's notebook. Ah, give it back, Ki Nayan, of course, protested strongly. Quiet, prohibited items will be confiscated on discovery. YunSeo-jin easily suppressed all dissent and began to read the notebook with a grin. Let's see who our Nayan is dating. But YunSeo-jin's smile quickly disappeared because of a certain name written in the notebook. SSK, SSK. She turned a few pages over before raising her head and murmuring in a daze. Hein Hanks, is this the Hanks I know? 21F Card Kingdom. I used 150,000 TP to pull 3 8-star cards and 1 9-star card. Because of the setting that 8-star and 9-star cards were limited, I could only get so much even with my luck. Of course, I wasn't complaining, especially since they were all effective goods. Anything checkbook. I walked through the streets as I read the descriptions of the cards I pulled. Anything checkbook, 8-star, effective good, a checkbook that can pay out anything. The receiver of this check must also carry out what he was paid for. First was the 8-star anything checkbook. Most checkbooks handled money, but this magical checkbook was different. Not only did this checkbook handle TP and magic power, but it also handled trust and feelings as something that could be valued and given out. What do I use this for? Just as I was pondering, who's this? Someone ran up to me while acting all excited. My, if it isn't our dear master craftsman. With a blooming smile, Medea appeared with a nasally voice. Great perfect timing, Medea acted like our meeting was a complete coincidence, but it didn't take a genius to figure out that that wasn't the case. Ah, yes. I looked at Medea with a flustered look. Seeing that she entered the 21st floor with her status as an administrator, it seemed her descent into the phenomenon realm was happening soon. What do you need? A. No, it's not like I need something. Medea smiled brightly and handed me a document. Here, take this. I was waiting until you came back. I glanced at the document. The words "complete transfer of prestige" were written across it. My eyes almost popped out of my eye sockets, but I swallowed hard and calmed myself down. What's this? I brought it just for you. I don't need prestige anymore. You're descending. Yep, yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Medea laughed like she had the world under her feet. She even twirled like a ballerina. So, to finalize my descent, I was wondering if you could make me a magician's robe and a ceremonial dress to wear underneath it. I'll prepare whatever material you need. Medea just looked too happy. I stared at her and pondered. To make a magician's robe and ceremonial dress that she would be satisfied with, I would have to dedicate 2-3 hours of my time every day for at least 1 month. Of course, that wasn't such a difficult task. Medea could also become a powerful ally to humanity once she descended. The problem wasn't time, but what would happen to Earth if she descended. You will, right? Medea urged for an answer, and I concluded my thoughts. I can. Whoa, Medea twirled and giggled like a little kid. Her brain seemed to be missing a screw. But I need you to make a vow. I'm coming back alive, Aliev. Hello. Yees. I took out the covenant dagger that Hanks left with me. Medea's eyes widened. Hey, what's up with the blade? In exchange for the robe and the dress, I want you to make a vow. I unleashed spirit power. Spirit power copier. You activated Miracle Spirit Power Copier. Yellow aura condensed in front of me and formed the shape of a copy machine. Summary, a copier that can copy anything. Activation condition, reveal the name of the skill. Consumption value, depends on what is being copied. Effect copies something with spirit power. To copy a living being, you must put the living being inside the copier. What's that? Medea furrowed her brows. It's nothing much, so don't be too worried. I put Hank's dagger into the copier. Attempting to copy Covenant dagger, problem occurred. You cannot copy this item with your spirit power. Use stigma overclocking or set a penalty with setting intervention. Setting intervention. You're talking to yourself, you know. I added a penalty to the Covenant dagger. First, it can only be used on Medea and Kim Hajin. Second, requires 4 streaks of stigma. Third, both sides must carry the same weight of the vow. Covenant dagger has been copied imperfectly. There. We just need to feed it our blood and make a vow. Medea's face returned to what it was in the past. It was the face she had when she was annoyed with me. What vow? It's simple. This was necessary to ensure Medea becomes an ally. Without something to tie her down, I didn't know what she would do once she descended on Earth. With her fickle and curious nature, she might experiment with humans and monsters to operate some kind of a chimera business. My vow will be, I will make Medea the most beautiful robe and ceremonial dress. Most beautiful. Wariness disappeared from Medea's eyes. Yes, and yours will be, I will not do anything that will harm humanity if I descend. I handed the copied covenant dagger to Medea. On the other hand, in a dark space of an unknown place. Oh! Jin Sahyuk groaned as she rolled on the ground. Her final attempt to escape seemed to have been successful as she couldn't feel any presences around her. Ha-ha-hoo! She collected her breath and checked her physical condition. Fractured bones, broken ribs, shattered teeth, and flowing blood. Her eyes were also damaged, hindering her vision, but thankfully none of her injuries were life-threatening. Those cowards! She spat out blood and cursed before starting to heal her body. First, she restored her eyes with her authority, reality manipulation. As she regained clear vision of her surroundings, a raspy voice entered her ears. Coward, you're an idiot. It wasn't a voice she recognized. Jin Sahyuk shot her eyes open and turned towards the direction of the voice. Jane was smiling brightly and staring at Jin Sahyuk. Who are you? Me. You know me. It's Rain. Rain. Yep, I guess my face is different from back then. Of course, my real name is a secret. Who is this woman? Jin Sahyuk wondered when she suddenly remembered something. A woman who introduced herself as Rain had visited Belle long ago. Do you know how hard it was for me to have you live? I had to convince her by telling her that you'll be the perfect bait to drag Belle out of hiding. What? Belle? Bait? Jin Sahyuk forced herself to get up. Crack, crack, her broken bones screamed in pain, but it wasn't unbearable. Yep, you have to be alive to bait and kill Belle. Anyways, are you done healing yourself? Jin Sahyuk nodded silently. Jane smiled brightly, then quickly moved and twisted Jin Sahyuk's wrists back. What? Then she placed a magic power suppressor on her wrists and ankles. You fucker, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just making you into proper bait. What bait would be allowed to use magic power? You bitch! Jin Se-hyuk began to struggle violently, but Jane easily knocked her over by tripping her feet. Thud. Jin Se-hyuk fell face first on the ground. However, she refused to yield and shook her body side to side. She almost looked like a shrimp flopping on dry land. Let go of me. Flop, flop, splash, splash. You cowards, 2-on-1 wasn't enough. Flop, flop, splash, splash. Jane looked down and smiled at Jin Se-hyuk, who was acting like she actually became a bait. Then she spoke to Boss, who she believed was watching from somewhere. Boss, I got a shrimp ready for you. Chapter 276. The Mountain Sage One Tigris, Dollar and Toji, X-Phil. The four monsters that Auden sent out caused a stir around the globe. Auden's monsters made front-page headlines all over the world. Hopeless news continued to pile up as people watched the despairing report that the monsters destroy their homes and loved ones. We're currently in Shanghai, China. With the reporter's words, the TV screen shifted. Rachel watched the news with graveness in her heart. Downtown Shanghai has been destroyed completely. The word completely was spot on. The sidewalks were overturned, and the skyscrapers that once touched the sky were reduced to nothing but bare bones and ashes. 1,300 heroes were summoned to fight against one monster. Ceaseless cries of pain resounded over the wreckage of the buildings. The bodies of the heroes sprawled out all over the ground were blurred on the screen. Mei Chun, considered by some to be one of China's most prospective heroes. Lei, who returned home after graduating from Cube at rank 6, and Li Jufeng, China's leading high-rank hero. The reporter continued gravely. A total of 987 heroes, including the three mentioned, fell during their heroic endeavor to protect their country from the monster. A streak of tears trickled down Rachel's cheeks. Despite the diplomatic competition and the petty disagreements she had over the years with China, she grieved from the bottom of her heart. The deaths of the heroes were a great loss to humanity. This is a photo of the monster that caused this devastation. A full-body photo of the monster appeared on the screen. Tigris, a monster that resembled a tiger. The shape of his body was too human-like for him to be called a two-legged tiger. However, his fur was too thick, and his claws were too sharp for him to be considered a human. And Paris is still under attack by zombies. Zombies kill people, transforming their victims into more zombies. Authorities have not been able to subdue this death-born transmission yet. If Auden dispatched his monsters as a warning to humanity, his plan was more than successful. The world began to tremble in fear as he intended when it witnessed the cruelty of the monsters. But not all countries were defenseless. With the help of Lady Hajin, an 8-star magician who happened to be staying in England, and player Shin Jae-hyuk, who served as the Knight Commander of the Royal Knights of Crevon, England successfully stopped a humanoid monster's attack. However, if Auden's goal was to completely destroy the Earth, then he had clearly failed. Not only did England successfully stop the monster, but it also immobilized it as well. Although England's defensive tactics have proved to be successful, it appears the World of Wish will continue to remain popular among its citizens. Experts attribute the growth of popularity to the widespread rumor that says the World of Wish will remain intact even when Earth shatters to pieces. Princess! At that moment, Rachel's old butler returned to the room. Rachel brushed away her tears. Yes, you should come on out. The guests will be arriving soon. Ah, is it really that time? The heads of different countries were scheduled to visit England today. Not only the Prime Minister and the rest of the cabinet, but Rachel was also expected to greet them. Rachel got up in a hurry. Evandel, take some rest. Before she left, Rachel patted Evandel, who had fallen asleep on the couch. Uyui. Evandel gave a small nod with her eyes barely open. She must be tired from taking care of all the wounded summoned spirits yesterday, Rachel thought, as she kissed Evandel gently on the forehead. Then she left. It only took about 10 minutes from Buckingham Palace to Toji's jail by limousine. A number of magicians were charging the jail cell that Knight Commander Shin Jae-hyuk had specifically built for Toji with their magic power. Thank you for coming, Princess. It's nice to see you. Rachel smiled and exchanged greetings with the defense secretary. Other ministers seemed busy preparing to welcome the VIPs. Rachel studied their faces. Cut down all the trees around here. But I heard that the immortal loves nature. Really? Ah, then get some more trees from somewhere. Ki Juchul was coming to observe Toji. In addition, Yu Yonha, who was currently in demand by virtually all authoritative figures in the world, was also coming to visit. The citizens of England had high hopes for this meeting, yet the Prime Minister, who should be leading this meeting from the front, was currently talking on the phone in a corner. Yeah, so you arrived at Busan safely. Yeah, sure. I'll take care of the permanent residency, don't worry. The Prime Minister spoke Korean even during personal calls. Ha! Oh yeah, I'll be right with you. There's not much time left until my term ends anyway. Rachel's eyebrows wriggled to form a frown. That man had secretly evacuated his entire family to Korea. How could he put his family before the entire country that he was responsible for? Rachel was baffled. Coon. Just as she was about to approach the Prime Minister, a portal activated with a huge tremor. Essential Dynamics called it the portable portal, which was not exactly a suitable description considering the device weighed 3 tons. But it was the only device that could help people travel to a specific destination without the use of a gift or skill. Everyone get ready. They're coming through, the technician shouted, and the cabinet gathered near the portal. Rachel stood next to the Prime Minister as well. Jying. Soon, the portal activated with an azure glow, and they could see a man and a woman on the other side. The first person to arrive was Ki Juchul, followed by Yu Yonha. Welcome, the Prime Minister approached the two guests. I'm Ray McKean. It's an honor to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Ki Juchul shook hands with the Prime Minister. Rachel quickly stepped to the Prime Minister's side. I'm Rachel Elizabeth Louise. It's an honor to finally speak to the immortal. Rachel held out her hand, but Ki Juchul only stared at her with a mysterious look in his eyes. Should I withdraw my hand, or should I keep it still? Rachel wondered when Ki Juchul finally spoke. You seem to possess a gift that is similar to mine. Rachel tilted her head in confusion. However, a moment later, when she realized that Ki Juchul had just praised her, she could hardly breathe. Pardon, a gift similar to Ki Juchul's. The immortal had just announced that he and Rachel were alike. Does that mean he's been watching me all this time? Rachel was overcome with joy and pressure at the same time. Really? Yes. Of course, Ki Juchul meant it in a completely different way. Similar gifts meant similar side effects. He continued to stare at Rachel to see how she would react. Thank you. Just as expected, heroes of the new generation are oblivious to side effects. Thinking so, Ki Juchul passed Rachel without a handshake. Good to see you. A woman came up and grabbed Rachel's trembling hand. Yes, Yonha SSI. It's good to see you too. It was Yu Yonha. Yu Yonha smiled and cut to the chase. Could you show me Toji? Of course. Follow me. Rachel tried to soothe her pounding heart as she led Yu Yonha and Ki Juchul to the Toji jail. Not that it was necessary, because the blue cubic jail was clearly visible from miles away. Yu Yonha looked up at the cube somewhat admiringly and said, That's the jail. I'm surprised it's holding up. Yes, but the magicians have to inject their magic power to maintain it. Jin Sahyuk's reality manipulation had one limitation. To maintain itself, the product needed a steady supply of magic power. But that also meant that the jail could be maintained for ever so long as there was a continual delivery of magic power. Is the monster sleeping? Ki Juchul asked as he studied Toji inside the cube. Yes, he has been for a while, answered Rachel, at which Ki Juchul approached the cube and tock knocked on it. What are you startled? Rachel sort of lunged at Ki Juchul, but the immortal appeared calm. He asked, How do I get inside? Pardon, inside. Toji's defense was impregnable. Rachel and Hajin had already reached the consensus that the best way to deal with Toji was to imprison him for as long as possible. And Ki Juchul had already been informed of their decision. Still, Ki Juchul seemed slightly confused by Rachel's reaction as he said, I have to get inside, or else I won't be able to kill that monster. Ah, of course, Ki Juchul, the strongest man of the present era, was full of confidence. Central Asia, Pandemonium, the residence of the presidential suite of Pandemonium's most extravagant hotel, Sauron's Respite, were having a peaceful afternoon despite all the commotion that was happening in the rest of the world. In a room set to the perfect temperature, laced with tranquil classical music and beautiful scenery just outside the window, Bell, Sahyuk was taken, Rumi finally shouted, unable to contain her frustration any longer. Yeah, I heard you, Bell answered flatly as he lay on the couch. Aren't you going to save her? Bell responded to Rumi with a smile. No, why would I when I was the one who sent her there? What? I sent her there. He instigated her to go, to be exact. He had to work his way up to it because she was the type of person who would never agree to do anything if she wasn't convinced it was her idea. You won't be able to change anything even if you go. You shouldn't go. You'll only end up getting beaten. If you win against Bile, I'll do anything you say. Bel provoked Jin Sahyuk, and she fell for it. A part of his original plan was to introduce her to the chameleon troupe, but he also wanted to bring her down a peg or two. She'd been too arrogant for his taste recently. Hey, are you insane? Who knows what they'll do to her? Nothing. They're gonna leave her alone. Harm. Bel gave a big yawn. Rumi glared at him in aghast. How can you be so sure? They're not a group of thugs, especially now that Bile is the boss and Kim Hajin controls them. A director, that word suited Kim Hajin quite well. The way Bell saw it, boss depended on Kim Hajin and wouldn't do anything to upset him. Just let her be. Sahyuk is the type to grow stronger by overcoming obstacles anyway. And if by any chance Jin Sahyuk happened to be in danger for real, Bell would simply need to save her before she ended up dead. She was as resilient as a cockroach anyways. What are you gonna do about Auden then? Ah, Auden. Recently, the name Auden had become synonymous with fear, but apparently not to Bell. Bell only smiled and said, I don't know. I'm not too worried about him. Why not? Looking up at the ceiling from the couch, Bell muttered, he admires humans too much to eradicate them. For someone to destroy humanity in its entirety, he had to truly loathe humans, and Auden didn't. Bell knew this all too well. Auden's palace. You have to eat. No, no snacks. You have to eat real food. Monster King Auden was looking at a child. The name of this child was Yonhee, and she was 3 years old. Currently, she was playing with two dolls, speaking to them in a play of her own. Your name is Cindy, and your name is Yeonju. Wow, Yeonju, you're a good eater. Suddenly, Auden began to wonder where this child came from. She was originally born of two humans but died from illness, and Auden had reconstructed her body and soul afterward. Then who exactly were her parents? Cindy, you should learn from Yeonju. Auden continued to watch Yonhee play with the dolls. The girl placed the two dolls in front of her and beamed. Auden thought, are all human children like this, or is there something wrong with this one? Nom, nom. It was definitely disrespectful of her to play with dolls in the presence of the king. If any of his servants had done this, Auden would have disintegrated them immediately. But Auden wasn't angry. Rather, he was overcome with a strange desire to watch the girl forever. This is where you were. At that moment, Park Han-ho showed up. He rushed to his daughter and held her in his arms. I sincerely apologize. My child is still young and foolish. Park Han-ho bowed his head and apologized. Auden stared at Yonhee in Park Han-ho's arms. She was trying to wriggle out of her father's arms to pick up the dolls lying on the floor. Auden stretched strands of his magic power out towards the dolls and delivered them to the girl. He spoke, I see her wander around here and there. Are children supposed to be like that? Yes, most young children are naturally curious. I see. Auden turned his gaze to the child again. Yoni was smiling at Auden, grateful that he had returned her dolls to her. Well then, we'll leave now. Park Han-ho lowered his head. Yoni did the same. Good morning. But it was the wrong greeting. Auden unconsciously let out a smile. No, Yonhee, you have to say goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Cindy and Yeonju says goodbye too. Yonhee tilted the dolls forward. Auden stared at Yonhee in silence. At that moment, Park Han-ho turned around, and Auden watched the two leave the room. She's cute. Auden surprised himself by thinking so. Pandemonium, a shady alley. I left the Tower of Wish, or technically, the World of Wish. The sun was starting to set as I walked through an alley in Pandemonium, looking over the list of requests I had received. Some of these requests were addressed to the Truth Agency, some to the Geronimo mercenaries, and the rest to the Chameleon Troop. I attributed my overflowing mailbox to the four monsters of hell. There's so many. The Truth Agency was flooded with Auden-related questions. I answered whatever question I could answer with the Book of Truth, and I chose to decline most of the requests addressed to Fenrir asking me to exterminate the monsters. I then kept walking. Suddenly, my body floated into the air. I didn't realize that I had fallen until my body flipped upside down. Fortunately, ether protected me from the impact, but the next attack was even quicker than ether. There appeared to be multiple assassins. One sliced the ether shield open, the other pushed a dagger through the gap, and yet another cut into my Achilles tendon. I felt burning pains in my shoulder and ankle. It seemed that the dagger was coated with poison. Thud, I fell to the ground. All of this happened in less than a second. I tried to activate bullet time, but my gift didn't respond. Only then did I realize why I wasn't able to detect the ambush in the first place. A gift that nullifies other gifts. One of the settings that I ended up discarding included a description about a group of assassins. One of its members, the Mountain Sage, possessed the nullification gift, but I wasn't sure why he was here in Pandemonium when he should be working in the Middle East. Too bad assassination doesn't work on me. His gift had nullified my gift, but I still had my skills. I activated my unique skill, time reversal, before the blade reached my throat. Chapter 277. The Mountain Sage 2. The Mountain Sage rose from the Middle East as the successor of the legendary assassin Hassanai Saba. Their roots date back to the year 1990, when the world had entered a period of rest after overcoming Outcall. It all started from a young Iranian youth who awakened the gift shackles. This gift had a simple power to restrain. On a smaller scale, it could restrain humans. On a bigger scale, this powerful gift could restrain even space and the flow of time. As if this wasn't enough, the Iranian youth awakened a second gift, Void World. After 1,000 years, the successor of the Order of Assassins had returned. The youth changed his name to Hajin and officially inherited the Saba. Using his past title, Lord of Alamat, he called himself the Mountain Sage and accepted only his direct descendants into the assassin group. Just like that, Hazen began to secretly work in the Middle East. To calm the chaotic political scene, he killed militant leaders by disguising it as accidents and used the chaos that ensued to assassinate the jinns and humans who were the root of it all. He continued his mission for 30 years. They had acted so secretly that even Kim Sukho had only recently discovered them. Although Kim Sukho had stepped down from the position of president, his desire for power had never subsided. In his head, the Mountain Sage's Order of Assassins was the perfect tool to deal with the chameleon troop. Although its founder, Hazen, was already dead, he had left behind a powerful legacy. Kim Sukho liked their meticulous assassinations and their sole desire for gold. As such, Kim Sukho called on them to become the mastermind in the shadows. He eliminated those who opposed him by disguising the murders as accidents and dug into politicians who seemed fishy to find their weak points. Through this, he formed a powerful stronghold that was much more powerful than when he was a president. Kim Sukho believed it wouldn't be any different this time. Although he had some doubts, the results shown by Hazen's descendants gave him confidence. Not long after accepting his request, Hazen's descendants figured out Black Lotus' identity through a simple yet difficult method of tracking all of Black Lotus' whereabouts. It was the work of their third executive who possessed the gift Colossal Search. Just like that, the Kim Hajin assassination plan started and was almost successful. No, it already succeeded once. Kim Hajin is Fenrir, and Fenrir is Black Lotus. In a thick darkness, the first of Hazen's 5 descendants, Hashan, spoke. They were hiding inside the darkness while waiting for Kim Hajin to show up. Interesting, the youngest descendant, Hare, smiled. It was surprising given his usual cold, emotionless attitude. We don't have to report this to our client. Our mission is to assassinate Black Lotus. Further talk is unnecessary. Is he coming soon, Hazia? Hashan asked the third descendant, Hazia. Yes, Kim Hajin will appear here. With an incredible inference and calculation ability, Colossal Search could even predict the future location of its target. Hazia had already done his work and learned that Kim Hajin would appear near them soon. He's coming. The 5 descendants in hiding all sensed a presence. They flared up the gift they all shared, Void World. Their bodies turned transparent, camouflaging them based on their surroundings, and darkness slowly spread out. Inside this dark domain, enemies were incapable of activating their gifts. Just like their past targets, Black Lotus would also be assassinated. Come out! However, the target's voice rang out before they could do anything. The 5 assassins flinched slightly, but they didn't think they were discovered. They believed Black Lotus was randomly murmuring as one would when coming back to a dark, empty home. Otherwise, I'll go instead. In the next moment, the target revealed himself. The 5 assassins all tilted their heads. The target, Kim Hajin, was emitting some kind of an aura. Kim Hajin called the spirit power he awakened the author's spirit power. The best part was that it could materialize the setting he wanted at any time. As such, Kim Hajin created a setting with his spirit power. Catch field, a skill that could track the presence of anyone within 500 meters. In addition, he sent his will to Spartan and called for a trustworthy reinforcement. KOONG. Next to Kim Hajin, an eagle and a burly man appeared. It was then that Hazen's descendants realized something was wrong. The burly man, Cheok Yungyung, spoke. "What is it all of a sudden? Look over there." Kim Hajin pointed at the direction Hazen's descendants were hiding. At the same time, Kim Hajin's aura shot out and lit up the area. Cheok Yungyung furrowed his brows and followed Kim Hajin's finger. "Should we run?" Hare murmured. "No, it's already too late." A husky voice rang out behind them. It was Cheok Yungyung's voice, and the next sequence of events happened lightning fast. Quang, thud, boom, the sound of combat rang out. Although the five descendants did their best to resist, assassins were naturally no good in a direct fight. Cheok Yungyung, who specialized in direct combat, was an unbeatable existence. England, London, it was early morning in Central Asia, but dinner time in England. Near Buckingham Palace, a rowdy event was underway. Boom! Lightning shot up from the prison cell Jin Sahyuk created. When the lightning disappeared, a flaming whirlpool appeared along with winds that were sharper than blades. The magnitude of the phenomenon easily surpassed what could be found in nature. Kuong. The series of disasters shook the prison cell Toji was trapped in. Hundreds of magicians poured in their magic power to maintain the cell. Still, dozens of magicians were knocked out in 10 seconds as Ki Juchul ceaselessly shook the prison cell. "Yuara!" Toji's scream rang out. His skin melted from extreme heat but still maintained its form and was cut from the metal attribute wind, yet nothing could sever his body. Ki Juchul poured powerful attacks into the prison cell from the outside. The injured Toji screamed in pain, but that only lasted a moment. After a round of attacks finished, Toji's body regenerated as though nothing had happened. Then he fell asleep peacefully. He truly is an interesting one. Ki Juchul stopped his attacks and murmured apathetically, "Tap, tap." The magicians who were supplying magic power to the prison cell fainted one by one. "Amazing. I feel like I'm in a dream." As expected of the immortal. Yonher and England's Prime Minister couldn't hide their awe, while Rachel stood by with her mouth wide open. Heaven-destroying natural disasters had just occurred inside a tiny 30-square-meter cell. The immortal's power was even more awe-inspiring in person. External attacks seem to work, but it looks like indirect attacks from the outside aren't enough to bring him down. That was indirect. Rachel swallowed her saliva at Ki Juchul's casual words. Wouldn't he have at least suffered mental damage? The Prime Minister asked carefully. Ki Juchul knew that Toji had forgotten pain. Not even imagined pain, created from fear, which was far scarier than actual pain, existed in that monster's mind. No, besides that, where is the person who created this prison? Ki Juchul took interest in another matter. Although an external supply of magic power was needed, he had not seen an ability that could endure his power in a long time. Rachel stepped up and explained, "It was created by a player. She is gone now." "Gone, so she died." "Pardon." Rachel thought Ki Juchul was joking. It was then that Rachel met Ki Juchul's emotionless eyes. From the deep void in his eyes, Rachel felt a chill run down her back. She squeezed out an answer. "No, she went back to the tower." Ki Juchul then turned away. "Unless you want to release him from the prison, it looks like someone else will need to handle him. We will need someone who can stop him from regenerating." Ki Juchul stepped back with dignity. His words, "someone who can stop him from regenerating," made everyone think of one hero. The sword saint, Kim Suho. The man who achieved the greatest title for a swordsman while only being in his mid-20s. Knowing that Rachel was acquainted with him, England's Prime Minister gave her a heartfelt look. It was then. "There's no need to call any brats, old man." A deep voice suddenly rang out. He sounded like Ki Juchul, but his voice felt deeper and more sonorous. Ki Juchul revealed a hint of surprise as he turned to face the voice. The government officials surrounding the area quickly parted when they met Ki Juchul's gaze. Like Moses who split the Red Sea, the owner of the voice quickly revealed himself through the gap. Dark blue eyes, long braided white hair, a scar on his eye, and wide shoulders with a shabby steel sword by his waist. The man who appeared was a legend everyone knew well. It was an opponent Ki Juchul had not met in a long time. "But I'm a bit tired from traveling." The man gave a profound smile. Realizing who he was, Yonher's jaw dropped. The man in front of her was truly a legend. So I'll personally deal with him tomorrow morning. Dresden's Miracle, where one man slaughtered 10,000 monsters. Operation Krahan, where a large Jin group disappeared overnight. He was the legendary hero behind numerous tales. Among the 9 stars, he was known to be second only to Shin Munchal. Steel Spirit Hanks had appeared in front of them. Yonha couldn't maintain a straight face because of the shock. Hanks! Ki Juchol called his name just as apathetically as before. Ki Juchol knew of the side effect of Hanks' gift, so he only gave him a dry look. Will you be able to do it? Hanks answered easily. As an artifact of the past, it's time for me to help the new generation. Objectively speaking, there was nothing special about Ki Juchol and Hanks meeting, as they both kept a set distance and only stared at each other. But everyone else maintained silence as they stared at the two titans. To them, they felt like they were experiencing an important moment in history. But no one dared to take out a camera to take photos. They simply stared at this once-in-a-lifetime moment in a daze. It's been a while. Only one person managed to muster up enough courage to speak. It was a woman who came as Ki Juchol's acquaintance. Nice to meet you, Lord Hanks. She was the sole exception. My name is Yonha, the Chief Strategic Officer of Essence of the Strait. Inside Buckingham Palace, Yonha came to stay overnight in Buckingham Palace. It was, of course, due to Hanks. To plan for their meeting the next day, Yonha began to study German history, Hanks' life, and more. She fully employed Falling Blossom's power to look for topics to talk about. Tock, tock, while Yonha was hard at work, knocking sounds rang out. Come in. The door opened as soon as Yonha gave the permission. As she expected, Rachel carefully walked in. She put down a tray of red tea and dessert on the table. Ah, thank you. I was feeling a bit tired. Yonha smiled brightly. Rachel also smiled back and sat across from her. The two women leisurely enjoyed the sudden tea time. Yonha sipped on red tea while looking over documents. Rachel watched Yonha work for 30 minutes or so before finally working up the courage to speak. Yonha SSI, this is about the Guild Alliance Essence of the Strait brought up. Yonha looked up at Rachel without speaking. Rachel became a bit nervous, but she was determined. If the English royal court could form an alliance with Essence of the Strait, then the huge unrest the people of England were feeling would subside greatly. Even the Prime Minister, who was trying to escape to Korea, could change his mind. I was wondering if you would like to team up with our guild. We will do our best to meet any demands. Yonha didn't say anything, so Rachel quickly continued. We discovered several artifacts from the Middle Ages recently. If our guild's ally, they can be lent out to Essence of the Strait's members. Ah, and Essence of the Strait can also use rights and interest we possess in prestige. Rachel's carefulness and Yonha's leisure began to lead to a negotiation. It was then, thud, the door suddenly shot open. Rachel and Yonha turned to the door without much thought. Harm, you were here. Standing there was Evandel with her eyes half closed. Startled, Rachel jumped up from her seat. Yonha's eyes also shot open. What? Yonha had good memory, but even if her memory was bad, she would have remembered that kid. She was that cute, like a fairy who came out of a story. Wait, but the last time Yonha had seen her, the child was with Kim Hajin. Ah! Rachel quickly ran towards the door and picked Evandel up. Wait, who's that? Yonha asked, but Rachel hid Evandel from sight with her back and shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. What do you mean nothing? Who is she? Nothing. Rachel didn't have the confidence to explain Evandel to Yonha. In the end, she quickly ran off. Where are you going? Yonha shot up and began to chase Rachel. Tell me who that is. Hold on a minute, I think I've seen her before in Seoul. Tadadadat, Yonha shouted as she ran across the hallway. Like I said, it's nothing. Tadadadat, Rachel ran, almost in tears. Yonha knew that she couldn't catch up to Rachel no matter how hard she ran, so she utilized the tools she had in her arsenal. If you don't come back, there will be no alliance. I was going to do it, but not if you run away. Even so, Rachel didn't stop running away. In fact, she used the power of her elementals to quickly disappear from Yonha's sight. Ha ha! Left in an empty hallway, Yonha looked around her surroundings in a daze. Rachel and the mysterious child were gone completely. Yonha wiped the sweat that formed on her forehead. What the heck? She was left with many questions and doubts. That day, bizarre chaos emerged in Yonha's head. I returned to the chameleon troop's hideout with Cheok Young and 5 prisoners. Cool. Jiok Yungyung threw the unconscious assassins on the floor. Why did you bring them back? A family of assassins, 2 in their 30s and 3 in their 20s. I wanted to interrogate them since people I only knew about through my setting appeared in person. But Jiok Yungyung replied with a grin. To use for my training. Training? Though a bit stupid, it was a very Jiok Yungyung-like answer. The chameleon troop's hideout was built with magic engineering, so the exit was removable. Naturally, it was possible to lock someone up. Will you be fine? Jiok Yungyung grinned and smacked his chest. Of course, I've been bored, so it's perfect. There's Auden, but there's time until I'll get to fight him. Jiok Yungyung granted the title, Powerful Enemy, to Auden, but we had yet to even set a date for our battle. We only knew that a spy who infiltrated his palace would let us know of a good time. These guys have a gift for making critical attacks, so I can use them to train how to avoid critical attacks. Sure, but make sure to find out who's behind them. Yeah, don't worry about that. Oh, right, boss imprisoned someone recently. Her name's Jin Sahyuk. You know her, right? My eyes shot open. Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk and boss, what happened? Who knows? Boss said she'll use the kid to lure in Bell. Cheok Yungyung stretched. I pondered. Bell and Jin Sahyuk, boss and Bell, and boss and Jin Sahyuk. I didn't know what happened, but there was one thing I was sure of. Given Bell's personality, though I didn't know much about him, it didn't seem like he'd come save Jin Sahyuk. After a light sigh, I asked Cheok Yungyung, where is she imprisoned? I came down to the lowest floor of Chameleon Troop's building. Rather than a prison, it was more like an undeveloped floor. In this empty space, Jin Sahyuk was curled up like a shrimp with her hands and ankles restrained with magic power suppressors. She looked feeble, like she hadn't eaten food or drank water in days. She even had a blindfold on to hinder her vision. What idiotic thing did she do this time to get herself in this situation? Looking at her, I suddenly felt sympathy. It was a side effect I developed after finding out about Kim Chundong's past. Kim Chundong and Jin Sahyuk formed most of my recent worries. Tusk. Rather than that, why was someone with the highest potential in my novel getting thrashed around all the time? Who is it? Jin Sahyuk seemed to have heard me click my tongue as she gave a reaction. She raised her head to look at me, but she sighed after realizing the blindfold was still covering her vision. Is it Belle? Belle. Did she lose her intuition too after being locked up? I approached her with a wry smile. Then I put my hands on her blindfold. UK. Jin Sahyuk trembled, but she seemed to have figured out my intent as she didn't resist. Hugh, it's Belle, right? She let out a sigh of relief as I carefully lifted the blindfold. Chapter 278. Commence 1. I cautiously removed Jin Sahyuk's blindfold. With the cloth blocking her sight gone, Jin Sahyuk slowly opened her eyes. She frowned, blinded by the light, then she raised her head and looked at me. You're not Belle. She tilted her head, still in a daze. She sat motionless for the next 3 minutes. I was the one who spoke first. With a sigh, I asked, what are you doing here? Jin Sahyuk didn't answer and only dropped her gaze to the floor. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from embarrassment. If you aren't going to talk, I'm leaving. As I got up, Jin Sahyuk flinched. She bounced up desperately like a fish jumping out of water. Wait, don't leave. I stopped and looked down at Jin Sahyuk. Why? Release me. I scanned Jin Sahyuk carefully. She was bound with magic power suppressors, a powerful, effective good from the Tower of Wish that suppressed all magic power. How did you get caught in the first place? Jin Sahyuk opened her mouth as if she was about to say something but soon shook her head with a sigh. I can't tell you. Then I can't let you go either. Why? Jin Sahyuk's resentful glare landed on me. Our fruitless conversation continued when suddenly, she said she wanted to borrow you. I heard a new voice behind my back. It was Boss. I turned around, slightly confused. Borrow me? That's right. Boss scowled at Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk averted her gaze without a word. It wasn't too difficult to discern what had gone down between these two. Jin Sahyuk thinks I'm Kim Chundong, so she probably told Boss that she wants to take me to Akatrina, which led them to have a fight. Although I'm not sure why Jin Sahyuk chose to announce her decision to Boss. Hajin, she's dangerous. She's planning to kidnap you, Boss said, as she furtively stepped on Jin Sahyuk's foot. Q-Ark, Jin Sahyuk screamed, but she didn't forget to bite Boss' shoe at the same time. As you can see, she's vicious. You can't set her free. Boss stared at me with a mysterious look. This time I could understand the meaning behind her gaze, even without the help from the magnifying glass. She was worried for me. I scratched the back of my neck awkwardly. Of course, I had no intention of returning to Akatrina with Jin Sahyuk. However, I was destined to leave Boss one day. Technically, I didn't even exist in this world. A bittersweet taste lingered in my mouth. Well, even if I do end up getting kidnapped, it sure isn't going to be by her. You don't have to worry. You still can't set her free. I have to go now because I have other business to take care of, but if this scoundrel isn't here when I come back— Boss looked at me sternly. Bear in mind there won't be any forgiveness even if it's you. Boss warned coldly and left immediately. Well, nothing I can do at this point. I shrugged my shoulders at Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk also raised her head and looked at me. She whispered, "Just let me go secretly." "Are you crazy?" Jin Sahyuk frowned. "At least give me something to eat." "Eat? Yeah, I'm starving." Right, since her magic power was sealed, it should be harder for her to withstand hunger and thirst. "Fine, give me a moment." I went upstairs to the kitchen. Cooking was easy thanks to Dwarf's dexterity. In 20 minutes, I finished cooking a pot of beef porridge and prepared jangjorim and kimchi as side dishes. Sniff, sniff. Jin Sahyuk was already enjoying the smell of the dish before I came down the stairs. Here, I put the tray down in front of her, but Jin Sahyuk only stared at it without laying a finger on it. "What? Untie me so that I can eat?" "You know I can't." "What, so you expect me to lick it like a dog?" Jin Sahyuk glared at me. As a former king, she wouldn't dare endure such disgrace. Left with no other option, I scooped the porridge with a spoon and offered it to her. Open wide. Fuck. Jin Sahyuk seemed to have realized that this was the best treatment she was going to get as she swallowed the porridge without resistance. However, the moment that the porridge slid down Jin Sahyuk's throat, Jin Sahyuk's eyes widened. But I let out a laughter as I had expected her to react this way. Even the most expensive ingredients wouldn't be able to recreate the amazing taste of my porridge. The dish was the manifestation of perfection that only young dwarf's dexterity could create. It's good, right? It's. Give me more. I need to taste it thoroughly for an honest assessment. With a smile, I stuffed the porridge down Jin Sahyuk's throat. Jin Sahyuk soon lost all sense of shame. Give me that kimchi. Jangjorim too. Give me one more bowl. More. Hey, don't you have any dongchi? Jin Sahyuk ate like she had been starving for eons. Meanwhile, around the same time, Rachel had evacuated to her room with Evandel. Although her heart was still thumping from the earlier incident, she was relieved to see that Evandel had already fallen asleep in her arms. Phew, Rachel let out a sigh of relief. She was sure Evandel was asleep when she left. Did she wake up because I wasn't by her side? A sense of pride swept through Rachel when she realized that maybe she had become important to Evandel, but it was quickly replaced by concern as she remembered what Kim Hajin and Hajin said to her. They both had insisted to keep Evandel hidden from others for as long as they could. This was the reason why all royal servants had to swear under the silent oath. Of course, Rachel could always argue that Evandel was her cousin or something. But everything happened so fast, and she didn't want to lie to Yu-Yonha. Yu-Yonha was dangerous because she could do anything for the honor and glory of her guild. Rachel didn't want to expose Evandel to such an ambitionist. But for some reason, it seemed that Yu-Yonha already knew Evandel. Rachel couldn't stop thinking about what Yu-Yonha said about seeing Evandel in Seoul. Rachel carefully placed Evandel on the bed. ZZZZ, ZZZZ. Now in a more comfortable posture, Evandel fell deeper into sleep. She seemed as lovely as always. Putting aside all worries and concerns, Rachel lay beside Evandel and patted her. Guild Alliance. Yu-Yonha's words suddenly popped up in her mind, but Rachel managed to block it. She didn't want to use Evandel as a means for negotiation. Evandel was dear to her. Rachel patted Evandel's head until her breathing began to soften. And soon enough, Rachel began to feel sleepy as well. Harm! Rachel's eyes closed and her hands stopped. The pair fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, the victim, Yu-Yonha, was unable to sleep. What was that? Yu-Yonha muttered as she twirled a pen between her fingers. She had returned to her room after failing to locate Rachel. The girl who came looking for Rachel earlier was most definitely the girl who was with Kim Hajin. So the most probable explanation at this point was, but that girl clearly doesn't have Kim Hajin's genes. She only looks like Rachel. What is? Yu-Yonha wrapped her head with her hands. She couldn't help but suspect that this all had something to do with Kim Hajin. Thinking back now, Kim Hajin always wanted to help Rachel out in one way or another. For example, the negotiation between Essential Dynamics and the British government months earlier was fundamentally the fruit of Kim Hajin's efforts. Then were Kim Hajin and Rachel really? Wait, then what about Ki Nayan? I don't understand. Was Kim Hajin a womanizer who chased after girls at every chance he got? No, she thought. He may be a sociopath without empathy, but he's definitely not a player. Maybe it was a momentary mistake. That made more sense. Anything could happen between a man and a woman on the spur of the moment. Oh my God. Yuyona covered her hot, flushed cheeks with her hands. Ooh, so that means... The girl seemed to be about 5 years old at the least, which meant it must have happened when they were still in Cube. Oh God, I can't believe him. Yuyona started to feel a sense of betrayal as her imagination intensified. The next morning, Rachel slowly opened her eyes. Evandel was already gone, probably having left for her morning meditation session with Hajin. Harm, Rachel stretched with a yawn. Tock, tock, this knock was probably from her butler. I'm awake, Rachel answered, and the old butler opened the door and came into her room. Were you able to get a full night's rest? Yes, and Evandel is. Lady Hajin picked her up this morning for their morning meditation. Would you like a cup of tea? Rachel nodded and pulled herself out of bed. Yes, black tea, please. As soon as the butler clapped his hands, servants brought her the tea. Rachel combed her disheveled hair and sat at the table. Enjoy your tea. The butler left, and Rachel poured the tea out of the teapot into the cup in front of her. Just as she was about to fight off her remaining drowsiness and begin yet another beautiful day with a sip of bittersweet tea, excuse me, you can't do this. A small commotion occurred just outside her room. Stop, this place is off limits to outsiders. What's happening? Curious, Rachel turned her head towards the hallway. What do you mean by off limits? I'm the princess, teacher, and I need to speak to her right this moment. It was then that she recognized the familiar voice. Rachel flinched. Immediately, the door swung open and a woman entered the room. I knew you'd be here, Rachel. Rachel's grip around the cup tightened the moment she saw the woman. How have you been? This woman was Rachel's former teacher, the elementalist Shin Yowa. Rachel suddenly felt dizzy. All those horrible days she had spent with Shin Yowa unexpectedly emerged in her mind. She had been beat up, insulted, and humiliated for no good reason. Rachel wanted to erase that portion of her past from her memory forever. Why haven't you been keeping in touch? Do you know how much I missed you? However, despite the horrendous treatment she had received from her former teacher, Rachel chose not to take any action against Shin Yowa. It wasn't just because she was afraid of Shin Yowa's reputation as the Earth's best elementalist. Rachel didn't want to betray her teacher. Why won't you answer me? Shin Yowa, oblivious to her former student's generosity, took advantage of Rachel's publicity and promoted herself as Rachel's master. Don't you know better than to ignore your teacher? Shin Yowa gave a sly smile. Gangwon-do, underground bunker. 3 weeks had passed since the start of the training camp. Ki Naeun stayed awake all night again because of the memo Hanks had left behind the day before. Oh, by the way, I met Kim Hajin last week. He seemed to be a feisty lad. Ki Naeun couldn't find the right words to answer him. She no longer remembered what she was supposed to feel about Kim Hajin. The only thing that she was sure about at this point was that she wanted to see him badly. Ki Naeun spent the night in distress, and morning came before she knew. Tearing, everyone got out of bed at the sound of alarm and stood in a line at the center of the bunker. Did you sleep well? Soon enough, team leader YunSeo-jin appeared. This time she was accompanied by a rather unusual guest, Spirit Speech Master Aileen. With a stern look and a pair of short legs, Aileen stood beside YunSeo-jin. YunSeo-jin looked down at Aileen with a mixture of emotions. She let out a small sigh and began her speech. So, today is the day that we begin our mission, Miss Aileen will explain the details. Surprised murmurs filled the bunker as no one had expected the mission to begin so abruptly. Aileen explained, My Team 1 and your Team 3 will enter Auden's territory today. We've been keeping the exact date hidden for confidentiality, and I hope you understand. It was an astonishing and sudden declaration. But there's no need to worry. Our first and foremost goal is to build an outpost. We're simply setting up a place for us to eat, sleep, and rest while we fight Auden. Aileen took out a card from her pocket. This is a 7-star card called Building Fortress. Building Fortress. 7-star effective good. Instantly build a fortress. Above the sea, beneath the earth, over a cliff, anywhere. The fortress possesses LV7 defense and is equipped with a portal that only the card owner's allies can use. This card can be used to build a fortress anywhere. We'll use it to build our underground outpost near Auden's palace. Aileen stopped and laid out on the ground the various camping gears that had been reduced in size with magic engineering. All of you take one each. Though they were still stunned by the sudden announcement, the heroes quickly retrieved the gears from the ground just as they had been instructed to do. And now I introduce you to the man who will help us travel to Auden's territory. A dense fog rolled over the bunker the moment Aileen finished speaking. A man in a robe appeared from within the fog. Nice to meet you. My name is Rebay. The man who introduced himself as Rebay, Bell smiled at the heroes. To Bell, the members of the task force were basically gold mines, destined to become leaders of the future. Is he an outsider? Kim Suho asked, slightly suspicious. Aileen answered briefly, yes, he is. To be honest, Aileen was also suspicious of this outsider. She had hesitantly agreed to let him in on the mission only because the administration insisted that he was trustworthy. Ah, please do not be worried. I am already under spirit speech seal, as well as oath and vow. It was true. Not only did Bell sign all sorts of contracts, but he also agreed to be put under Aileen's spirit speech seal, which proved that Bell's intentions were pure. He didn't need to lie about Auden because his goals aligned with the government's. Spirit speech seal is that thing where... Yeah, Aileen nodded to YunSeo-jin. Even if this man has the intention of betraying us, it's okay. His heart would burst, and he'll die a painful death with just one word from my mouth. Everyone was surprised. This meant that Bell had basically entrusted his life to Aileen. Well, in that case, Kim Suho nodded and stepped back. Thank you everyone for trusting me. Bell spoke, trying to keep his voice modulation in control. My role in this mission is very simple. I'm going to transport all of you to Auden's territory using my skill, mass teleport. Well, I guess I shouldn't waste any more of your time. Everyone, please gather around me. Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, Yi Jiyoon, Yi Yonghan, and the remaining members of Team 3 hesitantly approached Bell. Please hold onto each other tightly so that you don't end up outside the spell circle. Ah, but don't look so nervous. You'll be returning here as soon as you finish setting up the outpost. Bell released his magic power. Violet air currents swirled around Bell, creating a complicated geometric shape. Bell shouted cheerfully, "Here we go, Gyuwu." Before long, the spell circle was completed and Bell's skill, Mass Teleport, was activated. Chapter 279. Commence 2 Mass Teleport brought the members of Team 3 to Auden's territory. But when they opened their eyes, they didn't see anyone from Team 1, including Aileen. Only the members of Team 3 were on the vast field of Africa. Team 3's leader, YunSeo-jin, became a bit worried when a second flash of mass teleport occurred. Shuung, a violet magic power lit up, transferring over others. Aileen, Yi Yongha, Jin Se-in, Nicholas, Palmer, and Seo Youngji. Although Team 1 consisted of only these 6 heroes, everyone other than Seo Youngji and Jin Se-in were elites of the Temple of Justice. Everyone from Team 3, except Shin Jonghak, stared at them with widened eyes. Is everyone here? Aileen stepped up and checked the heroes present. But for some reason, Aileen had an eye patch over her left eye. This smart eye patch was an effective good from the tower, allowing complicated calculations and deductions to be made with ease. Great, everyone's here. After receiving the result from the eye patch, Aileen smiled in satisfaction. Rebay approached Aileen and spoke in a soft voice. My role ends here, but if you would like, I can tag along. Aileen furrowed her brows. What help will you be to us? I can carry your bags, for example. I've already made a vow, so you can order me around as you please. Think of me as your SLA. Hold on a minute. Aileen took out a radio. From what the Hero Association discovered, Auden had the ability to detect magic power within 500 km of his palace. But because his detection ability was limited only to magic power, the higher-ups decided to use electronic equipment. This is Aileen. We've arrived safely. We can hear you. This is Commander Yigongmyang. Yigongmyang. His intelligence and strategic mind rivaled the level of a gift. He became the Minister of National Defense at just 30 years old. What should we do next? We deployed a drone and dug a tunnel. It should be nearby, so please confirm it. A tunnel, Aileen looked around. Indeed, there was an entrance covered in leaves and rocks. I found it. Go inside. Auden and his servants' magic power detection becomes weak underground. But for everyone's safety, don't use magic power until I give the signal. Got it. Aileen turned around and faced the others. Follow me, everyone. Team 1 and Team 3 began their march, everyone following behind Aileen. The tunnel dug by the drone was dark and deep. Click. Aileen turned on a flashlight and lit the pathway. Hey, Kim Suho, what's this? Ki Naeun tapped on Kim Suho's shoulder. I don't know, but we've been expecting something like this, right? Kim Suho smirked and answered. Ki Naeun also put on a thin smile. I guess so. I don't mind. It's fun. Same. Don't lie. I'm not. Tack, tack, only the sound of footsteps rang out. Shin Jonghak cut in between Ki Naeun and Kim Suho, and Ki Naeun walked while playing a mini-game on her phone. Ki Naeun, Shin Jonghak, and Kim Suho walked forward side by side. The tunnel ran down diagonally until it became flat at a certain point. How have you guys been? As the tension was starting to die down, a voice suddenly rang out. Kim Suho turned around in slight surprise and saw Jin Se-in, who was smiling brightly. Ah, senior. It's been a while. Hello. Kim Suho, Ki Naeun, and Shin Jonghak answered respectively. I wanted to see you all. Jin Se-in, who felt uncomfortable in Team 1's stiff atmosphere, liked being with her juniors more. She first tried to estimate Kim Suho's strength. She didn't need to fight him, only needing to look into his eyes. As expected of the man who recently gained the title Swordsman of Wish, Kim Suho had gotten strong enough to make Jin Se-in smile. Senior, who's that? Kim Suho pointed at Bara and asked. Think of me as a hidden powerhouse. Bara answered before Jin Se-in could say anything. Clearly, Bara had excellent hearing. A hidden powerhouse. Seeing Ki Naeun frown, Bara grinned. Yes, there are many hidden powerhouses in this world. Hanks, who appeared once again, and Black Lotus, for example. Auden would also be considered one. Kim Suho's eyes slightly widened. You know Black Lotus? Maybe I'm Black Lotus. No, that's impossible. Aileen, who was listening in on the conversation, spoke firmly. Black Lotus isn't so frivolous. Qhum. Aileen's sharp tone turned the atmosphere awkward. TZZZT, TZZT. At that moment, Aileen's radio turned on. If you haven't been discovered yet, everything is going as planned. Walk 200 km from there. You can use buff magic if you want. 200 km. Aileen turned around. Yijiyun and Palmer were the group's supporters, but because Palmer was a healer, buffing the team was Yijiyun's job. Supporter Yijiyun, prepare haste. Yes. Yijiyun carefully took out a bow. Then she weaved buff arrows with her magic power. One for each. Can't you do it using a spell or something? Aileen, who didn't even like syringes, wasn't happy to be pierced by arrows. It's more effective this way. Tusk, go easy. Aileen closed her eyes reluctantly, and Yijiyun shot her arrows. Although being shot came with a slight pain, it was more than bearable. Let's go. With Yijiyun's haste buff, the group moved quickly enough to leave behind afterimages. Although 200 km couldn't be traveled easily by walking, their superhuman physical abilities heightened with haste let them accomplish it in 3 hours. This is Yigongmyang. If everyone has arrived at the destination, use the card. They arrived at a spacious area. Rather than a pathway, it was more like a room. Understood. Aileen took out the fortress card as ordered. We will be using it now. 7-star card, building fortress. Aileen infused her magic power into it without hesitation. I want a tough fortress capable of holding 300 people. Shung, the moment Aileen's spirit speech was added to the card turned into magic power and seeped into the earth. And that was it. There was no rumbling or further undulation of magic power. Only a faint wind blew before space began to warp. Tough iron fencing rose up from the ground, while dozens of small barracks appeared inside. A headquarters building was constructed in the middle. Wow, it's a real fortress. Amazing. Kim Suho and Ki Naeun murmured in awe, but they weren't the only ones who were surprised. Even Aileen, who activated the card, stared at the fortress in shock. All right, let's go inside and unpack. This will be our base of operation for the upcoming Auden assassination mission. Aileen announced proudly as she walked into the fortress. The fortress had 99 barracks. Considering the number of heroes that would need to use the base, 3 people had to share one. As such, Ki Naeun, Yijiyun, and Jin Se-in came to use the same barracks. Inside the petite log cabin, the three women unpacked their belongings leisurely. Nayan SSI. At that moment, Jin Se-in called Ki Nayan. Yes, Ki Nayan, who was changing her clothes, tilted her head. You dropped this. What is it? Jin Se-in picked up a piece of paper that fell on the ground. It was wrinkly from being kept in her pocket all this time. Oh, that. Ki Nayan smiled bitterly as she received the invitation letter to the love room. It's an effective good that can summon a person. Summon? Yes, I just need to know the person's tower nickname. Hearing this, Yijiyun cut in. Wow, really? Who are you going to summon with that? Oh, I have someone in mind. Extra Zevon. Ki Nayan immediately thought of her game master, who saved her when she was about to die inside the tower. Although a couple years had passed since she obtained the summoning item, she didn't have the chance to use it. I think I'll use it soon. Ki Nayan planned to use it before fighting Auden. After all, it would be wasted if she died. Meanwhile, Jin Se-in looked at the summoning paper with sparkling eyes. It's a great item. I'd love to have one too. Do you want to exchange it with this card? Jin Se-in took out a card. A 1,000-day wait, 6-star. Can be used 1,000 days after acquiring it. After this card is activated, you will meet someone you want coincidentally the next day. Ki Nayan read the item description, then quickly shook her head. Nah, I have to wait 1,000 days to use it. That's terrible. No, think about it. It's better since you don't need to know your target's player name. It's fine. I already know who I'm going to summon. Ki Nayan pushed the card away. Jin Se-in pouted, then put the card back into her pocket. Who are you going to summon? Can you tell us his player name? Let's hear it. Jin Se-in narrowed her eyes at Ki Nayan. Yijun also stared at her with eyes full of anticipation. Of course, Yijun already knew who Ki Nayan wanted to summon. It had to be Kim Hajin. Technically, I don't know who he is either. You might know, senior, since you're a Gosu. Ki Nayan cleared her throat, then carefully brought up a name. Extra Zevon, have you heard of him? He does sound familiar. Jin Se-in furrowed her brows and fell into thought. Ki Nayan focused her attention on Jin Se-in, hoping for an answer. After all, Jin Se-in was a famous ranker inside the Tower of Wish. Neither Jin Se-in nor Ki Nayan paid any attention to Yijun. However, Yijun found the answer easily. She had a huge hint. The nickname Extra Zevon, and what Kim Hajin secretly said to her when he came to cure Ki Nayan's curse. Tell her that an extra came to help. Gulp. The question that was lingering in her mind ever since that day was finally answered. So that's what he meant by extra. Yijun swallowed hard. Haha, sorry, I'm not sure. I'll try to find out later. Jinseyin scratched her head and laughed. It's fine. He likes to keep his identity a secret, so it's not all that surprising. Ki Nayan waved her hands. Yijun stared at them with a wry smile before heading out of the barracks. Why don't you summon him now? I know, that's a bit. I want to, but we're in the middle of a top-secret mission. I'm kidding, of course. But what are you going to say to him when you meet him? Nothing much. I just have a few questions to ask him, but more importantly, I want to thank him. He saved my life, you see. Yijun went to find Shin Jonghak, leaving behind Ki Nayan and Jin Se-in. England, Buckingham Palace. As the sun was rising from the east, many spectators were already gathered around the illusory prison, entrapping Toji. The Prime Minister, Vice Minister, their secretaries, Princess Rachel, Yuyonha, etc. Everyone except Ki Juchel and Hanks were present, waiting for Hanks, who declared he would kill Toji. Hey, who was that kid from yesterday? Why won't you answer me? Yuyonha nudged Rachel, who was standing next to her, but Rachel maintained a thick face and replied shamelessly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is that all you have to say? You're joking, right? Ha! Rachel's innocent face dumbfounded Yuyonha even more. Wow, look at you. Did you lose your memory? In truth, Rachel wasn't in any state to deal with Yuyonha. She already had a headache from Shin Yohwa, who made her nest in her bedroom. I'm not sure what you mean. Excuse me, don't you want to form an alliance? Lord Hanks is coming out. Rachel quickly pointed to the distance. Tack, like she said, Hanks was approaching the crowd. Yuyonha decided to put her suspicion aside and ran up to Hanks. Lord Hanks, I'm Yuyonha. I introduced myself to you yesterday. How are you feeling today? Yuyonha spoke in German. Hanks seemed happy as his eyebrows danced furtively. You're Yu Jinwoong's daughter. I'm fine. Your German is excellent. Yes, I enjoy German culture. Oh, do you now? Yes, German beer is the best in the world. Yona showed off the German skills she acquired through her crash course last night. Hanks talked to her in satisfaction as he walked towards the illusory prison. It's time for business. We can talk later. Hanks stopped their conversation. Yes, thank you. Satisfied with the result she got, Yona backed off. Crack, crack, Hanks loosened his neck and shoulder muscles. Now, let's do this. Lord Hanks, we have a buff magician ready. That's unnecessary. The Prime Minister quickly suggested the use of a buff magician, but Hanks declined and took out his steel sword. He had already finished his preparations. Although his body was no longer what it used to be, he honed himself last night, and his resonance with his steel sword was clear. That was enough for him. Ch-Wick. Hanks swung his sword, unleashing his magic power at the same time. The illusory prison shattered. The steel magic power spread out in all directions and formed a new prison, one that encased Hanks and Toji inside. What? Toji, who was asleep, woke up with a dazed look. He noticed that his surroundings had changed. Wah! Toji got up, feeling curious. Hanks swung his sword, piercing Toji's chest. Ack! Toji screamed and stepped backwards. He frowned and glared at Hanks. Pain angered Toji. You kill! Rocks crumbled from Toji's body, which then shot towards Hanks. But mere rocks couldn't touch Hanks. In terms of compatibility, Hanks' steel displayed absolute superiority against Toji's earth. You kill! Seeing that long-ranged attacks were ineffective, Toji began to swing his fists. Coon, coon, coon. But Hanks easily avoided Toji's inexperienced attacks and countered at the right time. Wounds began to appear on Toji's body. I know pain. Even so, Toji stood unperturbed. He had long forgotten about pain. He believed his body could regenerate itself endlessly, and thus had no fear. However, Toji soon realized that his body wasn't moving as he wanted it to. His arms felt heavy, and his chest stuffy. It was as if the soil making up his body was hardening. Toji had no choice but to stop attacking. What? Dull little rascal, you just realized, Hanks grinned. Real eyes. Steel transformation. That's what you're experiencing. I injected my magic power into your mind. Toji's body was made of earth, and metal defeated earth. It wasn't hard for Hanks to inject his magic power into Toji's body. You also caught the symptoms killing my body. The magic power of steel devoured Toji's body of earth, and steel transformation quickly took place. Toji could no longer move. He stared at his body, which was solidifying and becoming metallic. What an anticlimactic end. Hanks felt Toji's final moments were no different than his own. He knew he would meet the same end one day. It's hard to see it any longer. Hanks raised his sword. Like a wind-up doll that stopped functioning, Toji stood still with his head facing down. Ha! After a sigh, Hanks' steel sword swung down. Africa, Auden's territory, late afternoon of early winter, in the African continent filled with monsters, I arrived in Auden's territory along with Spartan. Black Lotus. I just arrived. It was to accomplish the secret mission assigned by the Hero Association to the Chameleon Troop spy retrieval. Yes, confirmed. The commander of the mission, Yi Gongmyang, answered from the radio. He was a character I created, a genius in tactical warfare and strategy, so I had confidence in his abilities. I'll send the signal to the spy soon. I didn't know how, but he managed to plant a spy in Auden's territory. The chameleon troop was tasked with retrieving him safely. The reward was, as expected, an astronomical amount of money and the cancellation of the bounty placed on them. There was no reason not to accept. What comes after the signal? You can go to the fortress we prepared underground. Fortress? Underground fortress. The unexpected phrase surprised me. Yes, we prepared a fortress to use as our base camp. It was prepared in secret, so I'm afraid I can't tell you too much about it. Well, nothing was really impossible in this world. I wouldn't be surprised if Atlantis existed too. Understood. Contact me after signaling your spy. Yes, understood. As soon as the communication cut off, a beeping signal arrived. It was a Morse code signaling a coordinate. Chapter 280. Commence 3 beep, beep. Auden spy retrieval mission. The association needed the strongest and the stealthiest member of the chameleon troop for this mission they named Sunrise. Boss was the most suitable member, of course, but the reason I volunteered in her place was simple. It wasn't just because I could turn back time and Boss couldn't. I was worried about her. It was a strange feeling. I didn't want to see her get hurt. Beep, beep. Boss must have thought the same thing. Before I came here, we had a little argument over who would participate in this mission. I won in the end, but Boss was probably watching me from somewhere right now. Beep, beep. I took out the mysterious magnifying glass again, which allowed me to identify other people's emotions and weaknesses. Boss emotions that I witnessed the other day continued to linger in my mind. Ha! I heaved a sigh. I suddenly remembered that it had been 8 years since I first woke up in this world. That's enough time to graduate from both middle and high school. More than half of those years I spent with Boss. Beep, beep. Over the years, through all the laughter we shared, she changed me and I changed her. She had become close to me before I knew it. Yibile, I muttered her name. It was then that I realized this could be an interesting pun. Yibile separation had become close to me before I knew it. Beep, beep. My thoughts were starting to get off topic when the Morse code finally stopped. I ceased thinking and turned my attention to the screen, which displayed a pair of numbers. 7.273853, 20.141379. Converted to latitude and longitude, the result was 701625.9 and 20 OEIGHTTWENTY9E. These coordinates, according to the map, was in the middle of Auden's palace. What the? The coordinates were pointing to the center of Auden's palace. Well, to be fair, this mission wouldn't have come with such great rewards if it was easy. I picked up the radio and whispered, I received the coordinates. Roger that. Contact us after rescuing our agent. Also, please wear the camera we gave you. After we confirm that our agent is safe, we'll let you know the location of the underground fortress. The radio stopped there, and I took out the Book of Truth to make sure all of this wasn't a trap. My question, is this mission a facade for capturing the chameleon troop? The answer, no, that was a waste. Though it sounded simple, the question actually took up 2 streaks of stigma because it required an understanding of human psychology and its structure. Fortunately, thanks to the Orb of Regeneration, it would take only 3 hours to fully recharge stigma. I stretched before I began the mission. I put on some armor and other equipment I brought with me. First was the carbon fiber armor reinforced with magic, rare ores, and enchantment. The Black Lotus uniform. Black Lotus uniform, masterpiece composite attribute, a masterpiece born of great dexterity. When you look at this armor, you can't help but admire the craftsmanship of the dwarves, the creation race. Defensive power, 7/10, high rank shock absorption, high rank magic power circulation, high rank physical strength enhancement, high rank magic power reinforcement, pinnacle rank, instant acceleration, even though this uniform weighed as light as a t-shirt. It had the sturdiness of a military tank. In addition, I granted it 4 high rank and 1 pinnacle grade, enchants through 4-colored enchant. I put extra effort into the last option, pinnacle grade instant acceleration. I'll try it out today. A while ago, Boss severed one of Kurukuru's wings. I ground it into powder and used it as material for 4-colored enchant. As a result, I was able to reproduce Kurukuru's speed, though only for a moment. After the great Black Lotus uniform was the Black Lotus robe, which was meant to be worn over the uniform. My creativity was at its limit, so I ended up naming all my equipment after Black Lotus. Somehow their names made them feel more luxurious. Black Lotus robe, luxury, multiple attributes, a masterpiece born of great dexterity. When you look at this robe, you can't help but admire the craftsmanship of the dwarves, the creation race. Defensive power, 5/10 high rank shock absorption, high rank concealment, stealth, high rank anti-magic force, Not only did the robe come with a stealth function, but it was also equipped with an anti-magic power function, making me immune to almost all petty spells. Furthermore, I also brought the Black Lotus Walker, which increased my speed, and the Black Lotus Wrist Protector, which increased the power of my arrows. Click, click, I was now dressed from head to toe in the complete set of Black Lotus attire. Lastly, I put the invisibility cloak over Spartan, who was sitting on my shoulder. Are you ready? Pururu. Now fully grown, Spartan was as big as the length of my forearm. Let's go rescue that agent. Pururu. Spartan was already aware of the coordinates. He closed his eyes and started shaking. Soon, Spartan's authority long-range teleportation, which allowed for instant travel over a long distance, activated. When I opened my eyes again, I was in front of Auden's palace. Okay, Spartan, you should head back now. Pururu, Spartan shook his head, but this place was too dangerous for him. One hit in the wrong spot and he could die. I didn't want to risk losing Spartan, so I forcefully sent him away. After I made sure Spartan left, I turned on the camera I received from the association, which was hanging at the end of a necklace around my neck. This is Black Lotus. I turned the camera on. Can you see? Yes. Thank you for your cooperation. Please capture the palace as much as possible. Meanwhile, Aileen created an island of her own inside the commander's tent of the underground fortress. She built walls with boxes of snacks from all around the world and placed cute stuffed animals here and there for decoration. The combination of snacks, a penguin plush, and a shark plush was indeed beautiful. Aren't you guys the cutest? Some people might criticize Aileen for being so laid back during a serious mission, but this was how she always was. Aileen never had the chance to experience real fear because she had been incredibly powerful since she was a child. She was always first place, revered by all. Many people expected her to become the strongest hero in history. However, as Aileen grew stronger, she became lonelier. To Aileen, who became a high-rank hero at the tender age of 13, friends were nothing more than a fantasy. Aileen turned to these stuffed animals to soothe her loneliness. A penguin with glasses and a baby shark that sang songs. Hoo-hoo, she took a step back to examine the room she decorated. The longer she saw it, the more satisfied she became. Now this is worth willing to save the world for. Aileen nodded her head in satisfaction when suddenly, tock, tock, someone knocked on her door. Aileen flinched. Guys, go hide for a minute, Aileen whispered, and her spirit speech activated right away. SSSSS. Spirit speech descended from the ceiling like a powder and concealed the animals from view. Okay, come in. As the door opened, Aileen returned to her chair and took out her laptop. She even started typing to pretend she was working. Oh, what are these? There's a ton of snacks here. Aileen recognized the guest's voice right away. It was YunSeo-jin. I'm not going to give you any, so go away. Aileen turned around, declining YunSeo-jin's request in advance. But YunSeo-jin wasn't alone. She was with Ki-naeun. Ki-naeun scratched the back of her neck nervously and bowed. Ha ha, how are you, Captain Aileen? It's me, Ki-naeun. Who are you? Where's your team leader? What's YunSeo-jin doing right now? She's training with Kim Soo-ho. She's flirting during a serious mission. TZZT, TZZT. The moment Aileen frowned, the radio began crackling again. This time, a window popped up on her laptop screen. It was a video call. I have been informed that you finished setting up the fortress. Yi Gongmyung's face appeared on the screen. Yup, we did. What's next? We've got a plan going on our side currently. Soon, the person we hired will be rescuing our spy from Auden. The association had dispatched a spy into Auden's territory about 3 months ago. They were able to win over a few people whom Auden had been trying to recruit. Hired? Yes, he's skilled enough to break in unnoticed. Aileen wasn't convinced. The association had deployed spies many times, but Auden had uncovered them all. Wait, are you sure that the spy's trustworthy? What if he betrays us? You can trust him. The problem was the vow that all spies had to take. This vow served as a safety net to prevent spies from turning on the association. However, Auden possessed the ability to discern the difference in magic power caused by said vow. So the spy this time was sent in without a vow, oath, or even a seal. Well, I guess I have no choice but to trust him. How's the mission going? The rescue agent departed a few moments ago. And who is this rescue agent? It's someone you all know well. Though Yi Gongmyung's voice was full of confidence, his answer wasn't enough to satisfy Aileen. Aileen folded her arms with a frown. What's his name? She asked again, and this time Yi Gongmyung was straightforward. Black Lotus. What? Black Lotus? What? For real? Not only Aileen, but also Jinseon and Ki-naeun were surprised. Yes, we entrusted Black Lotus with the mission to rescue the spy. What? Are you serious? Why would I lie about it? Ah, Kyuhum. No wonder that old geezer from the association was brimming with confidence. Yuyuko, the current chairman of the association. When Aileen met him a week ago to discuss the current mission, that old, bald codger had told her not to worry. Black Lotus seems like a safe bet, as long as he doesn't betray us. Though she sounded calm on the outside, Aileen was quite surprised. She never imagined the association would hire Black Lotus. The present circumstance reminded her once again of the grave importance of their mission. Right, Black Lotus is currently heading towards. Ah, he turned the camera on. Camera, please show us, Jin Se-in shouted out of surprise. Ki Neon also pushed her head towards the laptop screen. Get out of my way, all of you. Hey, do you even know who Black Lotus is? Aileen placed her hand on Ki Neon's cheek and pushed her away. Of course I do, though I've never met him in person. Then you don't really know him. Move. I'll share the view of Black Lotus's camera with you. Yi Gongmyung turned on the view that was connected to Black Lotus camera. Pat. With a tiny flash of light, the screen switched to a view of Auden's palace. This is Black Lotus point of view. Coordinates are being updated in real time, so please assist him if the situation gets out of hand. Okay. Aileen, Ki Neon, and Jin Se-in all gathered around the screen. At first, Black Lotus seemed to be wandering around the palace aimlessly. Then suddenly, he rushed to the gate at the speed of light. Wow. Oh wow, he's so freaking fast. He's really fast. Ki Neon was thoroughly impressed with Black Lotus' speed. But realizing that her language wasn't appropriate given the situation, Ki Neon slapped her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. You're right, he's very fast. He seems to have gotten stronger. Jin Se-in muttered. She wasn't at all aware that the increase in Black Lotus' speed was due to the equipment he had on. Aileen also nodded in agreement. He moves like lightning. It's almost too pretentious for an archer. Suddenly, they heard an unfamiliar voice. I've entered Auden's palace. It came from the laptop. It was Black Lotus' voice. At that moment, as he turned a corner, Black Lotus spotted a humanoid monster. The monster seemed to be a guard on patrol. Black Lotus quickly hid behind a wall. Look, the trio flinched in surprise. A monster is coming this way. I'll dispose of him. But Black Lotus was calm. He took out his bow and positioned an arrow against it. In the next moment, something mysterious happened. Chua, the monster, was definitely standing on the right side of the corner. However, Black Lotus aimed his arrow straight ahead. The arrow flew in a straight line before suddenly warping to the right. Crack! An impossible attack from a blind spot. Naturally, it was unavoidable, and the humanoid monster fell to the ground after the arrow pierced his neck. That arrow just bent on its own. I've seen him do that before too, Aileen muttered, pointing at the screen. Oh, you're right. It wasn't even a magic arrow. Interesting. Ki Neon also chimed in, but stopped when she suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. A self-bending arrow. Where have I seen that before? His skill is almost godlike. Jin Se-in was also intrigued by Black Lotus' skill. It was then. What's going on here? The door swung open and YunSeo-jin entered the tent. And she wasn't alone. Kim Soo-ho, her training partner, was also with her. SHHH, be quiet. We're watching Black Lotus right now. YunSeo-jin widened her eyes at Aileen's remark. Kim Soo-ho couldn't help but shout out in surprise. Black Lotus? Yeah, we recruited him for the mission. He's on our side for now. How's that? Our connections are pretty amazing, huh? Aileen smirked. As a foe, Black Lotus was fearsome. But as a friend, he was more dependable than anyone else. Aileen knew how annoying Black Lotus could be from the time he blocked the bridge on the 8th floor of the Tower of Wish. But this time he was on her side, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Oh, let me see. I want to see too. YunSeo-jin and Kim Soo-ho joined the trio. Though the tent became a little cramped for space, there was still enough room for everyone. What? Black Lotus? However, this wasn't the end. Suddenly, the entire fortress started to buzz with voices, probably because of Kim Soo-ho's shout-out from earlier. Where? Did you just say Black Lotus? More and more people started to pour in, and soon enough, Aileen's tent was filled well beyond its maximum capacity. Damn it, I can't see. Get lost, all of you, the tiny commander, Aileen, yelled in annoyance. But no one seemed to pay attention to her. Rather, they pushed Aileen away and nestled in front of the screen. So this is from Black Lotus' point of view. I was actually really curious about him. I'm going to watch how he plays. Nicholas from the Temple of Justice seemed especially excited. This was due to the recently formed rivalry between the Temple of Justice and the Chameleon Troupe, as the latter began to gain recognition among the public. I believe the spy is in a different building. At that moment, Black Lotus spoke again. He had just entered the palace. The inside was very spacious and filled with several different buildings. I'll head there right away. Black Lotus rushed towards one of the buildings, but the scene that appeared on the screen next was simply absurd. That's a lot of monsters, Jin Se-in muttered. Just as she said, the building was fiercely guarded. It was apparent even from afar. There were at least 100 monsters on land and a dozen in the sky. Can you make it? Yi Gongmyung asked Black Lotus. He was worried because he hadn't expected there to be this many guards. There was a short silence, followed by a burst of small laughter. Piece of cake. The screen changed swiftly. Black Lotus was as fast as lightning, but as silent as wind. In only a second or so, Black Lotus had moved to a completely different location. Ooh, look at him go. Nicholas licked his lips with a grin. He's really, really fast. And he doesn't make any sound when he moves. YunSeo-jin and Kim Soo-ho also voiced their opinions. The audience, gathered in the commander's tent, admired every move Black Lotus made. The first mission finally began.